The story begins when, after the death of Taizhou, Jian Wen ascended the throne. In the fourth year of his reign, turmoil began in Murim. This was Jiangxi Province, area of the city of Nanchang. This red building was the union of associations called Murim. There were large red flags hanging around this building. The union building was quite tall and seemed powerful and invincible. A man came out, wearing clothes the color of the building. The old people were impatiently waiting for the man to begin his appeal to the people. Besides them, there were also quite young guys there. The man said that he was the heir of the Beck family, and he called them all together to express gratitude on behalf of Murim. This young man was the head of the Union of Murim Associations, King Kong of the Heavenly Sword, Baik Li Jun. He told the people that evil had been destroyed and justice would soon prevail. The head of the union said that today they have gathered to oppose a common enemy. After all, he won't be able to cope alone, but together they are strong. He shouted with confidence in his words that they were sure to win. After his speech, all the people gave him a standing ovation. The head of the union began to take something out of his sleeve. After a couple of seconds, he was able to pull out some strange and long sticks from his sleeve. Or rather, they were multicolored flags. Each of the people received them this morning. This was the army general's idea. They should be used when someone falls into the enemy's poisonous trap. A blue flag means that a weak poison was used. Warriors above the second class can enter its area of effect. The green flag, as long as it is not lowered, indicates that first-class warriors cannot approach closer than 10 zhang. With great intrigue, he began to take out his latest mystery flag. A red flag indicates that detoxification of poisons is impossible, and everyone needs to maintain a distance of 100 zhang, even if they are a special class warrior. People were a little startled when they heard him say that. He asked that if anyone inhaled the poison, he should put up a flag to warn others. People listened to him with excitement and a little fear. The head added that if this is not done, Kanho is unlikely to last long. At that moment, an unknown person threw some object. He flew straight to the place where the head of the union was. The object fell right in front of his feet, scattering rocks onto him. People were a little shocked by what was happening. Even those at the top of the building did not see what it was. Baik Li Jun screamed in anger and wanted to know who dared to throw this object at him. He asked again what kind of impudent person dared to do this. Suddenly, the head of the union looked to the side and saw something. The thrown object turned out to be one of the red flags. It was some guy who dared to throw a red flag in his direction. The old people looked from the building and did not understand what was happening here. People with fear seemed to have begun to recognize this unknown man. This guy turned out to be the poison dragon himself. He looked completely confident in his abilities. People were curious and asked the guy if he knew where he was right now. He answered them with surprise that of course he knew, because otherwise he would not have come here. One man thought, because to get here, you need to overcome the fourth and third barriers. His face changed dramatically because it turns out that this guy was able to break through. Behind the poison dragon itself, there were many corpses of warriors. People began to draw their weapons, not knowing what to expect. The head of the union looked at him with a serious and confident face. Poison Dragon noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy stood gracefully on the roof of the building that was opposite them. It was already clear from their faces that they were very angry and unhappy with his presence here. People also began to take out their weapons to defend themselves from this dangerous enemy. At this time, the poison dragon began to stretch its neck, as if preparing for a long battle with them. All the soldiers took out sharp weapons to attack him right now. The poison dragon took a leaf and put it in his mouth. Murim Union was also mentally preparing himself and preparing for this difficult battle with him. The poison dragon was known in Kanho as the Big Death Star for thousands of years. Murim decided to assemble a whole detachment of 10,000 warriors in order to capture just one person. But the poison dragon understood that these warriors had gathered here precisely to kill him. His name was Qin Jiagan, and people might not even hope that they would be able to get out of here alive. Let's move to the very beginning of this fascinating story. The night in the city was interrupted by some strange sounds. There were many houses around the village, which were located near the path near one of the rocks. Something very strange was happening in this mysterious house. This man was awakened by something, and when he woke up, he sleepily left his room. His body was covered with strange spots. He noticed something in his house. He bent down to see what it was closer. It turned out to be one of the large, dangerous, and poisonous centipedes. Just a few seconds later, he was already lying on the ground unconscious. Near his body and head, there were many of these most dangerous centipedes. This strange purple fog was spreading throughout the city at night. He also entered one of the rooms where a family was sleeping, namely a boy and his mother. At some point, the boy woke up from a strange sensation around him. He smelled this strange smell in this room. The boy did not understand what was happening here and tried to wake up his mother. But when he looked at her face, he was very scared. Her mouth was foaming, tears were flowing from her eyes, and her body was also covered in spots. His mother asked her son to quickly leave this house. The boy was very worried about his mother and wanted to help her somehow. Suddenly his face also changed and his eyes opened wider. The boy then fell from his bed straight to the ground. His condition only worsened with every second. As it turned out, it was some type of deadly poison. The boy saw these centipedes crawling over his mother's body. Apparently it was these centipedes that secreted this deadly poison. Suddenly one of them began to quickly crawl towards that boy. The poor boy got very scared and started screaming in fear. She climbed onto his body and approached his face. This centipede managed to bite him on the neck, leaving him with a wound. The boy felt a deadly poison running through his entire body. He was in a lot of pain and he started crying even more because of this. The boy wanted his mother to save him, but she was lying on the bed, immobilized. She tried to raise her head, but her condition was very bad and her body had turned pale. Having bitten the guy, this scolopendra also began to crawl across his face. Several of her paws went right into his mouth. For some reason, he decided to bite this poisonous scolopendra in response. He began to spit out pieces of the dangerous insect. He saw his mother lying on the bed and looking at him. The boy cried and shouted for it to give him back his mother. Scolopendra fell to the ground and crumbled into small pieces. At that moment, the grandfather, who was in the house, heard screams and quickly ran to their room. When he went there, he saw a guy chewing on a centipede. Pieces of the insect's body crunched in his teeth. Grandfather did not understand who decided to do such a terrible act. The guy continued to crunch pieces of the centipede's body. The grandfather approached the guy and raised his head. Then he asked the boy to open his mouth. He took some medicine and gave it to his grandson. The medicine was needed to remove this deadly poison from his body. The man asked him why he spent Huajiang of Returning Heart's loyalty on this guy. After all, he warned him, with his stubbornness he ruined his own family, and he believes that this child will not be able to survive after this. His grandfather told him that his family, Bakwajolgok, was small but had existed for 300 years, and they are able to resist the Chidok clan, which is always killing people with poison. The man told him to first cure the guy and then we'll see. Although, when everyone dies, it will not matter what clan he belongs to. He got angry with him and shouted, asking him if the meaning of life for him was not to die of hunger, then how was he different from an animal? He added that the Bekwachiogok family will never bend to the Dok family. The man stated that the Dok and Yak clans come from the same tribe, but he is unlikely to save his grandson. Laughing, the man told him that, after all, he had given them a special centipede of 5 colors. Trying to save the guy, hearing this made him even more shocked. Grandfather didn't understand why he chose her. After all, there are several types of poisonous centipedes. Tears were appearing from the guy's eyes and saliva was dripping from his mouth. The man told him that there was no need to waste time because it was useless. The grandfather carried the guy out into the street. Then the man asked if he had anything last to say. Suddenly the boy began to make sounds and show signs of life. By some miracle, the boy was still able to wake up. The man looked at him and saw that he was still struggling with the poison. The grandfather was near the guy, hoping that he would feel better. The boy tried to crawl when he saw this. The man told him that he would soon die, but he continued to fight for his life. He stated with a grin that he had no antidote for the scolopendra bite. Suddenly, the boy stabbed the man's leg with a piece of the centipede's body. It was a very sharp fragment with poison. The angry man realized that it was a centipede shell of 5 colors. He hit the grandfather with his very powerful force. He fell to the ground while his servants tried to help the man. He understood that he had no antidote to the poison of this centipede. He quickly asked for a sword from his servant. The man asked to cut off his leg here and now. After the blow, he screamed loudly in terrible pain. Taking advantage of the moment, the boy and grandfather were able to quietly leave there. The man got very angry about this. A man's severed leg lay on the ground. He asked his servants to catch them, but they were in no hurry to look for them. Then the man shouted for them to look for them now. They found some small cave and climbed inside it. The grandfather laid the boy on a small piece of cloth. He looked at his grandson with tears in his eyes. Suddenly the boy started coughing from something. After some time, he nevertheless spat out a piece of the fragment. It was a centipede shell of 5 colors. They say that if you eat the poisonous gland of a creature that contains poison or take a pill, you can cope with the poisoning. He was worried about what would happen to the boy after his death. His strength ran out and he fell near the guy. After some time exploring the territory, the servants found traces. They, with torches, entered the cave in which they were located. They saw that the old man was already dead and that child was barely breathing, but he was still alive. The elder approached him and grabbed the boy by the hair. And after that, a small smirk appeared on his face. He looked at this boy with an evil gaze because of whom he lost his leg. After a while, the guy began to gradually come to his senses. In front of him, he saw the very man whom the guy had infected with poison. The guy's face was very pale and he had little strength. His body was tightly tied to this table. The elder saw that the boy had woken up and told him that he did not expect the boy to last so long after being bitten by the scolopendra. The boy tried to call his grandfather for help. The elder said that his grandfather was able to escape, but the poison still reached his heart. Taking the guy by the face, he told him that because of him, he had to cut off his leg. Because of this, he wanted to finish him off right there on the spot. But he changed his mind. He came up with the idea to use the boy as a guinea pig. He picked up a black centipede. Its poison is not as strong as that of the 5-color scolopendra, but not weak. The guy watched this with fear and did not know what to do. The elder said that it was not logical to kill someone whose body had coped with such a strong poison. Scolopendra began to crawl towards him. He asked the guy not to twitch so that he would not drop the centipede. But the guy continued to twitch, for which the elder hit him on the leg with a stick. The blow was so strong that it could break this guy's bone. The poor guy started crying and screaming in terrible pain. The elder told him at most that he would not be able to walk. The next day came. The guy woke up again. He told the guy that he had gone too far yesterday and gave the guy something to drink. He told him that it was a special medicine called smart broth. It is brewed from the best ingredients. This decoction cures amnesia and improves memory. The guy asked why he needed it. The man stated that he was unconscious the entire time and he would not be able to conduct experiments. Suddenly the guy felt very bad. The man reminded that refined pufferfish poison is added to the broth, and he added which is designed for 10 people. With a crazy smile, he said that we continued to experiment. Weeks and maybe even months passed like this. Man Neo fed him broth every day and continued to conduct experiments. The results were recorded on paper. Under the influence of the broth, he could not lose consciousness. Therefore, while conscious, he felt excruciating pain from the effects of various poisons. What did he think on the fact that the impact of Huazhong's return of heart's loyalty is so strong? After all, the flow of blood and energy has stopped, and this prevents the poison from spreading. He took this factor into account, but apparently he is missing something. Taking out the box, he released a huge spider. This is the Paradise Widow with double dots. They are a very high quality and profitable product. Rod Sasham buys 5 of these spiders every year. One of the spiders began to crawl straight towards the guy who was tied to the table. Suddenly this spider latched onto his neck. The elder noted that the guy was screaming loudly from the bite. Man Nayeo decided to add poison to Huang box. The boy started screaming loudly and wanted to somehow get out of here. He screamed so that someone could hear him and come and save him. Man Neo returned to this boy he was experimenting on. It's hard to convey his emotions because he was just incredibly angry at him. The elder grabbed this boy right by the throat. Man Neo yelled at the guy, saying that he should have thought earlier. And because of him, he became disabled and he had to resign from his leading position. The guy's condition gradually became worse and worse, and after a couple of seconds he lost consciousness again. This surprised the man a little because the guy was not easy. At first he thought that the guy's body could not stand it, and he died. The elder did not know what to do next. For some reason he decided to untie his body from this table. He picked the guy up and carried him to another place. He laid it on the ground. The man believed that he could not die from intoxication if he survived the venom of the centipede, but he couldn't breathe because his bronchi were swollen and his nasal cavity was blocked. He was sure that the guy would not die, and he would continue to conduct experiments on him. The guy, when he woke up, blood was dripping from his finger. The man said that the boy should thank him for transferring all his internal energy to him. He brought her inside Hell Bako and then opened the passage to Heil Sotaik. He survived, but needs to wait until he fully recovers. At this time, he was approached by one of the servants, who was a little worried. The servant said that today an inspection from Murim will arrive, and today there will be a meeting of elders. He should be present there. The elder was surprised, but still he agreed to go with him. He looked at the boy with his strange grin. The guy continued to lie immobilized on the floor. The man reminded the boy that until he dies, he will have no peace. He laughed and began to leave here for the meeting. He closed the door in the room where the boy was. After lying down for a while, the guy began to come to his senses. The blood from the finger continued to drip onto the floor. He was already able to get up and decided to sit on the ground. He was very weak, but he had enough strength to do it. The man was walking through a rather dense forest. He believed that the head of the clan would be drenched in cold sweat, and he won't just break. He will use the guy and create the best poison. He returned to the room where he was experimenting on the boy. While still on the street, he smelled a faint smell of poison and blood and decided to check what was there. Opening the door, he began to examine the room. Suddenly, Man Neo saw it. A huge snake rushed straight at him. He was able to catch it with his hands and prevent himself from being bitten. He did not understand where the viper came from, namely the Usuri cottonmouth. He panicked as he glanced around the room. For some reason, the guy disappeared from the room. There were many different insects on the ground in this room. Also, there was a box with snakes. He couldn't understand how this guy had enough strength to get to his feet. He looked at some places in the room where he could hide, but did not find the guy. The man remembered that the guy's body was cut up, and he definitely had to leave a mark behind him. But at the gate, he saw no traces. He shifted the nightstand, hoping to find it. He looked for places where he could still hide. His gaze fell on this place in this room. The man threw out failed poisons and various garbage there. He thought that the guy hid there. He had already started to smile because he thought the guy was there. Laughing, he said that this was not a good place to hide. He came closer. In that place, the passage was too small for a person to fit. The man asked the guy to leave calmly. After all, he needs to continue his experiments. He began to move the board that blocked the passage. A sudden and sharp blow cut his face. This blow left him with a small wound on his face. This blow to his face was caused by bamboo peel. His condition began to deteriorate sharply. The elders realized that there was some very strong poison there. The elder fell to the ground and began vomiting blood. He didn't understand how a guy could mock him like that. He felt that this effect was clearly not caused by the poison alone, and he was planning something there. The man tried to crawl to take the antidote. He was angry with him. He was just a guy. How dare he do this? Lying on the ground, he saw a hand in a box, his face filled with shock and bewilderment. Suddenly, the guy started to crawl straight out of this box. He was bitten by a snake inside the box, but the snake's poisons no longer affected the guy. The guy looked at the man who was mocking him. The man seemed to not believe his eyes, didn't understand why the guy didn't leave. From the very beginning, he was hiding in the box. He remembered how the snake lunged at him from the very beginning. There was a whole box of these huge snakes, but he didn't check the box and started looking in other places. The guy sat calmly in a box with snakes, not making any sounds. He needed to find an antidote. After all, he could die if nothing is done. Poison continued to drip from the guy's hand. The man realized that he was poisoned by the poison that came out of Hell Sotai. The guy began to leave the place where everything was happening. The man shouted at him that he would not forgive him for this. He asked him to stop now or he would catch him. But the guy, without listening to him, began to leave the house. His hand hurt after the snake's decree. He climbed into some dense forest not far from that place. Falling to the ground, Chinjagan realized that he had succeeded. He was able to get rid of the enemy Bekwachio-gok. He started crying and he really wanted it all to be just a dream. After all his relatives died and even his mother, and also grandfather, they all died at the hands of the ruthless Chideok family. The boy did not know what to do now and what would happen to him. Suddenly, he heard people talking. Those people heard the sounds that the boy made, but they decided that it was their imagination and that it was an animal running through the grass. They talked about a meeting in the meeting house, which was probably arranged because of an important guest. The head of the Murim Union wanted to pay them a friendly visit. They thought that someone from the alliance had brought an accusation against the Chidek family. That's why we came to check. The guy listened carefully to their conversation. He remembered how the servant came today, and reminded him of the meeting of the elders, and that today an inspector from Murim was coming. The guy remembered how his grandfather said that Murim is an alliance consisting of members of Champa, which resolves conflicts in Gangho with fair methods. He realized that this was his chance. He must meet with a member of the union and talk about what injustice happened to Bekwachio-gok. The old man turned to Taehyup saying that it was cool outside and he needed to go inside. He was not dressed very warmly, so he was also cool. Rod Chi-jok welcomed the head of the Union of Associations, Murim. People joyfully greeted the head of the union himself. It was the same Mr. Taehyupa Bekli Jun. The guy snuck into the meeting and hid behind the wall. The guy smiled when he saw this gentleman. He heard about him. He is still young, but did many heroic deeds even before he arrived in Kanho. The guy thought that a person like him would definitely expose the treacherous mortars of the Chidek family. The servants walked past this building and inspected the area. The boy saw them and was a little confused because he could have been discovered, but they passed by, and the boy began to cross to the other side. He turned around to see if anyone had seen him. He hid and pondered where he should start the conversation when he met the master. The gentleman began to enter this building. He saw the master and was a little happy about him. The lord and elder looked in his direction but did not notice him. The elder said that all members of his family were well-trained people. The gentleman replied that his family was located on the very outskirts of Yunnan province, and the Layuli are still full of doubts about him. The elder displeasedly told him that they had shown him strength. She is quite suitable for the level of Murim. He asked what else is needed to join it. The young master reminded about the qualifications. He asked not to give rise to rumors. He said that he was contacted by the Yunnan Provincial Union Unit, and he was informed that they were attacking families belonging to the Yak clan. But someone managed to survive. The elder told him that this was the first time he had heard about it. The gentleman, holding his hand on the sword, asked the elder not to forget. The gentleman asked if I should remind him who he is. He did not expect such an answer and simply remained silent. The guy thought about it. It turns out that Bekwachio-gok was not the only one they attacked. The guy understood that he could prove that what happened to his family was true. The elder apologized and said that the suppression of the Yak clan families did not go very smoothly. He added that in the confusion, someone managed to escape. The guy listened to every word with anxiety. The gentleman asked the elder why he continued to make excuses, to which the master received an answer that it was purely their mistake. The gentleman asked what happened to the others. The elder said that they planned to send them to an underground mine, which is under the general control of the Dock family families. The elder asked what he should do with the speaker. The gentleman replied that he had already destroyed it and they settled everything themselves. The guy was shocked by these words and did not expect such a turn of events. The gentleman reminded that the inspection has a bad effect on the reputation of the family, and if he wants to move forward, he must act impeccably. He added that he was no longer going to cooperate. The boy realized that the Murim Union was at one with the Dock clan. The gentleman said that they would settle on this, and now the elder must follow him. The elder wanted to tell the master that a place had been prepared for him, but he asked him to be silent. He suddenly took out his sword and slashed with it, as if he knew someone was there. The sword stuck into the wall. The elder asked with surprise and fear what was the matter. After this blow, he began to remove the weapon from the wall. Having examined the sword, he did not see blood and thought about it. After a couple of seconds, he told the elder that it didn't matter. The guy was scared because the sword blade passed a few centimeters from his head. He fell to the ground in complete shock. The guy didn't understand why the head of the Union was covering up the atrocities of the Chidek family, and he suspected that Murim was connected to what happened to his family. Sitting on the ground, the guy heard sounds from the side. These were the servants who were talking about something. They approached the place where the guy was. He decided to go into the house so as not to be seen. He closed the door in hope that he would not be discovered. He realized that people in Murim knew what was going on here, and instead of unleashing their wrath on Chideok, they helped them. He did not understand who fell, the head of the Union or Murim himself. If he talks about what happened to his parents, nothing will change. He knew that the man who risked his life and came to the Union was destroyed. He punched the wall out of helplessness. The guy understood that they were all killing people and hiding the truth. He wanted revenge on every person who was involved in this. He also intended to avenge his father, and for my mother. She died right before his eyes. He also wanted to avenge his grandfather, and even for himself because he also suffered from these bad people. He was still able to collect his thoughts. He firmly decided and said that he would not die and would become stronger. He decided to become stronger without anyone's help, with his own hands. He will give everyone what they deserve. Meanwhile, in one of the houses, a meeting was still taking place. The elder took the glass and addressed the guests in the hall. He said that today they were gathered here to greet the head of the Union, Tai Hyup Baek Lee Jun. He congratulated his family on the fact that their family's entry into the Union would soon happen, and the head of Murim visited them just to confirm this. The head of the Union held his glass with a smile, as if confirming his words. At that moment, he was interrupted by a servant who came to them. He approached the elder to tell him what had happened. With a confused face, he did not understand what the servant told him. The head of the Union asked him what happened, but the elder replied that everything was fine and he needed to go away for a while. The inspector hoped that man Naeo was telling the truth. The elder left the building, hoping that the inspector would not get angry and would not find out anything. The head asked why elder man lost consciousness. The servant said that a mixture of poisons had entered his body. They assumed that he had made a mistake when he carried out the experiments. The head thought about this because elder man had been working with poisons for decades. He asked if the toy the elder used was still there. They wondered what he meant by the name toy. He spoke about the prisoner on whom he experimented, but the servant said with fear that when they arrived, there was no one there. He couldn't believe it. He thought about the fact that if the boy died during the experiments, the body would be there. He wanted to get to the bottom of this because it could become a big problem. He ordered the servants to search the area around and find the child. He didn't care if they found him alive or dead, but they had to bring him to him. On the street, people were forced to go somewhere. One servant shouted for them to hurry up and go faster. The guy watched this from the bushes in which he hid. He wondered what happened to the rest of the people. He remembered the conversation of the head of the Union about how people would be sent to an underground mine. He saw the servants beating a man. He hit Grandpa for walking too slowly. The man told him that he was an elderly man and should not be beaten. He was angry with the man who managed to say a word to him. He began to roll up his sleeves to beat the man. But he was stopped by another servant. He believed that humanity and mercy were nonsense for weaklings, and that they themselves are to blame for their powerlessness. He began to draw his sword, saying that the journey was long and difficult. And right now, in this place, he will do it. He hit him with his sword because he dared to say something to him. It left a cut right on his cheek. Taking a jab, he added that he wouldn't mind killing everyone here. Licking the blood that remained on the sword, he explained that he could not kill them due to the fact that he was ordered to take them to the mine. He asked to lift the old man up and climb into the cart. The man and woman began to lift this fallen old man. After that, they followed the others into the cart. All the people got into the cart and servants began to accompany them. They all began to ride together in silence without emitting any emotion. The man noticed a guy who was not from their family, and judging by his behavior, he did not belong to the Chidek family either. The guy answered in confusion that he was from Bekwakilgok. All the people who were inside were surprised. What was he doing there with them? The man asked if his family was also attacked by Chideok. The guy nodded his head without saying any words. The man asked how he got here. The guy said that he was kidnapped and experiments were performed on him, but he was able to escape and wanted to meet with the head of Murim. But he turned out to be collaborating with them, and he had to escape. The man told the boy that this was commendable, but this cart would not take them to freedom. After all, she will take them all literally to another hell. He decided to see how many people accompanied them. He saw only 5 defenders guarding the cart so that no one escaped. The man understood what the boy wanted to do, but he told him that it was better to give up. After all, that man Taymak Taydo was an outstanding sword master. Therefore, they will not be able to escape so easily. In addition, most of them will not be able to use internal energy due to the power dissipation poison. He told the man that he had poison with him. The man said that it is better than nothing, but this is Chidek's clan. It won't be difficult for them to neutralize him. The guy said that his poison is much stronger. The man asked in surprise what kind of poison this is if he is so sure of it. The guy told them that he was able to get here because he poisoned his tormentor, who attacked their city with this poison and killed everyone. The man asked who it was. His answer was the name Manyo. All the people were surprised by this because he was able to cope with the person in charge of Chideok. The man wanted to know where this poison of his was. The boy began to unroll his sleeve. He put his finger in his mouth to get his saliva. He showed the finger that had his poison on it. Even to the eye, it was clear that his saliva contained pure poison, and it was undoubtedly fatal. The man could not believe it, that the poison was contained right in his saliva. The guy said that this happened because he swallowed a centipede of 5 colors, which was set on his family. After this, poisons have no lethal effect on him. Neo knew about this and he tried different types of poison on him. He told what experiments were carried out on him. I also remembered the potions and poisons that he poured on him. He told his story, everything in detail, even the way the poison came out of his finger along with the blood. The man asked if he could examine it. He began to examine this guy. All the flows of blood and energy in his body were blocked, from Tanjin all the way to Heol Sotek. It only had one thread running. This shocked the man. It turned out that all the pain he endured gave him strength. The poison in his Tanjin comes out of Hel Sotek. The guy believed that with the help of his poison they could escape. But they doubted, what if this plan didn't work and what would happen to them? The girl said that if the plan fails they will die. And now they were being taken to the mine, where at least they wouldn't be killed. The work there will be terribly difficult, and is it even worth the risk? The men pondered this plan and whether they should do it at all. The girl did not want to take risks, but the guy said that once he got into the mine, it would only become more difficult every day. He didn't understand why live like this in order to survive for a couple more years. The girl's face changed from this boy's phrase. Even the men were completely shocked. The man said that the boy was right and one should not sit idly by. He believes that this may be their last chance to gather strength and defeat the enemy. They decided to act. He asked the boy to help them deal with them, and if he helps, then they will help him. The head ordered the cart to be turned around. After all, Elder Man was unconscious and his captive was missing. The head ordered to find the escaped. He didn't understand how this could happen. The servants began to stop the horses right on the road. Defense attorneys said one of them may be the one they are looking for. The guy understood that he could now be discovered and he ducked his head. The defenders didn't know what the escapee should look like, but the cart had to be turned around. But this ladder was very narrow and it would be impossible to do this. And if they turn around, they will be late. And because of this, there will be problems. One of the defenders had an idea. He asked how many people they are transporting now, to which I received the answer that there were 11 of them. He asked to count the people. If there were so many, they would move on. He decided to start counting the people in the cart. People lowered their heads. They were very excited. He counted to 11 and was a little surprised. After all, he saw another person. There was one extra person in the carriage because there were 11 of them, but there were 12. The guy realized that he would be discovered right now. He asked where they hid the prisoner. The defenders pulled out their weapons and began to say, laughing, was this their humanity? He took out a sword and threateningly said that now they would not reach the mine, and he has a reason for this. The guy knew that the poison was not omnipotent, but the plan was to use it by hitting the weak spot. Therefore, he needs to wait for time to attack. Chi-Diok reacted faster than he expected. The guy didn't know what to do now, but the man put his hand on his shoulder. They glanced at each other. Another man started shouting that he had hidden among them without permission. He said that they would hand him over if they spared them. The defender thought it was him and swung a blow at the man. He cut him in half with his sword in one powerful blow. Other defenders did not understand why he did this. The man's severed body fell back into the carriage. Tae-do told them to tell the chief that these people had only problems and they hid the prisoner, killing them. The matter would be over. The woman began shouting that they were animals, and for them human life was worth nothing at all. They all stood up and started yelling at him. Tae-do said that he would kill them anyway, one by one. Suddenly the man gave the command that we need to act right now. People rushed to attack these cart defenders. They began to attack all together because this was the only way they had a chance to win. One man had a piece of shrapnel in his hands. Tae-do watched this with surprise on his face. He hit the defender with his fragment which contained poison, but he was able to fight off the attacking man, and the man's body just fell to the ground. Some defenders were completely immobilized. He shouted, "How dare they attack them?" Suddenly one of the defenders, who was hit by a man with a shrapnel, felt ill. He quickly fell to the ground and began vomiting blood after that. He tried to ask Tae-do for help, but it was already useless. The defenders were shocked and did not understand what was going on here. The guy on the horse decided to run to the city for reinforcements because the situation was heating up. Tae-do examined the man who touched that defender. He saw a piece of porcelain lying in a cart and used it as a weapon. But with this fragment he could not have seriously injured. Tae-do was surprised because he was only scratched. Why then did he fall dead? The man with that fragment began to walk closer to Tae-do. The man said it was his turn now. All three of them were holding fragments in their hands. Tae-do replied that even a weakling can find courage, but they won't change anything. Tae-do stated that he knows they have poison. He just needs to stop them from escaping. The man asked if he was just going to stall for time. He replied that no and began to take out his sword. The people who remained in the carriage were very frightened. The men watched what he was about to do. With a crazy look, he said he could do it like this. He slammed his sword into the ground, sending out a wave of powerful strikes. This energy wave was approaching the man. A powerful wave easily cut his body into two parts, and the man's body just fell to the ground. Licking the blood from the sword again, Tae-do said that it was sword energy. The guy started running towards Tae-do. Tae-do didn't know that the boy was behind him. Tae-do said that he wanted to put an end to this, but the boy had already swung his hand to hit Tae-do with a shrapnel. As it turned out, the man broke a porcelain vase and asked the guy to apply poison to the fragments so that they would scratch the enemy with them. They agreed to act together. He believed that he should understand that they were using poison. They thought about what to do. The man decided that while they would distract the enemy, at this moment the guy should sneak up behind him with a fragment that should contain poison, and he should aim for the throat. He rushed to attack Tae-do as planned. He was able to hit him right in the back of the neck. The guy was happy because he succeeded. Tae-do felt the blow and now understood what they were planning. He said that his external energy would not allow him to pierce the skin with such a weak blow. He rushed to attack the guy with the sword. The guy got scared and panicked because he didn't count on this. The man saw this and shouted at him to run away from here. Tae-do hit him and said that he did not expect that the child would attack him, having reached the weak point, but he could not do anything more. He thrust the sword into his body with a strong blow. The boy understood that if he gave up, everyone else would die. But he can still do something. He took the sword out of him and believed that he would die. The men rushed to attack Tae-do with shrapnel. At that moment, he licked the blood of the defeated boy. People all rushed together to attack Tae-do, but in response, he simply smiled at them. He took his sword, which was already covered in blood. The man screamed in fear that he didn't have to do this. After all, he saw the guy lying on the ground with a wound. But the guy did not die after a strong blow from the sword and began counting down from number 1. Tai-Do began to fight with whoever attacked him. There were quite a lot of people who attacked Tai-Do. Suddenly, there was a very powerful blow that scattered everything around. A lot of dust formed around the impact zone. But after the blow, this man remained alive. In this fog of dust, he was still able to open his eyes. And after that, his eyes began to water a lot. He saw his entire family destroyed. Tai-Do began to approach the man. He said that he was the head of the family. He licked the blood from the sword and asked how he felt when he saw his whole family dead. The man burst into tears. Tai-Do had to find the prisoner and he asked, which one was it? Tai-Do heard the number 7 behind him. He looked back and saw that the guy was still alive. The guy counted to 8. He was in very bad condition. Tai-Do, angry, asked why he was counting. The boy counted to 10, saying that it was time for Tai-Do to die. Did he say the guy was talking nonsense or did he have problems in his head? He began to approach the guy to hit him again. But suddenly, blood started dripping from him. The man watched in surprise what was happening. Tai-Do realized that it was a deadly poison. He started vomiting blood and poison from his mouth. He didn't understand how he was poisoned because the guy didn't even touch him. He wanted to ask the guy how he could do this. The guy showed him his hand with poison dripping from it and told him that he himself had swallowed it. Tai-Do didn't understand why he had poison in his hand, and how could he swallow it. He remembered that when he hit him with the sword, the guy grabbed the sword with his hands to apply poison to the sword where his blood was. At this time, he licked the poison that was on the sword. Tai-Do was angry with the guy because he was able to use poison on him. The guy told him that he noticed his habit of licking the blade of his sword, so he applied poison to him. He defeated him with cunning. After all, otherwise he would not have been able to do this by force. Tai-Do asked for an antidote and he would recommend it to the Chidoke clan. But the guy said that he mercilessly destroyed the weak, and now he asks for salvation. And the guy swore an oath to take revenge on Chiduk. For mercy, he must beg another. Behind him was the man who was the head of the family. He swung his sword at him. The man didn't understand how they dared to do this. Suddenly the boy began to fall and lost consciousness. After some time he opened his eyes and saw that he was being carried on a horse. The guy had already woken up and didn't understand where they were taking him. The man said he patched him up a bit by bandaging his wounds, and in the near future he doesn't need to overexert himself. The boy thanked him, and the man said that with his help he was able to avenge his family. But the boy burst into tears because he believed that if he had not climbed into their cart, perhaps everyone would be alive now. But the man said that this was not so. They would not live like slaves. It's hard to accept this outcome, but you have to. They were willing to take the risk. The guy understood that Tai-Diak was dead, but the Chidek clan was still alive, and it was they who had to pay for their actions. He said that he would definitely become stronger. The man said that he would succeed, and he asked to avenge them. The man handed him a rope to control the horse, and added that a group of pursuers would most likely be sent after him. Therefore, he should under no circumstances stop. And at that moment the man let go of his hands from the rope, and this man began to fall backwards from his horse. His last words were a request to the guy to urgently leave this place. The guy burst into tears a little because he was left completely alone. The man began to close his eyes, and he fell to the ground at very high speed. The guy was very saddened by this because he had to be left alone. He was never going to forgive this Chideok family, and he was definitely sure of something. He firmly stated that he would not give up until he destroyed every single one of them who was involved in this. Arriving at the place, the servants were shocked by what they saw. They didn't understand what happened here. The head of the family, Chiduk, did not believe that they had missed one prisoner. He asked the servant that Tai-Do was in that place. He also heard that Tai-Do died. His gaze immediately changed. The head was furious. He spent so much effort to achieve what they have, he does not want his efforts to be in vain. He said to find the prisoner at any cost. He added that they should keep everything secret. At this moment, the head of Murim came out. He asked if it was true. The head did not expect him to leave the hall. He explained that the drinking was not very good, and tomorrow at dawn he would leave them. The head said that they would sort everything out. They just needed a little time. The head of Murim said that each clan that is part of Murim is its support, and he doesn't need a support made of sand like his. Moreover, if they continue to behave like this, he didn't have time to finish. The head said that they would definitely capture the prisoner. He asked for another chance to prove his usefulness to the Murim clan. He agreed, stating that this was the final exam. If they fail, then the Chidiok family may not have a future. The head was very excited about this. He began to quickly walk to someplace. He abruptly entered one of the houses in the city. He was looking for Elder Man. They saw him on the bed. The elder had already woken up, but his condition was bad. The head decided to tell him about the situation that happened. He said that the child he was experimenting on escaped. The elder was angry that the guy managed to escape. The elder began to scream loudly in anger. The head asked if he had any ideas on how they could catch him now since he brought him here. But the elder did not utter any words. Apparently the poison had such an effect on his body, but he remained alive. A few weeks later, the rabbit ran in the forest and tried ordinary grass. Suddenly, several juicy and tasty berries appeared near him. The rabbit noticed these berries that someone threw near him. He approached them and began to eat those berries. The guy apparently decided to catch a rabbit. A long time has passed since he ran away from the Chi-Dek family. He managed to recover quickly, despite the fact that his wound was fatal. He decided to catch and fry a rabbit to get some food. He admitted that this was the result of experiments carried out on him. He has so far successfully avoided his pursuers, but he needs to change something already. The guy returned to this city and was very careful. He looked around at the people around him to avoid falling into the hands of the Chideok family. People were talking to each other. He saw a woman walking with a child. They were heading towards him, but passed him by. The guy was a little upset, remembering that he had lost his parents. He looked around and did not see anyone from the Chidok clan. He was wondering where he should start and decided to first collect information about them. The guy started entering a street restaurant. The woman who worked there greeted the guy. He asked if she knew if there was a family or clan in the area that would take him as a servant. The man who was eating was listening to the guy. The boy said that his house was attacked by robbers and he was left completely alone without money. The woman said it would be better for him to go directly to someone of good stock. And this area is ruled by Mr. Yang, and he needs to find him or the family from Yunnan. He asked if she was talking about Chi-Deok's lineage. The man told the guy that they wouldn't take a child to Chi-Deok. And besides, it hasn't been calm there lately. But the guy wanted to know why they wouldn't take him. The man was surprised that the guy didn't know about this. The man said that the Yak clan attacked the Chidaki clan, and he added that many people suffered there. The guy realized that Chi-Duk was making innocent sheep out of himself, and the people who attacked were captured and sent to hard labor. The guy found out that it was the Bakwa Jogok family. He asked if he knew where these people were sent. The man said they were sent to a mine in the Nain region. The guy ran into that mine. The woman and the man were surprised by this. The guy admitted that someone from his family could still survive. They were sent to the same mine where their cart was being taken. Maybe it was because of him that they were sent there. After all, it was he who organized the pogrom in Chi-Dok and escaped. The guy was heading exactly into that mine. He needed to keep his cool because it was probably a trap. He clenched his fist and began to realize something. If this was true, then only he could save his people. This was the city of Nanhe underground mines. The elder asked the chief why he was so worried. The leader stated that using those people as bait was his idea. Several days have already passed and the boy has not come here, but he claimed that he would take revenge for his family. Elder Man was sure that he would appear soon, but the fate of the Chi-Deok family was at stake. How could the elder be so calm? The elder had a great desire to tear this guy to pieces. After all, he suffered for several days in hellish pain while he went through the detoxification process. His sanity was literally leaving him, but he did not forget who the guy was who had taken his leg and eye. He remembered his name, Chinji Gang. He had a cane in his hands because it was difficult for him to move. With a grin, he waited for the moment when the boy would come into their trap. The guy came to the place where the mine was located. He recognized this place because it was the same mine. Suddenly his eyes fell on something interesting. He saw his uncle Yun-ik and his grandfather Khan. He was right. The people from Bekwakiogok were sent here. He remembered how he walked with them. This upset the guy quite a lot. The guy was wondering how he could save his people. There were a lot of guards there. He won't be able to slip through unnoticed. He wondered what he could come up with. He saw a house with smoke coming from it, which was located near the mine. The guards saw that the house was on fire and rushed to run there. They began to draw water to put out the fire in the barn. The guy hid in the bushes. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy was able to get into the mine unnoticed. He began to approach his relatives. His uncle and grandfather were very surprised that the guy was here in the mine. They recognized their friend Chinjagan. There were many rats in the mine. His relatives did not expect to meet the guy here. They only heard that the guy was able to escape from Chi-Deok. But how did he end up here? The guy said that he found out which mine they were sent to and he couldn't leave them, so he returned. Grandfather was glad that they were alive in the mine, but he did not want the guy to end up here because he could continue their family. The guy asked his grandfather not to worry. After all, he came to rescue them. The guards were unable to save the barn, and it completely burned to the ground. The elder was glad that there were no casualties, and there was nothing valuable in the barn. The guard admitted that the cause of the fire was farmers who often burn unnecessary things, but the elder understood the consequences of carelessness. The guard denied that any of the prisoners were able to escape, but the elder said it could have been someone else. The guard did not understand what the elder was talking about. The elder believed that the sparks could not burn down the entire barn. He was sure that someone had deliberately started the fire to distract attention. Man Neo decided to go to the mine and look for him there. Approaching the mine, there were already guards there. The elder was sure that the culprit of the fire was now inside. The guards did not understand why the elder came to the mine. With his one eye, he saw something. Inside the mine, near the people, he noticed a guy who looked like Chinjagan. And there really was that guy who was able to escape from him. The elder began to smile at this. He saw Chinjagan and started walking towards him. He could not move quickly due to the absence of a leg. But the elder knew how much pain he had suffered because of this boy, waiting for this day. And Man Neo decided that the guy wouldn't get off that easy. He will allow him to taste the fruit of hope of escape and then simply destroy him. Rejoicing, he returned to the head and told him that the guy had come to the mine. The guards are keeping a close eye on him, and the problem has been solved. Suddenly he turned his head and noticed someone. The head and another man were sitting at the table. It was Baek Tam Hyang, Wee Jung. He said that they had not seen the elder for a long time. This was the most influential person and the best master from the family of 3 generations of the Doc family, the chief of the poisonous valley, who knows how to handle poisons. The elder was surprised that he was here and asked what business he had come on. The chief explained that he wanted to ask Wee John Kokchu for advice. However, he has not yet given any sensible advice, but he has something to tell the elder. As he knew, the Chidok clan trying to get into the Union went too far. Their weakness was fussiness. Tae-hyup Baek Lee said they make a lot of noise. They supported him, and he allowed them to suppress the power of the Yak clan. However, people began to appear inside the Union who observed your chaotic actions and decided to find out the details of their agreement. He asked what they would do if those who dug it up continued to live. This was a necessary measure. Now joining the Union can be considered decided. The elder asked what to do with Chinjagan. The head said that he was in the mine and he was calm now. The elder began to shout that this guy had single-handedly taken away his eyes and legs. But the head simply interrupted his speech and did not want to listen to him further. Wee John said he would consider the conversation over. The elder was very angry with Wee John but could not do anything. Meanwhile, in that mine, the guy said that he has a deadly poison, and if you cover your tools with it, it will become a very powerful weapon. He asked them to work together to start a riot and escape. After all, he wanted them to get out of there alive. The Lyuli in the mine did not understand who this guy was and where his poison would come from. Suddenly, loud noises started happening in this mine. The guards rushed to run out. The passage to the mine will now be closed. People began to run after the guards so that they too could be rescued. He said that this was an order from above, and he should not be blamed. A piece of stone was flying towards him. He fell on him, scattering pieces of stone around. People were frightened by this and did not know what to do. They all fell to the ground screaming for help. The mine was filled with huge pieces of stones. He couldn't believe what happened. He said, why did he endure so much time? Man Neo, pushing the guards, began to approach the entrance to the mine. His gaze changed and he was in a stupor. The mine where the guy was filled with stones. He was angry because he wanted to destroy the guy with his own hands, but not like that. The elder's screams continued for a long time. People examined the blocked exit. They believed that this was done on purpose. In this mine, the families of the Doc family worked together to extract poisons. They wouldn't do it on a single order. The man asked if the Doc family had taken up arms against them. The guy knew it was a trap, but it is illogical to block the mine to catch him alone. There must be another reason for this, the guy thought. He remembered the head of Murim. Was this really his doing? People panicked because they didn't know what to do now. They can't even ask for help from outside. The guy said that talking and complaining won't change anything. The entrance is blocked, but they still have forces and equipment. If they team up, they might find a way to get out of there. People looked at the guy in confusion. Grandfather shouted for people to come to their senses. After all, even the will of the child was not broken. He asked everyone to get together and start thinking rationally. Holding the guy with his hand, he said that even if he is an old man, he will still give his all for the common good, because giving up is not an option. People supported the idea to try and find a way out. The guy thanked Grandpa Khan. To begin with, they wanted to collect torches and equipment, but in reality, it turned out to be not so simple. In conditions where there is little food and the light of torches barely illuminates anything, it is difficult to make the way out, and people gradually began to get tired. There were enough torches to last for a while. People who were exhausted fell asleep right on the ground. The children who were unlucky enough to end up in the mine wanted to eat. The guy was inspecting the mine. They dug the road fairly quickly, but working at this pace would more likely exhaust them to the point of unconsciousness than lead them out. The guy wanted to find another way to get out. He saw a small hole inside the shaft. He started to crawl inside. The passage was quite small. Looking around, he was very surprised and happy. There was a lake of water inside. He was happy because water can quench his thirst and moss is quite edible. The guy decided to try this water, but having tried it, he immediately spat it out. This water was poisoned, but Chinjagan did not know why this was so. He remembered that poisons were mined in this mine of the Rod Doc family. The poisonous energy has already spread to here. The guy began to continue banging the stone. The first and third groups, it was their time to change shifts. The guy continued to dig out the mine. People are motivated again. There were few water supplies left. Grandfather was surprised that the guy was so focused and had so much strength. People knew that he had an unusual organism that could absorb poison. Therefore, he gives the food to others, while he drinks water and eats the moss he found in the mine. Perhaps it is unpleasant for him to understand that only he is well fed and therefore tries his best. The men rested to gain some strength. Suddenly, one of the sticks started making cracking sounds. It broke, and the stones began to fall straight to the bottom. Huge pieces of stone fell on top of people. There were people inside and they needed help somehow. But the stones were very large and there was no way to move them. People were very upset. It was too dark to put up a support beam. They had practically no food or water left. The man believed that this would all end here. People began to cry a lot with grief when they saw this. But the sounds of digging did not stop and only continued. They looked in that direction. Their faces were sad. The guy continues to dig out this rubble to get further. Grandfather approached the guy and said that alone it would take decades. But the guy could not be stopped because he was still alive. Grandfather realized that the guy, in principle, did not know how to give up. People listened carefully to their conversation about this. Grandfather said that he was the head of Song Juan Valley. He wanted to leave something for posterity. He watched him for a couple of days and he could trust him. Grandfather asked to listen to his last wishes. The guy's face was surprised. The woman also wanted to pass on the skills of her family to young John. Another man also wanted to pass on his silk weaving ability. All the people gathered around the guy. They wanted to pass on their knowledge to him. Another grandpa shouted that he was just a child. They all wanted to shift all the responsibility onto his shoulders, forcing him to bear a heavy burden for the rest of his days. He compared it to being shackled. The guy said that everything is fine, and now his life does not belong only to him. He counted all his relatives who died at the hands of the Chideok family. He was indebted to everyone who lost their lives because of him, and he also wanted the deaths of these people not to be in vain. He must overcome his powers to take revenge on everyone else. He believed that his journey would not end here and that he would get out and survive. He wanted to make those who did all this to them pay. He added that he would be able to show them what hell was, so he would gladly accept their offers. After a while, during training, the man knocked the guy out of his hand's training weapon, and the guy just fell to the ground from a slight blow. The man asked if he could stand up. The guy was still able to get up. The man will offer to end their training here because he should rest. But the guy picked up a stick and wanted to continue training. There was already a little sweat on the guy's face. The man was surprised because the guy has incredible concentration. The guy was engaged in the art of honing internal energy. The man also showed him speed training, also showed him the technique of throwing various weapons. The woman explained to him the method of making miraculous medicines, and even the skill of combination. For several days, he tirelessly studied the secret techniques of each clan. His learning speed was impressive. They had not yet finished training, and at that moment Jagan was called. The girl approached them and suddenly began to cry. At first they did not understand what was happening and why she started crying. Grandfather was lying on the ground and called the guy to him. The old man was glad to see the guy because he wanted to talk to him. The guy held his grandfather's hand. He asked him how he could cope with everything alone. He apologized for not being able to keep him safe and for not being able to be there. The guy continued to hold his hand and listen to him carefully. The old man missed the place where he spent his whole life. He wanted to see Kikwayocho bloom again in the Bekwachayolgok Valley. He began to close his eyes. People realized that unfortunately that old man died. All the people started crying at this rather sad news. The guy was also a little upset about this, but he still wanted to continue the unfinished training. After all, they had little time, so they needed to train right now. Meanwhile, somewhere on one of the city streets, someone was humming different songs in his rather sad voice. It was the same elder man Neo. He was sitting near the mine, which was blocked together with Chin Jagan. The guard said that he had been spending his time like this for 2 weeks already. Reason finally left him. He drank himself to death because he wanted to destroy the guy, but his plans failed. He broke the bottle out of anger. He didn't know what to do now. He decided to get up and walk a little along this street. Suddenly, something interested him in that side. He looked at the entrance to the cave where he broke the bottle. On the water, he saw strange waves from vibration. He couldn't believe it that there were actually vibrations on the water. The vibrations occurred due to the fact that there were people inside the mine. He was very happy about this because the guy was most likely alive. Elder Man Nyo understood that he would still be able to take revenge on Chin Jagan now, and this guy shouldn't have died just like that. He was very happy about this. Some reached their breaking point in this sad mine. One by one, people died of hunger while the guy continued to work. People were already very exhausted and wanted to eat. The men were already lying on the ground, practically unconscious, and the guy continued his work to achieve success in his path. The woman asked him to take revenge on Chiduk for their Yangjam family. The man also asked the guy not to forget what they taught him here. It didn't take long before he was completely alone. Chin Jagan heard strange sounds that came from an unknown place. In fact, in principle, there were no living people left in the mine except him. The guy was thinking about what kind of sound that could be there. A lot of time has passed and winter has already begun outside. The elder came to the mine site again to inspect the entrance to the mine. Many people thought he was crazy, but it was enough for him to just hear the guy. He believed that it would take him 5 years, maybe more, to get out of there. Elder Man Neo was already looking forward to their meeting. The guy, while in the mine, was tearing up the moss and grass that grew there. He fortified himself with poisonous water and herbs. It wasn't the best food, but it kept the guy alive. He also continued his daily workouts to become stronger. He did breathing exercises and controlling the body from the inside. And while training, the guy continued to gradually chop stones every day. This was quite difficult for him physically, and loneliness also ate the guy up mentally from the inside. He often cried because of this, because he was left alone in the mine, and he needed to spend a lot of time to get out. But every day he continued to chop stones in order to get out faster. Time passed very quickly and it flowed like a river. 8 whole years have passed, and one night when the moon was shining very brightly, the guy was finally able to do it. He broke the last stone and was able to get his hand through. He cleared the entrance to the cave completely and went outside. And for the first time in many years, he stepped onto the ground. He saw everything he had not seen for so long, such as the moon, the sky, and even trees. He was very happy about this, and after such a long time, this surprised him. But also, his desire for revenge was simply enormous. He is back now in the form of Sura. The elder, meanwhile, continued to attack different people. They, together with their guards, attacked one family. They started to burn houses in their village just like that. There were many people killed and their bodies lay on the ground. They tied the people up so they couldn't escape. The attackers said that it was naive of them to believe that they would not find out where they were hiding. The girl said that the head is the same savage as he was before. She asked him if he really wasn't afraid of heavenly punishment. Chief Chi-Dak said that he dealt with 20 births with his own hands. The head grabbed her face with his hand, and he asked, "Where is this punishment?" He asked to tell me where the secret books of the Hong Yak clan are. But the girl spat in his face. The girl said that all they can do is steal and kill, and Murim doesn't care about that at all. And since when did the Union become a place for uniting worthless rabble? Out of anger, the head kicked the girl. The blow was strong, and the girl fell to the ground. He was angry with this girl. He didn't understand how she dared to open her mouth if she didn't know anything. He hit her again because she is not allowed to spit in his face. One servant, who at the same time was also a warrior, turned to the head. They found secret recordings. The head said that there was no point in hiding them because they stole them anyway, and they will find excellent use if they value them so much. The head asked the girl to also say thank you for the fact that their achievements would outlive their clan and pass on to the Chidek clan. He started laughing with the girl, and the servant asked the elders, what should they do with the captives? The head believed that these people alive could create unnecessary problems for them, so they needed to be killed. The girl began to cry and prayed that someone would punish them for all their atrocities. Houses in the village continued to burn. At night near the house of the Chidok family, the head asked for more drinks. The servant reminded him that he had already drunk a lot and should not continue. But the head was angry with him because the servant was not asked this, and he had to bring the drink. He continued to pour himself a glass. He understood that there are masters who, without making any effort, keep everything under their control. He wanted to live just like them. He thought that this would be the case when he entered into an alliance, but his plans were ruined. The leader believed that because of Elder Man Neo, they lost everything they had. He was very angry and hit the table with his hand. He considered his options for what to do next. The head just didn't want to give up, and he didn't care what others said. If his path to what he wants is so far, he needs to find a way to shorten this road. All valuable books of small clans will pass into the hands of the Chidok family. He will seize any opportunity. A strange fog was spreading in the room. He continued to sit at the table and after some time fell asleep. When he woke up, he didn't understand anything. The thoughts in his head were kind of a blur. A couple of seconds later, he saw his hand, which was covered in blisters. He was scared and didn't understand what it was. He began to run to his servants to find at least someone, but his look was very confused by what he saw. Lying on the floor were his servants who had the same symptoms. Some of the servants were foaming at the mouth. Some servants remained alive. They began to call the head to them. They said that when they woke up, they found it on their bodies. They asked with fear why this happened. The head thought about the symptoms. There was profuse sweating and red blisters, a dullness of all sensations, which he at first attributed to intoxication, and came to the conclusion that these were symptoms of poisoning with the cinnabar mineral. The head asked if they had an antidote. The servant said that they mined it in that blocked mine, and there should be some left. He ordered them to quickly bring it here. The head admitted that someone had made a mistake when working with poisons. Standing outside, his attention focused on the forest. It was from there that this poison was coming, and someone attacked them. Someone had the courage to do this. Near the cauldron from which the poison was coming stood that guy Jagan. The poison was not used on the guy. He has matured noticeably. After all, he already had immunity to poisons. Coming out of the mine, the guy cried. The night air hurt his skin, and the light of the bright moon blinded his eyes. He had never had this before. He was surprised at this, because he had spent many years in the dark. He turned around to look there again. Jagan looked at the mine from which he had been climbing for 8 whole years. But the guy remained the same. He was going to keep his promise. He began to walk through the forest that was around. During this time, the guy's hair grew a lot. He came to the place where he planned to begin his revenge. He knew that his path was already determined. He wanted to take revenge on everyone who did evil. The servants brought an antidote, and only this was left from the smilax rhizomes. The leader told them to eat one each and follow him. They did not know how many enemies would surround them, 10 or 100. Their main goal was to exterminate them. They were soon to find out who they were. The head and his servants headed to the place where the poisonous smoke was coming from. The head looked around the forest around him. He saw red smoke, and they headed towards him. They ran to the place from which poisonous smoke was coming. The head asked who they were. He wanted them to come out of the smoke so he could see them. The guy realized that the head of Chidek had come to him. The head asked why he dared to commit such a terrible act towards them. Smoke surrounded them in an ever-increasing area, and at one moment that guy came out of the smoke. He answered him with a serious face that by right of revenge. The guy said that he was Jagan, and he came to take revenge for the Yak clan. The head was surprised that someone from his family survived. He didn't think their family was characterized by self-confidence. He wanted to know where the others were. The guy, being in the smoke, remained silent. A couple of seconds later, he replied that he was alone. The head and servants were surprised at this. Chief Chidiok thought it was just a joke and asked what he could do alone. The guy was surprised because they thought he was joking. The servants and their leader stood silently and listened to the guy. He didn't care what the guy said, and he decided to find out when he dealt with him. He noted that setting the cinnabar on fire and releasing smoke was a good idea, but he was still young and knew little. After all, cinnabar is a poison that the Chidek family worked with at one time, and the Chidok family had antidotes. They rushed to attack the guy with swords, saying that he would regret that he openly opposed them. The guy stood still while the servants ran at him. But suddenly those servants felt bad. Their eyes became dim from the effects of this poisonous smoke. He made a blow with his sword, but the guy ducked down and was able to avoid the blow. At that moment, the guy took out his knife. He plunged the knife into the first servant to attack. He began to fall to the ground, screaming in pain. The battle did not stop there, but only continued. The second guard began to attack the guy and swung his sword at him. But the guy, thanks to his training inside the mine, was able to stop his blow. The security guard didn't understand where this guy got this equipment from. The guy used his technique and threw the attacker away. The head ordered his guards to attack all together. Doubt and fear appeared on his face. The guy alone dealt with all the defenders. He found this very strange. After all, his speed and blade skill are a match for a beginner. He clearly had no experience in battles because he could not even dodge the blow. The head was surprised and did not understand, but why was this? One after another, they attacked this guy. There were many more of them. The guy also applied the throwing technique he had learned. Small balls flew straight into the warrior's eyes. This technique stopped him, and the servant began to fall to the ground, holding his eyes with his hands. The guy dealt with every attacking warrior. The head couldn't understand why they couldn't catch him then. He pushed his servant aside, angry at them for taking so long to fight some guy, and they should be ashamed because they could not detain him. He decided that he would deal with it himself. The head rushed to run towards the guy with lightning speed, leaving trails of dust behind him. He wanted to grab the guy with his hand. The head had not fought for a long time, but he was sure that he could easily deal with this guy. The hand was already approaching the guy's face, but he instantly retreated and the head began to fall to the ground. He didn't understand how this happened. He fell to the ground with a loud impact. The head felt strange, and his face began to swell again. "It looks like he was at his limit," the guy said. He recalled that cinnabar poison affects the senses and ultimately leads to death. He asked if they really thought they could neutralize him. The effects of the poison began to manifest themselves on each warrior. They screamed in unbearable pain. The head said, "How is this possible?" because they ate Smilax rhizomes, and the boy asked them to remember what happened in the beginning. After all, when they came here, he was not burning cinnabar, it was green tea leaves. The first thing to consider when eating Smilax rhizomes is problems with the liver and kidneys. Anyone who has them should not take them. Secondly, if you use green tea leaves, the medicinal properties of Smilax rhizomes will lose their potency. The guy did not expect to defeat them by force, so he was simply biding his time so that the poison had time to manifest itself. After all, he had been preparing for this day for 8 years, and he had enough knowledge. The head felt very bad, and his strength gradually left him. He didn't want to die like this because he was only following orders from above. He asked to make a deal with him. If he gives him the antidote, Chi Daok will help him restore the Yak family. But the guy said that he did not have an antidote because the poisons had no effect on his body. The head didn't understand how this was. The guy reminded him of the cinnabar mine and that he had been there for 8 years. He remembered what the guy was talking about. This is the boy on whom Elder Man Neo conducted experiments. He didn't understand how he managed to survive there. The guy said that the Yak clan no longer exists. But besides his family, there were a huge number of families that were killed at the hands of Chidok. Therefore, the families of the Dok family must answer for their deeds and disappear from the face of the earth. After all, no one was going to judge them. And Chinja Gang decided that he would be the one to do it. The guy decided to move on. Around him was the Chidok family, which was destroyed. Every protector who belonged to the Chidok family lay dead on the ground. He entered their huge house, which was previously heavily guarded. He remembered his loved ones who died because of the ores of the Chidok family. His mother, grandfather, father, and others, they were all brutally killed by the Chidek family. And Chinja Gang finally fulfilled their wish. 8 years later, he was finally able to take revenge on them. The Chi Daok family paid with their existence for their deeds. However, her disappearance did not mean that everything was resolved. He entered Chi Daok's house and saw a closed box. He opened it to see what was there. There were records and books that their family took from other clans. The only reason the Chi Daok family had any power was because of the support of the powers that be in this world. And their family was just a pawn in the game of a rotten bunch of people. He began to read the notes. There were many different books there that interested the guy. It was already getting a little dark outside, and the sun was about to set soon. And the guy continued to read different entries. On the pages of one book, he noticed an interesting thing. According to an agreement between the families of the Dok clan, the owner of the Dok Waijong Valley, in order to dispel Baek Li Jun's worries, tripled the explosion of the mine. The guy was surprised by this information. It turns out that the families of 3 generations of the Dok family were involved in what happened. The guy remembered the man's words that the mines were under the general management of the entire clan. Many people died in the mine because of Dok's hatred, and the decision to close that mine was made not only by Chidok's family. He decided to burn down their house, and if the Dok family is not stopped, people will continue to die at their hands. Ever since he emerged from the mine, this has been his mission. Blood for blood, he wanted to uproot the Dok family, and after that, take revenge on Muram. On the street, in one of the gazebos, someone was giving a lecture about the body and poisons. He said that the heart is protected by the liver, which takes the first blow. Therefore, if you use a poison that attacks the heart, the liver will begin to deteriorate first. The disciples were surprised by this. They thanked the teacher for this knowledge. He believed that they were overpraising him, because he said that his knowledge was superficial. But the disciples denied this, telling him that he was the best at poisons. It was Elder Man. Next time, he wanted to tell the students about determining the type of poison based on the degree of liver damage. The students thanked him and said goodbye to the teacher. Having finished the lesson, the elder walked around his palace. A servant turned to him saying that the head of the union was calling him. The elder, without uttering any reaction, decided to remain silent without emotion, and he decisively went to the head of the union, Murim Union of Associations, a branch of Huguang County. He greeted the head of the union. He stood on the balcony and a bird sat on his hand. He remembered that he had been promoted and should call him Bake Li Kakchu. The head of the union noted that he was slow, but the elder said that he was in a hurry to get here as best he could, and besides, he had a problem with his leg. He asked what issue he called him for. He had news that might interest him. He received a letter from Yunnan province. He tossed it to the elder. He looked at the letter. It was quite small. After reading it, he was shocked. His family was wiped out, and Chi Deok's family home was burned down in just one morning. And since Chi Deok's family is part of Murim, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, and he needed to clarify what exactly happened there. The elder began to laugh evilly. The head of Murim was surprised by this. He began to laugh even louder as if he had lost his head. The head of the union asked what's funny about this. The elder explained that it looked like the guy had returned. Qin Jiagang, for whom he had been waiting for so many years. He assumed that he should appear soon, but he could not think that he would show himself so boldly. And the first person he dealt with was his worst enemy, the Chi Dek family. But the head of the union recalled that the Chi Deok family was weakened due to the fact that the elder hid the manuscripts and medicines. Anyone could have dealt with it. The head believed that it was unlikely that a child who spent 8 years in the mine was behind this. The likelihood of this happening is extremely low. But the elder believed in it. He didn't destroy Chi Deok so he could have bait for the guy. And if it really was him, then everything is just beginning. Revenge happened too quickly. It won't be enough for him. The elder asked the head of the union to entrust him with the investigation and let him figure it out. The head of Marima did not know whether he could be trusted or not, but he still agreed to it. He threw this silver tablet onto the ground, which grants him rights equivalent to a researcher of the Murim Union. He thanked the head for his trust because it was a responsible matter. The elder told him that if one day the day came when he was given a great gift, the elder would hope that he would not forget his servant. He thanked him again and began to leave. But when he tried to open the door, he could not do it. He turned to the head and he wanted to tell him something else. He reminded him that no matter what rank he was now, he had to watch his language. Elderman Neo took note of his remark. There was complete silence in the room. The elder was already thinking that it was time to harvest the seeds that he had planted a long time ago. After all, for him, the longer the fruit ripens, the sweeter it becomes. He wondered what else Qin Jiagang could do to amuse the elder. The elder set off on horseback through the forest. Revenge makes some people much stronger. He believed that revenge is the best engine. Having spent several years at the bottom of hell splitting stones, he probably overcame himself several times. He knew that if he could one day get out of the mine, the Chi Deok family would not be a hindrance to him, and that was really what he believed. Therefore, he went to one place. He decided to come to where it all happened. He looked around the grounds of the Chi Deok family's house. The guy burned everything to the ground. He examined the bodies of the destroyed people. He was looking for some kind of trace. Suddenly, a throwing knife flew out of the air towards him. It hit the ground behind the elder. There was a man on the roof of the building. The man said he was lucky he recognized him. Otherwise, there would have been a hole in his throat. He asked what he forgot here. He said sarcastically that it was clear from their faces that they were very happy to see him. And also, there were gentlemen from Anbu and Dak Valley. It looks like all the families of 3 generations of Dak are together. The first was from Anbu Kusan Wol. The second was from Chiol San Tonamgi. The third comes from Dak Valley No Yuk. The elder told them that he was here for the same reason as them. He couldn't stay away when he learned about such a terrible tragedy, even if he left his family. But Dak is his roots. The elder said that Murim allowed him to investigate the matter. He arrived here as quickly as possible to catch the culprit. The man No Yuk knew that he had hidden something that belonged to his family. He went down to him. The elder explained that the union had come to the conclusion that he was not involved, but the man knew that there they were simply covering one of their own. He started yelling at him, but Kusang Wol stopped him. He asked him to relax. And if Counselor Mann had come to investigate the matter, then the Union had paid attention to it, and they need to take advantage of the opportunity and figure it out quickly. Elder Man thanked Tai Yup Ku for his help. The man, to Nam Gi, asked what the Union thought about what happened. The elder said that in Murim they believed that this was the work of the opposing Kakchu Pek Lee family. The man was surprised by this. Yuk didn't understand why Doc's family always gets it. They should have gone against this Bek Lee Jun right away. The elder told them that everything would become clear when they caught the culprit. Ku Sang-wol asked what he had already found out. The elder thought about it. He noted that all the corpses were burned, but there were no signs of wounds on them. He assumed that the enemy had dealt with them in some other way and that there was some poison involved. He asked to follow him to show him what they had found. He was discovered in the afternoon and they could barely identify him. They discovered Chief Chi Doc. The symptoms were from cinnabar poison. They did not understand what method the enemy used to spread the poison. He looked around and there was a cauldron behind him. He approached him to examine him. He said that this was the key to the spread of the poison. This was the medical art of burning cinnabar. After burning it, mercury remains. It seems that the enemy acted exactly like that. And judging by the fact that there were tea leaves there, the enemy was prepared even if they took the antidote. There was nothing they could do in such a situation. The man realized that the enemy understood that he could not defeat them by force. But when they catch him, he won't cause them problems. At this time, the elder noted another piece of evidence for himself. Now he was sure that he was right and that it was Chinja Gang. And this poison was very difficult to cope with, and this is another proof. Considering his body's ability to accumulate poisons, he was able to collect a huge amount of cinnabar while in the mine. The guy wanted to let Chi Dek understand who they were facing, so that they would understand at whose hands they would die. The elder understood that the guy had become truly strong. He really wanted to see the anger appear on his face. His look was simply insane. They asked the elder if he was okay, because he looked strange. They reminded him that it was too late and it was time to leave. Tomorrow they want to continue the investigation and offered to go home with them, but the elder refused. They agreed to meet tomorrow at this place in the morning. They left, but the elder remained there. He knew that tonight was supposed to be fun. He continued to stand in the middle of the forest. It was already quite late at night. The servants were still awake and were waiting for the head. The head returned to his servants, who successfully waited for him. The commander said that so far they had not found any clues, and there were no enemies at the scene. The servant admitted that they ran away because they knew that people would come to that place. The commander noticed 2 dead people on the ground. He asked in surprise what happened here. The servant said that they did not agree to give up their house to them. He asked to remove them from here. The commander said that there are no more cases for today. The investigation will continue tomorrow. Bags of something began to fly into their territory. At this time, the commander was telling us that tomorrow we would have to work hard. The servants were surprised by this, but they were ready for new challenges. They began to examine these mysterious bags. Suddenly, bags of poison exploded near them. The commander could not figure out what was happening and where the smoke came from. He quickly realized that it was poisonous smoke and asked the servants not to inhale it. It was someone's enemy attack. Smoke quickly spread throughout the air. The servants began to cough, choking on this poison. The enemy was always waiting for the moment when they would come here. He didn't know who was behind this. And the guy was near that house, because the poison had no effect on him. There was more and more toxic smoke around. The head understood that in such a situation it was impossible to act rashly. The smoke made it difficult to see what was happening. The enemies fled after destroying the Chi Deok family. The enemies were waiting for them to return to attack. While the guards could not breathe, the guy made his way through the smoke closer to them. One of them noticed the silhouette of the enemy. The other man also realized that there was an enemy here. He was waving the weapon in front of him when the guy was already behind him. He looked to the side and believed that the enemy was hiding there. He saw this silhouette and fired his weapon at it. But it seems he was a little mistaken in his aim. It hit another guard and he fell to the ground. The man was afraid that he shot at the wrong person, and there was a guy behind him and attacked him with a knife. The head knew that the poison had no effect on enemies, and besides, It was not difficult for them to fight in the dark. If things continued like this, they would not survive. He asked his servants to split up so that each could see his neighbor in order to drive the enemies into the center. They obeyed the leader and separated as he asked. They began to approach closer to the center. Toxic smoke continued to spread around. Someone saw a silhouette in the center of the circle. He quickly reported that he saw their enemy here. The head said that they should not let the enemies escape and move to the center. The servant reminded him that he could hurt his people. The head knew this, but couldn't think of any other way. The head began to strike many times at the center of the circle. The servant did not understand why he was doing this, but he had no other idea because it would be a shame to die here from the poisonous smoke. When the fajol needle hits you, the bones begin to dissolve, causing unbearable pain. If at least one needle hits the target, victory will be theirs. Making his way through the smoke, he saw a boy who had been hit by several needles and fell. The head was surprised that they were attacked by one child. He believed that this was unlikely, and while he was still alive, he needed to find out information. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and raised his head. He grabbed a knife and rushed to attack him. The head was able to block one blow with his hand. But the blow was quite strong and he flew several meters away. The head couldn't believe what was happening. After all, the guy continued to move under the effect of the needle. He thought maybe he missed. But the guy owned the secret weapon of the O-Song family. This weapon is the flight line of the 12 earthly branches. A needle began to fly into one of the servants' head. The head did not understand what was happening here. The guy attacked the servant with their own weapon. The servant fell to the ground. The head needs to be more careful. But after a couple of seconds, his gaze froze. His body received the same effect from the needle. The head did not understand how this could happen. He admitted that he may have inhaled poison. The moment the guy hit him, he got angry at the guy and screamed. The needle went straight into his body. The guy, using that technique, was able to deliver this blow with a needle. The head lay on the ground and did not believe that he could lose to this guy. He didn't want to give up and took the needle into his own hands. He stuck the needle into the guy's leg with all his might. He raised his head to look at his face, but he was shocked. The guy said that fajol needles have a really amazing effect, but these needles won't do anything to the guy. The head didn't understand where the guy got such abilities and who he was. The guy told him that he was from the Yak clan, but the man didn't understand. What does he have to do with it? The boy told him that it was a long story and that it was enough for him to know only this. After all, he would not have had time to listen to him. The effect of the needle was very fast, and after these words, Head Kiol-san died. The guy was able to single-handedly defeat another family. On the street, a man approached Mr. No Yuck. He said that they should go to that place because the Anbu pigeon flew in, and it looks like something happened to Kiol-san. Chapter No Yuck was surprised by this. Had the enemy really attacked them? First the destruction of Chidok, now this. This made him uneasy. They decided to go there too and asked everyone to get ready for it. He thought that Tu Nam Gi and Kusong Wol were alive. However, they need to act carefully because they did not know the enemy. Chapter No Yuck saw an unknown man. He asked what he was doing here. It was Elder Man Nyo. His gaze was crazy. The elder said that he came on business. The head said that they were leaving and they would talk to him later, to which the elders replied that they would not succeed. The head asked what kind of business this is. The elder said that all members of Dok Valley must die by his hand. They looked at the elder in surprise. The head was angry with him because he was saying nonsense. He repeated, laughing, that they should all die. It seems that after joining Murim, he became very arrogant because why would they die by his hand? He replied that he had personal reasons for this. The head said that he still wanted to deal with this traitor, and since he was not the instigator of the conflict, there will be no problems with Murim. He rushed to attack Elder Man, but the elder said that only the head should die here. Later, they decided to come to the place where the attack took place. On command, they began to attack, but the man stopped when he saw something. There was a man on the ground who survived the attack. They saw survivors and began to rescue them. The man wanted to tell him something, but he could not understand him. Suddenly, a needle stuck into his body. It was a fajol needle. He told the others to run away because the enemy had defeated the Kiol-san family. He screamed from the pain that the needle brought. The man was standing on the roof of the building. The man realized that the enemy had left the embroiderers as bait and attacked from the blind spot using Chul San's weapon. It seemed to him that the enemy was a strong fighter, but he worried in vain. After all, if he were a master, he would have faced them directly face to face. He saw where the needles were flying from, and he roughly understood where the enemy was. And the Anbu divine technique worked perfectly in the darkness. He began to examine the toxic smoke around him. He saw the place where the enemy was. He stuck a knife into his body. He said that he did not specifically aim for the heart, so as not to kill it immediately, and let him answer his questions. But he saw that the body began to fall, and it was not the enemy. It turned out to be the murdered head of another family. This means the enemy was hiding somewhere else. He suspected it was behind him, and so it was. The guy with the weapon of the defeated family stood behind. He used this weapon to shoot the man. The guy made a very powerful attack. The man was unable to react in time. He was thrown high into the air. After flying for a few seconds, it hit the ground. The guy began to leave the house he was in. The guy took a few steps towards the place where the man was supposed to be, but his view changed dramatically. When we got closer, he wasn't there. The man attacked the guy and said that the guy must have thought that victory was already in his pocket. The guy tried to fight off the man. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Drops of blood began to drip onto the ground. But time returned to the conflict between the elder and the head. The elder cut off the attacker's hand and said that they decided to attack him without appreciating his abilities. Did he say that they were so weak to begin with, or quietly nicknamed themselves part of the Dock Valley? The head did not understand how this happened. Everything happened so quickly. He thought that he used some kind of trick and asked others to attack. They began to take out weapons to attack him together. They started running towards the elder to kill him, but he was able to avoid their blows, and they ran past. The attackers saw that he was missing. The head was greatly shocked by this. The warrior's face was cut. He struck at the attacking warriors. The head realized that this was not a trick at all. The elder said that he finally realized this. He approached him and asked if he knew the difference with true martial art. His eyes were filled with fear. There was a sharp impact on the ground. The head was able to retreat a few meters. The elder thought that he would kill him with one blow, but it is not for nothing that he is called a master. The head realized that all this time he had been silent about his abilities. The elder told him that there was no need to demonstrate them before. He hid his strength for an occasion like this. The head asked, "This case, is this their valley?" The elder said that he was not interested in him, but in that child. After all, he acted much more decisively than he expected, and he wants to deal with them before all the families of the Dock clan mobilize. After all, it would be difficult for him to fight 3 masters at once, and he decided to help him a little. The head said that it turns out he knew who their enemy was. He asked where he met this kid Ji Gang. The elder said that this is a long story, and for him, he is an enemy, a child, a teacher, and an image to admire. And Chidok's family and himself have been groveling before others for a long time. He had to endure to achieve his goals. He didn't have enough words to describe how they lived then. Only he was his light in the darkness of those days. He made him better, and in his heart lies not only anger, but also a whole palette of feelings. And he couldn't let him go. The head did not understand what nonsense he was talking about. He explained that he had personal reasons for doing this. He suggested that we leave the conversation and finish what we started. The elder saw the leader preparing his yellow fire technique to attack him. Realizing this, he began to attack him because he already knew about his technique. The head said that he should have known about her power. The elder was able to dodge the blow from the technique. He replied that of course he knew about the power of technology. He started killing him, and the head asked him to stop. The elder was able to destroy him. He dealt with this family and looked at the poisonous smoke coming from afar. There the battle was in full swing. The guy stopped the knife blow with his hand. In the other hand, there was a weapon from that family. The enemy was able to snatch it. The guy was able to attack his opponent. The guy also wanted to use the needle-throwing technique. The head realized this and thought about what he should do now. He used an umbrella to protect himself from the needles. Not a single needle hit him. But during this, the guy was able to hide in the smoke. The man said that the guy would not be able to survive because there was poison on the dagger that cut his hand. First, it should paralyze his arm, and then his whole body. He examined his hand, which was indeed cut, but the man did not know that the guy was resistant to poisons. He tried to detect the enemy. He heard loud and sharp sounds near him. The guy reacted instantly and immediately began to attack him. They began to fight with their sharp daggers. They continued this difficult battle for a long time. The guy was successfully able to block all his blows. The man noted that the guy was clumsy, but he was holding firm, and he didn't think that he would decide to engage in close combat with him. The head began to use his technique with his second hand, but the guy was able to dodge his blow. He realized that he was not so simple. He hoped to capture him alive in order to find out information about his accomplices, but this would not be easy. The man asked him to surrender. After all, the guy is just stalling for time and he won't defeat him with one hand. Then the guy said that now it was his turn. He suddenly began to attack the man with his blade. The head did not expect such a quick blow, but he was still able to turn away from this guy's blow. The man got very angry with him and wanted to destroy the guy, but the guy quickly found himself behind the man. He didn't understand where he got such speed from and when did he manage to get behind. They began their sword fight again. Looks like the guy was hiding his abilities. With every second, his movements became even faster, although the poison should have slowed him down. The man used his striking technique. A rather powerful explosion occurred at the battle site, but the guy remained safe and sound. The guy told him that the man only thought that the guy had fast technique, but this was not the case at all, and he was very mistaken. He noticed a small wound with blood on his face. The guy still managed to hurt him then, and it turns out that it was his perception that was disrupted, and not the guy who became faster. And he attacked so that the man would not notice how the poison was spreading throughout the body. The guy said everything was right. The man realized that a dangerous adversary had emerged from him. The man said that the end of the battle would be soon and he had nothing to lose. He would have to destroy him in one blow. He stopped and stood there, pondering his actions. His look changed a lot in one moment. The guy watched this with caution. The man used a powerful shadow projectile dash. He told him not to even hope for salvation. After all, he will aim at the paralyzed left side of the guy's body. He was already approaching the guy to strike him with this powerful blow. But something stopped him, and his gaze was filled with pain. The guy stuck the needle into the heart area with his left hand. The man was sure that the guy had a paralyzed arm, but somehow he was able to stick the needle into his body with that hand. The guy pulled out the needle because the poison had already penetrated his body. The man felt very ill from this powerful poison. The guy looked at him with the look of a winner. The man fell to the ground. He didn't know that poisons had no effect on the guy, which is why he lost. And the guy just pretended that his arm was paralyzed. He had other enemies, but he no longer had any strength left. He thought about whether they would attack or decide to retreat. The guy's gaze moved to another place. He noticed Salgi. It was an evil energy. She was very far away, but he felt her. Is this really the power of the energy of the master of Dock Valley? If that was the case, then he had no chance of defeating him now. He completed his plan for today, dealt with another family. The elder understood that a long journey awaited him, but there would be enough events for today. He was glad that he could see the guy become stronger. He was looking forward to their meeting. The elder sat on the roof of the house at night. He believed that the guy was aware of the whole situation, judging by what happened to those top-class fighters. And in the Chidek family, there were only 3 families left, namely Cheol San, Anbu, and Dock Valley. He was wondering which family he would start with. The elder assumed that the guy would start with the Chul San family, who use pahol needles in battle. They are the weakest of the 3 families. By eliminating them, it would be possible to weaken Dock's forces in general. But if he starts with them, the 2 stronger families will have time to prepare for defense. He thought about what if he attacked the Anbu or Dock Valley. Having defeated one of them, one could consider the Dock clan almost exterminated. But he believed that this was an absurd tactic for him. But destroying Dok Valley is not the same as destroying Chidok. After all, this is where Murim must intervene. He thought about it and decided to start with the Anbu family.
They use divine techniques and mostly attack from behind. They are ready to attack anywhere. He realized that if the guy decided to wipe out the Doc family from the face of the earth, it would not matter to him whether the enemy was weak or strong. He took out a tablet from Murim. He guessed where he would go. The elder has been training, and he has enough strength to easily break the guy's neck. And he didn't want to kill the guy so easily. The path that the guy chose is the true path of Sura. If everything turns out that way, then his life will be filled with blood and battles until the end of his days. He thought about helping the guy with something. He wanted to guide him towards this path. The elder saw many killed people on the street. He believed that it was Chinja Gang who killed him, and he was blinded by revenge and turned into a psychopathic killer. Why did he need to kill ordinary residents? They did not belong to the Doc family. A strange smile appeared on his face. He started laughing hard again. The guy was in a village somewhere in the forest. Chinja Gan washed himself with water from a well that was located there, and the guy stopped with him to rest. After training, the guy's body was quite pumped up. He remembered his grandfather's words in the mine. When he completes his training and gets out of here, he will be much stronger than his former self, but he should take into account that this new power is only in his head. They told him that without practice it means nothing, but using it according to the situation is a completely different matter. The guy asked what he should do. People reminded him to take his time and remain vigilant and sober in assessing his options. And when he can know himself, he will be ready to confront the enemy. The guy realized that they were right. He trained alone for 8 years, and he lacks real combat experience. Because of this, it was impossible to dodge the attacks of enemies. And blocked blood and energy flows prevent him from fully using martial arts. But such battles are the only opportunity to train. It's risky, but the results will be worth it. He knew that stronger opponents awaited him next, and he had to become better in order to fight them off. And improve the methods of using poison. After all, it was poison that until now had helped him resist the power of his enemies. He said that Chidiak gave them this poison, and he owes it to them to return it in the same form. He had to hurry. 3 days later in Yunnan Province, the headquarters of Doc Valley, the servants called Mr. Koku to announce an emergency message. The owner of the valley, Doc, was sitting at the table at that time. The servant wanted to tell about Mr. No Yuck. The servant said that during the investigation into the murder of the Chidiak family, Mr. No Yuck died. The owner was shocked by this news, and he also said that the fighters Chul San and Anbu also died. The owner wanted to know what exactly happened there. He wanted to send his soldiers there to find out the details. He couldn't believe that No Yuck was killed, as well as Chi Deok, although they were weak. It was strange. The owner of Doc Valley understood that someone clearly harbored a grudge against Rod Doc, and this was a serious matter. The owner said that he would find out everything himself. At this time, Admiralty Advisor Man arrived. He told Mr. Kokchu not to strain himself because the boy would come to him himself. Mr. Kokchu did not expect to see him here. He said that they had not seen each other for quite some time. The gentleman said that he was not welcome here. But Counselor Man asked if he really believed that he had betrayed Chideok. He stated that everything that happened was just a misunderstanding. A strange purple smoke formed around. The servant began to cough from this mysterious smoke. He wanted to ask him why he was talking about no yucca. The poison made the man feel very sick every minute. This poisonous smoke came from Counselor Man Neo. He added that they still seemed to perceive him as the elder of a third-rate family. He breathed in some clean air, and he spat this poison right out of his mouth. The head said that Baek Tam Hyung, a man who sprays poison that has 100 cents, and he really lives up to his nickname. And the head added that he was not capable of anything more than this. The head used his power right on him, but this did nothing for Counselor Man. He stated that his tricks would not work on him. The head said anxiously that Man had become stronger. He was surprised by his great strength, which he had not seen before. It seems that after joining the alliance, his skills were greatly improved. However, it is wrong to think that his poison is his only weapon. Investigator Man said that it would be nice to test each of his abilities, but he was not interested in the conflict, and mentioned no yucca because it was he who conveyed the news of his death. The head asked the servant if this was true, to which he received the answer that it was true. The head asked how Man Neo knew about what happened. He learned this because the Chideok family is part of Murim. He took out a tablet that said Murim Union and said that he had come to the place as a researcher from the Union. The head listened to him carefully, and Man Neo said that upon arriving there, everyone was already dead, even civilians. The head asked who could have done this. Man Neo stated that he was not sure if it was the same person who destroyed Chideok. However, he was sure that the enemy had his eye on all the Doc families. The head didn't understand why he was talking about the enemy in the singular. Man Neo said that from afar he saw him killing people like Sura. The head asked why he didn't grab him then. Man Neo stated that he was scared, and if he died, there would be no witnesses to what happened. Man Neo was not afraid of his poison, but the enemy, on the contrary. He realized that he was the same cunning fox as he was before. He asked him about some useful information. Man Neo said that he was not able to see him clearly, but he tracked where he went. And he's heading right here. The head said that he has an idea that Keol San will act as bait, and they will call everyone they can to surround him with a solid ring. He loved the idea of being surrounded on all sides. This is a siege tactic in which a huge number of people block the enemy's escape route. Even a high-class fighter cannot escape. However, the enemy, once surrounded, will begin to attack the weakest units, and they risk losing many fighters. The head understood that without knowing the enemy, this tactic should not be used. He asked him if he wanted to destroy their family. Man Neo stated that he knows what the enemy is capable of, and how can he doubt him? The head did not want to be dramatic, and he did not like the fact that an outsider was meddling in Doc's business, and said that nothing more was required of him. But Man Neo showed him the tablet again, saying that he was a researcher of the Alliance. The head was very angry with him. He aggressively shouted at him that he was not in Murim now, but in Yunnan. There was a minute pause. Everyone fell silent. Man Neo just looked at the head with displeasure, and he said, since they don't want it, he won't insist on it. Man Neo just wanted to add something. He stated that the enemy was limping on one leg, and they need to beware of the lame. And Investigator Man Neo left there. Wee John's reaction was expected because he was the one who weakened Chideok, lowered his influence, and also tried to subdue him by force, so he was very angry with him. Now the eyes of all the families were directed at Keol San and not at the Anbu. Investigator Man Neo was happy about this. For a guy, Anbu are very annoying individuals because you never know where and how they will attack. If it were him, he would attack the Anbu first to get rid of the element of surprise. He decided to go to him. He expected to see him angry. He gave the guy a chance that he could use as he saw fit. From Kokchu Vai John, all the DOK families received letters with instructions. They said that each family should assemble a detachment of 20 people to capture Salsu, who was heading to Keol San. The man read this strange letter. And also that you need to beware of a suspicious lame man. Meanwhile, in the Yunnan settlement, people were working and collecting hay on one of the streets. There were servants on the tower who watched the workers so that they did not do anything wrong. The guy was in the bushes and inspecting the settlement. At first glance, she seemed ordinary. He noticed how refined their movements were when working. They were also well trained, which proves that this area belongs to Anbu. There were about 30 people here. An open attack would be equivalent to death. The guy had to come up with something. People there were collecting things in large bags. The guy heard that people were building a buckwheat farm. When the first harvest comes, they all eat sobian together, and it would be possible to add poison to them. In the last battle, he used almost all the cinnabar poison that was in him, and there were practically no poisons left that were stolen from Chidok. He needed to replenish his supplies. While walking through the forest, Chinja Gang noticed something. There was a plant called purple bindweed growing in the forest. He knew a thing or two about Ipomoea purpurea seeds. They have a laxative effect and also cause swelling and pain in the lower back. If taken in large quantities, it can cause diarrhea and hallucinations, and even lead to death. Just a couple of seeds will not be enough for him. But if you extract the poison from a large number of seeds, it can create a strong poison. He ate one flower. This poison will be capable of easily killing 30 people. A few days later near that place, the worker decided to wash the batch of cereal and come back. The worker began to rinse the cereal, thinking about how he would finally get his fill of Sobian. The guy hid in the bushes at that time. He stabbed the worker using a poisonous needle. The man did not understand what it was. Chinja Gang calmly walked out of the bushes. The guy stabbed him to use his idea. An emergency situation has been declared in the settlement. During the day, people in the mountains discovered the corpse of one of their family members who had gone to wash buckwheat. The dead man was poisoned, so there is every chance that Salsu could be behind this. People had to search the area. This was the order of the head of the family. The message that came from Doke Valley said that the enemy was heading towards Kielsun. This means it was probably false information, but he didn't care about that. After all, he believed that this villain would die at his hands. People began to search the area around the settlement. The guy was on the street at that time and saw the light from people's torches, but they didn't see him and walked past without even looking in his direction. The guy with the bag went on his way. He stopped at a well in that big village. This was the last poison he had left of all. The guy wanted to throw him into the water, but a sudden blow was struck on his hand. This knocked the bag of poison out of his hands. He had a piece of metal stuck in his hand. They turned to him saying that he was a rat and asked if he thought that they would not understand that he was hiding here. He invaded Anbu territory and tried to poison the well. They said the guy was trapped and couldn't get out. The head of the Anbu began to approach him and added that the guy had nowhere to run. The guy was alarmed because he needed to escape somehow. The guy was surrounded by soldiers. It was clear that the guy began to get nervous. The head noticed from his face that he did not understand how they found him. He thought his plan was to lure his men into the mountains and infiltrate the base. The head said that this would have happened if they did not have information about him. The guy realized that then he did not destroy all the enemies because information about him surfaced. He asked the guy if he was the one who destroyed Chidiok. The guy answered positively. He also asked if he had brutally killed soldiers and civilians. The guy stated that he only killed soldiers, but did not touch civilians, and did not understand what he was talking about. The head told him not to pretend, because he killed them so that there would be no witnesses. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. After he left there, did something happen there? He didn't argue with him and said that the main thing was that he was caught. The head asked why he needed to do all this and for what purpose. The guy threw a needle at the head's face, but he had enough reaction to grab the needle and avoid the blow. The guy threw a bag of poison on the ground. The poison began to spread. People began to choke on it. The guy, taking advantage of the moment, began to attack the servants. The other guards saw this and began to attack him. They had a fight. This was the Po-Sam family. There was a strong energy scream. The head asked not to kill the guy because they need him alive, but they didn't understand how to get to him. After all, the guy was in a cloud of toxic smoke. The head used the combat projectile dash technique. He was able to hit the guy. The guy fell to the ground and people started approaching him. They grabbed the guy and said that they couldn't believe that 2 heads of families died from this child. The head dealt the guy several blows with his technique, which pierced his body. With this technique, he became immobilized. They locked him up and wanted to go to Dock Valley in the morning for interrogation. They were so excited to finally catch this guy. They closed the door to that room. They decided to go to the table to eat and drink in peace. Today, for some reason, even Sobian seemed especially tasty to them. The head was glad he caught him. At the upcoming meeting of the Dock family, they will be able to improve their situation. The guy opened his eyes. The servant saw that the guy had woken up and brought him food. They prepared Sobian, and it is their tradition to eat it during the harvest. The head of the family handed him over and asked him to eat when he could move. That's exactly what he asked me to say. He took it and started eating, because his friend, with whom he was going to eat Sobian, died at the hands of the guy. And he doesn't deserve this food. He started kicking the guy. He wished him death because the guy did this. Suddenly the guy grabbed his leg. The guard did not understand how he was able to move, because he should have been immobilized. The guy said that trick didn't work on him.
Suddenly, the guard started bleeding. He fell to the ground, not understanding what was happening and screaming in pain. The guy took his sword and said that they lost their brothers. But because of them, the guy lost everything he had. The guy thought it was fair. He screamed in pain. The guy raised his sword and said that they were just paying for their sins. The head's gaze changed sharply and was filled with fear. All his guards and workers began to fall to the ground and spit blood. Some even had white foam coming out of their mouth. Several people were already completely dead. They asked the head for help. The head broke his mug out of anger. He couldn't understand how this happened. He realized that his internal organs were damaged due to the poison. But when did they get poisoned? At that moment, the guy came into their room. He opened the door and said that it looked like he was on time. The guy explained that he deliberately let himself be caught so that they would calm down and be able to eat Sobieon. The head remembered that they stopped him before he threw the poison into the well, and they threw away all the buckwheat that they washed during the day in the mountains. But the guy pointed to the empty bag and said that he was the one who brought it. Inside it was glutinous rice flour. He realized that it was just a disguise. Sobieon is made from buckwheat and rice flour, so no one noticed that there was poison in it. He went to extreme measures. The head at first thought that the guy was stupid and they saw through his plan. He asked who he was. He said that he is a descendant of the Yak family. The head asked, from which family specifically? The guy said he was from Baikwajogok. He shouted furiously that he had never even heard of her. The guy named several families, such as Osung, Sanghuan Valley, Kusung family, Yongjom clan. He asked if he had heard of them. He said nothing. The guy realized that if he was silent, it meant he was familiar with these names. The guy said that this was revenge on them for killing them, and they must pay with their lives. The head said that the guy couldn't get rid of them so easily. The guy wished them luck to stay alive. The head was delighted. After all, now he will be able to contain the poison of the seeds with the help of internal energy. But the head noticed smoke and a bright light on the street. Looks like the guy set fire to the building where the food was being prepared and it all caught fire. He needed to get out of there. He was at his limit, but he needed to get out. He was trying to get out of the burning house. The guy heard their screams of pain. He started to leave there, having fulfilled his idea. But the guy turned around and saw something. The head practically walked out of the burning house. He started watching him. The head threatened him that he would take revenge on the guy. The head didn't understand who he was. This guy came from an ordinary family, did not have any outstanding fighting abilities, and was lame in one leg. Why is he able to do this? Chinja Gang burned down the entire dining room, and he also poisoned everyone with his poison, mixing it into food. He didn't understand why his family died because of someone like him. The head began to hallucinate. The morning glory seeds made themselves known to him. He said that it seemed unfair to him that he had lost everything and that he would die at his hands. The head didn't want his family's story to end here. He got angry at him and swung his big fist. The guy stepped aside from his strong attack. The head dealt a very powerful blow directly to the ground where the guy was. He destroyed the wall near him, but the guy was able to hide somewhere. The guy climbed onto the roof of the house and watched this man. This is what it means to be the head of a family, because even under the influence of poison, he was extremely strong and wanted revenge. You won't be able to fight him face to face. His gaze shifted. There was a man lying on the ground unconscious. He keeps hitting different places to find this guy. He wanted to find the guy and shouted for him to come out because he was acting like a coward. The guy said that this was being told to him by one of the Anbu clan, who always attack from behind. He saw his silhouette and wanted to attack the guy again. He began to gain great momentum for his next attack. The man shouted that this time the guy would definitely not be able to escape from him. The guy, being in the smoke, began to use his ability. He hit it with 2 poison needles at once. He realized that these were Pajol's needles and got angry at the guy. His gaze became very crazy, and now he definitely wanted to destroy the boy. He grabbed the guy with his strong hand. At that place, a powerful explosion occurred again from his powerful attack. After the explosion, he examined the impact site and the guy's body. The body was torn into very small pieces, but somehow it turned out to be not Chinjagan's body. It was some other body, but not the guy he was going to take revenge on. Suddenly, the guy took out his blade and crept up on the man from behind.
Finding himself behind the man, the guy plunged a blade into his neck in the name of revenge for the Yak family. He added that today, the Anbu will cease to exist and the rest of the Dak families will soon follow. The guy told the man to go straight to hell. The Anbu clan chief's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. He fell to the ground and the guy stood next to him and watched what was happening. He was glad that another family had been destroyed. Some people noticed smoke in the neighboring village. They collected water and began to run to the fire site to help fight the fire. The body of the head continued to lie on the ground, which people had not yet noticed. Arriving at that place, they realized that they could not do anything about the fire. He was too strong. The man behind also said that there was nothing he could do to help. They looked at him in surprise. At this time, the guy hid in some warehouse. He looked around the room, trying to find something interesting to him. His supply of poison had run out again, and he needed to replenish his supply of poisons. The guy understood that since the Anbu are part of the Dak family, there would certainly be a lot of useful things for him here. Among all the cans, he noticed one very interesting to him. It was the divine water of Sawan. This is a poison that paralyzes the entire body and then the heart, which leads to death. This poison is the most powerful that the Anbu have. Even high-class fighters cannot stand against him. He tried this poison on himself. The guy immediately felt that the poison was incredibly strong. Heading towards Taijun's acupuncture point, the poison slowly moves through his body. The guy had to endure the pain, and then the poison would become his perfect weapon. After some time, the pain from the poison completely went away. After some time, the guy was able to open his eyes. He managed to do everything successfully, and his new poison was coming out of his finger now. The guy, having completed this technique, successfully left this building, and he began to leave, remaining unnoticed. The guy noticed that the fire continued in that village. There were also other buildings on fire that Chinja Gang did not burn. He saw many killed civilians on the ground. The guy spent a little time in the pantry. He wondered who could have done this. He remembered some words that the other clan had said. When he was caught, the leader asked if he had brutally killed civilians. He realized that it turns out the head didn't lie, and the same thing just happened. The sounds were coming from the neighboring village. The guy began to run in the direction where the village was located. He decided to hurry because perhaps someone continued to kill people. He knew that if this man wanted to take his life, he would have done it long ago. There were plenty of opportunities. But this man continued to kill innocent civilians behind his back. The guy realized that this man's goal was not himself. Apparently, there was something the guy didn't know. Having been imprisoned for 8 years, he was completely unaware of what was happening in the world. But for his purpose, it did not matter, because he got out to take revenge. He began to approach this village. His look changed a lot. The guy's face was simply shocked. He saw many corpses of civilians everywhere in this village, too. There were many dead people on the ground. The guy wanted to figure out what happened to them. He walked around these bodies, not understanding who could have done this. Civilians were killed in brutal fashion. The guy had no words to comment on this. He heard sounds not far from him. There was a white dog that was barking. She barked at one of the human bodies. The guy didn't feel anyone's presence. He examined this man's body. However, the heat energy has not yet disappeared, and he was literally here, just now. He was an incredible master. As soon as the guy left, he brutally dealt with the locals. He knew in advance that a battle would happen in this place, and waited. The same thing happened after Chidiuk was killed. But the guy didn't understand why this master would discredit his name, because he didn't try to eliminate him or catch him. The guy thought, what is the meaning of his actions then? He had to think calmly. The situation has become more complicated, but his goal is still the same. The guy will just continue to take revenge. But he admitted that someone was trying to use him. Meanwhile, in the Ojo family, a man walked along with a pregnant woman. One man noticed them and said that, looking at them, his eyes were happy. This confused them, and the man asked what business he was on at such a late hour. It was the head of the Ojo family, Chu Hayo. He said that he went out for a walk because the moon was so bright today. He noticed his stomach, that it was already quite big. The woman said the baby was growing well and the birth was planned for next month. The head was very happy. He also wanted Sejin to come under the leadership of the chief in the future, and later the child would inherit his place. Ojo's heir, Chu Sung-jin, told his father that it would not be soon, but the father did not plan to hold the post of head of the family for a long time, and the son only wanted to help the family rise. They continued this long conversation about it. But suddenly, they heard strange sounds coming from the bushes nearby. The head wanted to know who was there, but he didn't hear any answer from the bushes at all. The son suggested calling the guards, but the father said that this should not be done. After all, perhaps it was just a wild animal sneaking in. The head began to approach closer to those bushes. His gaze was filled with emotion. He saw a man and there was a pool of blood next to him. The head began to take out his sharp sword. The man heard sounds behind him. He turned around and saw the head approaching him with a sword. The head did not yet have time to take out his sword and strike. Advisor Man Nyo apologized for interfering on such a night. The head didn't understand what Hyung Nim was doing here. He invited him into the house and asked him to tell him what happened. He asked why he was covered in blood. Maybe he had a wound. Man Nyo said that it was nothing and he needed to discuss something with him. He told how a few hours ago he encountered the villains who dealt with Chi Deok's family. The head asked, "Is this the same one he was talking about? And did he manage to catch him?" Man Neo said that he missed it, and the Anbu turned into a pile of ash. The entire family was destroyed. The head understood that things were getting worse and worse. He said it wasn't just one person. That lame guy is just a henchman, and the others are acting in secret, so he initially thought that there was only one person at first. Man Neo had no idea who the enemies were, but you could catch the guy and find out about the others. The lame man clearly wants to deal with everything Doc. Man Neo believed that his next target was the Keol-san family and Deok Valley. He will pass through Tangya Mountain, where his family was located. He asked if he understood why he came. He realized that he wanted to ask for help, but the head of the family did not know how they would be able to defeat such strong ones. Man Neo said that they only need a lame guy. The head doubted this idea. Man Neo said that he was making him sad. After all, he did a lot of things for the Ojo family. The head understood his merits, but his family was small. Man Neo reminded that he did not come empty-handed to ask for help. After all, now the two main pillars of Yunnan have been destroyed. People have died, but their property and jobs remain. Hyung Nim asked into whose hands this will all go. He put his hand on his shoulder. He meant that those lands would go to whoever could put an end to the chaos, and he would like to offer his candidacy to the Union, and this is his chance. Man Nyo did not insist on this. However, he needs to think about the future of Sa Jin and the entire Zhou family. He said that the answer was becoming quite obvious. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Ojo family, his wife asked him why he was leaving so suddenly. Maybe it was because of yesterday's guest. The husband said that he is a very important person for their family. They could always rely on him. He omitted the details, but this time he did them a huge favor. His wife was very worried about him. He hid the sword she gave him, and taking her hands, he assured her that if everything went as it should, the situation of their family would change. He believed that his father did the right thing by agreeing to help Uncle. He wanted to bring her a gift if everything went well. She believed and was delighted at his words. The husband said goodbye to his wife and began to leave. His wife waved back with a smile on her face. They started to leave. Man Hyo watched this from the side. The warriors asked if the leader was sure that he would come if they just sat here. He didn't know for sure, because this was not the only mountain path. The leader said that his father had blocked the other paths, so he should go here. But the warriors did not really want to meet him. After all, they knew that that guy destroyed the Anbu and Chi Deok, but the leader said that there were other warriors there besides the guy, and he must also be strong. They joked about it and laughed, because nothing had happened yet and he was afraid. The leader said that I should also be very worried because my uncle was with them, and if they catch the lame guy, they will receive a huge reward. The warrior's eyes shone and he asked how huge the reward would be. The other guy pushed him because it's too early to talk about it. All you had to do was catch him and that would be the end of it. At one point they stopped pushing each other because they noticed something interesting. They saw a suspicious guy walking straight towards them. The warrior immediately reported this to his leader. The guy approached the place where they made a small ambush. The guy's face was very serious and confident. The guy began to approach them even closer. The guy saw these warriors ahead of him. The warriors were a little scared when they saw this guy. The leader's face was also alarmed. The guy started looking them straight in the eye, and the guy just walked by without saying a word to them. The warrior didn't like this and shouted for the guy to stop for a couple of minutes. After some time, the guy finally stopped. The manager introduced himself to the guy. He wanted to ask the guy a few questions. Chi Jia Gang asked what he wants to ask. The leader asked to identify himself and say where he was from and where he was going. The guy said that he was from Yunnan and was going to see a friend in Xiongcheon. They asked if he had a name tag. The guy said no. He asked them to follow them for a while, but the guy refused. He asked who they were that he should obey them. The warrior said that they belonged to the Ojo family, and since they were part of the Murim alliance, then his affairs were theirs too. The guy asked how he knew they were really from Ojo and not just mountain bandits. The soldiers asked him to stop talking and asked him to follow them. The manager said that he would bring a person who could confirm his identity and asked to call his uncle. He rushed to call his uncle to them, but the guy said that he had urgent business and would go. But they asked him to stop because they were looking for the man who destroyed 2 families. But the guy did not listen to them and continued to move on. Because of this, they got angry with the guy. The warrior grabbed his sharp throwing knife. He threw it at the guy, but he just flew past him. He asked him to come back to sort it out. After a couple of seconds, his gaze became confused. The guy nevertheless decided to start talking with them about it. When the guy spoke, the warriors were very scared by this guy's voice. With a wild look, he asked that they not stand in his way. After all, the guy had no dislike for their family at all, and he didn't want to touch them. They felt what a strong, ominous energy he had. They realized that he was Salsu. They started attacking him. They thought they were going to catch him now. The leader asked not to rush at him thoughtlessly. The guy threw a bag at one of the warriors. He hid it. They didn't understand what it was. An explosion occurred and toxic smoke began to spread. They began to choke on this poison. The guy was in the center of a poisonous cloud. He used his misty cry. The warriors did not know what to do now. The guy attacked the warriors, and from one blow they all fell to the ground. The leader did not understand how he was able to attack so quickly. The leader realized that he was not a simple decoy ally and began to draw his swords. He used his seawall technique. He made his first strike. The guy easily moved away from his weak blow. The man also tried to throw his second punch, but the guy was able to fend off his 2 blows without any problems at all. He started to swing a third blow, but he didn't have time to finish it. The guy grabbed the leader straight by the neck with lightning speed, and he wanted to strike his strong blow at him. The warrior shouted because he was worried about his leader. The guy hit the leader into the ground with great force. He decided to grab him right by the throat. The guy continued to hold it with his powerful grip. The guy asked if they knew they were under the influence of poison. He added that inhaling the poison would cause a person to get a migraine. He released the leader and said that they would not die. The poison would soon stop working, and asked not to pursue him anymore. The manager shouted for the guy to stop. He didn't want him to just leave, and he would try to catch him, risking his life. But the guy explained that he has no negative feelings towards their family. Why do they hate him so much? He said that the guy is a murderer who killed civilians, and they are in an alliance and administer justice. He was surprised by the guard's words. The guy asked, "Is killing innocent people the justice of Murim?" He added that he was only taking revenge on the DOK clan for the destruction of the Yak clan. Everything else is not his doing. The leader was surprised to hear about the Yak clan. The guy said that if the union does not administer fair justice, he will do it. And if it seemed to him that the guy was doing the wrong thing, let him think carefully about what justice means to him. Some time has already passed. The leader, opening his eyes, heard a man walking. He saw Uncle Man Neo. They said that they were attacked by that guy and they wanted to help. Man Neo wanted to examine it and bring water. Man Neo wanted to know how that poison dragon looked to him. The leader asked if the guy was definitely a villain. After all, the guy didn't look like a person capable of harming others just like that, but his goal was revenge on the Doc family, and someone else killed civilians. Man Neo asked if he believed his words. The manager said he didn't know, but believed that everything was much more complicated. He began to scream because, according to him, it was a deadly poison and he could not do anything. The leader became agitated by his words. He said that things didn't go according to plan and threw a ball of something in his mouth, and he forced him to swallow this strange ball of something. Man Neo asked what will happen to his family when he is gone. His child will have to live without a father. He shouldn't have been trusted with this matter by Ojo, and the boss will pay for his mistake. He asked if he knew the expression, "You pulled the cat's tail and a lion appeared." And the leader is now like a cat's tail. His death will bring the tiger to Yunnan. He thanked him for his role. He began to foam at the mouth, and he said that he did not want to die. His father and his wife would never see him alive again. He did not want this to happen and began to sob heavily. Realizing this, after a couple of minutes he passed out and his eyes rolled back into his head. It was already late afternoon and the sun was setting. Man Neo decided to simply kill this leader with a ball of poison. He was returning to his family, Ojo. The father and his wife were shocked by what they saw. Man Neo carried his dead body in his arms. His face was covered with a white rag. His wife lost consciousness from what she saw and began to fall to the ground, and his father was speechless. She fell to the ground and hit herself. The father screamed from internal pain because he had lost his son. The day is not over yet today. The guy went on his way. Constant fights with Doc served as good training for him. He felt himself becoming more and more accustomed to using martial arts. Those people told him they were from Ojo. Compared to the enemies he had fought before, they were not a problem at all. But it bothered him that Ojo mentioned Murim. He doubted that the alliance would have reacted so quickly, since only a day had passed since the massacre of the Anbu. But if the Union had really intervened, then Ojo probably wouldn't have mentioned him. And this meant that they arbitrarily decided to deal with him, or someone forced them to do so. He suspected that it was the one who was hiding behind his back, ruining his name. A person is played with by him like a piece in a chess game. Man Neo stood in his room with his father. The father did not understand how this could happen. Man Neo said that not only Sa-Jin died, they were all killed. He assumed that the lame man was using some sneaky trick with poison. He added that knowing Sa-Jin, he probably held his own. The father's eyes were filled with sadness. He couldn't accept what happened calmly. After a while, my father remembered something. His recent conversation with Hyung Nim was in his head. It was he who persuaded his father to do this. He got angry at Man Neo for this. But Man Neo at that moment began to cry and said that Sa-Jin was like his own son. And he added that his soul is so torn and he understands how much pain his father is experiencing. Seeing this, the father said that no one could understand this and apologized to him. Man Neo said that it was his fault, but his father began to deny it. The father said that his greed was to blame. The father continued to cry, and Man Neo supported him with his hand on the shoulder. It was already late night outside. Man Neo began to leave their house. He believed that the guy himself should have killed everyone who stood in his way, and how could he be so indecisive when it came to revenge? He added that if the guy doesn't want to pull the cat's tail, then he will do it. He wondered where their lion would appear now. Yunnan Province Valley Headquarters Dock. There was a table thrown over there, at which the head of the family was. He remembered how Man Neo said that Salsu would go to the Kyo-san family, but in reality he attacked the Anbu. He admitted that Man Neo simply deceived them, and due to false information, the Anbu forces fell powerless in battle. But if the Anbu warriors died, the head of their family, Kwe-son, was there, and he was no longer one of those who would so easily fall into enemy tricks. But he also died. Was it really worth taking the risk and catching the enemy in the way that Man Neo suggested, surrounding him from all sides? But it was already too late to regret it. He ordered to convene all the Doc families that live in Yunnan. He wanted to postpone the general meeting to an earlier date. They accepted this order of his, and they sent the bird with a message. And later they sent many birds to convey his order about this meeting. They flew to all the Doc families. Suddenly one of the birds was pierced by a needle, and this bird fell immobilized to the ground. A man approached the fallen bird. The man in the carriage asked to hurry up. They had to get to Pan Long in 4 days, and at this speed there was no way they could make it on time. The man was told to prepare for an attack by Salsu the day before yesterday, and now they have postponed the meeting, which was a whole month away. He didn't understand what was Doc Valley thinking about. The head of the Cheol Sang family, Kang Gyu, he read the letter and thought that the situation was getting out of control, but nothing was written about this in the letter. The man was shocked that the Anbu was attacked. Kang Gyu said, "Otherwise this old man who likes to play by the rules so much wouldn't ruin his reputation." The meeting is organized to invite all the Doc families, but this time it is organized for Doc Valley to show its strength. But no matter how they are rushed, caution will not hinder them. After all, you never know Salsu's next target will be themselves. There would be no villages on the way for some time, so they decided to stop there. They were welcomed into this small hotel. The man asked to bring soup with their signature beef and prepare rooms for 20 people. The head looked around this building. They were given a sum with the signature beef that their tavern is famous for. It was the most popular broth with 4,000 flavors. His mouth began to water, but the head was very serious. The man asked, "Is something wrong?" The head reminded that if someone has their eye on them, then they need to be careful. The head stuck a needle into the soup, because even in the most insignificant things, such as food, care had to be taken. The man didn't understand why he was doing this. He watched what he was doing. The head began to examine him. He took the needle out of the poison, and after examining it, said that there was no poison there. The head said that you can eat soup. The owner noted that he was an unusual guest. He said if they needed anything, they should call him. A worker approached the owner and pointed his finger at one of the tables. He said that the guy has no money at all. The head listened to their conversation. The owner asked why he didn't think about this before ordering the food, and he added that he would have to pay. The guy said that he was robbed, but said that he would definitely pay them. The man did not expect such a strange guy to come to them. He asked him to be generous this time. The head was a little interested in this guy. The guy was careful and saw the man's gaze. The next day in that house is a hotel. The head walked out of his room into the corridor. He saw a guy wiping tables, earning money for food he couldn't pay for. Since yesterday, this boy could not get out of his head. He didn't see this guy limping his leg, but he thought to check it just in case. He approached the guy and said that he was the same one who couldn't pay for the food yesterday. He asked, "Does he work here now?" The guy felt very ashamed in front of the owner of the establishment, so he decided to work here for a while. He said that before he could blink his eye, his bag of money was gone. The head said he was unlucky. The head wanted to know if this guy was from Kanho by chance. He replied that no, because he was a simple guy from the lower class. The head said that life must be hard for him. The guy answered him that if the day passed without any troubles, then that was already good for him. He asked the guy if he had thought about becoming stronger. After all, there is a good way to gain strength if you join some family and study martial arts there. The guy replied that he didn't want to meddle in places he couldn't handle. The head realized that no evil energy was emanating from him, and he was in vain to suspect him. The head told him not to put himself in a box because no one knows how life will turn out. The head started to leave and told the guy to tell the owner to start preparing food. After all, they planned to hit the road when everyone wakes up. The guy brought them food, but the man said that this was the same corn soup that was yesterday. The guy replied that due to the early hour, there was nothing else. The head said that it's okay because they didn't warn the owner when they were leaving. The head began checking the soup for poison. The man said that if they wanted to poison them, they would have done it yesterday. He pulled out his needle from the soup of which he tested for poison. He didn't see any poison there, and the man said there was nothing to worry about then. He began to scoop up this soup with a spoon, and he began to calmly eat it, enjoying the taste. The guy's look was quite mysterious. They all started eating that delicious soup together. They ate and began to leave. The owner wished them a successful journey. They set off on a long journey. There were quite a lot of them, and they had nothing to fear. The head drove all the way with a serious face, as if doubting something. After some time, one man became ill. He said he felt sick to his stomach. The other man laughed, saying that he shouldn't have eaten so much. He sat down on the ground. The man told them to go ahead and they would catch up with them. The man said that he would probably feel better if he rested a little. Suddenly he started bleeding on his face. He asked why he was looking at him like that. He was surprised by this because what could happen to him? He asked if he was okay. For some reason, she was bleeding from everywhere on her face. The man was scared because the guy started bleeding from everywhere. And after a couple of seconds, he started bleeding from everywhere. The head at this time fell asleep in the cart. He woke up from cries for help and saw that the man had the same symptoms as the warriors. The head now understood how it all turned out. As it turned out, all the soldiers were poisoned with a deadly poison. The head regretted giving advice to the one who single-handedly killed the families of the Doc family. And it turned out that the guy did not push himself into any limits of what was permitted. Now his phrase, "No one knows how life will turn out," sounded ironic. The guy came straight to him. He stood there doing nothing. The head asked why he wasn't limping. The guy said that when he was dealing with the Anbu, he heard that he was called lame. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to temporarily pretend to walk upright. The head also asked when he poisoned them, because at night he didn't even close his eyes, but checked the food. The guy said he used poison on the devices. The head now understood why he had not discovered the poison, and he got a job to do it. He was very surprised by this. The guy said that he gave them Yu Jiang. It was a powerful poison that manifested itself after a long time. It dissolved the intestines and caused internal bleeding. The head said, which means he doesn't have much time left either. Suddenly the head used an attack on the guy. The guy was surprised by the blow from the head. He was able to dodge, but the blow slightly grazed the guy's face. The head began to attack. He wanted to kill the guy before he died. The guy began to dodge his attacks and after that rushed to attack him with a blade. The head noted that he had an incredible reaction speed. The guy was able to repel several attacks with his blade. The head said this is just the beginning. The guy tried to avoid his attacks as best he could, but one blow was able to pierce the guy's body. The head was glad that he was able to hit it this time, but he suddenly became very ill. He began to spit blood just like his servants. At this moment, the guy approached him to attack him with his blade. He plunged the blade into his body. The head knew that this would happen and said that this was not a bad death. The head asked him the last question. Who is he? The guy said that he was Chin Jagan, a descendant of the Yak clan. The guy told him that they killed innocent people and took everything from them in order to increase their power. He pulled out a blade and said that now they must pay for their sins. The guy began to leave, hiding the blade in his belt. The head started laughing and saying that the guy didn't know anything. The head asked if the guy really believed that the Yak clan was destroyed for no reason. The boy asked what he meant. The head, with the last of his strength, said that the destruction of the Yak clan was inevitable. The guy looked at him in surprise. The guy asked him what he wanted to say. The head replied that there is no smoke without fire, and there is always a reason for everything. He added that the Doc family alone should not be blamed for all sins. He grabbed him by the clothes and told him not to make him laugh. The guy said, because neither members of his family nor people of other families of the Yak clan did anything to deserve such suffering. The head added that the guy seemed to know little about their birth. And how was he going to take revenge without knowing the truth? The guy screamed and asked to tell him what he doesn't know. He just laughed at that, and he said that it was all ironic. And the guy asked him to finish again, but the head fell to the ground and died. He didn't have time to tell him what the guy didn't know. The guy repeated the words of the head, and he said that this is not true because the DOK clan completely destroyed the Yak clan. It was because of this that he decided to become stronger and take revenge on those who killed his relatives. His motivation is not so low that it disappears from his words. He trusts what he has seen and felt all along. He began to walk further on his way. He had a force that was driving him right now. At one point, a branch cracked on the tree. There was a man there, but the guy didn't notice this. There was Man Nyo on the tree, who was watching the guy. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Ojo family, the woman who was pregnant suffered a severe blow. A man approached the father and said that he was very sorry. My father started drinking a lot. Man Nyo came into his room and asked how long he was going to behave like this. The head replied that he couldn't even see the guy, and he still couldn't find a way to drown out the pain. Man Neo asked the head to come to his senses. He told him that he had an idea who their enemy might be. The head was interested in this. Man Neo said that after Chi-Dok, 2 more Doke families were exterminated. He also asked if he remembered the inheritance of Chi-Diok and Anbu that he was going to pass on to him. He added that he decided to check something. The man listened to him with excitement. Investigator Man said that the Alliance had already transferred all the inheritance of Chi-Dok and Anbu to Dok Valley. This happened at the request of the owner of the valley, Wei John. The man couldn't believe it. He also said that Wei John rejected his offer to catch Salsa using encirclement tactics, and basically did nothing himself. And having received the inheritance of Chi-Dok and Anbu, he became much more powerful. Moreover, the Salsu group knew the terrain of Yunnan, so they were unable to escape pursuit. But the poison from which Sa-Jin died did not belong to either Anbu or Chi-Deok. He asked, so what could all this mean? The head understood what Hyungnim was talking about. Did someone really help Salsu? He said it was Valley Dok. The head began to cry, and did not believe it, because Wei John had always been a greedy person. He wanted to dominate all of Yunnan and break out to the central plain of China. Man Neo added that now, having the inheritance of the destroyed Dok families, the valley can no longer position itself as a family on the outskirts, and they used the lame Salsa as a distraction. The head, very angry, burst the bottle he was holding in his hand. He didn't understand how Dok Valley could do this. After all, they were never even at odds. His hand had cuts from the glass. Hyungnim added that they act secretly and do not want to leave witnesses. The head was thinking about how it was possible to do this to his only child. After all, he also lost his granddaughter when his wife fell and hurt herself. The head wanted to go to Dok Valley and reveal the whole truth. He wasn't going to sit quietly on the sidelines. He was going to mobilize the entire armed forces if they did not admit to what they had done. Man Neo said that Dok Valley even killed Sa-Jin. The head did not intend to live in the same world with those who killed his own son. Man Neo screamed because he did not start this conversation so that he would go to certain death. The head did not expect such a reaction from him. Man Neo asked him to convince the people of Chongpa of their version so that justice would prevail in Yunnan. Man Neo assumed that Dok Valley would get rid of Salsu as soon as he fulfilled his role and pretend to be innocent of anything. So before that, they need to catch the lame man so that he can act as a witness. He didn't want him to die too, but he wanted to avenge Sa-Jin. He again pretended to be sad that Sa-Jin died. He said that he would take full responsibility. Placing the cup on the table, he used his strength. The head was shocked by this action. Man Neo said that he will give this alcohol and the heads of the culprits to Sa-Jin's grave, and he will do it with his own hands. The head began to cry, thanking Hyungnim. He hugged him as a sign of gratitude. But his face was not filled with regret. Yunnan Province, Panlong, Valley Headquarters Dok. There was only one candle burning in the room. The head of the valley, Dok, sat in his room and meditated with purple smoke around him. He understood that of all the Dok families, they were the only ones left. Now that there was no one stronger, threats rained down on them, and he needed to act more thoughtfully. However, a follower of the Ojo family accuses them of murder. The small and medium families of Yunnan, who were under pressure from the might of Dok Valley, and thanks to Ojo, they begin to feel more confident. They chat there about some kind of friendship, although they themselves want to benefit from the weakening of the Dok family. But he knew, no matter how arrogant they were, their valley could not be crushed so easily. Mr. Kokchu was called because everyone was already assembled. The inheritances of Anbu and Chi-Dok, which the Union gave them, they will help him suppress all the other Dok families in Yunnan. He started to leave his room. The servants respectfully announced that the head of the Dok Valley is coming. Yunnan's Dok family's factions welcomed the master of Dok Valley, Wei John. He understood that he was the king of Yunnan, and he will all belong to him. Meanwhile, at the opening of the family meeting, Dok, people made crafts from wood. Some noticed that there was so much noise since the morning. This time, the meeting acquired a truly enormous scale. One guy heard that all dock families are required to attend. Another said that Kokchu's ground was burning under his feet. After all, he rushed them with the construction in order to demonstrate his greatness. Another man told him not to say such things because he could be punished for such conversations. And in general, if he has so much time to chat, then it's better to finish eating as quickly as possible and go to work. The man came out of the tent and called Jin Ga, who was on the roof of the building. He offered him something to eat because he was probably hungry too. But the guy refused and thanked him, adding that he didn't want to eat. He believed that he could do without food. The sun was already setting a little. People were still working. The guy looked around him. He saw the head of Wee John, who was standing on the street and talking. When he saw him, the guy thought about something. At this time, that man turned to the guy, saying that he had not eaten anything. With a smile, he climbed onto his roof with a bag and said that the body needs to draw strength from somewhere. He brought him some food so the guy could eat. The guy thanked him and told him not to overdo it too much, because he already worked well. The man noted that he seemed very passionate, which is why he gave him the job. But in fact, at first he did not believe that he could do it. After all, the man did not know where the guy was from, and he had no work experience. The guy listened to him. The man added that compared to other guys, he has a lot of perseverance and he also learned very quickly. But he believed that they should finish on time. The guy asked why this rush. After all, there was still time before the event itself. The owner said that it rains in the 7th month and it is difficult to work in such weather. Also, the meeting of the dock clan was postponed for a whole month, so the deadlines had to be compressed. The owner asked the guy to come down to them when he finished eating, because it was already starting to get dark. The guy finished eating and started getting ready to climb out of there. But he thought about his words when he talked about the rain. There was a strong wind outside. Leaves from the trees began to fly away. The guy looked at the tree that was near him. The weather was really starting to get worse. It had already gotten dark outside and the guy started walking somewhere. The man called Jin Gang and the guy turned around. They invited him to drink a glass. The guy said he didn't want to. The man told him to leave him and if he wanted, he would come to their company. The man added that will anyone who has not tasted the bitterness of life be able to experience the true taste of alcohol? The other man asked him to shut up. The guy rather abruptly returned to their company. But his face was not joyful, but on the contrary, serious. They looked at him in surprise. The men were glad that the guy agreed. But the guy replied that he has no weakness for alcohol. The man said that it should be so, and now it looks like they're working together. They continued to drink. The man was surprised that the guy was not drunk. The guy said that his body is designed in such a way that he is not able to get drunk. The man said that the guy reminded him of his son who left home. He said that it was a long time ago, and he doesn't even know where or if he lives well now. The woman ran out into the street and asked why he got so drunk. She thanked the guy for helping the man get home. The man told him to come to them and they would have a free room. After all, they suspected that the guy had nowhere to sleep, and he slept in the open air every day. The woman with a smile invited the guy to come to them because the night was already late. The guy wondered if it was worth going to spend the night with them. The man lay down and immediately fell asleep. The woman said that her husband usually doesn't bring anyone into the house, and he seemed to like the guy. She asked what his name was. The guy replied that his name was Chin Ja Gang. The woman said that she would go and warm up some water for him to wash, but the guy replied that there was no point. The woman told him not to worry and to feel at home. The guy was surprised by such hospitality. She told him that when he took a bath, she would bring him clean clothes. The guy went to the bathroom. The guy was quite surprised by this. He couldn't remember the last time he felt warm. After all, during all this time I had already forgotten what it was. And for some reason he felt awkward. He finished washing and the next day arrived. He came out in clean clothes and thanked them for allowing him to stay with them for the night. The husband and wife were pleasantly surprised that the guy had changed and looked like a high-ranking person. He said it was already dawn and he thought it was time for him to leave. But the man said that he was in a hurry and invited him to eat and go to work together. There was a lot of different food on the table. The guy said that he would then have to abuse their hospitality. He started eating warm home-cooked food. The man wanted to know if Chinja gang liked this food. The guy replied that it was very tasty food, which he had not eaten for a long time. The man said that these were his son's favorite dishes, and during the meal, the son constantly repeated that when he grows up he will go to Murim and make himself known. Chinja gang asked, "Did he not warn you that he was leaving home?" The man replied that, in truth, he died 5 years ago from illness. His son loved to talk, and after he died, their house seemed empty. He and his wife practically stopped talking. However, today, as his wife prepared breakfast for the first time in a long time, she looked full of strength and energy, as if their son had returned home. The man did not know what the guy had done before, and for what reason he came here, but he said that the guy could stay with them as long as he wanted. After all, everyone has their own story behind them. He continued to eat this food calmly. As he put another piece of food into his mouth, he remembered something. The way his mother fed him as a child and asked him to chew his food well, and then I wiped it off when it got dirty, and how his grandfather told him to eat more, and he will grow tall. Then his whole family was near him, and he calmly enjoyed his food. But suddenly his gaze shifted, and his thoughts began to disappear at that moment. The guy returned back to real life, and he became sad and his face was upset. He put down the cutlery and apologized to the man. The guy explained that when he eats homemade food, his memories of what he lost come back to him. And in order to forget about all this and move on with his life, he had come a very long way, and peace and quiet did not suit him. The man was able to understand the guy. After all, everyone has their own reasons. The guy returned to the roof. Closing his eyes, he remembered Bakwachiolgok, and covering his ears, their testaments floated in his head, left to him. And even with his nose pinched, he could not stop smelling the smell of rotting bodies, and the blood stuck to his hands and could not be washed off. He couldn't stop wandering through his past. He and well-being were incompatible things. But in any case, he was grateful that they spoke about him like that. And with a smile on his face, he said that the food was very tasty. A few days later, people gathered on one of the streets. The man announced that the head of the Sailban family arrived yesterday, and all the families of the Dok clan of Yunnan province were assembled. People listened to him carefully. The head announced the beginning of the general meeting of the Dok clan. Their family Dok directly faced a terrible problem after joining Kanho. The head said that 3 families have already died at the hands of unknown persons, and external forces are trying to seize the opportunity to take control of Yunnan. Their province is located far away, so Kanto is unlikely to be interested in them in order to somehow influence them. And what was happening led the chapter to think about the need to strengthen the unification of the families of the Dok clan. He suggested taking positions and starting to prepare for the approaching threat. The heads of the families agreed with his words. He stated that a conventional union would not be enough, and in order to prevent this from happening in the future, they all need to become a stronger unit, and for this, he was ready to give everything, even the martial arts techniques of the Dok family, or the trading rights of 3 generations of families entrusted to him. They were excited by his words. He gathered them all here for a conversation regarding distribution. He asked the heads what they could say, but they remained silent. One man asked Koku if it seemed to him that the order of things was a little wrong. It was the head of the Sailban family, Kwehu. He apologized for his insolence, but he asked to be allowed to express the common opinion of all those present. He said that the first thing they had to do was to reveal the true identity of the attackers of the Dok families, and it seemed to him that it was illogical to propose unification until they knew the enemy. He also added that there are rumors that the Dok family was destroyed by the Dok Valley, so first of all, they must figure this out. Kokchu said that his words were true, and he asked the servants to bring something. The servants brought several bodies. These were the corpses of people from each dead family, and among them was even No Yuk, his valuable right hand. He invited them to study their bodies until their suspicions were dispelled. Wee John said that if they still had suspicions, he would take full responsibility and poison himself in front of their eyes. The head stood still and waited for their actions. Jaya poison is inherent in the concept of Taoism. Since there is Tao, their kind doc also exists. They examined the bodies of the dead heads. However, the Salsa used different poisons on each family. Moreover, their method of mobilizing forces was wildly low. If someone is a true member of the Doc family, then he knows that the methods of killing between Salsu and Doc Valley were very different. Wee John watched that head carefully. They started drinking tea at the table. He said that in order to soften the protest naturally, he averted the gaze of the Doc families by showing them the corpses. The other head replied he was amazed at his wisdom. Kokchu replied that, having dispelled their doubts, he pretended to make concessions to them. Now they will not be able to so easily refuse his requests. Kokchu told him that he played his role well. Kokchu said that, as agreed, he would give Sailbon part of the Anbu trade deals. The man thanked him. The man also decided to ask why Kokchu doesn't ask for help from the Union. The chief added that there was civil strife in Kanho. Therefore, uniting now with the Union is the same as putting your head straight into a wolf's mouth. The man reminded that there is also Seishion. The relationship between Doc Valley and Doc Valley is quite normal. The head replied that cooperating with her is the same as trying to escape from a wolf, but eventually bumping into a tiger. Man Neo began to walk through the city at night. He turned to the side after hearing something. He jumped into the air to rise to the top. He jumped onto the roof. This seemed rather strange to him. He didn't understand why the guy was inactive because wasn't he waiting for this? He was interested in one thing on the roof. He took a piece of building material for the roof, made from baked clay, cement, and metal. She seemed suspicious to him. He licked it to check. Licking with his tongue, he realized that there was poison on it. It was the bezoar of the sacred snake. The guy covered the roof with a powerful poison, which he also stole from the Anbu. He laughed because now it was clear to him what the guy was waiting for. He was waiting for it to rain. After all, water flowing from a roof covered with poison would create a real hell on earth here. The bitter aftertaste from the bezoar is an impurity that makes up for the deficiencies of the poison. The guy made a gambling plan this time too. He came down from the roof. However, Man Neo believed that everything would not go as easily as he had planned, because this time he will only add drama to his plan. He laughed, already imagining his confused look and when his heart would start beating like crazy. The next day, in the same place, all the heads gathered here again for a meeting, and everyone remained with their own opinion. He approached someone's grave on the street. He kept personal plans in his head. One of the warriors was sneaking behind Man Neo, but it looks like he noticed him at that moment, and everyone quietly waited for the right moment. Time passed, and there were 3 days left until the end of the general meeting. The guy was not sure when he would have another chance for revenge. Therefore, he had to grab every opportunity, even the slightest one. The clouds were no longer gathering much, and the weather was approaching rainy. One man said that, based on precedent, he believed it was right that the trade affairs of Mount Quan should go to their P-Rim Valley. But others were outraged by his words. They could not understand. What does this have to do with precedent? And another said that, after listening to him, it began to seem to him that he was not only targeting the trading affairs of Mount Quan. Everyone sat at the discussion table. The man said that Pai Rim's words sounded like he wanted to grab absolutely everything for himself. And regarding this issue, another head said that he would not make concessions either. Kokchu listened to their conversations. He understood that they would soon find themselves under the rule of Doc Valley anyway, and these conversations make no sense. The servant approached Mr. Kokchu and said that the carrier pigeon had brought this along with the letter. He saw Man Neo's silver plate confirming his rights as a Murim researcher. He was surprised by this. He understood that Man Neo could not be trusted. However, no one may use this sign without permission. He began to take out the letter. He was very surprised at the reason why he sent it along with the letter. The guy was walking down the street and someone started asking him to stop. He turned around in surprise to see who it was. People asked him what he was doing here. These were warrior guards in white robes. They waited for an answer from the guy, but he didn't tell them anything. He looked in their direction with a mysterious look. Kokchu's eyes were filled with fear. Kokchu read the note, which indicated that Lame had secretly penetrated them. The guards asked again what he was doing here, and why doesn't he take their words seriously. The guy said that while working here, he lost some of his things and he is a laborer. He asked to be allowed to search a little, but they told him to start looking for the lost later. After all, Kokchu ordered everyone, without exception, to gather at the meeting site. The guy was a little alarmed by this news, but he listened to them and decided to go with them. People gathered in the center. The servant asked them to stop talking. He announced that thanks to their efforts, the important event was taking place without any interference. Therefore, Mr. Kokchu wanted to personally express his gratitude to them for their hard work. The heads gathered in the hall and Kokchu stood in the center. He began pouring the wine by hand, which he had to offer to his workers. Kokchu asked to come up one by one and taste his wine. People were surprised because this had never happened before. The guy didn't understand it either. The servants pushed the first man to come quickly. All the servants stood in the hall, and the head of Kokchu was waiting for the people. The man was a little scared. He was very worried, but the master asked him not to worry. He began to approach him. He took from his hands a plate containing some wine. The man started drinking it. The gentleman asked, "And how does he like it? Tasty?" The man was very surprised after drinking it. He stated that it was very tasty. People laughed a little because they understood that the wine must definitely be tasty. But the guy's face was very serious at that moment. He felt that what was happening smacked of ostentation and definitely believed that there was something behind it all. The guy realized something at that moment. After all, to taste alcohol, you need to go to Wee John, and these 20 steps will be enough for him to check something, namely, whether the person is limping. The guy understood that this was a failure, but how did they know he was here? After all their eyes will be directed at his feet, and no matter how hard you try to imitate a normal gait, it is impossible to deceive such a large number of high-level masters. The guy was supposed to go next. He didn't know what to do and what to do. They pointed a finger at the guy, saying that now it was his turn because he continued to stand in place without going out to the master. The guy panicked quite badly. At that moment, the guy raised his head and saw that the rain had not started yet. He was asked to stop stalling for time so that he could move faster towards the master. The guy knew that he could neither escape nor delay time. The servant began to take out his sword because the guy did not listen to him and asked again to go to the master. The gentleman watched all this happening. His gaze glanced at that guy. The guy understood that he had no other option and he would have to go head on. The gentleman shouted for the guy to walk more calmly. The guy started approaching Mr. Kokchu. The guy walked straight up to Mr. Kokchu and looked into his eyes with a serious look, showing his fearlessness. Mr. Kokchu asked, "Are you the one who wants to exterminate the entire Doc family?" The guy answered him by saying, "And he is the one who actually leads the Doc families in Yunnan." Mr. Kokchu said that the guy is quite arrogant. First he hid in their valley like a rat, and now he pretends to be the master. He asked for what purpose he came here. The guy said without a doubt to kill everyone here, including you. The Lord thought about the guy's words. The other heads were also shocked by the guy's words, and they looked at him in bewilderment. Mr. Kokchu began to laugh loudly and say ironically that the boy had come to rip their heads off. Stopping laughing, he told him, "Well, let's try to do it." The guy took out his blade, but he was stopped by an instant blow. The guy's blade was knocked out of his hands. The guards behind told the guy not to hope that he would get away with the attempt on the life of Mr. Kokchu himself. The heads of the DOK family began to take out their weapons, but they were stopped by Mr. Kokchu himself. He asked to watch the guy first. The guards rushed to attack the guy. Chinja Gang was able to fend off the first guard's attack. The guy took out his needles, which were in his hand. He sharply threw the needle into the neck of the attacking guard. The guard began to fall to the ground from his needle throw. At that moment, the second guard wanted to hit the guy, but he was able to dodge his blow thanks to his agility, and the guy began to swing her blade to hit him in the back. The guy stuck the blade into his back with tremendous force. The blow was very strong. The guard began to scream in pain. The other guards were shocked by the guy's strength. 2 of the attacking guards were destroyed, leaving 4 more remaining. One of the heads of the family, Doc, said that his patience had run out and he couldn't bear to see this guy bully himself, and he started walking towards the guy. The man said that he is the head of the Kuyu family, and he wants to fight him. He threw the ball that was in his hand into the air and threw it at the guy. This was the 9-shadow sacred palm technique. Pieces of fragments began to fly straight towards the guy. This technique is a secret weapon that uses the acid of the seaside plague poison, and one touch is enough for the skin to crack. The guy looked at the body of the guard lying on the ground. He decided to pull him towards him. Head Kuyu didn't understand what the guy was doing. The guy used the guard's body as a shield to protect himself from shrapnel. All the pieces flew into the body of the guard, but the guy remained safe and sound. After the attack, the guy threw his body away and started running towards the head of Kuyu. The guy was approaching him and wanted to grab him, but head Kuyu said that he couldn't do it and stuck his hands out in front of the guy. The head used his other technique to push the guy away from him with a punch. The guy flew several meters away and fell to the ground. He now wanted to approach the guy, but after using the technique, he still had needles in his hands. He didn't understand when the guy was able to use them. The man began to scream in pain and the guy looked at him. The other heads decided to go into battle with the guy too. Mr. Kokchu found this all very strange. All the heads of the families rushed to attack one guy. The guy didn't know what to do with it now. After some time, Mr. Kokchu began to come closer. He told the guy that he was moving well. However, he imagined his skills to be much more formidable. Several heads held their swords over the guy. Mr. Kokchu asked who he was. After all, he did not expect that his skills were so useless. And the master, grabbing him by the hair, asked that he was a weakling, tearing off his people's limbs and heads. And he started shouting at him, saying that he had never heard anything more ridiculous in his life, and someone like him is not capable of such a thing. Mr. Kokchu wanted to know whose hands this was. Holding the guy on the blade of his sword, he asked again who was standing behind him, but the guy didn't want to answer him. Then Lord Kokchu began to release poison from his body. The heads began to cover their mouths and noses because it was almost impossible to breathe the poison. He wanted to force the guy to try all the 100 flavors of his poison. The guy's face turned pale and his eyes turned red. The poison spread even more throughout the room. The guy tried to get out with his hand, but he stepped on his hand to hold it. The poison was quite strong. After some time, Mr. Kokchu asked again if the guy had a desire to tell him everything. Blood had already started flowing from the guy's face. The guy's eyes were filled with anger, but he remained silent. The gentleman became even more angry with the guy. Suddenly, one of the guards opened the doors to the building and began calling for Mr. Kokcha. He angrily asked what he needed. The guard said they were in big trouble. After all, outside some people were approaching. There were a lot of them there. It was Chu Hayo. He introduced himself and said that he was the head of the Ojo family. He's come to meet the head of Dock Valley, Wee John. They waited for Wee John to leave the building. He recognized him and said that he was Chu Hio, nicknamed the Sword of the Vast Village. And with him was Pu Yong from the Sang Nyo family, Mi Yong Gon from the Cheon Ungum clan, Mo Rap Ko from the Yi Shim family, and even representatives from Yunnan came. He asked, however, why did they all come to their event in full armor? And he didn't know how he would order him to understand this. The people said that they had come to bring justice to Yunnan. Dock Valley needs to tell the truth about everything that's been happening here lately. The gentleman asked what they were talking about. The head of Ojo stated that Wee John destroyed the 3 Dock families by turning to the services of Salsu and used this as an excuse to call all the Dock families here. He's also the one who killed Ojo's heir, his son. The gentleman said that this is absurd. And did they really think that he had set it all up? Head Ojo took out his sword and said that they could believe if they asked a question to the lame man. After all, they believed that it was he who covered his mouth. The head of Ojo stated that his son pursued the lame man, but as a result died from poisoning with a powerful poison. And if the guy has nothing to do with Dock Valley, then let him be handed over to them. And he needed the guy to shake the whole truth out of him. The gentleman thought about this. He believed that someone was standing behind the lame man, but it was not yet clear who exactly. In response, Mr. Wee John laughed. Head Ojo did not expect such a reaction from him and asked what was so funny. Wee John started laughing and saying that this was simply incredible and an amazing coincidence. Wee John began to walk towards the guy and said that he was also terribly interested in finding out the true face of this guy. He grabbed him by the hair on his head again. He raised and showed the guy's face, saying that he brought him to this, but the guy continues to remain silent. People were shocked by the guy's condition. Wee John added that now they have suddenly appeared and are accusing Doc Valley of having a connection with the lame man. Wee John continued to hold the guy. There were several guards between him and the people. Wee Jung stated that those who use the lame are them Chongpa. People were angry at such impudence and considered him to be sick in the head. Were they really to blame for what happened? He grabbed the guy by the neck, and he said that it was possible that they had been hiding behind his back all this time. But now he understood what he had to do. Head Ojo looked at this in bewilderment. Wee Jong stated that the Chongpa members in Yunnan who were planning to attack Doke Valley would disappear today. He lifted the guy by the throat off the ground. He fully wanted to demonstrate to them the power of the valley, which had dominated the province for decades, and he wanted to start with this guy. Ojo shouted that Wee John was going to get rid of the evidence, and he said that they must stop him. They started running towards Wee John with weapons in their hands. Wee Jong had to say thank you to Chu Hyo because he gathered all the foolish ones in one place. The guy had tears streaming from his eyes. Wee John added that sooner or later they would have stood in his way. Therefore, he must get rid of those who may cause him trouble in the future. That's what Doc Valley does to everyone. Wee John continues to hold the guy by the throat. Suddenly, the guy seemed to have powerful energy. Wee John did not understand what was happening here now. The guy was able to put his hand on his wrist. The guy spat poison right in his face. The poison got into Mr. Wee John's face and he clearly didn't like it. And also this poison got into one of his eyes. Ojo was shocked by what was happening. The other heads of Doc Valley were also shocked by this. Wee John fell to the ground in pain, holding his face. The heads were scared because the guy attacked Kokchu. It was his own poison of the seaside plague. Wee John didn't understand when he managed to assemble it. But Wee John remembered when this could have happened, while the guy was approaching the head, and the head used his technique on the guy. Wee John realized that at that very moment the guy had poison in his mouth all this time, and that is why he was constantly silent. The guy wiped his face with his hand. He said that he crawled out from under the collapse which they caused. It was hard for him to do this, but he did not give up. Kokchu continued to hold his face. The guy asked if they wanted to know who was behind him. He remembered everything that happened in the mine. The warriors realized that Wee John had fallen down and this was their chance to attack. They launched an attack between the guards and Ojo's warriors. The guy said that Mr. Koku was interested in who he was. The leaders at this time wanted to save Kokcha by stopping the lame man. The guy began to draw air into his lungs. He took in as much air as possible and clenched his teeth. And he shouted with all his might that his name is Jin Ja Gang, and he is a descendant of Baikwajiol, and he came here on behalf of his family and all the other families of the Yak clan, in order to take revenge on Doc Valley. Mr. Kokchu was amazed at the guy's thirst for revenge. The head of the family, Ojo, also looked at the guy with fear. The guy said he wouldn't leave anyone alive. These words scared the other heads, and sweat appeared on their faces with excitement and fear. His look was wild. Chin Ja Gang wanted to tear everyone to shreds. Someone was watching the city in which this was happening from the outside. The man in the warrior's hat asked why he was just sitting back. Man Neo was on the roof. The unknown person told him that for him, dealing with such a boring battle would be a piece of cake. But Man Neo recalled that he spent a lot of effort on creating this performance, and it would be a pity for him to miss the spectacle itself. It was a girl. Man Neo told her not to worry because there would be no problem. She asked if the guy was acting as he expected. Man Neo replied yes, and he added with a smile that everything was going exactly according to plan, as planned. She watched the guy. She knew that the guy was from Baikujul Valley. The head of Ojo was surprised by his words that he was from the Yak clan, and he asked, "Isn't he from the Doc family?" And he asked why he killed his son Sajin. The guy just told them not to step on those stairs. After all, those people were prey, and if they come up here, they will become prey. Chapter O. Joe felt so sinister about Salgi. He understood that it could not come from a simple person. The thirst for revenge seemed to permeate the air. The warrior turned to the head of Chechechu to come to his senses, because the head of their enemies was neutralized. And the man added that if they were crushed, Yunnan would be in the possession of Chongpa. The head of the Ojo family was very confused. He looked around. There was a battle going on around him between guards and warriors. He wondered why he came here. The heads of the Dock Valley family remained in the building, and they were angry. The guy followed Wee John crawling on the ground and told him that he didn't know which of them contributed to the extermination of the Yak clan. And he added that therefore, he would kill everyone present. And the guy asked, if someone has nothing to do with that incident, then let them leave. One of the heads said displeasedly that the guy was out of his mind, and no one would run away after hearing such speeches. Another head said that for a member of an unknown family, he allows himself too much. Chinja Gang said that everything was decided then, and he added that now he would give them all a death sentence. After some time, the first jump occurred. One of the heads of the Dock Valley family rushed to attack the guy. He wanted to show the guy his power. It was the leader of Chol Chuk Chuan Guan. He hit the ground with a powerful blow, but after his attack, there was no guy's body at the site of the impact, only a cracked floor and smoke around him. Thanks to his agility, the guy dodged the blow and ended up behind him. He grabbed him by the neck with his hands. The guy began to choke him and press his other hand into his eyes. The head of the family, Daok Sa Huan Yun, began to attack the guy to help Panju Cheon. He swung his claws to hit the guy, but the guy was able to dodge his attack. Chinja Gang blocked his attack and landed on the ground. Daok Sa Huan Yun realized that he could not hit the guy with the first blow. The guy started to run, and Daok Sa Huan Yun asked where he was running. The guy threw that ball at him. The man saw the approaching object and said that such attacks would not defeat him. He cut this ball into 2 parts and sparks started coming from it. She hit his hand. The guy exhaled, and the man began to scream because his hand was hit and hurt. The guy heard a sound that happened behind him. Someone attacked him, but he retreated to the side. The guy jumped aside. Raising his head, he saw in the air many evil green insects that were huge. He also heard the man say that if they continued to follow his tricks, they themselves would suffer. He suggested leaving pride behind and attacking all at once. The heads agreed that this was a reasonable plan and rushed to attack. The guy fought off one insect. The guy started running to attack the heads of the Dock Valley families. One of the leaders asked Mr. Kokchu how he was, but Wee John responded by asking him what's wrong with the guy now. The man said that the guy was desperately fighting off the heads attacking him. The guy stuck his needle into the neck of the attacking leader. The head began to fall to the ground from the guy's blow. The man also told Mr. Koku that for a guy to defeat them all alone is an impossible task for him, and his defeat was only a matter of time. How long would he hold out? After all, his revenge blinded him, forcing him, without calculating his strength, to rush to fight them. The man said that if it were him, he would have joined Chongpa and fought alongside them. The man believed that the guy's pride was worthless, because of it, he would lose his life. The guy was already exhausted. His breathing became faster and his face was covered with sweat. Mr. Vai Kokchu's hand was covered in blood. Wee John said that this arrogant guy is not that simple and he has a backup plan. He doesn't lack self-control. After all, he calmly waited for the moment, even when his life hung in the balance, and the chance presented itself, and he won't let it go so easily. If he started to act, it means he is 100% confident in himself. The man asked, "What is this guy's plan?" Suddenly, one man started foaming at the mouth. Mr. Kokchu saw it. That head, raising his head, froze in place, and foam came out of his mouth. Mr. Wee John also noticed that it started to rain. Raindrops have started to seep in here. Mr. Wee John told people to get out of here. At this time, the guy was hit in the back. The man said that now he was finished. He jumped, and that's enough. The man began to take out his sword and added that the guy should go to his worthless dead relatives. At this time, behind him, Mr. Wee John shouted that they were all stupid. Mr. Wee John shouted for them to get out of here quickly. But they looked at him with incomprehension and could not figure out why they would leave here. A couple of seconds later, one of the heads started bleeding on his face. Noticing this, the other heads also started bleeding. They were all screaming in pain and coughing up blood. The guy realized that his plan worked. The men could no longer attack the guy. Mr. Wee John understood that blood began to ooze from everywhere, and the body became paralyzed. Breathing stopped, and as a result, death occurred. The gentleman said that this effect is only possible from... The guy stood up, interrupted him, and said that such an effect was possible from the absolute poison of the snake of blinding divine water. He added that he had warned them all. They kept screaming for help. The guy said that he said from the very beginning that they would all fall dead before him. The guy's face was tired, but he didn't give up. Mr. Wee John rose with the man. Wee John knew that the blinding divine water snake was the most powerful poison in the Anbu arsenal, and this boy dealt with them, and then came here. And it was not surprising that he took possession of their poison. But how did the rain manage to poison them? The guy said that every 7th month, according to the lunar calendar, there is precipitation here. And so that the poison would mix with the raindrops, he covered the roof with it and made holes in it. Mr. Wee John realized that the guy had set a trap here in advance, and that's why he was so arrogant. But alas, the poison will manifest itself only after it enters the body. And if you avoid getting hurt, nothing will happen. Wee John began to say that there was not a scratch on them, and at that moment the man's body was covered in blisters. The man said that his whole body began to itch unbearably. The guy said that Wee John's words were true, so he used 2 poisons. The second poison, upon contact with the body, causes terrible scabies. Mr. Wee John shouted for the man to stop, but the men continued to scratch with such force that they tore the skin into bloody wounds. The guy used the seeds from the peel of the ginkgo tree so that the second poison could penetrate the body. Mr. Wee John was surprised that the guy used the most ordinary fruits of the tree, but the guy said that whether they were ordinary or not, they would still destroy them for their arrogance. The guy told Wee John it was all over. The rain continued to fall from the roof of the building. Mr. Wee John held back the poison with internal energy, but this was his limit. Even if he manages to get out of here, he won't have enough strength to cope with the crowd of Chongpa's people. Wee John wondered if this would really be the end of him. And he lost to this guy? And all his aspirations for greatness will simply disappear. Wee John didn't want this to happen. The gentleman admitted that the guy completely destroyed the Doc family of 4 generations, and the Doc family in Yunnan. It was difficult for him to believe this, even after seeing it personally. Wee John began to use his power. He said that, however, as long as he lived, Doc Valley would live, for he was one with it. The guy said that it was not his plan to leave him alive. He took his needles. Wee John still had some strength left and jumped into the air. The guy saw this. Wee John said that he is the one who decides here, not the guy. Rising into the air, he declared that he, Wee Jong Baek Tam Hyang, would become the king of Yunnan. Wee John has started using his personal secret weapon. He said that for such a guy from the Yak clan, even 100 years would not be enough to defeat him. He used the wingspan technique. Lots of small fragments were flying at the guy. The guy must do something to survive. The fragments flew at very high speed, straight into the guy's body. The guy, covering himself with his hands, began to hold back the blow with Wee John's secret technique. The fragments contain poison, dividing the heart, and it kills by tearing the intestines. The second poison was the lung-melting poison. It stops breathing, destroying the lungs. The third poison, brain-folding, turns the brain into mush. Wee John was going to use all his poisons to destroy the guy. He was waiting for the moment when the guy would start screaming in pain and die from the poison. The guy began to fall straight to the ground. The blow and poisons were very strong and continued to attack the guy's body. Wee John landed on the ground and began to approach the guy. Wee John was surprised that the guy could still breathe despite using those poisons. The gentleman added that his 100 poisons would still gnaw through his short thread of life in different ways. The guy opened his eyes after a while. The guy told Wee John that even if he ends up in hell, he will be waiting for him there. And wait for him there. He was going to kill him again. and he wanted to do it no matter what the cost. Wee John understood that this guy was not so simple. Standing near the guy's body, Wee John felt bad. He needed to get out of here as quickly as possible to hide and recuperate. But first he wanted to do something else. He approached the guy's body lying on the ground. Wee John wanted to destroy the guy for sure, so as not to leave any chance to interfere with him in the future. But behind Wee John was Man Neo, who angrily told him that he would destroy him. Wee John didn't understand what was happening at first. He heard his voice and turned with fear on his face in his direction. It continued to rain outside. And at that moment, a strong explosion occurred in the building in which the guy and the others were located. Wee John flew out of the wall of the house at high speed. Hedo Joe and his warriors looked up and were shocked by what was happening. Wee John began to fall, rolling on the ground for many more meters. Everyone around looked at the fallen Mr. Wee John. People didn't understand what happened to him. Mr. Wee John started screaming loudly. He got very angry and asked who did this. Who dared to attack him? Chapter O. Joe looked at this with incomprehension. Could it be that this guy did this to him? Man Neo began to come out of the building and asked Wee John if he still didn't realize that it was him. Man Neo added that Wee Jung might have guessed that he did it. Mr. Wee Jung couldn't believe that he was actually attacked by Man Neo. Wee Jung now realized that it was Man Neo, and he was the one who was in the shadows and planned everything. Man Neo stood with a smile on his face. Chapter Ojo also realized that it was he who killed No Yuck. Wee Jong added that it was Man Neo who used Jongpa to attack Diak Valley. Man Neo continued to smile because he was able to do what he planned. Wee John got angry at him and started calling him names. He asked what motive prompted him to attack their family. Wasn't the destruction of the Chai family enough for him? Man Neo answered him, saying that Wee Jong stole from him what he so ardently desired. Wee John started to deny it because he didn't steal anything from him. But Man Neo reminded him that he was talking about a lame guy. After all, it was this guy who wounded his eye and his leg. And 8 years ago, by order of Wee John, the young man was buried alive in an underground mine. Wee John remembered the story of the mine. He couldn't believe his ears and said that this couldn't happen. But Man Neo said that everything is correct. This guy thought about revenge tens of thousands of times while he was there. All 8 years while he was digging his way out of the depths of hell. He believed that this guy was a monster who was born for revenge, and he was the ghost of retribution. And if the Doc family falls at his hands, justice will prevail. Man Neo stated that he became a monster because of the guy. He hated this boy just as much, and all these years had been spent waiting for revenge. And Wee John spoiled his plans twice, and how could he not hold a grudge against him? Wee John asked whether it was worth turning their family into what was now left of it over such a trifle. Man Neo stated that it was not time for the guy to die. He planned to use his own hands to bring him to a level of despair he had never known before, and someone like Wee John will not take this opportunity away from him. And in general, compared to future plans, the destruction of the Doc clan in Yunnan is just the beginning for him. Wee John asked what he came up with. The girl with her face covered said there was too much chatter and it was time to stop. Wee John didn't even notice when this man managed to appear behind him. He felt that his internal energy was not like others. It seemed to be blocked and could hardly be grasped. You won't find anything like this in Yunnan. Although how could it be otherwise? Manyo went crazy and lost the ability to think sensibly, and alone, without outside protection, he would not have done such a thing. Wee Jong asked if he was the one who kept a low profile with Manyo. He also asked the person to reveal his identity, but he replied, why would he do that? Wee John, emitting venom, angrily replied, since the head of the Doc Valley is in front of him. He asked, will you continue to be silent? The man did not answer Wee John. Instead, a huge red field of evil energy formed around this person. It was several times more powerful than Wee John's. The man said, and this is all that the best warrior in Yunnan can do? Mr. Wee John did not understand how this was possible. The person pushes out his poisonous energy. Man Neo asked that there is no need to start a fight, and he will sort it out himself. Wee John understood that such fierce poisonous energy would bring back memories, and he had no doubts. He stated that he didn't even have a father and mother, and he also grew up in Yunnan, and he is a resident of Yunnan. Wee John, lying on the ground, shouted that he did not understand how it was possible to betray them and his province, and even Sichuan. Man Neo replied that because of his poisonous energy, he did not understand anything. He reminded that if he could achieve what he wanted, he would not care about the fate of Yunnan, and there was too much noise from Wee John, and it was time for him to go to the next world. Suddenly someone grabbed Man Neo's hand. It was the head of the Ojo family. He asked Young Nim how to understand him. He suggested that it could be revenge. Head Ojo also asked Sichuan about this. Head Ojo now realized the truth that Sa Jin was not killed by the lame man or valley doc. Man Neo came up to him and put his hand on his back. Man Neo said that he was glad that Ojo was still safe and sound. Man Neo also wanted to tell him something that he had never heard before, but Ojo didn't understand what Hyungnim was talking about. Man Nayeo stated that Wee Jiang didn't lie, and it wasn't Dokei Valley who killed Sa Jin, and the lame man didn't use poison on him. The anger was visible on the face of the head of Ojo, and he wanted to know whose hands this was. Man Neo told him that it was his doing. He watched his reaction. Head Ojo was shocked by this information, and he didn't understand at first. But Man Nayeo repeated that it was he who killed Sa Jin. His eyes were filled with pain and shock. The warriors of the Ojo chapter also did not understand why he killed Tsa Chu Sa Jin. Man Neo explained to them that they could not go against the valley just like that. After all, they wanted to get the property of the valley, and revenge for Sa Jin was just a pretext. Chapter O. Joe began to be sad and began to cry. He asked with grief whether it was true and wanted it to turn out to be a lie. Head Ojo clenched his fist, and if it was true, he wanted to destroy it. He understood his feelings that it would be difficult for him to remain sane while standing directly in front of the enemy. He revealed the truth about Sa Jin's death out of pity. He felt it would be unfair to leave him in the dark before he died. Man Neo added that revenge is his right, and let him do what he sees fit, and he will not dissuade him. Sa Jin's father asked why Man Neo did this. Man Neo told him that this was his plan from the very beginning. The head was surprised by this. After all, the revival and collapse of the Owo family was just part of his plan. Head Ojo rushed to attack Man Neo in a rage for killing his son, but Man Neo dealt him a powerful blow. With one blow he cut it, even without using a weapon. The people who were watching this began to look up. The warriors were shocked by this. Chief Ojo's body fell to the ground. The warriors gathered around Man Neo with swords. The warriors of the Ojo family did not want to forgive this murder. But Man Neo's gaze was mad, and he turned towards the warriors. A loud noise was heard over the city. A couple of seconds later, there was a powerful blow in that place. He stood on the broken ground after the impact. He went further ahead. With one blow, he killed all the warriors who wanted to attack him. Man Neo stated that now only Kokchu remained. It started to rain outside. The person who was Man Neo's friend was with him. Man Neo has not killed Mr. Wee John yet. Kokchu said that there would be a great commotion in Kanho, and the Rock clan, Yunnan, and the Chongpa people would be buried here. He couldn't even imagine how Man Neo would take advantage of the situation. Man Neo heard Wee Jong start laughing, and Man Neo asked him if he lost his mind before he died. Mr. Kokchu could not believe that this was the end of Yunnan, because it was too unfair and sad to be true. Man Neo stepped on Wee John's head with his foot, and he asked why he only realized this now and Man Neo killed him. The girl said that the job was done, and it was time for her to go. Man Neo asked her to put in a word in front of the elder. Man Neo added that he also needed to slowly go to Hoguan Fortress and report what happened. The girl asked him if he would do something stupid that would cause him to worry about the consequences later. Man Neo was surprised by her words. He decided to just laugh it off. After all, he believed that he had nothing to worry about, and he could handle everything himself. But this girl decided to remain silent. After these words, she left there. But Man Neo decided to think about what the consequences might be. He believed that those who are held by something in this world are afraid of the consequences. After 8 years, he had no attachments left. After all, a lot of time has already passed. He approached the lying body of Chin Jagan. Man Neo was waiting for him. This guy's journey has been incredibly long. After all, 8 years ago, the guy, as a puppy, fell into the depths of hell, got out and crushed those who eradicated his family. A simple person wouldn't even have enough imagination to come up with something like this. He was proud of him. He continued to stand over him. Man Neo asked him how the years spent underground were. Man Neo added that while he was away, he visited many places in this vast and wonderful world. He took the needle into his hands. Sometimes he really wanted to sit down with him and discuss everything that had happened over a bottle, and he was sorry that this would not happen. He stuck a needle into Jagan's head. Man Neo asked if he felt how much was hidden behind the back of the Doc family. He said that his path of retribution had not yet been completed, but without becoming stronger, he would not be able to complete it. Man Neo used Madness Point Perforation. He used his abilities to do this. The guy's face turned red and he started screaming. Man Neo knew that his energy pathways were blocked by the Huajong of returning the heart's loyalty and the venom of the 5-color Scolopendra. One single working acupuncture point in his little finger allowed him to use only a small amount of internal energy. And now Man Neo has opened another point in his brain. He poured all his inner strength into it, thereby clearing the clogged energy pathways. With all the strength of Man Neo, only half of them were able to be opened because they had been sealed for 8 years. But the difference would still be great. A fog of energy formed around the building. Man Neo finished using his technique. He gave such a gift to this guy. He did this so that the guy would strive to rise higher in order to achieve his own goal, and so that he would spare no effort and show perseverance. He wanted Man Neo to be behind him when he reached the very top. He laughed at this. Man Neo went outside. He also had a request that the guy not die before that moment. On the day when heavy rain fell, not a single living person remained among those who came to the general meeting of the Doc clan. In the crowd lay the body of Yunnan's strongest warrior, Wei John. There were also the dead bodies of the heads of the DOK families and the Chongpa fighters, and this filled all of Gangho with horror. And the name of the man responsible for what happened spread everywhere. Union of Murim Associations, branch in Hoguan Fortress. Man Neo came there. He was asked what he had done because Mr. Kokchu trusted him as a native of Yunnan and entrusted him with the task. At first glance, it looked like a skirmish between Daoki and the Chongpa warriors, but rumors spread that there was also a lame man in the battle. It was Shim Hak, a military inspector. Because of this failure, the neighboring clans were now picking on them since Yunnan was under their jurisdiction. But Man Neo asked him to calm down because he did not return empty-handed. The inspector said he missed the lame man, but Man Neo said that he let him go, and now he will be a living angry bait, and it couldn't be better. The head of Marima asked them to stop arguing. He stated that he had overestimated Counselor Man's abilities. The inspector, pointing his finger at Man Neo, told the head of Murim that he could not be trusted in any way, and there was no need to entrust such a task to the advisor. But the head of Murima said that it was too late to talk about it. The head of Murima asked the inspector to consider the measures they should take in the fight against the offensive forces of the opposing clans. The inspector accepted his order, but Man Neo could not understand why they needed this stupid inspector, because he was given the title of military inspector to a man who is not even a fighter. But the head of Murim said that this man is just a tool that helps him understand the way of thinking of ordinary people. He came even closer to him. The head of Murim praised him. Man Neo was surprised and said that, according to the military inspector, the opposing clans could launch a general offensive at any time, and there is a chance that the warriors of Shandong and Hebei provinces will lose. But he was curious how they could do it. Man Neo was amazed by his insight because he saw the whole picture. He said that he had once promised to give him a gift soon. He stated that Yunnan province as a whole did not bring any benefit to the alliance, and it was only a useless outskirts. However, The Dok clan and the Chongpa warriors who were part of the Murim alliance fell in battle with each other. And here, you can get a lot of benefits from here. Man Nyo asked the chief what he wanted to choose, the Safa clan or the Magyo. The Safa clan consisted of criminals, and Magyo is a clan that studies demonic martial arts. The head of Murim told him that at the moment he would prefer the Safa clan. Man Nyo said that in a word, the head decided their fate. After all, they kept silently on the sidelines, and in the end they will become minions of the incident that occurred, and he began to laugh. Kokchu believed that in order to light a fire, a suitable victim would be needed. Man Nyo said that the decision is for Kokchu. He began to think of his own plan. Kokchu suggested that one of 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes would be enough. Man Nyo was surprised by such a number. Indeed, in Murim, 8 families are considered the most influential, and their natives are young rising lights. They take strengthening medications and learn secret martial arts techniques. If nothing changes, then the next generations of Murim will follow them. Man Nyo thought that it would be a good specimen and would be more than enough. Something really interesting was coming up. Kokchu knew that movements had begun in Sichuan, and they seemed to have taken an interest in what had happened in Yunnan. Kokchu said that he hopes that Man Nyo is not hiding anything from him. He stopped in place and thought. Man Nyo said that he is not hiding anything. The rain continued to fall, and he remembered why he had come to this place. The guy remembered the reason. It was revenge. It was because of her that he came here. However, this time he still lost. He thought that now he would die here and that would be the end of it. He began to feel a sense of conscience in front of all the people he had promised to take revenge on. He recalled moments that he remembered very poorly. He did not clearly see the face of the person who spoke to him. Suddenly his look changed. He remembered the feeling of powerful energy that coursed through his body. At some point the guy opened his eyes. He was lying in bed and his body was wrapped in bandages. The guy thought it might have been a dream. He began to look around the place he was in. He didn't understand where he was. It was a room with a bed and the windows closed. He heard sounds and words that he had woken up near the door to the room. It was Uncle Chan. He told the guy that he had not regained consciousness for 3 days, and he was already beginning to think that he would not survive. Chinja Gang asked how did he end up here. Uncle Chan told him that after the commotion in Dok Valley, the situation here began to heat up, so they decided to leave the place for a while. His wife left first, and he, remembering him, headed to the valley in case the guy was still there. When he arrived at the place, what he saw horrified him. Of all the people who were there, he was the only one alive. When he brought him here, his breathing was weak, and he did not understand what happened there. The guy didn't understand how it all ended. After all, it was not possible to defeat Wei John, and he had to die there. But in the end, he remained alive, and the valley was exterminated, and everyone present there too. He tried to remember whose voice and silhouette spoke to him when he was practically unconscious. Uncle Chan was watching this guy. He said that if it's hard for a guy to speak, then he shouldn't force himself. As he thought, what happened was connected with the circumstances that he once mentioned. Uncle Chan wanted to find a doctor in a nearby village, and he himself provided emergency care, but he wanted to make sure that he would be okay. But the guy said that you shouldn't do so much for him. Uncle Chan said everything is fine. The guy was surprised by this. He asked the guy not to put too much on his shoulders and let him try to rely on others at least in difficult times because he is still very young. The guy did not contradict him. Uncle Chan began to leave and reminded the guy to rest. After his words, he began to fall to the side. The guy saw that Uncle Chan began to fall. Uncle Chan fell to the ground. The guy got out of bed and immediately ran to his uncle. He began to help him get up. Uncle said that he was exhausted and it would be better for him to get some rest. He was holding his head, and at that time the guy noticed something. His condition was not due to overwork. He had purple boils and blisters on his neck. It was an ulcer from horse poison. This poison is found in the blood and feces of a dead horse, and abscesses, growing, infect the body and destroy organs leading to death. But the guy didn't know how his uncle was able to pick up horse poison. His uncle asked him to ignore him and rest. The guy was thinking about where his uncle could have picked up this poison. It could have happened anywhere. Uncle Chan went to bed to also rest. His condition was not very good. The guy admitted that he could have picked up the poison when he brought it here. After all, the guy was covered with many different poisons that John used on him, and one of them could have gotten on his uncle. The guy got angry because of him someone will have to die again. The guy clenched his fist and resolutely said that he would not allow this to happen, and he must definitely save him. After all, the guy did not want to experience the excruciating pain of loss again, and now he has the strength to change his fate. In the middle of the forest, white smoke was coming from between the trees. The guy burned all the objects that could have transferred the poisons from him, and all he had to do was prepare an antidote. He collected rice ears, aconite, and seeds of the yume plant, which would help reduce the effects of horse poison, and they were not difficult to find in the mountain forest. However, the key component of the medicine is purple gold tablets, and without them, he will not be able to recover from the poison, and he needs to get high-grade tablets from a specialized pharmacy. He went to the village to find a pharmacy where he could find these pills. As he approached the entrance, he noticed something. He felt the salga energy near the building, and there were several types of it here. It covered the entire village like fog. Since many people had lost their lives on the day of the valley meeting, it was obvious to him that all of Murim's eyes would be on Yunnan. The guy admitted that they came to investigate what happened. But even if that was the case, he still needed to get those pills. He had to be prepared for a possible collision with any of them. He tensed his hand, clenching it into a fist. He felt a strange energy in his hand and did not understand what it was. His arm hurt and he sank to the ground. He didn't understand what this strange feeling was like, as if his body was being pierced by thorns. His arm veins have gotten bigger. The guards at the entrance noticed that something was wrong with the guy and came up to ask what was happening to him. The guy turned around and began to walk away, although his arm continued to hurt. Also, the guy was limping on his leg. The guards did not understand what was happening to him and why he was behaving so strangely. The guy felt that after the battle in Dock Valley, something had changed inside him and his internal energy was seething inside him like crazy. He couldn't even restrain her properly. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, a sword blade was pointed at his neck. The guy tensed and didn't know what to do. They asked the guy how long had he been limping. The guard said he was acting suspicious and they should follow them. The guy was trying to get his hand to move, but he couldn't do it. The guards got angry with him because the guy didn't listen to them, and they said that if he didn't resist, they would kill him with one blow. At that moment, leaves began to fall around. Someone put a fan to the blade of a sword. It was some girl. The girl said that she kept thinking about where and what he was doing. The guards did not understand who this girl was, and now she has finally found him. She said that she didn't know if he knew this because he was a young warrior, and she added that making elders wait is tactless. She moved their swords away. The girl stated that she had an affair with this young man. The guy was surprised by this, but exhaled. She asked the guards what issue they pestered him about. The guards got angry with the girl and asked her to leave because they were currently investigating an incident that happened in Dock Valley. The girl said that she was also interested in this incident and she could do nothing about it. She rushed towards them. She instantly found herself in front of the guards who didn't even understand anything. She told them to get some rest. The guy was surprised by the girl's abilities. She used something and the guards began to fall asleep. The girl told the guy that they would wake up in about 4 hours. The guy at that time was shocked by this girl because he couldn't even follow her movements. She must have been a grand master. She opened her fan and invited the guy to follow her. Chinja Gang understood that there was no point in trying to escape, and he could only do what she asked. They went to the city center. They went into the dining room and sat down at the table to drink tea. She poured tea into his glass and told him to drink it. The guy began to reach out with his hand to take the cup. She carefully watched all his actions. The guy's hand hurt badly again. The girl noted that the guy was unable to contain his internal energy, even when she released a small amount of salga, and she had a hard time believing that he dealt with Baek Tam Hyung and destroyed the people who came to the meeting of the DOK clan. The guy thought that the girl was here to avenge them, but she denied it. saying that Bayek Tom Hyang deserved to die. The girl was curious about what exactly happened that day. The guy said that he lost to Wee John and lost consciousness, and he doesn't know anything about what happened after. The girl realized that all those murders were not his doing. The girl asked him if he knew about the nickname Merciless Poisonous Lame. The guy was surprised. The girl said that it had scattered all over Kanho, and behind it was the culprit of everything that had happened in Yunnan recently. And his nickname is telling, because he really does limp and uses poison with cruel effect. She said it was about him. After all, there were rumors that the lame man was a mercenary who was raised by the Safa clan, because people believed that only such a person could defeat Yunnan. The guy said that he had nothing to do with them, but the girl already knew that. She added that he was not among her students. Jagan realized that the girl was from Safa. The girl said that people believe what they want to believe. She explained that in such a situation there are two ways out, or win the lame man over to their side and turn the rumors into truth, or, so that they are no longer accused of anything, pull out the problem from the roots. The guy thought about the girl's words. He thought she was wrong. After all, people will not believe what is impossible to believe. They did not take the rumors with skepticism due to the deeds that Safa had been committing all along. The girl asked if the guy held a grudge against them. The guy heard that it was Safa who was causing chaos in the world and causing trouble for others, and if he doesn't hate such people, then who should he hate? The girl understood that he thought that the Chongpas, who blamed them, had good intentions and valued the concepts of morality and valor. The guy didn't know what to answer her to this. The girl added that even the Shaolin Temple, which is now called the Support of Kanho, was at one time a famous group of demons of the Safa clan. And if he judges what is right and wrong in this world based only on prejudice, if not from what he sees with his own eyes, he will never know the truth. Since they were talking about this, the girl wanted to tell him something. She said that there was a young man in Kanho, a famous noble swordsman. He was called a hero and a fighter for justice, and people wanted to imitate him. And who would question the love of such a person? A young girl who knew nothing about this world began to receive courtship from him, and she believed that only happiness awaited her ahead. However, the man's target was not her, but the secret books that her family owned. Having obtained them, he not only got rid of the girl, but also destroyed her family, telling everyone that they were one of the groups of demons of the Safa clan. And as a result, the man began to be considered a fair man who could even leave his own wife for the sake of valor. After finishing speaking, she asked the guy how did he like the story. The guy replied that this man should be killed. The girl looked at him in surprise. She started laughing and saying that this was a funny answer and with such confidence. She added that nothing less was expected from a descendant of the Yak family who single-handedly decided against Doc. The guy was surprised that she even knew this. He said that everything is correct, and he, Jinja Gang, is a descendant of the Bekwajil Valley, and his goal is to repay the unjustly lost Yak clan. The girl asked, did his revenge come to an end with the extermination of Doc? But the guy replied that no, and he needed to get rid of their accomplices. She asked if she knew a person who was using his name for his own purposes. The girl believed that since the guy said that the incident in Yunnan was not his doing, then there was a possibility that he was the culprit. The guy added that he would have to pay for what he had done. The girl liked the guy's will. She said that they need to work together and turn the rumors into truth. But the guy wondered why he needed this. The girl told him that she could give him the strength he needed. She introduced herself as Tan Ryong Kyung, and in Gongho she is known as the Goddess of Wishes. The guy was shocked by her nickname. After all, he heard that in the eastern region of the Safa clan, which is located in Shandong province, there lives an all-powerful ruler. All people knew about her, because she was a woman of strong character and Safa's godmother. She said that she would give him martial arts techniques and lend her organization strength, and thus he will be able to give his enemies what they deserve, and she will realize her goals. The guy understood that she was not just a responsible person. In front of him was the head of the Safa clan herself. The guy knew that stronger enemies were waiting for him ahead, and refusing such cooperation was a stupid act. However, he refused. The girl did not expect such a reaction, and explained to him that all of Murim was looking for him. For him to fight alone would be the end for him. The guy wanted to carry out his revenge alone, and he had no desire to count on outside help, and especially if he was used as bait. She looked at the guy's face again. She told him not to forget her words. After all, there are only two ways to solve the problem, and if he refuses to cooperate, he will have to resort to the second option. The guy did not want to be deceived because she became close to him, pretending that she knew nothing about him. And also, this girl mentioned a person who uses his name. He was sure that Safa's true goal was to make him a bait and catch the stranger who was behind what happened. He also had no guarantee that the girl would keep her promise about the transfer of power, and if he united with her, he would no longer be able to deny his relationship with Safa. The guy takes revenge for those who were unjustly deprived of their lives. He had a needle in his sleeve. He pierced his little finger with this needle and said that he had no other choice. The guy started spreading poison from his finger. The girl did not understand his actions. She realized that it was poisonous smoke. The guy used the warmth of her internal energy. He began to swing the needles in her direction. The guy used the flight line of the 12 earth branches. The girl saw needles flying at her, but she was able to catch them with ease. She noted that his ingenuity saved him all this time. The guy didn't understand what to do next. He looked into her eyes with anger. The girl said that this was the end of the games. Smoke was spreading near the area. The girl couldn't understand why the guy was trying to break the helpline extended to him. Chinja Gang said that he is not so stupid as not to see how he has rotted. She grabbed Go by the face, and with great force she hit him on the ground. She asked him to stop being insolent to her, and she continued to keep her hand on his face. The guy still had a knife in his hands, but the girl said that there was no point in his resistance. She stated that his head would split open before his knife touched her. The guy said that they were making enough noise and more people would soon be coming here, and he asked what would happen if passers-by found out that the head of Safa was here, and there were really a lot of people on the street. She asked, is that what he thought about it? She asked people to disperse. In an instant, people disappeared from there. Every single one of them left instantly. The girl asked if he really thought she was so frivolous. She said that he had nothing more to hope for. And what will he do now? The girl, holding the guy, offered him her option again, because even if the guy becomes their bait, it won't make him any worse. And together, they will destroy the common enemy, and the guy will gain strength. After all, isn't he ready to do anything to exact revenge? The guy asked whose side she would choose in a story about a swordsman and a girl. And he added that from what he sees, she is more inclined towards the swordsman. After all, if Safa's tactics are using another to get what she wants, then he rejects her offer. She listened carefully to the guy's speech, and I thought about his words about history. Using someone else to get what you want. The girl then calmly exhaled. She let the guy go and said that he was stubborn and impenetrable. She won't kill him, and she won't use him as bait either. And she said that if her words differ from her deeds, then Safa really is as people describe him. And she understood this perfectly. The guy exhaled and remained silent. The girl added that times change, as do her people, and those who are accustomed to being oppressed are now gradually losing patience. She began to raise the glass from the floor and believed that even those who incited this very oppression began to appear. She believed that she was too excited about the thought of changing such a simmering situation, so she acted stupidly. She suggested to the guy that he might not join them, but in return she wanted to make a deal on equal terms. She has 3 debts and he has 1 promise. She will be obliged to repay them. But the guy didn't understand why he should agree to the deal. After all, killing or saving him is at her discretion. It looked like he hated her. She asked to listen to him and was sure that her words would contain what he needed. The girl said that he was looking for purple gold tablets that would help cure horse poison, but that ulcer was not caused by him. The guy thought about it. The girl asked, does she accept her deal now? The guy, after thinking, replied that he accepted her deal. The girl smiled back at him. The girl knew that Baek Tom Hyung, with the help of horse poison and various aromas, stupefies the enemy and hides the true poison. But in fact, the poison that affects the heart and stomach poses a mortal threat. Her first duty was to give him the antidote, and she began to take it out of her sleeve. She threw him the antidote and the guy caught it. She said it was a crushed powder, and he needed to mix it with alcohol, and then the patient would feel better. The guy began to examine the bag with this powder. Her second duty to him was strength. She wanted to give him martial arts techniques, but he rejected them. But there was still a trick or two that would be useful for him to remember. She started showing him this technique. He needed to awaken all the energy that had accumulated in the body and lead it from the points 3 Lai and calf nose, then continue to direct the energy through the stomach and armpits to the palms. He needed to feel the energy flows with his toes. The guy watched this and listened carefully to the girl. And finally, he must release energy currents through the tips of his fingers. And then this powerful technique will work. The name of this technique is dividing explosive hand arrow. This movement is simple, but the order cannot be broken. The guy will be able to remember him. The reason the girl shared this trick was because of the third duty, which is information. After all, if she could find him, then someone else could do it too. She was talking specifically about Uncle Chan. After all, perhaps those people had already raided the place where he lived, and among them there was one dangerous person. In Kanho, it became known as the Supernova, one of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. It was Jaegil Young, nicknamed Brave Phoenix. She warned the guy that she was much stronger than the Dak clan people he had encountered, and he should not relax. Chin Jia Gang wondered if he could defeat such an outstanding fighter in his current state. The girl said that in a critical situation he needs to remember the Choshchik that she taught him. He will be needed to defeat her. The guy asked what she wanted from him. The girl, after thinking, asked that in the distant future he would need to save the person she asked, even if he had to die at his hands. The guy asked, "Is there anything else you need?" The girl replied that that was all. The guy replied that he understood and agreed. The girl smiled at him and was glad that they were able to agree. The girl apologized for her rudeness, asked the guy to survive, because she would like to meet him again, and began to leave. She instantly flew into the air as if she had evaporated. The guy understood that this was Tan Ryong-gyong, the goddess of desires, and he could not do anything to her. After meeting several great warriors, he felt that he was beginning to understand reality. After all, there will be many dangerous enemies on his way. But the guy did not consider this a reason to stop, and he wanted to act as before. He must throw out everything he had. His next opponent should be the Brave Phoenix. A servant turned to that strong lady and said that they had captured a man who looked like an accomplice of the wanted man, but he himself was not here. She was a little upset by this news. The man said he managed to escape. The lady thought that this was pointless, because she believed that the lame man would definitely fall in her hands. The guy went to the house where he had been recently. He quickly ran there. He burst into the house and shouted his uncle's name. But when he entered the room, he did not see Uncle Chan. The guy immediately remembered the girl's words that if she found the guy, then someone else could also find him. The guy realized with excitement that they had already been here. As he looked around the room, he noticed something in the corner. There was a note on the table that had been stuck into the table with a knife. The guy took this knife out of the table to get the note. He opened it and began to carefully read the contents of the note. They tied up Uncle Chan to try and lure the lame man into a trap. They knew that the man was poisoned, and then they tried to cure him. And perhaps this man is part of Safa. The lady did not know whether the lame man had a sense of camaraderie, but it would be nice if it turned out to be so. They were going to kill the hostage if the guy didn't come. She believed that this was a great opportunity to show that she was the best of the 3 phoenixes. The man listened to the lady. She wanted to succeed in this by doing her best, if only for the sake of her own Yi Guan family. Someone said that he had good news for Yon. The man told the lady that the Union was looking for someone who could investigate the incident in Yunnan province. It was Baek Li Guan, the silent dragon. He said the teacher suggested taking her, and it seemed like the teacher took his recommendation. And he added that perhaps their relationship would finally be recognized. The girl became embarrassed and smiled. After all, The real power of the family belonged to the teacher, so even if he alone supports them, then everything will be fine. The lady was very happy about this news. Bayek Li Guan, sitting on a bench, hugged Mrs. Young. The girl was very worried all this time, but now she has nothing to worry about anymore. Entrance to the Murima Union Palace. Miss Jagal Young announced that she had arrived. The head of Murim greeted the lady. He knew that she was the brave phoenix. The lady greeted Mr. Kokchu, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword. Kokchu was sure that his student had already told everything. The lady stated that she was informed that a guy nicknamed Poisonous Lame was causing unceremonious troubles, and she would deal with it, and Kokchu would not be disappointed in her. Mr. Kokchu agreed that she would do this. She was glad that she succeeded, and he sends her on a mission. It seemed that the clan wanted to match Guan with the Sword Queen's disciple, Ice Phoenix. However, there was a great chance for her personally. Kekchu said that after all, a man had to choose a companion for love and not follow power, and if she completed the task, she would receive a reward. Mrs. Young was not going to let Mr. Kokchu down and obeyed his orders. She believed that the lame man was nothing compared to her, one of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. They were waiting for the guy to come. They heard footsteps coming from the bushes. They finally saw the Poisonous Lame. His gaze was filled with strength and anger. The lady was surprised at him because she thought he would be older. The guy immediately wanted to ask them where Uncle Chan was. The lady was surprised that he called him uncle. She pointed at him and explained that they had tied him up so he wouldn't run away. After all, they believed that the guy was from the cold-blooded Safa clan, but he did not abandon his own people in trouble. The man said that they were members of the Chagall family and had come here on the orders of the Union. They offered him a choice: surrender meekly or die along with that man, because the guy took hundreds of lives in Yunnan from the Chan and Dayak clans, and he deserves a card for his crimes. But he stated that he had nothing to do with Safa, and he did not know who committed those murders, because he only took the lives of the enemies of the Yak clan. They didn't understand what the guy was talking about. The guy said that he was a descendant of the Bakwajul Valley, who took revenge on the Dok families who destroyed the Yak clan of Yunnan province, and believed that the one who dealt with the Yak clan was to blame. The lady did not know this valley, but the man said that 9 years ago they were exterminated during the struggle for power. She asked the guy. It turns out that the killers were the Dak clan, and he only took revenge on them for his family, and wasn't he the one who killed other people? The guy nodded his head and said that everything was correct, but the lady didn't know why to believe him. The guy asked why he would lie then. They assumed that he was lying in order to get out of the current situation unharmed. After all, in this case, he would have to come up with a more convincing lie. The mistress realized that if she used the situation correctly, she would be able to catch the guy alive. She suggested to the guy that he personally tell the Union this, and then he will study everything and decide whether it is true. But the guy refused this offer. The guy added that his words will not change anything, because everyone in the Union is silent about the incident of Doc's attack on Yak, and moreover, someone is helping them. The girl asked, "Who is it?" The guy answered her that this is King Kong of the Heavenly Sword, Baek Li Jun. They didn't expect such an answer from the guy. The lady laughed and thought that she shouldn't have even listened to this nonsense of Safa's henchman. She began to take out her sword and told him that he should have known who he was first before saying such things, and now she would have to deal with him here and now. The guy asked them not to perceive the world stereotypically, and to look at it with their own eyes, because from what he knew, Baek Li Jun was nothing more than a charlatan. The guy said, "The valiant Chagall family of supreme wisdom. The wisdom of the Chagall family touches the sky. With wisdom they strive for nobility." These were the words he heard about Chagall. However, in reality, he saw that in fact they, having fallen into the network of a swindler, had taken an innocent person hostage. The guy believed that they had no right to be called Chagall. These words enraged the lady, and she rushed to attack the guy. She slashed towards him, and a powerful attack was sent towards him. She didn't want to let the Safa man sully Chagall's name. She thought the guy's brains would snap back into place when she tore him to shreds. But the guy replied that it was too early to show her anger, because today Chagall will suffer defeat at the hands of the guy. And he added that they will be leveled to the ground. The girl looked into the face of the enemy. She considered his words absurd. She believed that a person from Safa like him could not do anything to her family, and there was no limit to the guy's insolence. The guy had not yet begun his attack, but listen to what she said. Xin Yun asked the lady to calm down because she had no reason to fight. She didn't understand what he was doing. The lady reminded him that he did not dare block her path. But Xin Yun suggested taking advantage of them. Xin Yun reminded the guy about the hostage and that his life depended on him. The guy asked them to put away their swords, and with a crazy look he said that if they don't do this, they will be deprived of their hands. His profound energy began to emanate from his body. It spread through the air towards them. They didn't understand where he got such strength from. They found out that it was Salgi Shi. There are several types of Salga. Salgi Qian is an energy that expresses the intention to kill an opponent, and even ordinary people who do not master the art of internal energy can often demonstrate it if they are consumed by fierce anger. However, that guy released Salgi Shi. This energy can only be used by those who have set out on the path of murder, and such a person will deal with the enemy without hesitation, which makes this type of energy much more terrible. They felt that his Salgi was incredibly powerful. The trembling chills them to their very bones, and they have never encountered such ominous energy before. He didn't understand what kind of life he had if he was capable of such a fierce Salgi. The warriors decided to rush to attack that guy. Xin Yun asked these warriors to stop. The guy could not control his internal energy, so using techniques for him would be very risky. But now, under no circumstances should he retreat. There was a powerful energy scream all around. The guy attacked the warriors with his blade. Qin Jiagan threw 3 warriors away from him with one blow. Xin Yun was scared by the guy's strength. He couldn't believe it was real. The guy said it was his turn now. Xin Yun clenched his teeth and readied his sword for defense. But suddenly the lady asked him to get out of the way. The guy noticed that the girl was approaching him. The mistress was able to attack the guy with her whip with a powerful blow. She knew that warriors like them could not be trusted. The guy was in enough pain from the blow to his body. She now wanted to fight him and defeat him. She believed that it wasn't even a matter of the hostage, because the guy was not suitable for her as an opponent. She was going to show the guy Jagal Young's sword. She believed that there was a huge gap between them and used the floating blade like a flying wing sword. The sword headed towards the guy with great speed, but the guy was able to dodge her blow. He understood that her attacks were quite fast. A crack formed on the ground from her powerful blow, and the guy fell to the side. The mistress continued to attack the guy with her attacks. One after another she tried to hit his body, but the guy had enough dexterity and dodged her attacks. He understood that the radius of her attack was large, and she had a huge advantage in striking range. She asked where the guy's mood to destroy her went. After she missed, she struck again with her sword. The guy understood that she needed time before striking the next blow, and if you wait for the right moment, it will help him. He used a powerful energy scream again and deflected her blow. She wasn't surprised by his attack since he couldn't hit her. The guy felt that this was not enough, but he needed a little more strength. He used another technique he had learned a long time ago. This was the technique of the flight line of the 12 earthly branches. The needle flew into her body at great speed, but the girl understood what this guy was up to. She repulsed his attack and destroyed this needle flying at her. The guy was scared because she was able to deflect his blow. Immediately after that, she attacked him again. A powerful blow pierced the guy's body in the abdominal area. He started screaming in pain after she hit him. He fell to the ground. The lady said that he was screaming quietly. After this blow, she added that such is the strength of the Chagall family, and Safa's henchman is no match for them. Xin Yun noted that the guy understood everything correctly, because it is important to have courage and move forward when fighting an opponent who strikes with great dynamics. However, the lady wielded the flying wing sword, and this technique was ideal for attack and defense, and it also allows you to increase the range of the attack. The lady reached the 7th level of swordsmanship and received the nickname Brave Phoenix. Therefore, as she said, the lame guy cannot stand it. The guy began to try to run away from her blows. She saw that he began to run away and realized that he was about to run away, and he was pathetic. They noticed that the lame man had suffered a serious internal injury and was coughing up blood every time he used the techniques. The lady heard that Safa has a magical technique that allows him to resist the destruction of hell's paths and increase his destructive power. And apparently the guy ran away to recover, and if he didn't abandon the hostage, he'll attack again. The lady understood that he could not be given time to recover. At this time, the guy hid behind a tree in the bushes. Pain pierced his entire body. He understood that at this rate he would be destroyed before he had time to do anything. His chances were slim, but he had to find some way to cope. While thinking about this, he heard from the side the lady using the flying wing secret sword move. It was a cross-section of a flying wing by the wind. Streams of wind were carried to the sides at great speed. After using this technique, the lady saw where the guy was. He had no place to hide anymore because the trees were blown away by the wind. The guy was behind a tree stump that remained in that place. The guy was tense and didn't know what to do. The lady wanted to put an end to all this. The guy no longer had anywhere to run, and she said that this time everything would end for him. The guy rose to his feet, holding his hand to the wound. She said that he shouldn't have shouted that he would raise Chagall to the ground and then hide like a rat. She took her sword and believed that the guy had an unknown concept of shame. She attacked him with her sword, and the tip of the blade was right in front of his face. The guy used his powerful energy scream, and after using his technique, he fell to the ground. He began coughing up blood again and feeling severe pain. The lady invited him to tell him why he could not overcome it. She said that it was all about the basis, and she and him were different. Her flying wing sword technique, which she has honed since childhood, is the result of the blade arts that her family, firmly established in Murim, has accumulated over several hundred years. And thanks to her, she became one of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes and asked, "What does he use?" After all, she believed that the guy was just using wonderful and useless tricks, and that was the whole point of Safa. She smilingly reminded him that it was impossible to crush Chagall with such base techniques, even if he tried to do it over and over again. The guy was already quite tired and was breathing heavily. The lady correctly noted that they grew up in completely different conditions. The guy had to go through real hell, but she walked along the well-trodden path, having the help and support of her family at hand, so her martial arts skills are enormous. He wondered if his skills were really inferior, and I gave myself the answer that this was not so at all. She saw that the guy was already desperate, and it was time for him to pay for his insolence with his life. And the lady attacked the guy with her sword again. The guy knew that he did not have anything outstanding, but they didn't leave him empty-handed either. The goddess of desires taught him a trick that he would need to remember in a critical situation. After all, he will need it to defeat her. He began to awaken all the energy that had accumulated in his body during this time, and directed it according to the instructions that the girl taught him. The energy was directed through the stomach and armpits to the palms, and the tip of the sword was already approaching his body. At that moment, Jagan did not yet realize that changes began to occur inside his body. His energy pathways, which had been clogged for so many years, broke through, and grains of poisons followed them and began to tear his body to shreds. The technique that Tan Ryong-gyong taught him is called wind finger. As it circulates, it spreads throughout the body, and the imprisoned poisons followed the flow of internal energy and began to accumulate in one place. As a result, the finger of the wind became poisonous. The guy used a splitting arrow projectile. A powerful stream of energy headed towards her. She did not expect such a turn of events. Xin Yun shouted that the guy had released his finger of wind. Blood scattered everywhere. Xin Yun protected the lady with his body from his blow. She was surprised by his action because he saved her. He sank to the ground after this attack, and the lady was worried about him. Xin Yun said that it was nothing and that he was fine, but she was just inattentive. But suddenly he felt that something was wrong with him. He immediately told the lady that there was poison in Windfinger's attack, and she needed to quickly take the pill to neutralize it. After all, she had time to do it before the lame man attacked again. She looked at the guy, and he still didn't have the strength for a second attack. She began to take out the antidote pill. She now understood what an ace the guy had up his sleeve. He planned to lower her guard and poison her, and she considered him very vile. She took the antidote and said that the guy had missed his chance because the guy's poison wouldn't work. The lady added that if it were not Shin Yun who came under attack, but she, then perhaps his chances of winning would have increased slightly. But a couple of seconds after taking the antidote, she felt sick. As it turned out, the pill was not very different in appearance from the real one. However, they thought about larger-scale production and changed some of the ingredients. The poison content was increased, and the effect was expected to increase. The man said that this pill affects the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Man Nyo was glad to have such a pill. The previous version was very painful to use, so he broke it into pieces and threw it into the water. The elder has already nicknamed this pill as the Killer of Five. He was surprised by this name. Man Nyo didn't know that the elder had such an ugly hobby. He couldn't think that the elder could come up with a way to disguise such a fierce thing in a poison-neutral pill. The man added that this was the whole point because the ingredients of the neutralizing pills also enhance this poison. After all, a person will hope for the healing properties of the medicine, but the unexpected effect will turn him into shock. He understood how terrible the elder was, although it was Man Nyo who gave the pill to Chigal, so it was not for him to judge the terribleness. After he broke the pill into the water, the fish in the water were poisoned, and Man Nyo laughed at this. The lady said that everything should turn out interesting. Shin Yun, sitting on the ground, watched the lady. The guy was exhausted, but surprise was visible on his face. Several bloodstains appeared on the ground near the mistress's feet. She started spitting blood out of her mouth. She looked at her hand and saw blood. The lady did not understand what was happening to her. Shin Yun also didn't understand what happened to her. After all, she had just taken a poison-killing pill. She got worse and began to lose consciousness. She began to lose her balance and fall. The lady fell to the ground, and Shin Yun watched this and did not know what to do. Shin Yun wanted to try to make her wake up, but looking at the mistress's face, he could not believe his eyes. He recognized the symptoms of poisoning with a deadly poison, but how could a lame man use another poison in such a short time? While he was thinking about this, Chin Jia Gang came up behind him. Shin Yun noticed the guy behind him. The guy was standing next to him, but it looked like he wasn't going to stab him yet. Shin Yun, with fear and sweat on his face, asked for mercy, and if he spares them, they will give him anything. The guy replied that such servility was not at all suitable for Chigal. Shin Yun stated that his duty was to protect the lady, not to kill him. The guy said that if he were weaker, they would have killed him. Then why should he keep them alive and worry about the consequences? Shin Yun said that this way the guy can prevent danger. After all, if the lady died here, Chigal, out of revenge, will mobilize all their forces and go in pursuit of him, and then he will have to fight tens of thousands of people, and there is no need for him to expose himself to such a risk. The guy was ready for this, and such threats would not affect him. He asked him to think again and wanted the guy to take his life. In return, Shin Yun asked the guy to spare the lady. The man fell to the ground next to the lady. The guy thought it was ridiculous to show them mercy. He laughed because he would never be able to forgive them. He swung his blade at him because they destroyed his world and took away the peace in his life. Suddenly Uncle Chan shouted the guy's name. The guy heard it and looked in his direction. The next day, the guy brought Uncle Chan back to his house. He laid it on the bed and apologized for what happened. He believed that he should not have come here at all, and the blame lies entirely with him. The guy hit the table with his fist in anger and said that he was again causing pain to innocent people. The guy gave him medicine for pain in his heart and intestines, and he should feel better soon, but it's time for him to go. When the guy started to leave, Uncle Chan called his name. Uncle Chan looked at him and understood what an unbearable burden the guy had taken on himself. He asked not to forget his words because when it's hard you need to rely on someone nearby, and added that if he wants to protect his neighbor, he must become stronger. The guy went on a journey somewhere. He still thought that he should become stronger. However, this was out of revenge and not out of the need to protect others because he did not have anyone left whom he could protect. But no matter what happened, life went on, and on his way he constantly came across people who helped him. Therefore, at least in order not to cause pain and suffering to those people, he needed to cultivate strength within himself. The guy approached some stones. It was a huge cave with a passage inside. Shin Yun was surprised that the guy came to them because they thought the guy had abandoned them. The guy asked to call him Chin-ja Gan, not the poisonous lame one. Shin Yun understood this guy's demand. Chin-ja Gang brought medicine that could help reduce the effects of the poison. Shin Yun thanked the guy for saving him and the lady. But Chin-ja Gan had no intention of showing mercy to them and asked them not to flatter themselves. The guy just didn't want to cause misunderstanding again. After all, he had many different situations, such as killing villagers, also the murder of the Ojo family, and another group from the Chong clan of Yunnan province. The whole world said that these reprisals against them were his doing. But Jin-ja Gang explained that it was not he who actually killed Ojo's descendant, but members of the John clan came to him to avenge him. The lady was unconscious. The guy added that, in the end, they disappeared in the same ridiculous way as the Doc family, calling it self-destruction. And now people thought that the guy, as a member of the Safa clan, was responsible for what happened. Shin Yun was surprised and realized that the guy was not to blame for the recent incidents. His only goal is revenge on the killers of the Yak clan. And this time, they appeared on his way, and the guy again almost lost his life because of something he had nothing to do with. He said that he put all his strength into the finger of the wind technique, but it did not work. The guy said that the one who poisoned the brave phoenix was not him. Shin Yun's face changed, and he did not expect to hear this. Shin Yun couldn't believe it because how could the lady get poisoned then? He began to remember the battle and at what point the lady became ill. Shin Yun admitted that she was poisoned because of the poison-killing pill. He grabbed his head and was perplexed because it was the Union itself that provided them with the medicine. Then why would the Union harm the lady? Shin Yun said that this cannot happen. The guy recalled that the words that the Union is not capable of this were times when he himself thought so. However, then the guy saw how Baek Lee Jun, who was a researcher in the Murim Union, took the side of the DOK clan, after which all the guy's hopes sank into oblivion. Chin-ja Gang just didn't know what the reason was for the assassination attempt on the mistress, perhaps to drive the guy even further into a corner, or out of personal hostility towards her. But he was sure of one thing, that in the alliance there was someone who wanted the death of the brave phoenix. Shin Yun looked at the lady's body lying on the ground and thought about Chin-ja Gang's words. The guy began to leave and said that whether the girl lived or died now depended on him. He turned around and added that he spared their lives so as not to incur a new misunderstanding, but it would be illogical to try to save those who came to deal with him, because he had already helped enough. Shin Yun begged the guy to take them to the Jagal family residence, and they would definitely repay the debt. But the guy replied that he did not trust either them or the Jagal family. Moreover, the guy was hunting for the head of Baek Lee Jun, and the Jagals are part of an alliance, and someday they will still be destined to become enemies. And the fact that they are now alive was the maximum manifestation of mercy. He wished him luck in rescuing the brave phoenix. Shin Yun asked him to wait, but Chin-ja Gan did not stop and left the cave. Shin Yun was upset and angry that he left, but he needed to somehow pull himself together and save the lady. Her face was covered in sweat and he watched her. He was confident that he could save her from danger and heal her. Time passed quickly and night had already fallen. Shin Yun continued to sit in the cave near the lady, and suddenly he heard her say his name. After a couple of seconds, he realized that it was the mistress who said it. He immediately approached her and was glad that she had finally woken up. She was still very weak and could not move much. Behind Shin Yun was a man with a sword and dark clothes. The lady asked Shin Yun who was the person behind. He immediately turned his head and saw the stranger. He quickly took out his sword to protect himself. They began to fight with their swords in the cave. Xin Yun asked in confusion who he was. To this, that man asked him a question. Is he the dog of the Chagall family? The man looked at the mistress and let him know that she was his target. Xin Yun noticed something on his opponent's hand. It was Amgi, a weapon capable of delivering a sudden blow. Xin Yun attacked the enemy, and he did not want to let the man even touch the lady with a finger. With this blow, he threw the enemy aside several meters. Xin Yun knew that he was not in the best shape right now and was not sure if he could defeat this enemy. But if he fails, the lady will be in danger. The man stated that he had no order to kill him, but would die if he began to use internal energy. Xin Yun stated that this is his duty as a protector. He picked up speed to attack the attacking man. He used the frantic dragon claw dance. The man dodged his first blow. This technique attacked in several places at once, but the man dodged all the points of his attack. And the man said that Xin Yun was talking too confidently, like a person with such a poor attack speed. Xin Yun was very tense during the battle and became angry with him. The man knocked the sword out of his hands and he flew into the air. Xin Yun no longer had any weapons to attack. The man said that now the games will be over. He hit him with the sword, which cut part of his face. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. At this time, the man turned towards the lady, but Xin Yun grabbed his leg to prevent him from approaching her. His face was bleeding, but he did not want to let him approach his mistress. The man said that Xin Yun is unable to influence anything, and now it's all over, both for him and for Chagall Young. But a voice behind the man said that this was not so, and it was all over for him. Qin Jiagang grabbed him from behind and with a needle in his hands asked him to drop the weapon. The man did not expect that anyone could stop him. Xin Yun was surprised that Qin Jiagang returned to the cave. The guy was holding the attacking man, who was clearly worried. At the end of the needle was the divine water of Saquan. The mercenary should have known what it was, and Qin Jiagang should have asked him to drop the weapon because he would not repeat it again. The mercenary let go of the sword and asked why the poisonous lame man did not leave the cave. Qin Jiagang only pretended to leave in order to catch those who were acting on his behalf. The mercenary said that this was nonsense and he was only ordered to eliminate Chagall Young and nothing more. Xin Yun wanted to know who gave this order. The mercenary could not tell them this, but the guy reminded him that then he would have to force him to tell. Otherwise, his life will end here. The mercenary was a little perplexed because, as far as he knew, Chagall Young was ordered to catch the lame man, and he asked why then these two were not enemies for him, and why was he protecting them? The guy believed that their sincere intention was not to help him. The mercenary knew that in Murim there is no concept of sincerity. There is only gain and loss, because this is the law of life, so you need to extract the maximum benefit from it for yourself. The guy brought the needle closer and told him to decide what to do, and not to reason. After all, he was not interested in his dubious conclusions. The guy needed to find out his henchman or he would die here. He understood that there was nothing he could do. His orders were to kill Brave Phoenix, who was pursuing Poison Lame, and he added that he did not know who gave this order because pawns like him must silently carry out instructions from above. But one thing was certain for him. He was told that if he failed, he might not return alive. These conditions were given to him from above. He understood that in any case he was already a corpse. Suddenly, the mercenary began to try to get out of Qin Jiagang's hands. Xin Yun noticed this and watched them. The lady did not have the strength to move. The mercenary was able to stick out his hand, which contained a secret weapon. The guy screamed for him to stop. Qin Jiagang realized that he was not going to stop and stuck a needle into his body. But it was too late and the mercenary was able to shoot the needle. The needle got into the body of Mrs. Chagall. The needle also contained deadly poison. Xin Yun was scared because the needle hit her. The guy grabbed him and began to insult him because he could have killed him right away, and the lady would not have been harmed. The mercenary said that failure was unacceptable for him. The poison began to affect his body, and with the last of his strength he said that this was their law. The man's body began to fall to the ground. Xin Yun approached the lady and begged her not to lose consciousness. She understood that she was dying from this poison that was in the needle. Xin Yun began to cry at this. She said that Quan was waiting for her return. Shin Yun asked Qin Jiagang to save the lady. He was going to give everything he had if he could save her. He begged him, but the guy understood that she could not be saved. Tears continued to flow from the lady's eyes. She thought that after completing the mission, her relationship with him would be recognized. The poison has already spread throughout almost her entire body. The lady began to lose consciousness again. He didn't want this to happen to her. But Shin Yun understood that the lady was dying and began to cry and scream even more in grief. Qin Jiagang was also a little upset that this happened. Shin Yun screamed with a piercing scream from internal pain. After all, Shin Yun, from the age of 4, watched every moment of Mrs. Life and protected her. He was constantly nearby and got used to Jaegul Young, and he asked the guy if he knew this feeling. But the guy didn't know this feeling. For Shin Yun, Miss became closer to him than himself, and her life was more valuable to him than his own. And today he lost what was dear to him, and his world died along with her. Qin Jiagang listened attentively to his statement. Shin Yun asked Qin Jiagang if he thought this dastardly plot had anything to do with who was using him. The guy admitted that this was possible, since he knew about the affairs of the Union, and there is a high probability that the Union itself was involved in this. He picked up her body and was about to go home, but he was not going to give evidence that would prove the guy's innocence, and he would not talk about the mercenary. He believed that this was the only way to find out the motives of the people who ordered the murder of the lady. This is what Qin Jiagang wanted. Shin Yun added that the retribution for her murder will be worse than the guy can imagine. But Qin Jiagang believed that he could handle it himself. Shin Yun didn't understand how much longer the guy planned to force himself. Qin Jiagang planned to do this until his revenge was completed. He advised him that if he suddenly runs into the Chagall family and gets into a critical situation, then he should remember the yin-yang in the form of pieces. In the gate of life of the inner hexagram there is a gate of death, and inside the gate there is a gate of view. When the time comes, Qin Jiagang must understand everything himself. He remembered his words and they went about their business. Shin Yun asked the guy to survive and show those scoundrels to the world, no matter what. 6 days later, one of the warriors was trained in martial arts. Another man was watching him from the side. This warrior noticed him and looked in his direction. It was his teacher, namely the head of Murim. The warrior wanted to know what business he had come to him for, and stated that he had finally reached the 6th level of the Sacred Sword of the Man of Heaven technique. True, his technique was not perfectly honed. His teacher put his hand on his shoulder. The warrior could not understand what happened. Near them came words that someone could not save the lady. People around began to cry, and Shin Yun asked to be killed for this. That warrior began to run towards her body. He was clearly upset and angry about the situation. He approached the crowd and saw a body lying on the ground. His gaze was filled with sadness and sadness. His hands began to shake at this news. He reached out with his hand to lift the cloth that covered the body's face. He picked it up and saw it completely. It was indeed Jaegul Young's body. He started crying and couldn't believe it had happened, and how did it happen? Sadness overwhelmed the people, and Shin Yun also cried. Man Yo looked out the window and heard sounds coming from that place. He understood that he must now be in terrible pain in his soul from the sudden loss of his beloved, and it was difficult to look at this without tears. This is how you can lose control over the internal energy in the body. He told someone that this was not his blood relation, but it seemed to him that he had a heart, and asked, did he close the window so as not to hear the crying? The head of Marima said that there is nothing more obscene than the whining of a grown man, and it would be great if after what happened that person became ruder. Man Neo was surprised that the head was so composure. He knew that he was sending brave Phoenix to a deadly place, and couldn't he have chosen someone else? He replied that there was no point. At that moment, Man Neo heard the sound of footsteps. The military inspector called and told Mr. Kakchu that they had come to him from the Chagall family. The man was wondering if Kakchu Baek Lee was here. He was surprised that they arrived quite quickly. This was the second head of the Jaegul family, Jaegul Myung, Eyes of Annihilation. He said his family is ready. He began to approach Kakchu. Jaegul Myung threw a map on his desk and said that they were leaving for Yunnan right now. Kachu replied that he would convey his words to the Union. He relied on Kachu and began to leave his building. Man Neo didn't know what kind of card this was. It depicted the Tsayu Mountains and the land settlement, and also below was the land forest. This was a diagram of the 9 palaces and 8 sectors of the Chagall family. Man Neo was shocked because he was referring to the tactic of encircling all sides. He asked Kachu what he was up to, and why didn't he consult with him. Kachu recalled that the price for the lame man's head had risen considerably after he single-handedly destroyed the Doc family and killed the brave Phoenix, and he saw nothing wrong with using his name again, but it was better to destroy it before the plague began. Man Neo was angry with Kachu, but Man Neo was the first to not heed Kachu's warning. Kachu told him to get out of Sichuan because he made it clear. He also found out that Man Neo was hanging around there. To this, Man Neo replied that he needed to collaborate with them to make a new poison. Kachu asked Inspector Shin to start acting according to the plan. The inspector got scared and asked what he meant by plan. Kachu looked at him in surprise. He was talking about the wedding of his chief disciple Baek Li Guan and the Sword Queen's disciple, Ice Phoenix. Man Neo now realized that Kachu had wanted this from the very beginning. He smiled because it was true. Baek Li Jun believed that with the help of an alliance between students, he could win over the great master, the Sword Queen of the South Sea, to his side. That's why Baek Li Guan's lover, Jegel Young, was like a thorn in his side. The Chagall family may not be as strong as before, but they still maintain a high status in Kanho, and instead of just throwing out Jegel Young, he pretended to give her a chance to marry Baek Li Guan and got rid of her. And it turned out that now the Chagall family, in order to avenge the death of their daughter, would go to fight the Safa clan. If this happens, then his help in eliminating Jegel Young will, on the contrary, squeeze his throat. Man Neo understood that he could lose what was so dear to him. Man Neo believed that Kachu Pei Li was even worse than him. Kachu looked at him in surprise. Kachu stated that Man Neo violated the warning twice, and despite the fact that he told him to stick his tongue somewhere else, the inspector understood that this was not good. The inspector reminded him who he was standing in front of and talking nonsense, and asked him to apologize for his words. Kachu's gaze was clearly dissatisfied, but Kachu laughed and said that the inspector should leave him, and this time he would forgive the advisor. Man Neo said that it still appears to be useful. Taking the glass, Kachu told him that both the soldier and the cannon have value on the game board. The soldier is the weakest chip, and the gun is one of the strongest chips. Man Neo wondered what value the one who single-handedly subjugated Chagall sees in him, an advisor to the poison disposal unit. He admitted that he wanted to use it for other purposes. He thought and said that Kachu plans to shake Sichuan. Kachu did not answer him, and it was clear that Man Neo's words were true. As it turned out, Kachu's words that there will always be someone better turned out to be true, and he understood this well. The inspector clearly did not expect such a reaction. Man Neo didn't understand why they didn't mind getting rid of the lame man right now, because he could be useful elsewhere. The inspector said that an all-out war with the Safa clan will soon begin, and they don't have time to waste on lame. Man Neo didn't think it would come to this. He understood that Kachu had his sights set on the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Forces. Kachu was not going to waste time on trifles, and took the piece of paper into his own hands. He threw it out of his room window. Kachu determinedly wanted to take over the whole world. Therefore, Kachu asked Man Neo to get all the nonsense out of his head, and since he was his dog, let him follow his owner. When Kachu has the whole world in his hands, then he will give him some small province. Man Neo will happily accept his gift. As he began to leave, he said that even though it was a trap, he had no choice but to agree. But Man Neo did not need provinces or power in the world. All he needed was one lame man. Chinjagan, that's who he needed. Man Neo went somewhere further. Meanwhile, somewhere in the thicket of the forest, someone was stretching their hand. It was Chinjagan who was sitting by the stream and stretching his hand. After all, After using the splitting arrow projectile technique in the battle with Brave Phoenix, changes occurred in his body. When controlling internal energy, he no longer feels as much pain and recoil as before. He turned his gaze to the side. He was going to use his hand. He used a technique, the hand of capturing the Yi Valley, which was called the Dragon's Grasp. He used this technique to catch the snake with his hand. The amount of his internal energy that he could control grew to one captcha 60 years according to the Chinese chronology system. And this applied not only to the energy pathways in the palms, he could use the internal energy of the entire right side of the body. Now he will be able to use other secret techniques of the Yak family, which he could not use before. Perhaps this happened due to the use of the wind finger. But Qin Gang did not hear him increase his internal energy. He released the snake he caught. Perhaps the goddess of desire knew something if she gave him such a technique. The snake crawled on. The guy still understood that he could still become stronger. The guy went on his way. From the outskirts of northwestern Yunnan, he can get to the Murim Union branch in Huguang province through Sichuan. His final destination on the path of retribution is the place where Baek Li Jun was. He will have to cross Namga village to get to Sichuan. This shouldn't be a problem for him. While observing this village, he heard sounds behind him. He looked in that direction and asked who it was. A man was standing on a rock. The guy noticed this silhouette, but he could not understand who this man was. This was the second head of the Chagall family. The guy understood that they had come to take revenge on him. Their inner strength was terrifying. For some reason, the guy couldn't move. A liquid that looked like poison began to drip from his mouth. But the guy was able to break this barrier. He was surprised that the guy managed to destroy his eye of destruction, and it was amazing. After all, he was so young and already stained with an incredible amount of blood. And it turns out that it was this fierce ferocity that allowed him to take the life of her niece. The man introduced himself that his name was Jigal Myung, and he was the uncle of the deceased Young. And he came here on behalf of Chagall to get even with him. After all, he committed a sin by shedding the blood of a descendant of the noble Chagall family, and heaven itself must punish him for what he did. But he invited the guy to tell in detail about the Safa clan that stood behind him, about their goals, location, and membership. And then he will send the guy to the next world painlessly with one blow. Qin Gang stated that he had nothing to do with them, since he acted alone and could not say that Brave Phoenix's death was not his fault, but he was not the main cause. Jigal Myung said that this is nonsense and such excuses will not save him, and the entire union knows about his atrocities. The guy said that he only answered his question and he himself would like to ask something. Qin Gang wondered when the Chagall family descended to the status of dogs listening to the commands of the union. And he added that the so-called Chagall family of supreme wisdom completely lacks the wisdom that would allow them to see the truth. And the guy couldn't believe that they were going to grab him in one group, and there was no valor left in them either. Jegelman was angry with him and believed that killing Young meant little to him. And he believed that the guy had now begun to belittle his entire family. Closing his fan, he used his powerful technique which split the rock in half. The guy noticed this and panic was visible on his face. He descended to the ground and asked the guy not to flatter himself, because this was not a trial or a battle. He paused for a few seconds and there was silence all around. And suddenly he used his technique, which began to destroy those rocks near him, and said that this was his retribution. The head of the Chagall man family was very angry and wanted to take revenge on the guy. Qin Gang asked him why, if he was determined, then why was he hesitating? The guy's eyes filled with a light blue glow. He asked Chagall man to show him his promised reward. The situation became increasingly tense. The guy was serious and carefully awaited his attack. Chagall man looked at the guy without making any movements. But that was a lousy bit of incitement from the guy. Chagall man knew that the guy wanted to use the poison that he hid behind his back if he suddenly lost his composure and rushed towards him. You can't catch him with such cheap tricks. He believed that the guy could cause some damage, but he, as a man of ignoble blood, could not do anything against his family. Moreover, A quick death would be an unequal punishment for the evil he had done. Chinjagong wondered what he was going to do then. Chagall Man said his family has its own methods. He knew that judging by the fact that they met here, the guy was planning to get through Namga village to Sichuan province, but now he could forget about it. And as soon as he leaves Namga, real hell will begin for him. He threw something towards the guy. This object fell right near the guy's feet. He asked to take it now. The guy picked it up and began to examine it. It was the death amulet of the Chagall family. They gave it to those whom they promised to destroy at any cost. And he added that the guy would end up in the Chagall military camp, and there he may not even ask for mercy or quick death. After all, there he will meet his end in fierce fear. He turned around and told Chinjagong to prepare for this and come so that the despair would grow stronger within him. The head of the family, Chagall Man, quickly left this place. The guy clutched this amulet of death of the Chagall family. He put it in his mouth and said that he accepted his invitation. Meanwhile, in Namga village, Chinjagong moved on. As Xin Yun warned, Chagall went heading. He was already planning to meet them in Sichuan, but they acted much faster than expected. And this battle will be different from the previous ones, in which he first prepared a trap and then attacked the enemy on the sly. And now everything depends on how he responds to the enemy strategy. After all, the enemy has advantages in numbers and geographical location, and his position is more consistent with a rat driven into a cage. He went to the tool store. The Chagalls did not catch him right away, but tied him hand and foot in the village of Namga. And the guy understood that they clearly had to have a reason to do this. He looked around inside the store. His gaze glanced at the scythe with a long chain. The guy understood that he should not waste the allotted time. He asked how much it cost and bought it. He believed that unpredictability was a brilliant move against the enemy's carefully orchestrated plan, and he should introduce as many unknown variables as possible into the equation of fighting the enemy. There were many tents around, and people of those times were preparing for something. Chagall Man himself was in one of the tents. He asked the man next to him if the scouts had returned yet. This was the Chagall family's strategic advisor, Chagall Songyi. He replied that they would soon arrive at the barracks, and after some time the scouts returned. The advisor immediately asked, "What happened to the lame man?" He said that so far nothing unusual has been noticed on his part, and it looks like he intends to leave the village. After all, on the very first day he bought a weapon, and after that he began to train every day. The advisor laughed at this. He believed that the guy had no use for training because nothing would change from it. The scout assumed that the lame man had lost his mind, like those others who received the amulet of death. But the head understood that the guy was not so simple. After all, because of him, Yan died. Jiggle Young practiced the powerful blue energy gate technique and even received a poison-killing pill from the Alliance before leaving. And since the lame man was able to deal with her, then he must have an ace up his sleeve. When he met him, the lame man did not show the slightest fear towards him, but on the contrary, he provoked him and looked for an opportunity to attack. The advisor understood that the guy was very reasonable, and he heard that in the battle against the families of the Doc family, the lame man, instead of fighting face to face, thought through tactics and only then acted. And perhaps he has now resorted to tactics of temporary calm. The scout believed that the guy should not be given time, and even if they suffered more or less damage, if they attacked him now in Namga village, it would be better. The head got angry and hit the table. He was sure that in the battle of cunning against cunning, the Chagall family would never lose. And if the lame man tries to resort to a trick, they will show him with the help of their immense wisdom the difference between them. This is exactly how the Chagall family operates. The scout apologized for his words. The head was very angry because Yan was killed, and if they were satisfied with simply killing the lame man, the whole world would mock them. And now, Poison Lame was live bait. A dove with a letter was flying somewhere. A man was waiting for him standing on a rock. The man took the letter and began to open it. After reading it, the man's face changed dramatically. He immediately ran to look for his mistress, and told her that a letter had arrived from an informant in Yunnan. The man said that the Jagal had been besieging the Nam Ga village for half a month, and the civilians did not yet know anything. But some rumors began to spread among the Kanho members. They were about the fact that there was a poison lame in Nam Ga. The goddess of desires knew that something like this was about to happen, and having dealt with the brave phoenix, she could not even think that Chagall would raise all her strength. She asked the servant what it meant to besiege the village for half a month. The servant reported that the poison lame received an amulet of death from Chagall and has not left the village of Namga for about 2 weeks. And the guy did nothing but collect and disassemble his equipment, and the Chagall were probably already tired, waiting for him in the camp for so long. The lady laughed and knew that such tricks were just in the style of this daring guy. Chagall is experiencing high food costs, and they have already requested help from the Union. The servant also added that there is talk that when the Chagall catch lame, they, together with the Murim alliance, are going to attack them, and the servant suggested that now is the most opportune moment to strike at Chagall. She replied that it was brilliant. The servant blushed because he thought that it was she who addressed him. But the girl was not talking about the servant Paiyong Bok, but about Chagall. They are passively busy guarding the alleys and do nothing to the point that they live to the point of food shortages. And how can a once military family plan strategy without paying attention to the supply of the most important goods? It was obvious to the girl that they were calling them, so they beckoned to come save Lame, who is considered one of the Safa clan. After her words, the servant realized that then there was no need to respond to their call. But the lady asked him to prepare to return to Yunnan, because if they ignore this, then Chagall's diligent efforts will be in vain. It must have been his idea to give the guy such a grandiose nickname, Merciless, Poisonous Lame, and then used it for his own purposes, going behind Chagall's rear. And he still has not gotten out of the swamp of conspiracies, intrigues, and dirty tricks, and one day the day of retribution for what he has done will come, and she wanted to play along with Chagall. Meanwhile, in the Murim Union Gizhou branch, someone threw a blade with a letter attached to it. This was the warrior who trained in Murim. It was clear that this warrior was a little sad. He looked in the direction where he had thrown the blade with the message. He apparently left it with someone. He quickly began to walk out of the house. The servant asked him, "Where is the master going to do this?" The warrior said that he would leave for a while. After all, the matter was urgent, and I asked him to somehow lie in front of the teacher. It was clear that he was clenching his jaw in anger. He was going to take revenge on Poison Lame. He was going to deal with him, avenging Jegal Young. The people of the Chagall family headed somewhere further. The servants were already quite sleepy and tired from the hike. At that moment, an arrow flew in front of his face and hit the trolley. Some armed men were about to attack them. The servant was frightened and wanted to immediately report this, but the inspector of the Chagall family said that there was no need to let the enemies confuse you. After all, this is the only way he can be called a member of the Chagall family. The man hit one of the attackers in the chest. They caught the hostages and tied their hands so they couldn't escape. They understood that these people were not from Safa, and none of the attackers knew how to use internal energy, and they did not know who they were attacking. The inspector understood that these people were not ordinary mountain robbers because practically no one knew this trail, and these bandits clearly calculated the time for the cart to pass here. The inspector drew his sword with an angry look. He wanted to find out the truth at any cost because someone was giving them orders. The bandits begged to be spared because they just wanted to earn extra money. The inspector agreed to pardon them if they told who their customer was. At this time in the village of Namga, Chin Jia Gang trained hard with his new weapon. He had been here for 3 weeks now, practicing the art of kusarigama, a Japanese weapon consisting of a chain and sickle which he had been taught in the mine. He noticed that he was still being watched. It seemed that the Chagalls were still unwilling to attack him first, and this gave Chin Jia Gang quite a lot of time to prepare. But he did not understand what they were waiting for. After another training session, he went somewhere. Chin Jia Gan was walking around the village of Namga. He was approached by some seller on the street. This man offered the guy to tell fortunes inexpensively. Chin Ja Gang suspected something because he had not seen him here before. It seemed suspicious to him, and he decided to check what and how. Chin Ja Gan gave him money and asked him to tell him what luck awaits him in the future. He started shaking the jar of sticks and saying different phrases. The guy watched him in surprise. With a sharp movement, he took out one of the sticks and handed it to the guy. The guy tensed a little from his movements but calmly took the fortune wand. He took it in his hands and began to read. It was indicated there that in the near future, the Chagall troops, the tactics of 9 palaces and 8 sectors were waiting for him. The man invited the guy to explain the meaning of this. The guy thought that it was better for them to talk in another place. The weather outside was cool, although it was colder in Sichuan. They seemed to be far enough away to talk. This man threw needles that he took out of his head. Some men were following behind them, and he threw needles at them. The guy thought that he was not a simple predictor. Chin Ja Gang wanted to know if the goddess of desire sent him here. The man said that his mistress ordered help for him, who was tied hand and foot in the village of Nam Ga. It was quite strange for the guy, and he saw no reason for her to help him. The fortune teller also had this opinion, and did not understand why the mistress showed mercy to the one who refused the outstretched helping hand. But he added that if things go wrong, then the guy is finished, just as Chagall plans. The guy understood the reason why they didn't touch him all this time. The man said that they were waiting for them to come to save him because everyone in their family considered him part of the Safa clan. The man pulled their bodies. Chin Ja Gang was interested because if they help him, then this confirms those rumors. But for Safa, it was all the same, because the guy would not be called a minion of their clan. The man threw their bodies aside. The sovereign believed that instead of waiting for an attack from Chagall, it would be better to save Chin Ja Gan and find out the enemy's true intentions. Therefore, turning Chagall's attention elsewhere, they made a plan to rescue Chin Ja Gan. It was not easy, and there was a lot of hassle with Chagall. Their Chagall family went to look for someone. But upon opening the premises, the inspector was upset. There were no people inside. The man admitted that they themselves were slowly beginning to understand what was what. Having finished the story, he advised us to get out of there. The ruler's servant told him that very soon brutal murders would break out in the village of Nam Ga. The guy now realized that Chagall's target was not him, but I didn't understand why they needed to attack the village. But for them, this development of events was only to their advantage, and rumors that the Chagall family had surrounded Lame scattered throughout Kanho, and many curious people gathered from everywhere. And if a tragedy happens in Nam Ga, then the Gai or the Kanho clan will be blamed for it, and on this basis, Chagall will again be able to squeeze their throats. After all, this has already happened many times, and the guy himself encountered it. Chin Ja Gan found it hard to believe that such an eminent family like Chagall could do such a thing to ordinary civilians. The man realized that the guy didn't seem to know who he was fighting with. Indeed, at present, Kanho is not driven by courage and justice. There is a certain benefit here. It all depends on what exactly tips the scales in the elections. He didn't have much time, so he was going to tell briefly what Kanho is like now. Throughout, they provided maximum support for Chagall's strategy, out of grief over the death of brave Phoenix. However, for a whole month there was no news from them. Therefore, discontent began to intensify in the union towards their family. And if, out of thirst for revenge, they only get the head of Lame, they will be concerned about the further reputation of Chagall. And to prevent this from happening, they hoped that they would take the necessary measures. The inspector of the Chagall family began to apologize to Chagall Man because the Safa members who staged the attack were out of sight. And judging by the fact that they do not attack personally, Safa does not have the strength to save the lame man because they are mobilizing various gangs of bandits. Chagall got angry because they could have guessed their intentions and decided to mock them. The head understood that the goddess of desire's Yo Hua, Tan Ryong Kyung, was not so easy to catch. The head and inspector of the Chagall family were wondering what they should do because they couldn't just lose face. Chagall Man asked the inspector and all the people to get ready because they are heading to Namga. His face was covered in anger, and he was going to crush this village with poison lame. Meanwhile, on the streets of Namga, the man continued to tell the guy a story. To say that the concepts of justice and courage did not originally exist in Kanho would be incorrect. He added that people once stood up to immorality and fought, risking their lives in the name of noble thoughts and ideologies. However, several decades ago, the Murim Union was founded, which united all the Pekto clans. And a lot has changed since then. After all, when Haewol Jin Ein took the highest position of the head of the union, for the sake of forming the union, he did not reject other ideologies, but on the contrary, found a method to skillfully use them, uniting them into a single whole. In appearance, the union personified a moral duty, but in fact, the new criterion on the basis of which Murim made decisions was now benefit. After all, depending on the choice, they began to calculate what they would lose and what they would gain, or with whom they would become enemies and with whom allies. Influenced by the power of the alliance, Kanho followed Murim for his prosperity. And moral duty became something that Marine members could sacrifice as much as they wanted for the sake of gain. And then the man, who at one time was called a noble swordsman, began to sink morally and promote the alliance. And the Kanho that Chin-ja-gan knew was gone, and this is all a long-forgotten song. The guy now understood that Chagall did too. The man noted that the guy spoke to the point. Indeed, for the new Kanho, Chagall's actions were commonplace, since they were beneficial to Murim. But Chin-ja-gan did not understand why the head of the union created such a world. But the man didn't know this either, but he assumed that it was simply beneficial for him. He began to think about it, because he always believed that he was fighting against the rotten Baek Lee Jun and the forces that he created. However, if this man was telling the truth, then all those people were simply acting on the principle of profit, and they were not the real cause of evil. Chin-ja-gang began to understand that he must crush the order of the new Kanho, in which even atrocities are the norm. The man asked him to follow him if he understood everything, because very soon there would be nothing left of the Namga village. He knew that those people who were sacrificed to a powerful order always became defenseless. Chin-ja-gang refused to go with the man. The man did not expect such a reaction from the guy. The guy understood that the villagers were in danger, and he would not escape alone because what happened was his fault, so the responsibility was also on him. The man said that this was nonsense and there was no responsibility on Chin-ja-gan, but the guy was going to stay here and he wanted to fight. And also, Chin-ja-gan wanted to see with his own eyes how much the Kanho that the man spoke about had changed. The man grabbed his head because he understood that the guy would have to fight against the huge army of Chagall, and he couldn't do it. Chin-ja-gang stated that he fought all the time not because he hoped to win, but because it was impossible otherwise. He just didn't want to sit here idly, waiting for the Chagalls to act. Chin-ja-gang asked the man to thank the goddess of desires in his place. The guy promised himself that he would not live just for the sake of living. The man was in complete shock and did not understand why he was so tense. The man now understood why the lady liked him. And since this is his desire, then there is nothing he can do. He will only pray that Chin-ja-gang survives. The man wished him luck and began to leave the village, and he didn't know how it would all end. After all, Chin-ja-gan bravely decided to confront the whole world alone. In the village, the residents did not suspect anything yet. They calmly went about their business on the streets of the village. At this time, many warriors of the Chagall family entered the city, and one of the residents accidentally encountered them. He turned around and saw a huge number of people holding flags with inscriptions about nobility. It was a servant of the Chagall family, whose name was Chog Yul. The inspector of the Chagall family observed the village from a hill. Some flags that those soldiers carried were visible. Blue flags were hung at the front and back gates. The inspector conveyed information to Chagall man that the cordon of the Namga village had been completed. From here there was an excellent view of the village. Taking his weapon, the leader was about to begin the battle. One of the servants blew into the trumpet, making a sound that announced the beginning of the battle. People heard him and did not understand what was happening. The Jagal family's servant, Chog Yul, attacked the first villager with his blade. People and his wife watched all this. A real panic began in the village, because a man had been killed here. Chog Yul said that it was not good to put them on a par with ordinary gangs because they are an army. The servant gave orders to the other warriors to completely destroy all people. The people of the Chagal family began to attack civilians in the village, and cries for help were heard from there. People realized that they needed to run away from these criminals, and they were going to run to the back gate. But as it turned out, the back gate was also blocked by warriors. People had nowhere to go, and they were squeezed from both sides. Chog Yul told the people that the village was surrounded and they had nowhere to run. People began to be indignant because why are they doing this to them? Chog Yul stated that it is in the name of moral duty that their fate is to become victims of Safa. At that moment, an explosion occurred behind them. After the explosion, a cloud of smoke formed. Servant Chog Yul was at a loss, because why did there suddenly happen an explosion there? At this moment, another powerful explosion was heard right in front of them. Chog Yul didn't understand what was happening. The inspector, observing the village, also did not understand where the explosion came from. He assumed that the residents of the Naamga village were hiding gunpowder. The head of Chagal man was angry because it was obvious, and everything did not go according to plan. He began to guess who could have done this. He understood that only one person could do this. And we see that Chinjagan decided to confront the army of Chagal. Another servant asked Master Chog Yul to look up. He began to raise his head in bewilderment. They saw on the roof of this building the silhouette of a man with a sickle. The servants seemed to begin to guess who this man was. They realized that it was their enemy who killed Lady Yeon and desecrated the Jegal family, namely Merciless Poison Lame. The guy, continuing to stand on the roof, watched them. Chinjagan understood that even now, after the disappearance of the Dok family, innocent people continue to lose their lives. Members of the Chagal family killed them for no reason. There was real chaos in the village. Everything around was on fire, and the dead bodies of the inhabitants lay on the ground. The guy grabbed his weapon and now saw how Kanho was turned inside out. Chinjagang shouted for them to listen to him. He appealed to civilians to run to the outer wall, because there he made a passage for those who want to survive. People didn't know who this guy was, and should they trust him at all? Some thought it was a trap, because there was no passage there before, and perhaps he said this to kill them all at once. Chinjagang added that there is no time for doubts, and everyone who remains here will die. Chog Yul watched and listened to what Chinjagang was saying. The servant was angry with the guy, because it was he who gave the villagers a chance for salvation. People with fear on their faces still doubted whether they should run there or not. Chinjagang also asked them to stay alive. They were thinking what to do, and at that time warriors with weapons were already approaching them. The man ordered them to catch them because they could not leave. The others simply didn't have the words to say anything. They couldn't believe that some guy from Safa had done it all. Some old man said and looked somewhere to the side. They saw the inner wall, which was indeed destroyed. The guy was telling the truth. They were glad that they were saved, but the soldiers should not have let them go. He was horrified when he saw them, and he still decided to engage in battle with him. Already the first weapon was flying in someone's direction. It hit the man on the horse in the neck, causing him to fall. One of the men called to go to him because there was a way out. He remembered how some guy ran up to him before Chagal arrived. Gradually the villagers began to leave it. The man turned to his henam and said that he would follow them, but he replied that it was too late. He added that the flaming explosion attracted too much attention. After all, if now they go after the residents and leave the lame man, then all suspicions will fall on them. They were unhappy that the lame man dishonored them as best he could. The man mentally thought about whatever the reason was, not to move away from him. He began to say something about what would happen from now on. From that moment, they decided to begin distributing troops. The guy was asked if he heard that strange sound. He explained that this sound meant that Chagal would no longer pursue the villagers, but that was not all. It also meant that they would send troops to catch him. The man added that it was surprising that the guy allowed the residents to escape. The guy spoke and said that at the first meeting with the brave Phoenix he realized that there was a misunderstanding. He understood why his uncle blocked his path because people blame him for the massacre by the brave Phoenix. But now there were murders of villagers who were simply living for themselves. The lame man said that it was merciless, and he was interested in how low Chagall had already fallen. The man held out a weapon and said that the guy started it, so he has no right to lecture them at all. The guy said that even if he was a murderer, they have no right to take out their anger on the villagers. The man said that Safa was behind him and that because of his tricks, Mrs. Yon died. He added that wars will always involve casualties that cannot be avoided, and the guy asked again about this. That man from Chagall said that his friends from his own clan were going to ditch him. The guy asked if they wanted to absolve themselves of all their sins. He only replied that it was better for people to die now than for more of them to die later. He's just a soldier following orders. Chinja Gang, he was very angry about this. He said that he was in their place, was in the place of these residents. Then he added that they were just puppets. And since everything turned out this way, his conscience will not gnaw at him. He laughed and said that it was too late. He ordered this guy to be killed. But he was not at all afraid. The guy decided to use the Lonely Moon execution. He used a section of the fourth moon. The man was angry that they couldn't kill the guy. He repelled all their attacks over and over again. His eyes glowed purple. The man couldn't concentrate. A guy's chain appeared around that sword. The man was surprised and did not understand at first what and how. The guy now used the hand of capturing the Ilyi Valley. And then he used the dragon's grip. The battle still did not stop and they fought again and again. The guy had to kill him, and he said that all two were ready against Safa. Their construction of 9 palaces and 8 sectors of Chagall was ready. The man's death would do nothing for him. He was surrounded. But the lame man said that it was worth saying correctly, namely that it was not he who was surrounded by the formation. Not only is he alone surrounded, they are surrounded together. The elder in turn said that this invitation was an honor for him. Finally, he told him to get ready for this. The guy threw him off the roof, leaving him there alone. Some sounds were heard behind him. He turned around to see what was there. The Chagall family was there and began to attack. And also the most important of the family, Chagall men. The warriors could not find him, getting lost in the fire. But the guy was on top and began to attack. They saw him, a merciless, poisonous, lame man. He started killing them all one by one. He did not expect an attack from above. The face of one of the men was smeared with blood. The guy didn't feel sorry for any of them at all. They were coughing, quite exhausted and also injured. But suddenly the man saw a blade near his eyes. The fire was still going on in the village. Some still continued to look for the guy because he could not run far, and he, in turn, sat in ambush and waited for them. The lame man thought that the smoke was somehow covering him, but the enemies were always following him. He realized that he had to break the formation of his opponents, for it was clear that no matter how ideal the system was, there would always be a weak point. It was hot for the man to be in the center of the fire. The guy covered his mouth and did not let him move, after which he cut that throat. Well, then he threw it into the fire so that it wouldn't be found. He decided to get rid of his opponents one by one. But suddenly he heard voices saying that their people had been killed. And then one of the men began to run towards him. He attacked the guy, but it was all in vain. The guy took it and killed him, following the others. Then he heard the sound of a whistle. Apparently, they are so smart that they developed a plan to transmit the guy's location. The man thought about how his army was built. The formation changes every time it finds out where the enemy is. As many as 8 formations were not defined from the very beginning. In this way, the 8 gates are formed by themselves, and after which the gates will open. Thus, there is endless separation, connection, and circulation. It's all like gears. They crawl out until someone grabs them. And only thanks to this, they see the movement of the enemy, after which he slowly finds himself at the gates of death. Chagall men thought that only death awaited the lame. The warriors continued to attack Chinjagan. He did not give up and tried to fight them off. His chain was strong and helped him a lot. The chain did not let go of the enemy's sword at all, holding it very tightly. Along with the sword, it also held its owner, after which he was killed like everyone else in principle. The guy stood in a place where everything was covered in corpses. He only noticed that he had fought so fiercely that he had moved away from his starting position. The guy understood that this was playing into Chagall's hands, and therefore he had to figure out how to destroy everything at once. He remembered the words yin-yang in the form of fish. He knew that there were the gates of death, and in the gates of death there were the gates of insight. There was a flag on the ground that said this was the gate of pain. The guy was walking and accidentally saw him under his feet, but suddenly he heard the sound of flying arrows. He understood that it was too late for him to evade. The arrows began to cut straight into the body, but this body was not his. He covered himself with the body of one of the dead warriors. It was hard for him to hold such a weight for too long. The man reported that the soldiers were now firing at the lame man, but he was sure that the guy would not die so easily. He ordered to lure him into the gates of insight. The guy was still trying to somehow survive here. He was still able to miraculously escape from the arrows. As he jumped over the stone, he came across another warrior. He really didn't want this, and it would be better if he avoided this battle. He attacked him, but the lame man successfully dodged the attack, after which he killed that man without giving him a chance to escape. All his clothes were torn and he was covered in blood, and Chagall ordered after everything to bring the guy back to the gates of death. Jagan saw the shadows of men approaching. He took out needles with poison from his clothes. They were just running to meet him. The guy just took them and scattered them on the ground, and Chagall continued to give orders what to do when he got there. They both stood and looked at the fire in the village. When he is in that place, they will give the order to complete the construction of the gate. The elder laughed, because he really thought that the lame man's life would end. The men were glad that they had taken the guy into the gates of death. Next they planned to surround him altogether. But what a shock they were after what they saw. There was no guy in the middle, and it turns out they surrounded the air. They couldn't believe there wasn't a lame man there. They looked at each other and did not understand what to do. They began to shout and notify that the lame man was not at the gates of death. The man asked how it was possible that he took it and disappeared, because he was surrounded by dozens of warriors. The second older one thought that he had not suddenly disappeared like that before. Suddenly he panicked as a thought occurred to him. But he brushed aside such thoughts, because how could some guy from Safa do this? The guy couldn't know about their formation gates. But Chinjagan realized that the gates of life are located at the gates of death, and those in turn are located at the gates of insight, after which it dawned on him that he was at the gates of life, namely in the dead zone of the formation. He understood that if he continued to hide like this, he would not be able to get out. He remembered the words that if he meets the Chagall family, he needs to remember the yin-yang in the form of fish. Taiji in the form of fish, in turn, signified the continuous clash of yin and yang. Jagan saw that his enemies had missed him for now, and this meant that the formation would change. So in this case, he had a plan on how to act. The men were told what to do and how to continue searching through the fire. They began to complain that those from above were calmly giving orders, and they had to follow everything. One said that the poisonous lame simply vanished into the gates of death, and the second asked if that made sense. They didn't want to worry about it at all. Suddenly one of them screamed and the other asked what happened. He began to say that he had something wrong with his foot and then suddenly began to cough. He fell to the ground and the second did not understand what was happening and asked him to come to consciousness. He was completely shocked by this and his face changed. It dawned on him that it was poisoning, after which he began to shout that the lame man had appeared. The man received a signal from the healing gate and asked if there was a lame man there. He ordered most of the formation to be sent to the healing gate and the servant obeyed. And the man thought that he was at the gate of healing. It seemed strange to him and he realized that he was not hiding at the gates of life. The man began shouting that the enemy was at the healing gate and told everyone to head there. They sighed heavily and asked about the gate of healing. The second man in the back said that the poisonous lame man was at the gates of death and how he could get there. One of them was walking and caught his feet in a rope. Suddenly, something flew straight into his neck. They turned around and quickly noticed it. He began coughing up blood and holding on to the injection site. They started shouting that the lame man was there and asking where he came from there. One of them recalled that they were told that there was a lame man at the gate of healing. The men from the gate of insight received a signal from the gate of the limit and did not understand at all what was happening. They understood that in such a short period of time he could not reach their gates, but the man did not have time to finish. Suddenly he looked to the side. The lame man was delivering his powerful blow at that time. The men who stood on the hill were shocked. They didn't understand what was going on here. At the healing gate, everyone was already dead. The situation was the same at the gates of limit. The gate of insight was in the same condition, and the gates of pain were not far behind. He began to shout that all this was impossible and that he had really split into several parts. But the second one said that these were all just traps. He added that this was the guy's last act before his death. He ordered no one to panic and to immediately organize a large-scale formation. The guy was hiding behind a rock while they tried to find him. He thought about pursuing the backs of his opponents. He took it and added poison to the body of the man who was there. Jagan understood that the traps he had set had confused the enemy and were also able to sow panic. Well, after which he began to take advantage of this, moving against the ranks. He began to think, what if he continued to act in this spirit? If this happens, he will probably be able to get out of there. People shouted all around that the lame man had appeared and the panic was relieved. He did not hesitate and ordered his quick attacks. He killed one man there first and didn't stop there, after which two immediately shouted at the top of their voices. But he was not going to give up at all under any circumstances. Time after time they fell and began coughing up blood. They called him not the most pleasant words, after which they received a death sentence. He was already a little tired, his whole face was sweating. But then the guy's eyes became like two pennies. This is because he saw the border of the village. The lame man understood that when he crossed it, something happened. But his thoughts immediately went astray at that moment. Some guy said he was lucky to get out of the ranks. He tried to understand what kind of person this was. He thanked the lame man for not having to look for him. The guy wanted to find out who this stranger was. He smiled slightly and was planning something. Then he said that he was Baek Lee Guan, who had the nickname of the Silent Dragon. The guy was a little perplexed by what was happening, but the Silent Dragon said that he had come to avenge Yin. Meanwhile, in the Murim Union, a branch of Jiangxi province, the man worked with his hands rolling the grass. But then Baek Lee Jun's voice came and asked if he could come in, after which he entered this building. He didn't even turn around, continuing to do his job. Jun began to approach him. He asked if he was preparing something, in response to which he received an answer about the Purple Heaven pill. He said that this was the immortality pill of the Mudan clan. The man asked what was so unusual about it. You just need to grind the ingredients and everything is ready. In addition, he asked another question about whether it was true that in order to search for some lame person, the Chagall family spent a whole month inactive in Yunnan. But the guy replied that he had not given such an order, and he again asked why they waited so long. He began to say that their enemy was called a lame poisonous one, and there was also information that he was a key figure in Safa. He was asked if he had come up with all this himself. The old man said that Safa would not take such a bait, and the Chagalls would waste their time. But he replied that Ye Hua could rush to save the lame man, so perhaps all this was not in vain. But the elder again asked if he was confident in his wife. He said nothing, after which the man said that his plan had already failed. But the guy put pressure on Chagall so they can't waste time. For the sake of their own authority, there was no turning back. But the man said that this is not what worries him, since the more reasons for Safa's contrition, the better. He added that he sees Baek Lee Jun as having a personal interest in Safa. The old man was the head of the Murim Union, Hei Wol Jin In, who said that he could not deceive his eyes. They were yellow with red pupils. He turned to the head himself. He began to seem to radiate energy around him, and many bright sparks formed around him. After which the old man said that he started this conversation because he was worried. He said that he would not teach how to teach because he could handle it anyway. Then he added that their tea party would have to be postponed until later because he had something to do. He slightly did not understand and sighed from this. They began to call Mr. Kokchu to their place to discuss something. He asked the head for forgiveness and said that he urgently needed to report something to Kokchu. He said that everything was fine and that he could talk. The servant said that news had come from the Guizhou branch office. He has the power to speak about his main student, namely that he went to Yunnan. He had some purpose for him. That's why he was going there. The guy turned to the Silent Dragon. But he didn't understand at all what he had forgotten there. He said that he saw that the guy did not understand why he was here, and therefore asked if he thought that not only his family would want to take revenge for the brave phoenix. He stated that Yeon, who died at the hands of the guy, was his lover. She was the solution to their marital problems. He hoped that everything would work out for her, so he calmly sent her on her way. But in the end, she went to heaven from where there is no way back. For a long time, he could not believe it and was a little in a stupor. The one who sent the girl there was the silent dragon himself. After all, he planned to share Yen's fate himself. But the guy began to think that if he left so easily, then who would console her soul? His blood immediately began flowing through his body. The guy thanked heaven for having the opportunity to take revenge. But Chin Ja-gan said that it would be difficult to believe, but it was not he who killed the brave phoenix. He wanted to say that she died because of a conspiracy, but before he could finish speaking, he ran into him. The guy did not expect such a turn of events here. There was dust and a lot of blood everywhere. The hand of the silent dragon dealt strong blows. He found himself on the ground and tried to get up immediately. The silent dragon turned to the lame man and told him not to play with him. Then he added that the guy would not be able to ease his anger. The guy noticed that the dragon was consumed by the deadly energy. He understood that it was useless to talk to him in such a state. All he had to do was defeat him. He simply had no other choice. He began to attack him again and again with different attacks, and all he had to do was defend himself from his attacks. There was enormous evil energy in the dragon's hands. He used the melody of the wind. For some reason, he immediately started coughing from this. With just one blow, the guy was already flying to the ground. The silent dragon had no problem doing this. Chin Ja-gang hit his back against a stone, and after that he immediately began to cough. But he ordered him to get up because he hadn't even started yet. He began to talk about the pain that Yeon experienced. Then he added that all the pain would slowly transfer to him. The dragon stood and suppressed him morally, asking if this was all he was capable of. But he immediately said that his skills must be remarkable, since the girl died by his hand. But Jin Ja-gang replied that he did not kill Jagal Young. He asked if he was really interested in how his beloved died. The silent dragon decided to smear his face against the wall, but he grabbed one sharp object in his hand, and he dealt the guy the first blow with this object. He asked if this is why the guy provoked him, after which he hit the lame man in the stomach and he flew away with blood in his mouth. He even had traces of this blow. He said that Yong probably died from the same pathetic trick. He looked at his hand where the chain was. It wasn't easy for him to appear like that. Everything was done by Chin Ja-gan, whom the dragon asked to show what he could do. He tried to pull this chain over himself. He leaned slightly in the other direction. The guy used the flight line of the 12 earthly branches. The silent dragon did not expect such a turn of events. The guy understood that this time he should succeed. Baek Li Guan began to take out his sword. The guy's eyes became much larger and greatly enlarged. The dragon used the heavenly man's sacred sword with the power of a white crane that spread its wings. Suddenly, shards of metal flew in different directions from him. The chain on his hand simply shattered into pieces. He said he would crush the guy's tricks one by one, and he added that he would show his true power. He did not hesitate. Blow after blow came. The guy was seriously angry about this, and he wanted to destroy him. He defended himself against the sharp sword as best he could. But he did not retreat and continued to attack him. The lame man fought back with all his might, but he understood that his hands would not last forever, and something had to be done. The silent dragon realized that they were on completely different levels. There was dust everywhere from their powerful collision. The guy tried to resist him using all his strength. He understood for himself that he had no chance of winning in a face-to-face battle. He wanted to run away, and the dragon asked where he was going. Ja-gan delivered a sharp roundhouse kick, but he was able to beat this sharp and powerful blow. His sword was indeed very strong. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes a little. The guy, on the contrary, made his eyes bigger, after which he declared that it was all over. Chin Ja-gang chose the right moment to use his wind finger, and after the wind finger, he used a dividing arrow projectile. The silent dragon did not count on this at all. The guy coughed up blood but continued to use force. There was even more blood on the battlefield. He was quite tired and also wounded. The guy was able to hit his target. But then the voice of that one came and said that it means he was hiding his power. He added that when he used that technique, he immediately felt a rise in his internal energy. He came out as if nothing had happened. And the guy thought about the fact that he had not managed to inflict a single wound on him. Suddenly he felt a strong pain in his hand. The symptoms reappeared and he did not understand why at such a moment. The dragon said, "If hiding skills is part of the guy's plan, then it can be considered reckless courage." He added that he cannot be defeated without using his full strength. The guy told them to start a real fight. Meanwhile, Kangchu asked in what sense he went to Yuntan. He said that his student couldn't just leave, much less the way he did. But that man said that a note was found in the dragon's room saying that there was a poisonous lame in Yuntang. He was completely shocked by this event. He thought that Guan was desperate and could come up with a lot of things. Then he asked where the note came from, but he replied that it was not known. After which Kangchu said that he was going to the silent dragon, and he began to stop him. But the guy shouted that he was not afraid of some lame man. He understood that if everyone found out that his adopted son was in Yuntang, the girl would come. A yellow scarf fluttered in a strong wind. This was the same woman who could ruin all Kangchu's plans. That girl was basically completely perfect. The man said he arrived on time. She asked who the unknown person was. He asked not to worry and said that he should introduce himself. The man said that he was the one who called Baek Li Guan there. The girl asked in what sense he called. He told the goddess that a silent dragon would be a better bait for her than a lame one. But she ordered me to introduce myself because she doesn't like talking to strangers. He said that his name was Man Nyo, and he held a minor position as an advisor to the poison disposal unit. The goddess said that this was the first time she had heard this name. He then said that he is actually Kangchu's pawn and his job is to do all the dirty work. Then the girl replied that she couldn't trust him anymore. But he said that if he and his leader, then their goals are completely different. He added that the proof is that he brought his adopted son Kancha here, but she said that he could get rid of his own blood. But the man said Kangchu had poured his heart and soul into his adopted son. Well, if we assume that Baek Li Jun decided to sacrifice his son in order to catch the goddess, then he would not have allowed this to become the property of Jigal and would have come personally. But Man Nyo said that Kangchu was currently in Jiangxi province and she could check it out. The girl said that the point is different, namely that when you live on the run for a long time, you even begin to look for the reason for the falling leaves. The goddess said that she did not know who this man was and could not trust him. The man said that if the situation came to light, he would lose his head. She asked why he was protesting to Baek Li Jun and what the whole circus was about. The man said that he might get something, but after that he simply fell silent for a few seconds, and a small grin appeared on his face. He should have gotten Chinja Gang himself. The girl looked at him with confusion. Man Neo decided to tell a story for this girl. There was a very strong fire everywhere. The guys were still fighting against each other, and there were a lot of sparks flying around from this battle. The silent dragon was not going to give up. He kept attacking and attacking the guy to try to win. The lame man's whole body ached with hellish force and seemed to be torn to pieces. But if he only remains in the abyss of his pain, he would be able to keep up with the power of the silent dragon, and this could not but please him. Footprints formed underfoot. They were still fighting, but the lame man seemed to have even more strength from somewhere. Although no, the guy was thrown back again by another new blow. But the guy successfully landed on his feet. He was all tortured and very tired from the battle. Silent Dragon stated that he did not expect to encounter the blood heaven of madness technique, a power that in an instant can assure inner energy and bestow powerful strength. He said that he risked everything to win. The Silent Dragon said that he began to understand from what and at whose hands Yan died. The lame man replied that he also had many reasons not to lose to him. The dragon, in principle, agreed with him completely. They suddenly jumped out of their seats. Here again the power of the Lu sword was used, namely to stroke the back of the horse. But in response he received a powerful energy scream. They clashed again in this battle. A couple of seconds later they flew off together. The Silent Dragon accidentally lost his sword, and Qin Jagan lost his weapon after falling. They now had no weapons left and they had to fight with their hands. Lame used his arrow dividing projectile technique. In response, He used a palm-tearing song of thunderous crying. He shouted and directed his power in his direction, and the other one did basically the same thing. A very powerful explosion occurred at that place. The lame man still flew to the side again. He was already at the end of his strength. Suddenly his eyes became large again in surprise. For some reason his hand turned red. He began to scream and the dragon approached him. He said that if you put all your strength into that technique, you can pull out the roots of a tree. He couldn't believe that he decided to respond with force to force. But now, his hand has become useless because he will not be able to carry out an attack. He told him to fall to the bottom and pay for his sins, but he managed to finish. Qin Jiagang asked if he really thought that he wanted to compete with him. He just needed to close the distance. The guy said that he ate poison there for a whole month, and he poisoned the dragon with the poison of cockleburr, which causes vomiting, migraines, stomach pain, and also slows down the heart. The lame man said that he put some poison on the needles and it would soon take effect. He added that if he loses, it means dying, because he is trying with all his might to win and survive. Now the silent dragon realized that his strength did not lie within. Baek Li Guan said that he was right and that he didn't want to rely on something, but apparently he had to. He took out the red pill that was in his possession. The guy knew what kind of strange pill it was. It was the same pill that Jigal Young swallowed. The guy hissed that thanks to that pill, the poison would not affect him. He decided to fight him in battle again. The dragon said it was time to avenge Yeon. This time the lame man miscalculated, and the strength of that dragon increased. He wouldn't be able to evade it. Suddenly this rope appeared from somewhere. She pushed the dragon and it was unable to strike. The guy looked in that direction, and Qin Jiagang did the same thing he did. He opened his mouth from this surprise and incomprehensibility. A voice was heard that said that greetings should be postponed until later. The girl told him to go to the other side of Sohepu. The goddess said that he is now her opponent. The guy didn't understand what was happening here. He recognized the girl as the goddess of desires herself. He also recognized her and addressed her by name as Ye Hua Shandong. The guy said that he was sure that she was standing behind the lame dragon. She shouted at him to watch his language because he was old enough to be his mother. She sighed and said that he did not want to listen, but only talk. Then she knows what she needs to do in this case. All she had to do was teach him a lesson. The guy didn't quite expect this turn of events. His eyes glanced at the sword that was on the ground nearby. He immediately tried to grab him, but the girl stopped the guy with her wonderful scarf. Then she asked how he dared use such a technique in her presence. She added that he was far from completely mastering her. After that, the sword immediately flew straight out of his hands and onto the ground. The silent dragon began to shout so that the goddess would not become arrogant. He decided to use the palm-tearing song of thundering cry. The girl wanted to use her technique, so she waved her hand. And after that, she threw back her very strong attack. The guy couldn't believe it at all and was confused. His eyes were filled with anger and anger inside. He wanted to destroy this girl right now. Qin Jiagang watched this with his mouth open. It was clear that he was shocked. He saw how easily she crushed the silent dragon. Their strength was at completely different levels, and he realized what the real strength of the goddess of desires was. The girl turned to Guan and said that she and his father were also her enemies. The guy shouted that he couldn't die like that because he wouldn't have another chance to take revenge. He strongly wanted to avenge his beloved Jagal Young. The girl understood what was happening to that guy. She noticed the symptoms of poisoning, and his defeat was a matter of time. The girl turned to him and asked why he decided to fight, having the opportunity to escape, and whether the poisoning was his doing. She turned towards where Sohep was. There she saw him just lying on the ground, not moving. She knew he was a ruthless, poisonous lame. Suddenly the girl felt something, after which she immediately flew into the air using her skills. This happened due to a person who reached the level of mental energy murder. It was Chagall men with the eyes of destruction. The goddess replied that they had arranged a luxurious feast there, and how could she miss it? She was asked if she wanted to save the lame man, but she denied, because she needed a descendant of the Baek Li family. The man said nothing to this and simply remained silent. He didn't know what the silent dragon was doing there, but he guessed that he had come to avenge Yan. The girl turned to him and said that if he was thinking about saving the dragon, then it was better to refuse. She stated that he would not stop her with his powers. Chagall Men said that her insolence goes beyond all limits, after which he began to attack this girl. He directed his power directly at her. She was able to turn away from this blow, and she tried to strike with her magic scarf. He just chuckled at this. The balls ended up around this man. The goddess asked how a simple private dared to join the battle. After all, he simply was not suitable for her as an opponent. She told him not to even think about interfering with her. After all, then the entire Chagall family will be exterminated at her hands. The man simply could no longer speak, but his eyes, they could still work. The girl did not expect this and was surprised by it. Suddenly, another powerful explosion occurred in that place. Everything was on fire. A lot of smoke was spreading around, and there was also a lot of dust. The man stated that the Chagall family surpassed the goddess a long time ago. He said it had been a long time since he had crushed her people. But the goddess replied that he knew the history of her family. The man sighed and said that he knew this story. Then he added that the fate and greed of her family cannot look for others to blame. The man said that this is why Khonshu improved his wife, but he still decided to make a decision to establish justice. The girl shouted at him to stop now. She asked how he dared say such things in her presence. The man fell silent again as if speechless. There was anger and negativity towards him in Yehua's eyes. Her eyes were ready to kill him right there on the spot. Chagall Man also strained himself and his strength. Now the girl was determined to win. But the man was also determined to win and was not going to give up and wanted to fight to the end. The man approached the battlefield saying that their battle was more difficult than he thought. The girl covered her face, looking displeased at the approaching man. The man she was fighting with also looked displeased when he heard that he wanted to help them a little. It was the same one-eyed man, and his face looked terribly insidious. Only the three of them remained where it all began. No one else was alive. Finally, the girl's opponent spoke up and said that he was serving under the leadership of Baek Lee Kangchu and asked why he had come. At the same time, the girl simply silently watched all this. But the man with the bandage asked what they would do. He added that he might not be able to overpower the martial artist, but his little help could be useful. A man from the Chagall family asked if he planned to seize their family's achievement and then called him impudent. But as it turned out, he was not addressing him. The man said he was asking the girl a question and pointed at her. She immediately replied that she did not need his help at all. To this answer, the man said that she must quickly destroy that guy. Otherwise, the Chagall family will organize another system. When he heard that the one-eyed man had some kind of plan, the man became even more angry. He asked why he teamed up with Safa and betrayed Murim, but the man replied that the one who stabbed him in the back was Baek Lee Jun. He added that this needs to be dealt with quickly. He approached the guy lying on the ground and lifted his head by the hair, saying that if you take away an important thing from a person, then you need to sacrifice something in return. The man got angry and asked if he was taking the silent dragon hostage, but in response he heard that if he valued his niece, he would not just hand over that guy. He closed his eyes and grimaced, asking what he wanted. He answered and told Chagall's troops to leave there. Then they would talk. The man added that everything should be calm and quiet. The girl still stood in confusion of everything around her. The man was also in a hopeless situation. He stood with his back and began to say something. He said that he never ceases to amaze him. There was a guy lying on the floor below, a poisonous dragon, and he injected him with poison. But the man said that a lot of time had passed since the guy's fault and he was left without a leg. The guy didn't quite understand what was happening, but when his purple pupils appeared, he began to guess who it could be. He looked up at him and couldn't believe his eyes. The guy recognized him as the very person who had tormented him for a long time. He grinned in response and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Chinja Gang asked why he was still alive. The man asked if he was really sure that he had killed him. He added that he had to wander for a long time on the edge of life and death in order to recover from the poison, which brought hellish pain. He continued to say that his mind and body were breaking down, but he wasn't about to give up. The man said that he finally understood the guy because the desire to kill someone makes him continue to live. He added that he supported him all the time and believed, and the guy finally understood who was organizing that whole circus behind his back. And he didn't even deny it. He started laughing like crazy, even though he was him. He said that Chin Ja Gang was just a toy in the palm of his hand. What he did should have brought the guy into terrible despair. The girl became even more angry with that man. They were both annoyed by the laughter of that eccentric without a leg. But the man still did not subside and told him to suffer some more. But suddenly, his eyes almost fell out of surprise. He did not immediately realize that the guy was able to inject directly into his stomach. But when I looked at this place, I was horrified. The guy continued to hold that needle and said he was glad. He was glad because he did not miss the man who mocked him and performed experiments. He continued his speech by saying that he vowed to destroy each and every one of them. The man got angry and called him a bastard. He tried to push the guy away from him. He succeeded and Jagan flew back. He was angry because, with such wounds as the guy's, he shouldn't even have the strength to stand up. But despite this, he continued to be stubborn and he didn't like it at all. Mentally, he thought that he managed to make the guy live in battles that always brought him pain. The man tried to pull the poison needle out of himself. He threw her to the ground far away. He then concluded that those who grew up in darkness cannot be thrown into it. Suddenly the man realized that he should have given hope, not despair. He began to laugh out of his mind. The girl stood silently and listened to his sinister laughter, after which the man said that he had changed his mind and said that he would have to take the silent dragon with him. Then the girl responded and asked how he dared to think of interfering with her. The man began to deny and told them to listen to him, after which he struck the guy. He was beaten and coughing up dark blood. A man from the Chagall family began to shout, asking what he was doing and how he allowed himself to do it. He said that the silent dragon was poisoned and only he could save him. He added that their goal is not to kill Baek Li Guan. He said this after the girl said that she did not trust him. The man said that when he patches up the dragon, then they can make an exchange. But for now, they need to look after Chin Jagan. He said that they may not trust him, but his weakness was in their hands. A man from the Chagall family began to shout what kind of conspiracy they had hatched, and that he would not just let them go with the dragon. But he warned that if he approached, there would be no guarantee that the dragon would be saved. He began to say that if a guy dies because of him, then the Chagall family could also be blamed for this. Then he said the whole plan. Namely that now he takes the silent dragon and begins to heal, while Chagall will continue to catch the goddess, and when she takes the lame guy and leaves with him, they will make an exchange. He smiled and said, since they are silent, he is leaving. The girl's gaze was not very good. The villain told them to figure out everything else themselves. He said goodbye and left them alone at the battle site, after which Chagall asked what kind of relationship the girl had with that man. She rejected and said that they were nothing to each other and that he did everything as he wished. He began to say that their target was a girl, Ye Hua. She said that she had no reason to linger there and the man frowned. The girl's eyes glowed and there were no pupils. She began to use 9 rays of emptiness jade and let the thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Ye Hua said that she would finish him off in one go. The man closed his dark eyes. He was on the ground and couldn't believe what had happened. I couldn't because the girl was very strong. He fell exhausted to the ground and she continued to watch. Beads of sweat ran down her. The authorized Safa warriors, the Quan Du brothers, asked if their mistress was okay. They said that they rushed over as soon as they felt the energy of 5 grogs of Toad Kung Fu. The girl said that she was safe and asked what the situation looked like. The guys said that Chagall's soldiers were continuing to advance and they needed to leave as soon as possible. She agreed, but first, something had to be done. She ordered to take Soheb with her. In her thoughts, she thought about Man Nio's intentions, because she understood that something was not pure. The guy was already lying down. His body was covered in scratches and abrasions, and sweat was rolling down his face. Apparently, he was having a nightmare because his left side was twisted. He dreamed of the same man who tormented him. He saw as if his hands wanted to grab him, after which his image appeared in me, trying to again reject such words and actions. He sighed heavily and someone's hand reached out to him. He felt it on some subconscious level and opened his eyes. Suddenly he pushed away someone else's palm. He stood up and saw a girl in red in front of him and asked who she was. Then he asked where he was at the moment. Then a familiar voice was heard. which said that they were in a city 200 miles from Sichuan and that Safa's refuge was here. Yehua told him not to be afraid because it was safe to be with her. He recognized the girl as the goddess of desires. When he was already able to sit, he asked what happened to the village of Namga, but the girl replied that there were casualties, but thanks to this, many lives were saved. She added that they should be grateful, but the guy rejected this, saying that if he had not been in the world, then those people would not have been in danger of death at all. But Yehua said that he should not blame himself, but the long-fallen alliance. She added that Jagan fought alone and got involved in a matter that no one cared about, so his action will make the goddess understand a lot. He continued his speech, saying that at first he thought that it would be enough to take revenge only on the DOK family and Beck Lee Jun. But when he began to get to know Murim more and more, he did not understand who his real enemy was. He added that the one he already thought was dead appeared, and the girl said that Man Nyo was very attached to him. The guy began to say that he mercilessly dealt with his entire family and therefore became his enemy. But she said that it seemed to her that the man considered him a special creature. Then she added that it was Man Nyo who called the silent dragon to save Jaganai and lure her. The goddess said that during the treatment she saw that it was not him who used perforation of the point of madness. She continued to say that he has a different body than everyone else. It all looked like the man wanted to make him stronger and found only such a solution. It was a forbidden and long-forgotten Safa technique that breaks the meridian paths, and it looked like Man Nyo had used perforation before their meeting. Yehua added that at that moment his energy was distorted, and that's why she gave Jagan the technique of separating the charge of the arrow, which in turn activated the circulation of energy. But it was all temporary. The point of madness destroys the body. It turns out that Man Nyo helped the guy take revenge, but at the same time he drove him into danger, and now his steps will be attributed to him. The guy said that life could soon end, and the girl said that this was not all, because 5 days had passed since the battle between her and Chagall. But there is already talk that the lame one, who was poisonous, destroyed the formation of the 9 palaces and 8 sectors of the Chagall family. The guy listened carefully to the goddess. She also said that he managed to defeat the brave phoenix, and for all this he competed with the silent dragon. The girl drew intrigue with how the guy is now called with fear. But after a few seconds she said that now the guy is called a poisonous dragon. The girl said that now he would have to face stronger enemies and get involved in dozens of times more complicated affairs. But there was a problem that the guy was still too weak. It also seemed like there was support from the outside. She asked if he understood where she was going, after which she asked another question, namely, whether he wanted to join them. Meanwhile, the man stood on the edge of the downhill slope. His hair was blown by the wind, and birds were flying in the sky above. In his hands he held the last ones for Baek Lee Kangchu from the Jagal family. It was written there that his adopted son, the Silent Dragon, intervened in something. It was stated that he lost to Ye Hui and fought the poisonous dragon, but was kidnapped by Man Nyo. He took the Silent Dragon and went somewhere unknown, and the girl ran away with the lame man. At the end, it was stated that they feel morally responsible for everything that happened. While he was reading the letter, several guys from the top were watching him. They discussed that he had come late to look for the Silent Dragon. One of them offered to attack him, but the other stopped him, saying that now they were guarding the village of Namga and not working as killers. He began to say that he wanted to avenge their brothers, but he did not allow him to do this, at least for now. But the man said that if they didn't want to go, then he would go himself. They didn't know what to do or how to stop it. At the very end of the letter, it was indicated that they would help and fulfill his every request. 3 men had already decided to attack him from behind. He gritted his teeth, saying that it was one way or the other. He became a leaf and said that they are all just trash who don't know where they belong. The guys were at a loss when they decided to capture him. They couldn't just believe it. Suddenly they began to scream out of their minds. He got angry and said that he would show what punishment there could be if they touched what belonged to him. Near the capital of Sichuan province, adventures took place. From above, they gave the go-ahead for Man Nyo to go inside with the Silent Dragon. He was carried on a stretcher by several people, and one guy showed the man the way. They were at the famous main temple of the Tang family. It was forbidden for outsiders to enter there for several hundred years. The building was in red and black colors. They discussed the fact that he had done a lot of things. The man asked Man Neo if he was thinking with his own head. He also said that he heard Baek Lee Jun suspect the Tan family. Afterwards, he asked why he brought the silent dragon to them, and if someone finds out about this, there will be a lot of problems. But the man replied that they were ungrateful. He turned around and exclaimed. He continued and asked what he had to do with the Tang family's poor skills. But Man Neo said that if the dragon had fallen into the hands of Baek Lee Jun there, he would have found out about the pill and about the Tang family. And he asked again whether such events would be better. They began to quarrel endlessly on this topic while the silent prince lay clenching his teeth. After his eyes glowed purple and his pupils were also not visible, he screamed. Namely, he shouted or called for that same lame man. The man who was sitting next to him and treating him jumped out of his seat and got scared. Suddenly, someone's hand put him back down. It was Man Nay in his hand. He called him a huge talker. The man asked what they were going to do with the strong warriors. He replied that more changes need to be made. Man Neo sighed and said that it was good that he brought the silent dragon to him. Then he asked if he could see the elder. He replied that they themselves could not meet with her, so let him find the heiress. Then he added that she wanted to meet with him about what happened in the Dak Valley. He thought that even though she was an heiress, he was not going to please the girl. She asked the guy if he had decided to join them. The girl asked a question with a persistent look. The maid whom the guy saw first didn't really understand what was happening, so she remained silent. He clasped his hands in front of him, trying to give an answer. Ye Hua interrupted him and said that he still had time to think and she would not rush him. When she left, she said that he was still weak, so there was time, but the guy said that he could not cause them any more trouble. But she replied that it was gratitude for what he had done. Finally, she said that he now needs allies because he cannot cope alone. With a gloomy face, she said that Gangho is not a merciless place. The guy sighed and didn't say anything, and she left. Then he turned to the maid and wanted to say something. He apologized for scaring her. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Well, later I started bandaging his hand. The sun was already a little visible behind the mountains. Chinja Gang decided to go outside, holding on to a column. He finally realized that he had overdone it in the fight, even severely. The guy survived after this, and it seemed like a huge miracle. He remembered the words of the goddess that it would take a long time to recover. But the guy could not rest with peace of mind. He admired that village in Kanho, but now he realized that it was a dump. He began to think that if a couple of fish had polluted the water, then they could be caught. But what to do if the water itself had changed? But if the head of the Murim Union, Hei Wol Chin In, did all this, then the guy needs to take revenge on him. What Jia Gan had in mind was that his enemy was greater than he thought. And besides, the guy needs to cope with the enemy who is attached to him. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking what the guy was doing outside. The guy turned his head, and the one with the animal on his shoulders said that they had met before. His name was Pyong Bok. He threw the animal's body on the ground and said that the guy could call him Old Man Fen. Jia Gan said that he survived then, and he replied that since he was a scout and informant, it would not be a problem for him to escape. The man exhaled heavily and noted that he, too, apparently managed to survive. But later he added that apparently things were not going well. Old Man Fen smiled and said that he was glad to see him again. He began to say that he heard the lady this time again offering to join them. They sat on the steps and talked about a gang that he could join. The man said that he was against joining it because everyone would live in fear that if they said something wrong, their food could be poisoned. The guy said nothing to the old man's words, after which Pyong Bok laughed out loud and said that it was a joke, and if he decided to join them, he would greet him with hugs. He pointed to the beast and said that this was a gift for the guy. The lady ordered to catch meat for the guy. The guy thanked him and wanted to say something else, but he interrupted him and said that if he refused to join, he still wouldn't take the food away from him. The old man called the same girl, So-So, and said to call people so that they wouldn't cook venison for dinner. She smiled and nodded her head. Jia Gan said, "It's strange that such a girl is in Safa's shelter," and he replied that this is an unusual girl, and from the Yak clan of Guizhou province. The guy couldn't believe this because she didn't talk to him and he didn't know, but the man began to say that it wasn't that the girl wasn't talking to him. "She simply cannot do this, she cannot talk." The old man began to say that 8 years had already passed since she ended up here. They wanted to sell her as a servant, but he found her and brought her to the shelter. Now she is smiling, but before she was in complete darkness. The poisonous dragon asked if she could talk from birth, and Bach said that this was not innate. He said her tongue was cut out. Then he added that it was in exchange for her life. But what sins could she pay for like that? He asked who did this to the girl, and he replied that someone from the Doc family. The guy got angry because the Doc and Tam clans were torturing the innocent Yak clan. The man turned his head and asked how the Yak family is innocent. He added that he apparently didn't understand something. He was sorry that they did this to the girl, but the Doc clan attacked the Yak clan for a reason. Fen Bok began to tell that those who first started the war in Zhongwan, there was far from being the Doc clan, but rather the Yak clan. The guy was shocked by the man's words. Jagan asked in what sense the Yak clan attacked Dok first. He was very angry and did not want to believe it. He began to remember how the dying man said that one should not blame only the Doc family. His pupils became smaller, and he began to think that it was connected with those words. He remembered how he said that if the guy takes revenge without knowing the whole truth, then he will be just an animal. The guy asked to explain in more detail, but the man said that he himself did not know the whole truth, only what people say. Qin Jiagang asked to tell at least this, and he agreed. He began the story by saying that everything happened about 10 years ago. Then the Doc clan was attacked by the Yak clan. The attack then was unexpected, and the Doc clan could not give a normal fight back. And if a turning point had not occurred, the Doc clan would have lost its position. And the turning point was the entry of the Tang family into battle. After they intervened, the majority went over to the side of the Doc family. The man said that everyone only knows the superficial reason for the conflict between clans, but they do not know about the subtleties. He said that the Yak clan justified itself by saying that the Dok clan was producing some unknown and forbidden poison, and at that time the Dok clan was that they were attacked first. The guy let go of his head and said that all this time he considered his family only a victim, but now is there a need to take revenge? The man began to support him, saying that there was no need to download himself, because then he was in a completely different province. But Qin Jiagang said that there are so many secrets that he does not know, so there is no guarantee that the truth will not change in the future. The man thought about it, after which he said that the world is too complex to be divided into anything other than black and white. He added that now is the time to set the right criteria for judgment. The guy was silent, but inside he was torn about what correct criteria he was talking about. Night has already come. The guy lay there and couldn't sleep for a long time. He pondered whether his revenge was right now, since the Yak clan was the first to attack the Dok clan. While thinking, he heard some sounds from the side and decided to take a look. He stood up and saw the same girl from the Yak clan. She turned to him and smiled. Bandages with blood began to fall to the floor. The girl was sitting next to the guy and was rewinding, but he suddenly turned to her. He said that from tomorrow she could not rewind him, but simply leave the bandages with him. And then he said that she could also put food under the door. The guy added that he was not saying this because there was no help from her. Jagan recalled the man's words that it was the Yak clan that was the first to attack the Dok clan. The guy said he was a little uncomfortable. His eyes stared somewhere at the floor. The girl lowered her head and did not feel particularly pleased. The guy continued to sit on the edge of his bed. After that moment, Qin Jiagang sat outside and meditated. In this way, he tried to concentrate and recover. His veins were tense and more visible, and they were also visible on the face, poisoned. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder and a voice sounded asking him not to strain. It was the lady who told him to breathe slowly and calm his inner energy. The guy did everything as the girl ordered and received praise. She said that he recovered well within a week. But the girl noticed that he was experiencing phenomena of the bloody heavens of madness, and therefore one could say that he could not concentrate. The guy said that for 8 years he had been looking at the world only from the perspective of the yak family, but he began to understand that the world was not like that at all. The goddess said that the guy went through a lot, but after learning the backstory, he began to doubt his plans for revenge, and this could be a problem or create one. The guy sighed at this and said that his revenge must be fair. The girl asked if he really thought so. She got up from her seat and began to say that she had once told him that one should not judge the world by prejudice, but by what one sees and feels. She told him to stop his revenge for a moment, and for him to look around at the world. The girl said that perhaps his revenge would last longer, but his mind would be clearer. The guy thought about the need to continue the path of revenge. The man asked if this was why he did not want to join them for fear of prejudice. The old man said that if he sets boundaries, he might hurt someone. The guy was confused and doubtful. Afterwards, he said that he didn't think that the man thought that way about him, and he said that he was speaking for So-So. He added that he refused her help and ordered her not to come to him again. She just wanted to help, because he found himself in the same situation as she. He was angry that he had offended the poor girl who just wanted to help. The guy felt awkward and unpleasant. He said that persistence is good, but we need to think about the group in more than just general terms. There was a feeling that the guy was about to cry. The girl was sad, minding her own business. The guy came up from behind and addressed Lady So-So. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, but she turned around. She left the tray outside his door as he had asked. The guy looked at it. He bowed his head and decided to apologize for what happened earlier. The guy just couldn't accept help so easily and decided to pull away. Ja Gang said that he was sorry and that people's kindness was hard for him to take. He added that this was his shortcoming, but suddenly the girl took his hand, after which a radiant smile appeared on her face. The guy was completely at a loss, but then he lowered his head and smiled just a little. A man called out to Counselor Man and said that outsiders shouldn't wander around like that. He replied that he just decided to take a walk, but he didn't understand what was going on. The man walked slowly. He extended his hand up and said that there was a wonderful moon today. Suddenly there was a red rope on his hand. The girl said that now was not the best time to admire the moon, and he replied that such a greeting was too dry. The man asked what was causing her such irritation, after which he recognized the girl as an heiress. Her gaze was serious and a little stern. The girl said to look back at what was happening, because even the brave phoenix and silent dragon had to face that guy. She called Man Neo pathetic and asked why he didn't predict such a situation. The heiress said that it was necessary to finish off that guy back then. She thought that even if he was just a survivor of the Yak clan, she had a sixth sense. She decided that if she left him alone, he would become an obstacle. The heiress was angry because people began to call him a poisonous dragon. The man began to laugh out of his mind at the name of the guy, namely the poisonous dragon, because the name did not suit his abilities. He said that everything was going according to his expectations, and the girl pulled the rope over herself and began screaming as if this could be so. Man Nieo added that the heiress Tanha Ran should take a broader view, and if the guy's potential is used correctly, it can bring benefits. The man gave an example that anyone who thinks about how to put out the fire during a fire is mediocrity, because a real master thinks about planting crops after the fire goes out. He also said that since she occupies a high position in her family, she should be more savvy. Laughing, Man Neo said that he had a plan for everything. She replied that he should hurry up. She said that Grandpa wasn't saying anything yet, but she really didn't want to disappoint him. The man said that he was going to act as soon as possible. Afterwards, he sarcastically asked if she was interested in knowing what the guy who surpassed the Tang family and received the nickname Poisonous Dragon was like. She was hurt by the man's words. She didn't say anything, but she was very angry. The lady stood on the hill and waited for the bird. She flew in, sat on her hand, and then gave her the letter. The girl began to read what was written there, after which she turned in his direction. She sighed and smiled slightly at him. Behind her she saw the poisonous dragon and So-So. The Yak girl sighed. The guy stood next to the goddess of desires and said that he would go his own way. He added that since she advised him, he wants to explore the world, so he is going to find out if his knowledge is true. And if he runs into someone, he will try to find out the whole truth. The girl lowered her head and said that she had expected this outcome, but she was very sorry. She added that it is easy to give advice, but it is very difficult to follow one path, which is why she wanted such a choice of guy. Jagan said that he had something important to do. The lady concluded and said that apparently his life belongs to revenge. She would really like the guy to get to know the other side. She wished Chin Jagang good luck on his difficult journey. He lowered his head, thereby thanking the girl. Everyone had already gathered to see the guy off. The lady said that it was time to say goodbye. The man was slightly dissatisfied because they begged him, but he didn't mind. The guy replied that in a short time together, he had learned a lot from the old woman. His knowledge gained in the mine was not great, but he explained everything to him in detail. He began to be indignant that he thought that he would stay, and the girl said not to take his words to heart. She added that he is kinder at heart than he looks. He began to ask what the lady was talking about, and the guy smiled slightly. But then he lowered his gaze. While they were quarreling like children, the girl, So-So, was looking at him. It was as if she wanted to do something but was afraid. But then she handed me some kind of red bag, and the guy asked what it was. The lady also noticed this, and she said that these were pills of purity and tranquility. They had an excellent effect of protecting energy pathways. The goddess patted the girl on the head and said that she didn't even think that she had been making such things in her room for several nights. The guy was pleased that she was wasting time for him. He covered her hands with his palms. The guy thanked her for taking care of him and for such a gift. He added that he hopes for the day when they can walk together again. The goddess and old man Bok smiled because of the atmosphere that appeared. Chin Jagang took a final bow and thanked everyone. They were all glad to meet him and wished him all the best. Both stood and looked at the back of the leaving guy. The man asked if it was right to send him alone, but she replied that she did not want to keep him by force. Afterwards, he asked her only one question, which concerned that letter, namely, whether she would ignore what was written in it. There was indicated the address where the exchange of the silent dragon for the lame one would take place. The girl said it was too late to take back her words. Old man Payan Bok began to shout that this was all very dangerous. He began to insist that it was all a trap, and he asked her to think again. She couldn't foresee another possibility like this. She said that in order to steal the silent dragon, you need something. She just needed to take a risk, and she was basically ready for it. A man was sitting near a burning fire. He looked at a piece of paper and said that there was bait. The man was even slightly disappointed because everything was going too smoothly. From behind him, a voice was heard right in his ear saying that the situation would soon change. The man's hand hit him right in the man's face. He flew quite far from that place. The silhouette ordered Man Neo to rise. He was not one of those who was easy to pick up and finish off. The man said that immediately attacking with fists is very low. He approached the man's face and said that he was so impatient, after which he again flew away from a powerful blow. The man had no choice but to strike back. He used his poison hand mark, and he decided to take out his powerful sword to attack him, and then he passed it through the air using the red blade of heaven. He slightly did not expect such a turn from him. His wooden leg stumbled backwards. He took off when the rays appeared. The villain looked down in surprise. He didn't understand where that guy could disappear so quickly. He was attacked from behind using a palm-ripping song of thunderous crying. The man's eyes became wide open in surprise, but then they burst into furious anger. That hand again caused quite a lot of damage. At their battle site, everything was simply destroyed. Man Neo lay all crippled in the pit. He knew that he was not his opponent. He again flew at him to strike. His eyes glowed bright red. The man started coughing up blood when it landed on him. The guy began to ask what he did to Quan. Even in such a situation, Man Neo could smile and say that he had no intention of hiding the truth. He said that the silent dragon is in the Tang family. He began to make excuses, saying that he needed the help of that family to save the silent dragon from poison. But the guy got even more angry, asking if he should also say thank you for this. He began to accuse the man that he had set everything up and could not catch Ye Hua, but he began to make excuses that he did not know why the silent dragon appeared. The man said that the silent dragon was easily defeated, and that made him angry. The guy said he shouldn't have counted on the man. For some reason, his hand began to squeeze tightly. The man thought that these were already his last seconds of life. but he handed over the piece of paper with the letter and said that it was still useful. He asked what it was, and the man replied that it was a weapon that could save his life. He asked if he recognized this piece of paper that he had. Man Yo lay there and mocked him, saying that he probably still hadn't forgotten his ex-wife's handwriting. He asked what the man was up to, but he replied that Yehu would think for him this time. Meanwhile, the guy was walking through a dense forest. There were only relaxing sounds of nature around. Someone was watching the guy from afar. Suddenly he stopped at this place. He felt that someone was following him. He remembered the lady's words that as soon as he left the estate, he would be under surveillance, namely, the 3 strong clans of Sichuan. 3 equally powerful Tang families, the Atmi clan and the Cheongsong clan. She also told him that the Tang family was nicknamed the highest peak of the Dok family. Meanwhile, the Atmi clan is considered the largest Buddhist temple in the mountain ranges, and the Cheongsong clan are independent followers of Taoism. All 3 try to maintain balance in their territory. At the moment, all 3 are called the kings of Sichuan. The girl assumed that they would not meet the guy positively. Therefore, in any case, they will control his every move. He should have been prepared for this at all times. The guy felt that the closer he was to Chengdu, the more eyes were on him. He understood that if the surveillance did not stop, it would be difficult for him to act as he wanted. He looked into the bag and thought it was time to shake it. He needed to shake his tail. He scattered this deadly poison on the ground, and then he silently moved on. This was the deity of Taoism. Tail didn't understand how you could just take poison and scatter it on the road where people walked. But later he realized that he was to blame because he sensed his presence. He began to remove this poison right from the road. It gathered into a small pile over his palm. The boy decided that it was worth notifying the clan about what had happened. But first, it's worth returning a quarter of a day back to Cheon Sun Mountain, where the guy had been cleaning the yard since the morning. Suddenly, someone called a boy named Unjan to his place. It was his teacher, and he obediently obeyed. The guy didn't quite understand what they wanted from him. He asked about the poisonous dragon, and the teacher said that he was part of the Safa clan, which is a professional killer. He insisted that the poisonous dragon was the enemy of all society. The deputy head of the Cheongsong clan said that he was in the Safa hideout. The little boy's mission will be to watch the poisonous dragon. The boy asked why he was trusted to spy on such a dangerous person and then immediately received a blow to the head. The teacher asked if he taught the guy to tuck his tail between his legs in such situations. He added that he was not asking him to attack, much less kill, but simply to keep an eye on him. The boy asked if it would be better to catch the poisonous dragon before it does anything. But the man replied that if they fought, the Atmi clan and the Tang family would join them. Then there would be a commotion. The boy sighed and said to himself, if it's so easy to do surveillance, then why doesn't the teacher go himself? But after that, he thought, if the teacher entrusted him with a mission, then he recognized him. The guy decided for himself that he must successfully complete the task by any means. Then he again drew attention to the fact that the poisonous dragon had already moved away too much. The boy chuckled contentedly and said that no matter how much he tried to leave, but since he was lame, the pressure on his right and left legs would be different. He firmly decided that he would follow the tracks and find him. Suddenly he looked further and saw that the tracks ended there. It turns out that the boy missed him and began to look for him because he was finished. He fell into hysterics because he would get punished for missing the dragon. After which the boy took off, and he had a huge motivation to find him because he didn't want to spend another year contemplating the wall. A guy appeared from behind a tree and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he reached the city. The guy was sitting in a city cafe and thinking about the fact that he said that he would leave the county town and go explore the world, but he didn't know where to start. But he came up with the idea to start everything with rumors. He heard a conversation between 2 men who were just discussing whether the powers of a silent dragon should be equated with a poisonous dragon. Although one of the men suggested that he was even stronger than the silent dragon, and the guy was unpleasant to hear about himself. Suddenly a voice came from behind saying that he had finally found him. It was the same boy who was chasing him, and he asked the question how the guy managed to escape. He added that he had to search the entire village to find him, and the guy wondered how he could do it so quickly. It was obvious that he was tired, so he asked if he could sit next to him, and he allowed it. The boy was lying on the table and said that he thought that the guy used the light step technique because his traces began to disappear. He even wanted to think that the guy was a ghost. The smell of delicious food filled the boy's nose. The poisonous dragon said that he could help himself if he wanted. He asked if it was really possible to do this. But before that, the guy introduced himself, said that his name was John, and that his teacher ordered him to keep an eye on it. The guy thought that this was a student from the Cheon clan. He said that at first he thought of being the tail, but now he decided to go alongside him and asked if he would mind. Sohep thought about why he was not afraid to reveal his identity, so he was still going to walk next to him. John decided not to refuse food, but to try it. But the poisonous dragon wanted to start a conversation. He started by saying that there is poison in food. The boy spat out the food and asked if he was joking. The guy replied that it should have been obvious. The guy asked why. He pointed to the plate, and he asked if the herbs sprinkled on top had changed their color. John actually noticed the changes, but thought that it was just his specific taste. The guy began to shout that where had he seen such a thing, that they first offer food and then say that there is poison in it. But he replied that this was not his doing. Then asked whose hands this was, and the guy said to ask those men. They sat next to each other at a table. One of them said that he was surprised that a pawn from the Safa clan recognized poison in food. He stood up and said that apparently it was not for nothing that he was called the poisonous dragon. The boy recognized the guys by their clothes. The man greeted the boy and introduced himself, saying that he was Tang Li Shim from the Tang family. John said that until the moment of health he had no problem, but when he met with them, he began to doubt it. The guy didn't tell them anything at all. The man asked what the boy meant. The guy said that when they used poison, they insulted their clan. But he again asked whether checking the pawn of the Safa clan could be regarded as an insult to the Cheon Sun clan. The boy was completely unhappy. The man didn't like this arrangement either. The younger one devoured him with his serious gaze. They looked at each other like that for a while without saying anything. Then the poisonous dragon stood up and said that if they had any problems among themselves, then let them solve them without him. He wished him well and began to leave, thereby angering the man. He took the chopstick and said that he had made him angry at first. And with the words that he decided to run away, he threw the wand at the guy. She flew clearly in his direction, but she was immediately intercepted by 2 other chopsticks. The man was horrified and became even more angry. The wand was stopped by John and asked why he continued to act like this even when talking to him. And he immediately said that this time he could regard it as an insult to his clan. The boy began to say that all 3 families cannot oppose each other because that is what the law says. But he also used poison and threw a weapon in front of him. Thus the man broke the rules. The man began to shout that he was being lenient towards Master Pak Cheon. He began shouting in response that there was only one obstacle, and that was a man. He told him to take what was his, and with great force he sent it to where the wand was flying from. It was aimed right at that one's eye. But suddenly a rope of that same red color appeared, and just in time she broke the stick into 2 parts. The boy was at a loss. He noticed that the girl who was sitting with that man was very dexterous. The guy said he could hit pretty hard, but he had a stomach ache and asked them for an antidote. Then the poisonous dragon, who had not yet left, got involved in the conversation and said that if they want to tell him something, then let them do it in person. The man began to warn the guy that if he turned his nose up too much, it would not end well. The guy said he would follow their advice. John told him to wait for him. The girl was still sitting in that very place. The boy called out to the poisonous dragon again. He still continued to walk, but the boy still followed him. He caught up with the guy and said that until he leaves Sichuan, they will be together everywhere. The guy agreed, saying that he wouldn't leave him alone anyway. But then he added that he also wouldn't want to train against the wall for another whole year. The boy said that it was clear from the dragon that he did not want to engage in a fight, so he came forward. To which the guy said that pride was not important to him. He was only thinking that if a massacre started in the tavern, he would suffer greatly. John said that he was a good man for thinking such a thing. But then he immediately remembered how he scattered poison on the road and thought that perhaps it was not entirely good. Dream is shocked by Suro's words about attracting attention. While walking, Suro remembers how Kaon looked for his traces in the forest. It seems that now Sleep understands why he could not find the poison dragon. Sun's face breaks into a smile. Suro seems completely different from how he is described in rumors. Suro, with his usual tired face, listens to him. Suro asks Cheon if this is his nature. It seems these words surprise Cheon. He doesn't understand. Suro remembers that he is considered a cold-blooded killer, which is why Kaon is following him. Suro wonders why Cheon is so calm in the presence of the killer. The words that something bad might happen to Cheon don't seem to bother him at all. But Sun is sure that nothing will happen to him. It seems Suro wonders where such confidence comes from. The whole reason is that in Sichuan no one can harm a disciple of the Cheong Song clan. Suro is shocked by these words. His eyes are full of horror. Anyone who dares to attack a student of the Cheon Sun clan must be prepared for the fact that his clan can be erased. Suro quietly listens to Sun. Suro seems depressed. His clan didn't have enough strength. At the same time, the situation with Sun is completely different. It seems Cheon is in a misunderstanding from Suro. Now Suro realizes the reason for Sun's calm. Envy. That's what the poison dragon feels now. Coming closer, Cheon asks Suro if he is really worried about him. And again, Cheon understands that Suro is a good person. Suro's face shows no emotion. Together they walk along a sunset street in Sichuan. Two certain people are watching the two of them. These two are Ha-Ran and Lee Sim. It seems the second one doesn't really like the fact that Cheon's son is running after the poisonous dragon. Ha-Ran reproaches him for discussing them behind their back. These words leave Sim bewildered. Even if Ran had not entered the battle, Sim would have managed on his own. Before Sim can finish speaking, he becomes the victim of Ha-Ran's predatory, insensitive, and dangerous gaze. This look scares him. His body is filled with fear. Turning around, the girl tries to get away from him. She silently moves away from Lee Sim. Suro and Sun continue to walk through the Sunset City. South of Guangxi region, high ancient mountains surrounded by fog. Guilin City, Mount Laozhai. Near a certain building, a small but powerful golden hurricane made of some fabric is spinning. And then gradually the protection from the fabric dissipates, and the girl's silhouette becomes visible. This maiden's feet land on the ground. And then they see the full silhouette of a girl they know, and then two lights sparkled above her. Two certain objects landed near her. Two strong men stood next to the maiden. Someone is sitting on the steps of this small building. The girl goes forward with her servants. Now we see the face of a man we already know. It seems he was waiting for a girl. Behind him, on his knees, is the product promised to the girl. Looking at the girl, he wants to say something. He wonders where his goods are anyway. But the girl is cunning. She came not for the sake of a deal, but to take away the silent dragon. A man, illuminated by the rays of the sun, looks at a girl. The deal was logical. The man cures the silent dragon, and the maiden in turn brings him Chinjagan. A man is disappointed because of the fickleness of the goddess of desires. The goddess did not even agree to the deal. These words will make the man laugh a little. So Yup decided to go his own way. She couldn't force him to join her. The words that the goddess of desires released So-Hyup seemed to surprise the man. But then a sly grin appears on his face, in the form of a smile. The man expected this. The decision to send the lame man to her to save him in the village of Namga was correct. He lowers his head down. Let them take the silent dragon. The goddess of desires seems surprised. Will he really not even interfere? But the man moves away from the steps and says that he will not be able to interfere with them. It seems that he is disappointed that the girl did not inherit the honor of the Tang family. The girl doesn't seem to like that he humiliates her like that. The man wants the girl to quickly take the dragon and leave. He needs to think about how to live further. The girl and her servants carefully watch him. She walks right up to the lying silent dragon. His face is down. We can't see his face. Virgo extends her hand towards the guy. But here he, with his eyes closed, mentions a certain mountain cave. These words shock the girl and terrify her. And then suddenly the dragon opens his eyes full of anger. He pounces on her, about to attack, but the girl suddenly grabs his face with a maneuver. She hits his head right on the floor with a powerful blow. But then she notices something. Man Neo's own foot is already flying towards it, but she manages to grab it before it attacks her. And it's all? A girl is interested in Mana. Man laughs. It seems this is not his last action in the plan. Some kind of smoke oozes from Mana's steel leg. She knows that smell. Gunpowder. And then Man's leg suddenly opens and a certain projectile falls out of it. Yo-Hua is terrified. She seems to realize what awaits her. Her eyes were full of shock and even horror. It was all a trap. Her servants, realizing this, begin to run to their mistress. But then a group of archers had already aimed their arrows at someone. Yo's servants paid attention to them. It seems that they are their target. A hail of arrows rains down on the servants. It's an ambush. Yo's servants look at the crowd of people surrounded by a smoke screen. Ahead of them rises a warrior armed with a blade. This is Chagall. Chagall is sure that this time he will not miss these Safas. The servants turn to their mistress, notifying her that they are surrounded. Several bolts were about to hurt Yo, but she blocked them with her ribbons. It was all a plan. Man confirms the maiden's words, but he doesn't even feel remorse. And so Man attacks again, but with his own hand. The girl also joins the fight. The strongest wave comes from that building. The building is being torn apart from the inside. Man fights with all his might. His rival is the goddess of desires, and it seems she is not inferior to him in strength. And even during the battle, Man tries to say something. He mocks the girl. Supposedly, she is weak and cannot even cope with the old man. You was surprised by Man's strength. Did he really have such powerful internal energy? And then the maiden's eyes fill with horror. Man Neo uses the bloody heaven of madness technique. She thinks he's crazy. Why does he have such affection for Sohyup? This battle was still ongoing and not over. From their strong impact on each other, it's like a burst of energy. Man bounces away from his opponent. He lands calmly right on the ground. He already seems a little tired from this battle. He thinks he's going crazy. You can see the pulsating, tense veins on his face. Everyone has something they want to take possession of, something everyone thinks about. These words come from Man's lips. The girl looks at him from a distance. For him, such an object is Chin Jagan. He grabs his eyes. He tried to forget about him, but he couldn't do it. They look at him carefully and listen to his crazy words. And then his eye begins to glow with a golden light. Man asks the girl what she sees in the reflection of his eyes. The light from the eye blinds you a little. The name Dokyo comes from her lips. But it was a trick. Man Neo attacks a girl. Now! And then someone with a blade rises right above Yo-Hua. He's about to pierce her. This unknown turns out to be the silent dragon. The girl rubs her eyes while the dragon is about to pierce her with a blade. Man Neo, along with the silent dragon, attack Yo-Hua. But then energy like lightning begins to pulsate around the girl's hands. She is using the 9-beam void jade technique. 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu. Lightning strikes the silent dragon! Madman Neo also doesn't avoid lightning. Lightning continues to sweep through the dragon's body, causing him terrible pain. Standing underneath the pained dragon is Yo, with lightning coming from her hands. Wounded and tormented by lightning, Man lies. Not only Yo-Hua's hands, but also Yo-Hua's eyes sparkle with lightning. She looks up. She is surprised that the dragon survived this attack. He thinks the reason for this is Yo's affection for him. He wants to cut her and Lame's throats to please the soul of his fiancée Yeon. It seems that the virgin was not going to kill him, but since that's the case, without killing him, the matter will not end. But then she turns her attention to something. With a sly smile, Man pointed his hand with something smoking towards Yo-Hua. Many bolts are flying straight towards Yo, but the maiden again blocks them with her tape. But then the silent dragon uses the holy sword technique of the man of heaven, Hand of the Wind. It seems he manages to impale Yo-Hua. A frantic energy like thunder pulsates around the dragon. The maiden's eyes are full of pain and horror. A familiar crazy smile is visible on the face of Man watching this. Chagall, armed with a blade, is already approaching one of Yo's servants. A strong swing of the blade, but the servant dodges. And now he is about to strike his enemy. But Chagall blocks the blow with the hilt of his blade. From this blow, Chagall moves back several meters. It seems that Jagal is not at all surprised by the strength of Yo Hua's servants. While he is thinking, from behind his warriors fall from the blows of another protector, Yeo. Servant Yo gets into a fighting pose. He will not allow Jagal and his people to get close to his mistress. But here, the defender seems to be very shocked about something. He hears his mistress, and it seems he is going to go to her. But then his eyes fill with horror. His mistress is very weak and injured. The dragon cut off her hand. Around her, the former lightnings have become like sparks. The defender is angry. How dare they do this to his mistress? But then Jagal attacks the distracted enemy. With a bracelet on his hand, Servant Yo blocks Jagal's blow. A sly smile appears on the latter's face. The servant's face is full of anger. It's hard for him to hold a block. Man is going somewhere. His clothes are burnt. It looks like there is still some benefit from the prosthesis. Towering over the wounded goddess of desires, he mocks her. Man also turns his attention to the dragon sitting on his lap. With empty eyes, the dragon rises. The wounded Yo Hua is full of anger. Even Baek Li Jun will be satisfied with such a product as her. This phrase comes from the mouth of the dragon. Pulling the bolt out of her body, the girl tries to say something. And then frantic energy begins to pulsate around her. Man advises her not to use internal energy now. The girl is in shock. Her own blood is flowing from her eyes, mouth, and nose. The prosthesis and needle that the girl just took out of her body were made by the Tang family. It seems Man is hinting at something. The needle was saturated with poison, and Yo realized this. The smile never leaves Man's face. The poison with which Yo was poisoned was created specifically for her, and if she continues to try to do something, she will most likely die. The girl is trying to say something while bleeding with her own blood. It's better to die than to give up. A frantic energy like lightning is pulsating around the girl again. And then Man gets into a fighting pose, preparing for battle. He had no instructions to bring Yo necessarily alive. And here the defender is already rushing to the aid of his mistress. He grabs the girl in a strong grip. She seems perplexed by this. And then, together with his mistress, the defender soars into the sky. Man seems shocked by this. The girl is shocked by the actions of her servant. But he doesn't want the lady to die here. She must live for the sake of those who believe in her. Jagal has already surrounded the entire area. Hearing these words from the lips of her servant, Yo was shocked. He is sure that his actions are the only way to save the goddess of desires. Yo asks him about his older brother right in the air. At this time, my brother is fighting the Chagall crowd. With a gentle smile, he nods his head towards his mistress and his younger brother. The maiden's eyes were filled with real horror. The eyes of the younger brother are filled with tears of grief. Yo Hua doesn't want to leave him alone in the battle because Hua might get hurt. The girl screams as she, in the grip of her servant, falls down the cliff, landing right in the water. How dreary all this is. This is Man's opinion about all this. He screams to someone. Chagall report. They failed to hold back one of the guards, and they missed the goddess of desires. Two of the Chagalls have a defeated older brother in their hands. And then a man appears on one of the hills with an order. It is necessary to send soldiers to comb the entire valley. The Guardian and Yo Hua could not go far under the influence of the poison. It seems Chagall doesn't like this man's arrogance because he was the one who ruined the operation in Namga village. A cunning and crazy smile sparkles on Man's face. Despite the fact that they escaped, sooner or later they will belong to him. Sichuan, Sun asks Suro why he killed so many people. He thinks that Suro doesn't look like a killer at all. Suro just listens to him, with his tired face and look. And one more question for Suro from Sona. This time about the reason for the lameness of the poison dragon. Suro continues to remain silent, but already drinking a certain drink. And the third question comes from the boy's mouth, already about the techniques that Suro uses. But I immediately realize that it would be better if he didn't ask such a thing. But Suro continues to remain silent. Suro exhales heavily as Song apologizes and talks about how talkative he is. The dream explains that the reason for his talkativeness is the excitement of talking to Safa's member for the first time. But the dragon replies that he is not a member of it, and these words seem to surprise the guy because Suro was leaving the Safa palace. And here Suro asks the question, is it really possible that everyone leaving the Cheongsong Palace is a student of the clan? After this, it seems that Dream understood. It seems strange to him that everyone says that the poison dragon is from Safa, even the teacher said it. Suro gives advice to Sun, and the latter thinks it is good, and he wonders who gave this advice to Suro himself. The owner of this advice can be met if you go to the palace from which Suro came. Cheon-sun looks at Suro in bewilderment at first, but then seems to understand. The Dream seems to regret. Suro is perplexed by this. Suro asks him about the reason for his regret, after which Sun immediately grabs his mouth. It seems he didn't want to say it. Dream immediately began to explain himself to Suro because he shouldn't have said this. But it seems that Suro wants to hear what Cheon wanted to say, but the second one brushes it off because this goes beyond the scope of his rights. Lowering his head down, Suro puts his hand behind his back. Cheon seems confused by this. Suro began to draw something on the ground with a stone. Cheon wonders what Suro is doing. He tells him that he is settling down. There is a good climate and land. Suro plans to stay here for the next 3 years. Cheon is simply shocked by these words. After all, he was told to watch the dragon until he left their land. While Suro continued to mark his territory, Cheon wondered what he should do. And then a question was asked from Suro to Cheon-seon. What was he hiding? Confused boy doesn't know what to say. That Safa Palace from which the poison dragon emerged will soon disappear. Beautiful sunset Laojai Mountain, Gilin City. Near the fast river, the tired and wounded protector and the goddess of desires lie. Her own blood continues to ooze from where Yo's hand used to be. She exhales heavily as the junior guard lies dead. Anger, pain, hatred, many emotions continue to rage through her mind. With a trembling hand, he touches the wounded place. She uses the 3 shades of true fire technique, and flames begin to rage around her. With this flame, she cauterizes the wound. A terrible burning pain sweeps through her body. While the girl is cauterizing the wound, the awakened guard tries to contact her. Yo's pain cannot be compared with his pain from the loss of his brother. She regrets to him. Because of her negligence, the elder lost his life, together with her. Her servant listens to his mistress with heavy emotions. The younger one gets up. Soon the enemy will continue the chase. He asks Yo where they should go. The girl replies, now they must return to Sichuan. There it was necessary to start everything from the very beginning. Suro is shocked by the words that the palace will disappear. Suro asks Sun if the 3 strongmen of Sichuan will take over the destruction of the palace, to which he receives a negative answer. The Union will take over the job. However, they cannot help but keep an eye on the 3 strong men. This phrase comes from the boy. The Ahmi clan will be watching everyone. It seems that Sur is unpleasant to hear this, and Cheon understands this, although Suro does not relate to Safa. Anger fills Suro's body. He squeezes his hand so that veins protrude from it. Many of Safa pulled him out of the other world. These people are very close to him. Having stopped marking the territory with a stone, Suro returns. Cheon-sun exhaled heavily. He knew that this would end. That's why he didn't want to tell anything. Worried, Cheon tries to convince the poison dragon to stop, because Seon also needs to prevent Suro from doing something stupid. Cheon assures the walking Suro that if he doesn't stop, Sunwoo will have to use force. The poison dragon doesn't want to fight the boy. It was stupid to close your eyes. Smiling and closing his eyes, Cheon considers Suro's decision to be correct, but at that same second a bag flies into his face. Opening their eyes, they were filled with horror. A bag is already flashing right in front of your face. But quickly, with one strong wave of his hand, Sleep tears this bag apart. But smoke came out of the torn bag. This is poison. Cheon hit the energy. He realizes it. Lost in a cloud of smoke, Cheon-sun is trying to shout to the poison dragon. It's the same poison as last time. Suro recommends that the boy go back and take onions, butter made from pork fat, and tea. Turning around, the poison dragon strives to leave, to the boy's cries. Cheon's screams continue to sound as the poison dragon continues to move away from the curtain of smoke. At best, it's expensive to get to the palace. It will take 3 days. You need to go without breaks. These thoughts are spinning in the head of the hurrying Suro. Covering his mouth and closing his eyes, Sleep takes out a certain bell because there is no other way out. He begins to ring the golden bell and says, "Kwe ma gi cham, che jong hyang nyong." Hearing this, horror, shock, and fear rushes through Suro's body. The poison dragon falls to its knees as its own blood begins to flow from its mouth. The imperial bell is ringing. I bring the demon to his knees and cut his throat. A special sound technique that Sun is currently using. A terrible pain rushes through the body of the poison dragon. He bares his teeth. His face is full of horror. He coughs in pain while lying on the ground. The pain does not subside. Suro is shocked by this effect of the sound technique. Standing over the suffering Suro, Cheon assures him that he cannot let him go because another massacre may occur. Blood continues to flow from Suro's mouth. Poison Dragon can't let Safa's people die. Cheon considers the Safas to be villains. It is better for a small part of them to die than for a gigantic number of innocents. These words seem to make the guy angry. His eyes are filled with anger. In the suffering mind of the poisonous dragon, members of Safa flash, among which the familiar goddess of desires is visible. Despite the terrible pain, the poison dragon tries to get up. His eyes are full of anger. They seem to sparkle with lightning. Safa, the most important people for him. Cheon was in real shock from Suro himself. A terrible scream comes from the mouth of the dragon. Veins are starting to appear on his arm. Although Suro is not a member of the Safa, he uses their techniques, and Sun realizes this. Pain and hatred continue to rush through the body of the poison dragon. A terrible predatory look full of hatred and pain is directed at the boy. The flow of internal energy inside Suro is weakening. No matter what, the poison dragon still tries to rise. But he is weak and wounded. He hurts and falls heavily to the ground. The dream begins to explain to the suffering poison dragon the function and operation of the sound technology that he is now using. Mele, putting his hand to his mouth, begins to recite passages from the sutra. Tired and exhausted, Suro realizes that his strength is leaving him. His mind becomes clouded. Is this the end? These terrible thoughts sound in Suro's mind. His eyes are full of pain. He never took revenge for his loved ones. Gradually his eyes close. Suro doesn't want to die. Exhausted and disappointed, the poison dragon appears to be dying. The image of a poisonous snake with eyes as red as blood flashes in my mind. But then Suro's eyes open. Now they are full of life and hope. A snake crawls right in front of the exhausted dragon's face. The poison dragon opens its mouth. Grabbing the snake with his hand, he bites off its head. And again, the dragon's eyes are full of anger and life. Exhaling heavily, Cheon's son thinks that's enough, but he doesn't have time to finish. Suddenly someone punches a hole in its bell. The little guy is shocked by this. The hole in the bell is smoking, and the confused guy looks around in bewilderment and shock. Suro's hand pulses with blue flame-like energy. The dream is simply in shock. The poison dragon's face is like a wild, hungry beast. In his hand is a snake with a bitten head. It seems the boy is a little scared looking at this beast. It seems that Sun noticed something, and he is clearly shocked by it. Suro used snake venom to free his mind from sound technology. A stern, beast-like rises with a dead serpent in his hand. However, the guy is not so simple. Now he is forced to use more crude methods. And then a weapon appears, a quick whip. He hits right between Cheon Sung and Suro Poison Dragon. They both seem to be in shock. The Poison Dragon is trying to find the owner of the whip with his eyes. Confused, Cheon's son also tries to find him. And the owner of the whip turns out to be Haran. And next to her stands the familiar Lee Sim. The whip hits right between Cheon and Suro. Suro was very surprised by this. Cheon's gaze searches for the owner of the whip. And now we see again the familiar Lee Sim and Haran. Cheon seems to recognize them. He is surprised by their presence. They heard the bell, so they came. It seems Haran noticed something. Still holding the kite in his hand, Suro watches the two. The girl seems shocked by the snake in the poison dragon's hand. Annoyed, Lee shouts towards Suro, addressing him. Looking at the snake, Lim asks him in bewilderment if he really ate him. Taking another bite of the snake's flesh, Suro asks if this snake belongs to them. Lee Sim is shocked. He thinks the dragon is crazy. At the same time, Ran is silent. A smile begins to appear on Haran's face, which is covered by her hand. The girl bursts into mad laughter, which leaves Lee in bewilderment. The girl believed that rumors about the ruthless poison Chrome were just legends. However, now she believes his nickname suits him perfectly. Ran asks him if the poison dragon knows what kind of snake it bit off. This was a snake of pure blood. Its bite could easily kill even a fairly good martial artist. However, for those who use poisons, it is a unique medicine, which has no analog. Pointing her finger at Suro, she understands that since he didn't die, it means he belongs to the second type. But Suro didn't even know about this snake effect. All this was a test from these two. If Suro died, they would simply blame him for taking the name Poison Dragon. And here, Suro's crazy predatory gaze appears again. Then if they die at his hands, they should blame themselves for not knowing their place in testing Suro. The girl is simply silent, not answering. Haran doesn't like Suro's impudence, since he can't even handle simple sound techniques. And here, Cheon's son intervenes in the dialogue. He reminds these Tang family members that they have no right to interfere in the affairs of the Cheon Song clan. He asks them to say their names and leave. He threatens them, saying that if they don't stop interfering with him, his clan will officially protest. And then the girl wants to say something. Taking off her straw hat, she reveals her full name, Tang Ha-Ran, heiress of the Tang family. And then, confused, Sun respectfully folded his hands and greeted the maiden. She talks about rumors that supposedly Master Pak Cheon took a very talented student, and it seems to her that it is this guy, and he confirms this and says his name, Unjong. With a gentle smile on her face, the maiden asks Un to step aside. She needs to talk to the poison dragon. Confused and nervous, he still agrees. Haran addresses Suro, saying that he was almost caught by student Woon Jung. It was the maiden who released the snake, after which Suro was saved thanks to her. The dragon asks her if she expects gratitude. Gratitude. This is an understatement. Suro now owes Ran a lot, but the dragon waves it off, saying that he didn't ask for help. And then the girl wants to offer some option. And then she claims that she will stop Unjan and let the poison dragon go about his business. These words make Un's face and mind full of shock. Suro wonders what Virgo wants to do with her belief in Suro's debt to her. But Ha waves it off. Is this really what interests the dragon now? Un quickly turns around, looking first at Ha-Ran and then at Suro, not understanding anything. The girl, bowing, does not recommend that Suro think about her actions. Silently, the poison dragon looks at the maiden with his lifeless and tired eyes. Turning around, the dragon hurried away, and the confused Un looked after him. He tried to stop him, but Ha said that she would let him go. Turning around, the confused guy tried to object to something, because he was ordered to stop Suro. It was the teacher's order. But Ha-Ran tells the boy that he can pursue Suro, but he cannot be stopped from getting to the palace. And again the guy tries to object, because if the dragon gets to the palace, a lot of people will die. It seems that the girl is tired of all these words. Before he could finish speaking, Una's face was filled with horror. The girl's creepy, predatory gaze was directed directly at the guy. Her eyes seemed to look into the soul. Lowering his head and exhaling heavily, the guy decided to stop his objections. He would simply follow the poison dragon. And at that very second, Un quickly rushed to catch up with Suro. Lee Sim invites Haran to return to the estate, but she, putting on a hat and smiling, wants to watch some more. With a slight smile on her face, the girl raises her hand. The image of the terrible animal eyes of the poison dragon flashes in the Virgo's mind. With her hand on her heart, the girl claims that inside the poison dragon lies the formidable fury of a wounded beast. With quick jumps, Un strives to catch up with the poison dragon. He quickly flashes between the trees, aiming for Suro. Seems surprised that Suro has been running for 2 hours without a break. Hovering directly above Suro, watches him. At one point, the dragon drops his bag. Una wonders why he is so desperate to go there. Without any respite, Suro rushes forward, but then he stumbles over an unexpected stone. With a crash, he falls heavily onto the hard ground. But despite everything, he tries to get up. He seems to have his attention on something. Standing right in front of him is a boy he knows. It seems the dragon is surprised that he caught up with him so quickly. The boy asks Suro about the reason for his such zealous running. Rising, Suro repeats his words about the benefactors from Safa, and states that at this speed the dragon will not get to the palace in time, and if he does, he will be in poor condition to at least do something. Breathing heavily and tiredly, sweating from running, Suro realizes this. If Suro is a simple, cold-blooded killer, then he should have no reason to torture himself and run as fast as he can. Tired Suro tries to get up from the ground. Squeezing his hand out of anger, Suro himself does not understand why he is doing all this. The road to revenge is becoming so inaccessible. But if he stops, he will lose something important for life. Therefore, he will not stop until he finds out what this important thing is. He asks to move out of the way. With an irritated face, is silent, looking at Suro. Exhaling heavily, doubts that he is doing the right thing. He kneels down with his hands behind his back, and invites Sora to climb on his back. Suro is at a loss. He is also interested, so he offers to go to the palace together. The image of an evil man flashes in my mind. It's better to check the truth yourself, similar to these words of Suro teacher Una already told him. But if is still mistaken, then it's not a big deal. A year at the wall isn't that bad. These words seem to surprise the poison dragon. With a tight smile, wants to go forward. A beautiful, rich palace, brightened by the gentle rays of the morning sun. A girl with a gentle smile on her face opens the door. And then his face fills with horror. The jug that was in her hands fell and broke into smithereens into many fragments. Falling to her knees in front of the palace gates lay the goddess of desires along with the junior guard. Tired and wounded, Yohua and the guard lay on the hard ground. The Safa members listened to the story of the Chagall ambush. Yohua thought she could handle it, but Man Yeo's strength far exceeded her expectations. Safa listened to a tired girl lying on the bed. The completely bandaged junior guard also lies dead on the bed, covered with a blanket. And then, after Yohua's speech, the crowd simply exploded with anger. But then their anger and screams were calmed by one of the men. Turning towards Yo, the man is trying to tell her something. There are rumors that the Sichuan clans that are part of the alliance are gathering in one place. It seems suspicious to the man that all these movements coincide with the moment when that battle took place with Yo. The man asks his mistress about further actions, to which she asks to warm up the room. Yo Hua is about to start circulating energy immediately. Well, she orders her people to go to shelter. These words will shock everyone around. Safas can't understand. They can't do that. Yo Hua realizes that they want to destroy Safa. She plans to stay here and lure away the enemy's attention while the others can leave Sichuan. A gentle smile appears on her face, and she assures that she will instantly drive away the enemies and then follow them. With his hand on his heart, one of the Safas vowed to dedicate his life to her. That's why he won't leave her alone. And immediately the crowd burst with desire to protect their mistress. A gentle smile appears on the face of that same man. It seems he is proud and happy for the people behind him. All the people here are ready to fight for Safa. There are no cowards here who are able to run away and leave Yo. Yo Hua's eyes seem to glow with light of hope. One of the girls squeezed Yo's blanket. The girl's eyes are full of tears. She looks up. But then the light of hope disappears and darkness comes again. Many people died to save Yo. She doesn't want anyone else to die. She thanks them all. The beautiful Safa Palace is brightened by the gentle rays of the morning sun. Union of Murim Associations. Subdivision of Kanza Province. The old man clearly doesn't like a certain snack. In a box filled with something soft lies the severed hand of Yeo Hua. But the man seems disappointed because he hoped for all of Yeo. The other guy apologizes to him because he didn't go to the rear himself, but entrusted everything to his dog. While drinking a drink, the old man continues the conversation with the guy, considering that dog to be smart, and he heard that this guy decided to take action. He confirms the old man's words. The clans have begun to act, and the three strong men are not against getting down to business. But despite this, the old man is sure that even without a hand, the goddess of desires will be difficult to catch, to which the guy just remains silent. The silhouette of a member of the Ahmai clan, a demonic disciple of the Buddha, flashes in the guy's mind. The guy says if the demonic disciple of Buddha acts as an observer, then his dog is trying. A sly smile appears on the old man's face. It seems to him that he is becoming more and more interesting. The political position of the Ahmai clan is now clear to him, and he also asks the guy if the dog has really come up with a plan entirely. And he also asks him for the name of the dog, Man Nyo, and the guy confirms his words. It seems that now the old man wants to meet Man Nyo, and these words worry the guy a little. With a crazy look, the old man asks the guy not to kill Man Nyo. In the drink that is in the mug, you can see the guy's reflection. The old man is satisfied for now. However, from now on, he hopes to receive not a hand, but the entire corpse. Well, the guy listens and obeys. Work is raging inside the Safa palace. They are preparing for battle. Each of them works, no one stands still. Everyone is doing something. A man releases a bird with a letter tied to its paw into the sky. He hopes that everyone will arrive without delay. Excitement and anxiety are visible on his face. And then suddenly, horror and shock sweep through the man's body. He doesn't believe what's happening. The Chagall warriors arrived so quickly. One of the men notifies that the enemies are advancing. People are confused and scared, but they shouldn't be afraid. They must be ready to fight. Yo Hua continues to circulate energy in the room. Power pulsates around her. The girl was very tense. Someone started walking near her. Chagall warriors stand in formation, preparing for battle. Despite the dire situation, the Safa man tries to keep a smile on his face. Wall to wall, two groups stand next to each other, waiting for the battle to begin. But Chagall continued to stand in place silently. Despite the fact that many Chagall warriors are standing in front of the man, he still continues to joke. And then one of Chagall loudly threatens Safa and the goddess of desires. He invites them to surrender and appear before the court of Murim because they are surrounded. The man jokes again, saying that Chagall doesn't look very influential to say such words. These words make Chagall angry. His mind is full of hatred and malice. And then he introduces himself. His name is Jeong-un, head of the Nam Cheon clan. He doesn't like that Safa's words insult Murim and show a frivolous attitude towards Soyuz events. But Safa interrupts him, saying that they have no intention of giving up. They will fight. Drawing the blade from its sheath, Chagall is ready for battle. They will finish everyone off. But before he can finish speaking, an object flies at one of the commanders. And then you can see horror, pain, and shock in his eyes. And then we see Yo Hua, the goddess of desires, complete her circulation. The maiden's face is full of fatigue. Her people are worried about their mistress. The tape was about to pierce Jung Wong. Someone grabbed it. This someone turns out to be the same demonic disciple of Buddha. A crazy smile appears on the face of Myo Wol from the Ahmai clan. You knows him. He who purifies the path of Buddhism by dancing with blades and cutting the throats of enemies. Since he was sent, it means the alliance is serious. The girl understands why her people were numb with fear. The old man himself asks to be called Myo Wol. If they do this, he will be grateful to them. And then suddenly, the fabric breaks out of Vol's strong grip. Snatching her ribbon from Will's grasp, the girl is surprised that a person who wants to become an Arhat is attached to the name of the mortal world. Really, despite his Buddhist name, he came here to take away more lives. Concentrate on the positive and discard the negative is an ancient expression of the Buddhist temple. These are the words spoken by Myo Wol. Anyone who has gone mad after being eaten by the Demon King deserves to be destroyed. It seems Myo decided to destroy the silent agreement with the three strong men of Sichuan and summoned a bloody wind to the county town. Today, unfortunately, Binny is only an observer. If Yo had not pointed the blade at Cheon, Mayo would never have interfered. Virgo bares her teeth out of anger. After all, Mayo Wol entered into a conflict, so he is no longer an observer, but Wol himself asks for understanding because this was a necessary measure. And then Yo is angry. An energy like chaos seems to be raging around her. The goddess of desires does not like the ignorance of will, which results in jokes directed at her. It seems that speculative speeches have intoxicated the goddess. A sly smile appears on Vol's face. The girl will not understand Mayo's deeds, which are pleasing to Buddha. His face spreads into a crazy smile. His eyes shine with a mad scarlet flame. Mayo orders the head of the Cheon family to get down to business, while he himself makes sure that Yeo Hua does not use a weapon. It seems that even Jong-un himself is frightened by this old man's madness, but still he faithfully listens and obeys. Jungwoo doesn't like Yeo Hua's cowardice that caused her to sneak attack. She has no shame or conscience. Today all Safa will pay for their sins and atrocities. Pointing his blade, Chan is about to address his squad. And then a terrible animal cry comes from Chan's lips. It marked the beginning of the operation to destroy Safa. A crowd of warriors rushed into battle on the orders of their commander. With mad cries, they rushed forward. Commander Safa is also ready for battle. No one should retreat. Wall to wall, Safa defend their mistress by shedding blood, and Chan's people are going to kill each of them. The clash of swords, sparks from the clash of blades. Bloody battle. The blood of Chan's people and the people of the goddess of desires is being shed. The faces of these warriors were blurred into terrible bestial grimaces of anger and malice. The people of Chan and Safa are fighting tooth and nail. The blood of warriors flows like a river from their bodies. Commander Safa fights bravely, cutting the throats of his enemies. Everyone around him fights bravely. Mayo Wol takes out an incredibly old and rusty blade from his old, worn sheath. It seems that this sword should be familiar to the goddess of desires. After he took the path of Buddha, he never used it. The blade has become very dull. Now it won't even cut tofu. Pulling out the blade, Mayo says these words. A funny paradox because the blade was nicknamed Buddha Killer. A sword that Mayo can only use with the intention of killing someone. Mayo carefully examines the blade of the sword. His Buddhist soul is not contained in the teachings of the Buddha, but in this blade. As long as Yo stays away from the battle, Buddha Killer will also not budge. Tears appear on Mayo Wol's face. He hopes that the girl will kill as many people as she wishes. Let her point her weapon at them. Will tear their flesh. Let the blood flow in all directions. The girl looks tensely and carefully at her opponent. And then from behind comes the cry of one of Chan's people, calling his comrades somewhere inside the palace. These words seem to disturb the girl. She turns around sharply. She doesn't want these warriors to go inside. Mayo looks at her carefully. A terrible smile appears on his face. Pointing the blade at the maiden, a crazy smile is visible on his face. Does Yo Hua really want to stop them? But first, she needs to finish off this old man. A furious force is raging around the girl. And so their duel begins. Her ribbons move forward, about to pierce Mayo's flesh. But the old man easily dodges the blow of the ribbons, which hit the ground with a roar. Still, the girl pointed the weapon. It seems Mayo Wol is pleased with this. A crazy smile continues to shine on his face. His eyes sparkle with a scarlet flame. The girl just exhales heavily. Her face fully shows all her emotions of anger and anger. She's ready to fight. And then her ribbons wrap around my Volya. They are about to grab him in a tight grip. Mayo himself seems worried. He wasn't ready for something like this. But here, the old jagged blade begins to glow with a scarlet flame, like the very eyes of Mio Vol. Dozens of cutting blows fall on the maiden's ribbons, easily cutting them despite the fact that it has long been dull. This is the disordered wind wave technique. And then a hail of blade blows is already moving towards the goddess of desires, about to cut the maiden into hundreds of pieces. A flurry of blows falls on the maiden, but she tries to block them with a shield of energy. It seems very difficult for her to withstand the flurry of blows with the Buddha killer blade from Myo Wol. But then Myo Wol himself appears right in front of Yeo Hua's face. A crazy smile still shines on his face, but on the girl's face one can see horror and fear. The blow of the Death of Buddha blade still overtakes the girl. Her face is full of quiet horror and pain. The bloody jagged blade of Myo Wol stuck into the ground, scarlet smoke emanating from it. Together with the blade in his hand and with a crazy smile on his face, Myo Wol regrets something. The girl turned out to be faster. The goddess of desires is already towering above everyone, on the roof of the Safa Palace. But despite the maiden's speed, the blade still managed to wound her. A terrible scarlet smoke oozes from her wound, poisonous energy. But then the maiden hears someone's pleas for the release of someone. One of Chan's men is holding the unconscious younger guard by the scruff of the neck. One of the girls is trying to object to him, but it doesn't matter to him. They will all die anyway, not just this guard. The people of Safa are very excited, but it seems that the young So-So we know is serious. She grabs the warrior who was holding the guard's leg, wrapping her arms around it. With anger, the man swings his blade about to strike. He delivers a powerful blow with his blade straight to So-So's back, and her eyes show terrible pain and fear. And then many of the Safa girls that were inside attacked this man. One of them, like So-So, grabbed him, but not his leg, but the hand in which the blade was located. The girl who grabbed her hand is trying to say something, but suddenly from behind someone delivers a strong blow right to her back. Blood flows like a river. And then the girl's eyes are filled with pain and horror. Her pupils constrict and a river of her own blood flows from her mouth and from her back. That girl falls dead, bleeding with her own blood. At this time, one of Chan's people bursts into the room, punishing, "Enough! They should just kill them all like cattle." With anger on her face and in her soul, the goddess of desires watches all this, behind the suffering of your own people. And then in her mind, the girl turns to the commander of the group of Safa warriors, Payan Bak, and orders him to go inside the palace. He needs to save people quickly. Payan hears this. It seems this is the telepathy of the Lord Goddess of Desires. And then the man looked back straight at the entrance to the palace, where there were people. Damn it! Chan's people are already there. And then Payan turns to his people with the order that they need to save the people inside. But then a certain man in a raincoat interrupts him. This someone turns out to be Jung-un himself. He grabbed his blade and is about to engage in battle with Payan Bak. But Payan doesn't have time to fight him. We need to save the people inside. And then the girl turns sharply. It seems she doesn't like what she sees. It seems Myo doesn't like that the goddess of desires doesn't even look at him. His crazy smile even falls from his old wrinkled face. Myo, along with the sparkling Buddha killer already on the roof, tries to approach the maiden. He asks her if she will come to her senses when everyone is dead. It seems the goddess of desires is angry. The same frenzied sparkling lightning pulsates around her as in the previous battle with Man Neo. Now she's going to use all her powers. Crazy lightning flashes around her. 9 rays of emptiness jade. 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu. The same technique as in the last fight with Man. Does Yeo Hua really have the desire to fight seriously? This is the question Myo Wol asks himself. The eyes of the goddess of desire sparkle with lightning, similar to those around her. Myo will pay 1,000 times for forcing Yeo Hua's family and her comrades to shed blood, but the girl doesn't have time to finish. She vomits a whole river of her own blood out of her mouth. It seems even Man Neo himself is surprised by this sharp pain of the maiden. It seems the Tang family's poison has not yet dissipated. The girl understands this while a stream of her own blood continues to flow from her mouth. Thinking, Man begins to approach Yeo Hua with a quiet and calm step. He points his blade right in front of the girl's neck. He doesn't know how their fight would have ended if the goddess of desires had not been wounded, and he regrets that her end turned out to be so sad. The crooked, old, and jagged Buddha killer blade sparkles with a scarlet flame right in front of the girl's neck. With a crazy smile on his face and eyes sparkling with a scarlet flame, just like on his blade, Mayo swings his blade over the girl. It's time to retire. Meanwhile, a crazy bloody battle between Payan Boca and Jung-woon breaks out. Poor beaten So-So lying heavily breathing on the ground, looking up at the offenders of herself and her family. Yo-hwa was very tired. She was wounded and poisoned. The terrible blade of Man Neo sparkles above her, which is about to cut her body. And then suddenly the blade of the offender So-So breaks, and at the same time he seems to feel pain. He's shocked, and then suddenly, forgetting about his opponent, Man Neo looks around somewhere with a very shocked look. With his blade, he reflects a certain projectile that was flying straight at him. Yo-hwa looks down in surprise to where the projectile came from. Payan Bok also imitates his lady and looks in the same direction as her. With a serious face, he looks somewhere looking for the one who encroached on his life. And so he appeared. The poison dragon reached the Safa Palace in the midst of a terrible bloody battle. Suro thought and began to rethink everything. Walking forward into the depths of the battle, he repents that he was consumed by revenge and was going to ignore immorality even if he encountered it. And then he hits many of Chan's people with projectiles. They feel terrible pain. Holding the needles in his hands, Suro's eyes sparkle with purple flames. He regrets that he abandoned the people he was obliged to protect. And now a new portion of needles fly into the necks of Chung-eun's warriors. These needles bring them terrible pain. The death rattle can be heard from their lips. Suro himself apologizes for his impudence. The poison dragon's face is full of hatred and malice. The eyes sparkle with a purple flame. A bestial grin glows on Suro's face. While Suro repents for everything, Mayo Wol himself watches him with interest. The crazy smile no longer sparkles on the old and wrinkled face of the demonic disciple Buddha. And then behind Suro, one of Jong-eun's warriors is rushing towards him with a blade, intending to kill him. The bestial, insane, and evil gaze of the poison dragon is aimed precisely at the warrior who is rushing towards him. It seems that this look plunged that warrior into horror. He even stopped his desire for Suro, with the aim of killing. The poison dragon carefully watches the warriors. It feels like a frantic but also calm energy is pulsing around Suro. The tension inside the warrior Chan begins to increase and increase. And then foam begins to flow from the warrior's mouth. He rolls his eyes. Grabbing his throat, he groans from pain and suffocation. His eyes also begin to turn red and his face turns blue. While that warrior is gasping for breath, the poison dragon Suro is looking at him intently. From above, Mayo Wol watches him with her emotionless gaze, and the tired, wounded, and poisoned goddess of desires, Yo-hwa, sits on her knees next to him. The ability to kill a person, only with the help of Salgi, makes Salgi itself meaningless, the Salga paradox, which Salgi denies. Thinking about this, Mayo continues to target the poison dragon with his gaze. Once again, a crazy smile forms on the old wrinkled face of the demonic disciple Buddha. Salgi of the poison dragon surpassed Chisalgi and almost reached Kwansalgi. Here it is, Suro's mastery. And then one of Chan's warriors, walking back, stumbles over the lifeless body of his comrade, who was killed by Suro's poisonous needle. The needle itself sticks out of the corpse's neck, and foam flows from the mouth. With a crash, he falls onto the body of his deceased comrade. With horror, he looks at the pale face of the corpse, which until recently was actively fighting. The eyes of the corpse are white, and foam was flowing from the mouth. The veins are protruding because of the poison. With horror, his still-living comrade looks at him, and then he realizes poison. And then the crowd explodes. After all, everyone here began to understand that now the poison dragon himself was in front of them. Suro looks at all of them with his emotionless face. He towers above all of them. The poison dragon looks with his bestial gaze at that fallen Chan warrior. It seems all Chan's warriors are terrified here. The goddess of desires herself is watching Suro with her weary gaze. So also watches the poison dragon in surprise. Everyone here is looking at Suro. Paiyong is trying to tell him something. Jung Wung is angry. After all, some scoundrel Sapsa was going to interfere with their operation with his dirty tricks. Un says these words with shouts. He doesn't like the presence of the poison dragon here. And here the poisonous dragon himself asks the question about the reason for this horror. What is now happening in the Safa Palace? Why did they attack this place and kill its inhabitants? No emotion was visible on Suro's face while he was asking about this. And then the dragon immediately receives an answer from Jung Un. Their purpose is to uproot Safa and establish justice on the land of Sichuan. But Suro is not silent either. Chan's people and Un himself will have nothing to say, even if they themselves die. From these words, Chan Un himself is shocked and asks again in confusion, "Isn't it obvious to put your own life on the line if the purpose is worth it to kill people and gain authority?" This question comes from Suro's lips, his face sparkling with a purple flame, his animal eyes. These words anger Jung Wung. He bares his teeth out of anger and veins protrude from his forehead. He insults Suro, calling him nothing. Who is the poison dragon lecturing here? With these words, Jung Un himself attacks Suro, forgetting about the fight with Payon Bok. His sharp blade sparkles in Un's hands. And now Chan Un is literally a couple of centimeters from the poisonous dragon himself. But the second one calmly and quickly releases the needle right into the throat of the head of the Cheon clan. On the poison dragon's hand, which he just fired with a needle, veins appear that glow with purple flames. The needle flew straight into Chan's throat. You can see pain and horror in his eyes. The veins begin to protrude due to the poison that now flows through them, causing the veins to appear purple. The area where the needle hit turned very red. Jung Wung began to scream horribly and fell to his knees in front of the poison dragon. A terrible pain rushed through the body of the clan leader. He even released his sharp blade from his strong grip. Suro Poison Dragon is serious. He's going to kill all of Chan's people here. Chan's people consider only themselves righteous, but without any twinge of conscience they deal with others. The poison dragon pronounces these words. Horror, pain, and fear can be seen on the faces of Chan's people. Chan's people will pay for everything, and the poison dragon will make sure his words come true. But then suddenly, behind the poisonous dragon himself, the demonic disciple of the Buddha himself appears Mio Wol. It seems he wants to make sure that Suro's words are true. This makes the poison dragon himself terrified. Sharply, with great force, Suro swings his hand, striking, but Mayo himself quickly dodges. From the speed of Mayo Volya, Suro is shocked. At this time, the distant Mayo respectfully folds his hands in prayer, welcoming the poison dragon. Wol himself seems happy about this meeting. He is pleased to meet Suro and introduces himself. Judging by Suro's words, Vol himself is a target for elimination. The poison dragon calmly watches him and listens carefully in silence. And then Vol seems to want to take back his words. And then the goddess of desires, Yo Hua, herself rises. On the roof, she pronounces the words, demonic disciple of Buddha, the title of Mayo Wol himself. Suro draws attention to these words, looking back in surprise. Mayo Wol arrived here as an observer and got involved in what was happening precisely because of Yo Hua, the goddess of desires, which is what he wanted. Standing on the roof, tired, wounded, and poisoned, Yo Hua pronounces these words looking directly at Wol and Suro. Mio Wol, as one of the three strongmen of Sichuan, he must keep his words. Turning around and looking up directly at Yo Hua, he regrets. He just discovered the root of evil, so he can no longer stay away. The goddess of desires is angry. The moral principles of the three strongmen have sunk to the very bottom. Does Mayo Wol think that now someone can call the followers of the Ah-Mi clan righteous people? Taking out his old jagged and dull blade, Buddha Killer, Myo asks the maiden who these someones are if there are no survivors here. No one can discuss what happened today, right? With a crazy smile on his face, he pronounces these words, taking his blade out of its sheath. The angry Yeo Hua is shocked by these words. And then several poisonous needles fly into the throat of the demonic disciple Buddha. And he seems to pay attention to this, despite the fact that the needles are barely noticeable. And again, the crazy smile falls from the old wrinkled face of Myo. He easily and quickly blocks the needles with the blade of his blade. And now, holding a dagger in his hand, the poison dragon is already quickly moving towards the demonic disciple of the Buddha. It seems that he is serious. Well, Vol himself just looks at him, thinking. And so, the angry poison dragon is about to attack Myo. He uses a powerful energy scream. A crazy smile flashes on the equally crazy face of the demonic Buddha disciple. He positioned his blade so that its blade flashes right in front of his face. It seems he is about to block the blow of the poison dragon. And so, Suro's dagger and Myo's Buddha killer blade collided with each other. Sparks are flying. The strongest blow fell on their blades. How lucky it all worked out. After all, the poison dragon himself was not going to let go of the crazy demonic disciple of Buddha Myo. Suro's face is full of anger. His anger is so great that Suro's eyes have turned completely white. The veins are visible on his face. A terrible bestial grin is visible on him. Don't steal. Don't deceive. Don't blame rashly. Don't make a girl your mistress. These commandments come from the lips of mad Myo. Do not support or commit atrocities. Saying this tenet with one blow of his blade, the mad demonic disciple of the Buddha pushes the poison dragon several meters away from himself. If both are at fault, don't try to cover for each other. Don't hold anything in your heart that you find unpleasant. Listening to these dogmas, the poison dragon, full of anger, tries to stop its movement due to the blow. All these words that Myo offered were taken from the commandments of the Sangha Bodhisattva, which Buddhist monks who have gone to a better world must follow. These commandments are very complex, so the easiest way to stick to them is to destroy the source of the difficulty. The Buddha killer blade sparkles with scarlet flame. Evil is punished by beheading. After saying these words, the demonic disciple of the Buddha once again uses the strongest technique of the wave of disorderly wind. Dozens of blade strikes rain down on the poison dragon. Myo's speed is incredible. And so, the wave of disorderly wind is rushing towards its goal, to the poison dragon. She's about to overtake the confused and shocked Suro. The wave spares no one. It even falls not only on Suro, but also on Safa and even Chan's people. The poison dragon himself is trying to escape from the wave. He is both angry and scared. Anger overwhelms him. The veins are still glowing on his face. A crazy smile never stops sparkling on the wrinkled and old face of Myo himself. He is sure that Suro himself cannot escape from his attacks. Sparing no one, the Buddha killer blade cuts everyone in its path, even Chan's people. She won't stop until she catches up with Suro. The crowd of people around is bursting with screams. The Chonavites themselves are horrified because Monk Ami, Myo, has gone crazy. They should run. The crazy face of Myo, the demonic disciple of Buddha, no longer resembles a person, a crazy smile from the very ears. The eyes are completely black, and only a small, sparkling scarlet light sparkles in them. Now he looks more like a demon from legends than a servant of Buddha. The commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," is one. Myo's terrible, crazy gaze is directed at his victim. This commandment is the same for both the monk and the believer. But then Suro hears a certain sound. As if having forgotten about the wave, he looks for the source of the familiar sound. The bell we know is ringing in the hand of a boy we know. It was he who just spoke about the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," because isn't it the most important rule that a monk must adhere to? While pronouncing the commandments of the Sangha Bodhisattva, how could Myo himself forget about "do not kill"? Having stopped the wave of disorderly wind, Mio Wol turns around looking at Unjong, who is standing at the entrance to the palace. The serious boy continues to ring the bell. He turns to Monk Myoval himself. He was running somewhere at high speed. Unjon is thinking. The poison dragon is in his repertoire. He promised several times that he would not leave while John was resting, but he eventually ran away. Young Un should have been more vigilant. He is very upset. He rushes at full speed to catch up with the poison dragon. With long jumps, he covers long distances. And then ash and sparks float around Unjon. The boy seems surprised. A young boy witnesses a terrible battle. A river of blood. Dozens of mutilated dead bodies. He understood that even though the Safas were villains, but how was it possible to deal so cruelly with unarmed people? The guy sees dozens of corpses of innocent unarmed people. The battle between Safa and Chan's people is just heating up. Rivers of blood continue to flow from the people of both sides. Where is Monk Ah-mi, who is supposed to keep an eye on this? Unyoung is trying to find Mio Wol himself, while he, with a crazy smile, kills everyone around whom he sees. But then he saw his teacher. He was shocked by what he was seeing now. Surprised, Suro looks carefully at young Unjon, who talks about the most important commandment, "Thou shalt not kill."
And again, young Unjong turns to the monk Mio Wol.
It seems Mio Wol knows Unjong. He asks the young boy the reason why he interfered with him. Un immediately answers. The reason is that Wol goes beyond what is permitted to the observer. The guy is already clearly alarmed and angry. In a situation where damage needs to be minimized, Mio Wol himself only increases it. Most of the Safas were already cornered. Therefore, if Mio Wol reconciles them as an observer, then the Safa will stop resistance and surrender. Why resort to such terrible violence? Madness disappears from Mio Wol's face, and an unusual anger appears. The monk doesn't seem to like Unjon's rudeness and ignorance. All this is the punishment of vile creatures. This is the duty of a follower such as Mio Wol. But the boy doesn't stop. Showing mercy is also a follower's moral norm. Staring back with his evil and predatory gaze back at the rising, tired and wounded poison dragon, Mio Wol is trying to say something. The poison dragon breathes heavily and wearily, holding a dagger in his hand. Mio Wol claims that the degree of evil is too great. The boy won't stop talking. Poison dragon go with Unjon. If the demonic disciple of Buddha Mio Wol judges what is happening, then the poison dragon will no longer kill and will follow Un. But it seems the poison dragon Suro doesn't want to stop. He is unshakable. Suro will not stop and will not leave this place until he repays everyone here. This is the poison dragon's answer to the young follower, Unjon. And here, because of the words of the enraged poison dragon Suro, Unjon's confidence disappears somewhere, and uncertainty comes. The boy is clearly confused. The young man is also closely watched by the enraged Mio Wol, holding his Buddha killer blade in his hand. The old man addresses the young follower. An insanely frightening look falls like a stone on the young boy Unjon. It seems Mio Wol decided that the young follower decided to deceive him. Confidence does not return to the guy's soul, and fear only becomes stronger. Un tries to refute Mio Wol's words because the boy is only trying to prevent senseless killings. But then Mio Wol turns his back on the young guy. He will close his eyes this time because Woon Jung is Master Bak Cheon's disciple. But there will be no second time, and Woon Jung better remember that. While the old man turns away and tries to leave, the boy tries to object and stop the old man. But it seems that the demonic disciple Buddha's patience is gradually breaking. He is baring his teeth out of anger. And then the image of a terrible demon sparkles with red skin, white eyes, and protruding fangs that are like tusks. Turning around and looking at the young man with his terrible, angry, and crazy look, Mio Wol replies that he made it clear there will be no second chance. This look alone terrifies the young follower of Unjon. His eyes are full of horror. Mio Wol has such a huge salgi. And then foam begins to flow from the mouth of young Unjan. He can't breathe. As the young boy gasps for breath, Mio Wool watches him, holding his old blade. Judging by the fact that young Unjan stands up for the nasty supporters of Safa, Maguni has taken possession of him. These words are spoken by the demonic disciple of Buddha. Mio Wool himself decides to get rid of the youngest follower of Unjong. At this time, the Suro poison dragon with a dagger in his hand is already standing behind the now unguarded Mio Wool. And here comes the blow. But again, the dagger does not overtake the body of Mio Wool, but only again meets the blade of the monk. Mio Wool seemed ready to attack and easily blocked the dragon's blow with his blade, even though he was. Sparks fly from the weapons of these masters. Suro is simply shocked by such an unexpected action. How was the demonic Buddha disciple able to see the poison dragon even though it was behind him and approached silently? And again, a crazy smile flashes on Mio Wool's equally crazy face. He saw everything. He pronounces these words, continuing to hold the Suro dagger with his blade. A smile, a crazy smile on a wrinkled face sparkles with snow-white teeth. It seems the monk himself wants to say something. And then two of the fastest needles are about to overtake the demonic disciple of the Buddha, but he easily dodges them despite their colossal speed. The earth-shear smile does not disappear from the monk's face, even during the battle. A crazy look and an equally crazy smile with sparkling white teeth are aimed directly at the poisonous dragon Suro. But the poison dragon is unstoppable. He again quickly rushes straight towards Monk Mio Wool, the demonic disciple of the Buddha. Another poison needle sparkles in his hand. There is a bestial look on Suro's face. And so Suro's hand, along with the needle, was grabbed by Mio Wool's quick hand. Is this really the end? This is exactly what the demonic disciple of the Buddha himself thinks. His eyes sparkle with a scarlet flame, and his smile glows with white teeth that are like the fangs of a wild beast. The crazy old man looks straight into Suro's soul, holding his hand in a tight grip. And then Mio Wool delivers a powerful kick right into Suro's chest, and he flies away with incredible speed. The blow was so strong that his own blood began to flow straight from Suro's mouth. The strongest blow that came straight to Suro's chest. From the power of Mio, Suro's will flies several meters forward, away from the monk himself, and with a roar hits right into the walls of the Safa Palace. Only a wall of smoke stands here. Mio Wool was hoping for a more impressive salgi, and now, with insane anger and eyes blazing with a scarlet flame, Mio Wool himself runs forward straight to the Suro poison dragon himself. Suro himself disappointed Mio Wool, who was hoping for greater power from the famous poison dragon. And so, the demonic teachings of the Buddha strikes a powerful blow with the Buddha killer blade right into the dust, hoping to kill Suro, but suddenly the dragon blocks the blow of the blade with his dagger and needle. Sparks come from the blades of two masters. It seems that the poison dragon himself is having a hard time withstanding the pressure of the monk's shiny, jagged, and old blade. Sweat flows like a river from the entire body of the tired Suro. And again, a crazy smile sparkles, along with scarlet animal eyes, on the face of Monk Mio Wool himself. It seems he is glad that the poison dragon himself does not stop and continues the battle. Crazy laughter sounds from the lips of a crazy monk. The weary young follower Unjan lies unconscious. He was seriously defeated by Gurmad Salgi Miovolya. But then his unconscious state disappears, and gradually the boy opens his eyes, not realizing what is happening around him. The crazy battle between the demonic Buddha's disciple, Monk Mio Wool, and the poison dragon Suro continues. It rages with furious flames. The two masters are incredibly fast, just like their techniques. Quick strikes from the Buddha killer blade come down on Suro, while the poison dragon itself struggles to block Mio Wool's rapid burst of attacks. And again, The face of the mad monk no longer resembles the servant of the Buddha, but rather those very demons from the ancient legends of our ancestors that oppose the light. Many fast attacks from the blades rain down on Suro himself. Mio Wol is happy. This battle fills the hungry Buddhist heart of the monk. Suro is incredibly tired. He uses the bloody heaven of madness technique to the limit, but all he can do is repel Mio Wol's attacks. The rain of attacks from the monk does not subside, but on the contrary, it seems to only become stronger. The poison dragon cannot even cope with repelling attacks. Some of the blade's attacks still overtake Suro's bodies. Buddha Killer still manages, not by much, but still to overtake the dragon's face and leave a scratch on it. With face-to-face combat, victory is not in sight, and Suro realizes this. But here, the dragon's thoughts are interrupted by Mio Wol himself. He swings his blade strongly, as if about to deliver the final and fatal blow to Suro. But here it seems that Suro himself has an ace up his sleeve. He is about to take something out of the inside of his pocket. A terrible bestial grin flashes on his face, and the veins are bulging outward from tension. Suro must increase the distance between them using poison. And here's this ace, a bag of poison which repeatedly helped him in critical situations. The bag flies straight towards the Buddha Killer blade. And now they touch, and now it seems, even despite the dullness of the blade will cut the bag, and poison will burst out of it in a wave. But Mio Wol himself is incredibly cunning. Realizing the idea of poison, he uses his blade to throw the treasured pouch away from himself, and it seems he wants to say something about his Buddha Killer blade. And then the eyes and face of the poisonous dragon Suro himself show his entire palette of emotions. Horror, fear, hatred, and many other negative emotions are raging inside Suro. His hand is still in the throwing position. If the Buddha Killer blade is not filled with salgi, then it will not be able to cut and cut. With these words, stretching out his hand, he pounces on his victim in view of the Suro poison dragon. But here the poisonous dragon Suro himself extends his hand, on which the veins are already glowing with a purple flame. He uses the wind finger technique. A strong gust of wind passes near Mio Wol himself, to which he himself pays attention and looks in surprise in the direction where this gust is heading. It was the arrow-splitting projectile technique. The windy arrow ruptures the sac of poison and from there begins to ooze purple, like the very veins and eyes of the poison dragon, Poison. A wall of smoke covers most of the Safa Palace, which everyone around turns their attention to. They are shocked. Covering her mouth and nose, Mio Wol tries to hide the breathing holes so that the poison does not get inside. What are these clever tricks? Asking this question, the monk himself tries to find the poisonous dragon with his gaze. This is a mixed poison that confuses the opponent's senses. And so, holding the dagger in his hand, Suro rushes, about to launch an attack. The poison dragon rushes forward at full speed, straight into a cloud of toxic smoke. The outcome of the battle will be decided at the moment of inhalation. On the face of Suro rushing forward, eyes sparkle with a purple flame which are now like those of an animal. His speed is simply incredible. And then Mio Wol himself extended his hand trying to stop Suro rushing straight towards him. Suro is shocked by this. His face is full of bestial anger. Mio Wol himself places his palm directly on the chest of the poison dragon, as if a calm energy begins to pulsate around it, because Mio Wol is about to use the tiger taming palm technique. At the same time, the young follower Unjan himself rises, holding his head. Around the boy lies a mountain of corpses of both Chan's and Safa's people. And then right next to him, Suro himself flies out of the smoke at incredible speed and is about to crash into the wall. And then the short-term calm of Unjan is interrupted by a sharp roar from the walls of the Safa Palace. The boy looks back with horror. The poison dragon is lying unconsciously, leaning against the wall. Behind him, on the wall itself, a giant crack he created can be seen. Unjan turns to him in confusion. Young Unjong is shocked by what he is seeing now. His eyes are full of horror. His fear is so great that he even turned pale on his face. Confused, he tries to turn to the poison dragon. But even from such a strong blow, the poison dragon did not lose consciousness. On the contrary, he even talks to Un. It seems that he is glad that the young man has come to his senses. Suro's face does not show its former activity and anger, only despair. From his mouth flows a river of his own blood. The frightened boy asks the wounded Suro about his condition. Suro asks that if Un has the strength to move, then let him leave here. The dragon bought him time, so if Un leaves right now, then Mio Wol will not move after him. But the excited Unjon is against this scenario. He cannot leave his friend here because he tried to save him. Suro himself asks the boy why he interfered. Unjon himself is perplexed by such a question. He simply considered this whole situation to be out of the ordinary, and then he wants to tell the boy something else. Suro himself recalls the old words of young Unjon. Let the minority die better than the majority. Is Un himself now renouncing these words? From this phrase of the poisonous dragon himself, the boy is simply in complete bewilderment. Many mutilated and bloody corpses lie within the Safa palace. And here again, a curious question comes from the mouth of the dragon himself. Did Un himself see that the people dying here behaved like villains? Does the boy seriously believe that the victim of this minority is really better? The cruelty of the Chan people has no limits. They kill everyone, including unarmed people who try to run away from these killers in tears. Were the majority right? Truth cannot be expressed in numbers. At least for the Suro poison dragon, all these people are true benefactors who fed and treated him. The boy is incredibly confused by all these words and doesn't even know what to say, so he stands silently, looking down in shame. Unjon himself understands that the poison dragon wants to protect Safa, but Monk Mio Wol is one of the 3 high-class masters even in the Ami clan itself. To fight further and continue to resist is equal to suicide. But even despite being severely wounded, Suro gets up. He cannot sit back and simply watch as his benefactors die cruelly at the hands of people who consider themselves to be adherents of the path of justice. At the same time, Unjon himself tries to stop the poison dragon. But Suro himself interrupts him, turning to him, wanting to say something. Having risen, Suro tries to say something. There are battles in the world in which you cannot retreat, even understanding your position. Having uttered these words, he calmly and slowly strives forward. After these words from the poison dragon, Unjon's eyes seem to shine with light of hope. And then in Unjon's mind, a memory flashes with the image of a teacher. Know Kanho in your own skin. These are the words spoken by John's teacher. It seems that Unjon has just now realized the words of his teacher. He is carefully watching the poison dragon slowly wandering forward. But then the voice of the demonic disciple of the Buddha himself is suddenly heard. Monk Mio Will. The monk found the place where the sounds of the evil spirit are coming from. These words send a shiver through Suro's body. His body is full of horror, fear. Here he is. The demonic disciple of the Buddha appears from under the smokescreen, with the scarlet blade Buddha killer in his hand. A crazy smile from ear to ear with white animal teeth sparkling on the face, along with equally crazy eyes. He is about to attack Suro and cut his body. Time to drive away the evil spirit. The old and jagged blade Buddha killer sparkles with scarlet flame in the hands of a mad monk. A powerful blow hits the earth. Stones are flying in all directions. Fortunately, the poison dragon himself was able to dodge the powerful blow, and it lands on the ground. In the hands of the dragon himself, the blade glows. Watching this whole picture, Unjon himself is shocked. And then, right in flight, the poison dragon Suro shouts to everyone around him. If they don't want them to get it and suffer, then it's better for them to leave here now. The tense guy is shocked by Suro's words. The windy wave that comes from Myo Wol's blow prevents him from. And now, the demonic disciple of the Buddha himself begins to speak. It's too late to run anywhere. He, Vinny, is already completely determined to cleanse this place. His eyes sparkle with scarlet flame. A crazy smile shines on his face. And here's another blow with the blade. The strongest blow was about to overtake the poison dragon himself, but he barely blocks the strong and heavy blow with his blade. Crazy smile, crazy eyes. All this sparkles on the same crazy, old and wrinkled face of the demonic disciple of Buddha, Monk Myo Will. First, he will start with the poisonous dragon Suro, and then he will send each one by one to another world with his own hands. Madness finally consumes the mind of my will. Can a disciple of Buddha allow himself to judge others and kill based on false standards? Shouting these words, he continues to struggle to hold the blades of the Buddha killer blade. It seems that Myo Wol himself does not like that the unholy demon is ranting about what a disciple of the Buddha should be. With mad zeal, he continues to try to finish off the poison dragon. Barbarian sword of destruction. Using this power, Myo Wol still manages to split Suro's blade and inflict a severe wound on half of his body. Blood flows like a river from the poison dragon. He wasn't ready for this. Suro's blood washes the ground of the Safa palace like a river, flowing from the wound site and from the mouth. A terrible pain rushes from the body of the poison dragon. He cannot even say a single word, only screaming heavily. And now the crazy demonic disciple of the Buddha, similar to the demon from the Myo Wol legends, is going to bring down a wave of disorderly wind on Suro himself, chopping him into many bloody pieces. The Scarlet Blade Buddha killer is about to catch up with him. With crazy laughter, a wave of erratic wind crashes directly into the defenseless Suro poison dragon. Dozens of blows scald the poison dragon. Myo Wol now takes over the powers of the merciful Triratna. The blows continue to torment the poison dragon until his own blood flows like a river from his mouth and wounds. Myo Wol gives these words to Mr. Sang Jae Suk from the Buddhism Support Association. Un is simply terrified. He can't watch the poison dragon suffer. He's trying to reach him. Myo Wol asked them to take away the poison dragon mercifully. And now he is about to deliver another terribly strong blow. Bloodied and wounded, Suro stands with no life visible in his eyes. It feels like he's already dead. And now the Buddha killer blade is already in the face of the poisonous dragon itself. It is about to cut his face. But then the madness disappears from Myo Wol's face, and anger appears. The attack is sharp. Together with the blade, Will stops. A certain blue glow sparkles around them. The reason for this is that Jong uses internal energy to stop Myo Will. The monk, in turn, promises to kill him. Himself will no longer allow Myo Wol to commit murders. Myo Wol promises that as soon as he deals with the poisonous dragon Suro, the death of Jan will not be long in coming. Is the boy really that impatient to die? And then Jan pronounces the words of power, continuing his actions with the wands. The imperial bell is ringing. Double clap. These words of power bring terrible pain in the head of Myo Wol himself. The imperial bell is ringing. Double clap. These words of power are heard from the lips of Jan again and again. Mentally, the guy turns to his teacher. He still doesn't know much about this world. Now Jan wants to do as his heart tells him. Continuing to speak words of power and knock with sticks, these words sound in the boy's thoughts. A terrible headache torments old monk Myo Wol. Because of the suffering, he holds his head and only coughs pathetically. He cannot form even a few words. And then Jan invites monk Myo Wol himself to surrender. Terrible pain torments the monk. His eyes are full of hatred and horror. A terrible cry of pain comes from the mouth of monk Myo Wol. And then from what he saw, Jan's eyes are filled with complete horror. He can't believe what he sees. Myo Wol pulls out an equally bloody finger from his bloody ears. It seems that Jong himself tore the eardrums of Myo Wol himself. Despite everything, no matter what terrible pain you have to go through, Monk Myo Wool must punish the great evil at all costs. Blood flows like a river from Myo Wol's ears. This is the will of the demonic disciple of Buddha monk My Will. After saying these words, he attacks the young follower of Unjan using the disorderly wind cut. Myo Will's strongest blow cuts the boy's belly, causing blood to flow from his mouth. This blow cuts Stick so he can no longer use his technique. Once again, a demonic smile lights up Myo Wol's face. Red pupils shine in his eyes. He once again looked like a demon from the legends, not a servant. And then it seems Myo Wol is about to deal another strong blow to the boy. Using Unjong's internal energy, he creates a force shield to stop Myo Wol's attack. This is the palm-gathering shadow technique. The strongest blow falls on the wall of the Safa Palace, right next to the unconscious Suro poison dragon, which is surrounded by mountains of bloody corpses. Is it really going to end like this? A similar gloomy and depressing question sounds in the head of the almost dead poison dragon, which is lying against the wall. He is all wounded and bloody after a wave of attacks from Monk Myo Wol. As a result, Suro could not save anyone. Again. But then he opens his eyes, hearing a certain voice that claimed that it was too early to give up, calling the name Sohyup. There is still a way out. Suro himself is perplexed by these words. From above on the roof, the goddess of desires Yo-Hua is visible, asking the poison dragon to take the medicine of purity and tranquility. It seems that Myo Wol himself notices her. After this, the goddess of desires will convey Suro Kugyol explanation of martial arts techniques in writing. This is her most powerful and great power. And now the half-dead Yo-Hua is trying to say the name of this power. And with trembling hands, Suro holds out the medicine directly to his mouth. Every action brings him terrible pain and suffering. And so he still, with difficulty, eats this medicine with his bloody mouth. And now the demonic disciple of the Buddha, Monk Myo Wol, rises above the defeated and kneeling Unjong. The monk praises the student of Master Pak Cheon. He trained the boy with dignity. John compensates for the second energy of the sword with the help of his palm. This question is asked by Myo Wol to the boy. The crazy smile never leaves Myo Wol's old and wrinkled face. If the world finds out that Unjung helped the Safa members, then what will happen to the reputation of the Cheon Song clan? She will end. The monk's crazy eyes are directed directly at the boy who was struggling. Out of courtesy to the three strong men of Sichuan, Myo Wol will say that Unjong lost his life at the hands of the poison dragon. Tired, with a cut belly, Unjong listens attentively with anger and watches the mad demonic disciple of Buddha Myo Wol. Myo Wol asks Maltz to leave all his worries and calmly go. But then, without having time to finish, mad Myo Wol turns his attention to something. He seems in shock and horror. The mad monk saw him. The mighty poisonous dragon Suro, with frantic energy pulsing around him, like thunder with lightning. And above the dragon himself rises a gigantic image of a serpent woven from strong lightning energy. It seems that Myo Wol himself is shocked by what he is seeing now. No emotions except anger. This is how you can describe the face of Mad Suro. His eyes glow with strong blue flames. A furious downpour is raging around him, in which there is no water, only hundreds of furious lightning bolts that carry a powerful discharge. Although Poison Dragon's face shows anger, he is extremely calm inside. His mind is like calm water, smooth and even, in the middle of such an endless shallow ocean of the mind that barely reaches the ankles of the feet. In the middle of such an ocean stands the poisonous dragon Suro himself, who is surrounded by gentle blue glows. And then he turns around. Unlike his real body, his conscience is not covered with dozens of wounds, veins are not bulging, and his clothes are clean, not chopped, not dirty, and not bloody. It seems that looking back he saw someone familiar, but also in his irrational question sounds in your head. What kind of place is this? Behind him stands a large army, which seems to be woven from energy. As soon as Suro saw them, the ocean beneath him began to rage, weak but still waves. When he saw them, he was simply shocked. He puts his hands in a defensive position, as if blocking a blow. The army is rushing straight at him. But here, she just passes through him. It seems that Suro himself is surprised by this. Words sound. A group of celestials is marching. Behind her are people holding axes in their hands. The giant army moves forward at breakneck speed without even moving its legs. A little behind, the dragon flag flutters high in the sky. The carts in which the heavenly army rides are ringing bells. And then an old man in rich clothes rises above the entire army. Everyone gathers at Okepam Chil Bochung Day, the place for the reception organized by the Lord of Heaven. Suro quietly watches the rapidly departing carriage. There is chaos ahead. But those who ultimately follow there are truly noble creatures. Suro looks in his direction with his calm, and to some extent dead, gaze. Only they can ascend to Okpam Chil Bochung Day. Those who follow there are truly noble creatures. And then Suro turns his gaze and attention to something. An energy ball hovers above the water, creating ripples of water around it. What is this? This is the question asked by Suro. He takes this ball into his gentle hands, carefully examining it. He was given powerful internal energy. And here, suddenly the ball begins to pulsate with furious energy. He becomes like the stars that shine in the sky every night in clear clouds. It seems that Suro himself is shocked by this effect. And then suddenly, Suro's hand also begins to pulsate with blue flame. She's very tense. The veins are even starting to show on her. It is this little star that causes this pulsation of energy. This is a crystal of pure internal energy that was in So-hyup's veins. And then the question arises, where should he concentrate? Looking at his pulsating hand, Suro's face is full of shock. At the reception place, at Okebeum Chilbochung Day, these words sound again and again in Suro's head. Man's tangent is located in 3 places. In the head is the upper tangent, in the chest is the central tangent, and in the belly is the lower dongjun. Of these, the place that connects man with the cosmos is the Baek Hui point in upper tangent. Sorry, but wrong. Okebeum Chilbochung Day, the place where the Lord of Heaven opens a reception, not a place to live. Suro's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. Then down in central tangent, somewhere nearby, with the heart, Suro himself continues to hold this star in his hand. I give you power. With one sharp movement, Suro, with an animal grin, puts this burning star of pure energy to his chest. Now a mound has formed in Suro's body. The sharply angry bestial grin on Suro's face turns into calm and tranquility. If you destroy the embankment with one blow, then the flow of internal energy that filled you only up to your ankles will roll through you in a huge wave. Suro suddenly opens his sea blue eyes, as if seeing something. Suddenly Suro falls straight into the water. From his eyes there seems to be a stream of blue energy. Suro's eyes are like a blue raging sea. This is the best power that the goddess of desires can present to the poison dragon. And reality again. Thunder and lightning are raging around the mighty Suro. This is the 9 rays of Void Jade technique, 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. And now he rises to his full height above everyone. The true poison dragon is surrounded by lightning as powerful as he is. They sparkle around him, move. They never stand still. Seeing the power of the poison dragon, the face of the demonic disciple of the Buddha himself, Monk Myo Wol, is filled with horror and surprise. The tired young follower Unjong also sees the poison dragon, but unlike Myo Wol, his face shows absolutely no emotion, only pain and fatigue. And here again, a crazy smile from ear to ear sparkles on Myo Wol's face. The demonic disciple of Buddha is surprised that the poison dragon still has secrets, but it is too late to do anything. The end of Suro will simply become even worse. But it seems that the poison dragon himself does not even listen to the mad monk. He is immersed in his thoughts, what he is feeling now. A very strange and unusual phenomenon. The pain in the body, which seemed to be falling apart, is moving away from the poison dragon. In place of the pain, a huge and enlightening energy appears, and then a wild pulsation of lightning begins around Suro's right hand. They wrap themselves around his hand like a snake. Looking at his hand, he squeezes it and sees how the pulsation of energy becomes even stronger around it, with such force. And then quickly, out of nowhere, he pulls out another poison needle. Purple lightning flashes around Suro's quick hand. Doesn't the poison dragon understand? Such tricks will not work with Monk Myo Vole. Saying these words, he rushes forward straight towards the poison dragon with the Buddha killer blade in his hand. It's better to humbly go to another world. But the poison dragon is completely confident that this time his tricks will work. He points the needle, about to attack. With crazy speed, Suro shoots the needle forward. She flies incredibly fast towards her target. There is a crazy lightning trail behind her. And so, the needle is about to reach Myo Vole's throat, and despite the insane speed, the monk still notices the thin projectile. His eyes are full of horror and surprise. The eyes of the demonic disciple of Buddha, Monk Myo Vole, one of the 3 Sichuan strongmen, are full of horror, fear, and anxiety. He is incredibly tense because Suro's thin projectile is about to reach his throat, thereby poisoning him, and then the monk's death is inevitable. Quickly pointing the Buddha killer blade in front of her face, blocking her throat so that the needle itself would not reach her. His face fully conveys his entire palette of emotions: anxiety, horror, fear, and tension. The needle is already right in front of Myo Vole's face. It will almost overtake him now. The Buddha killer blade did not save the monk. The needle overtook him, flying straight into the eye of the demonic disciple of Buddha Myo Will, crushing him. A river of blood is already beginning to flow from the eye socket. The speed and strength of the needle was so great that it could even penetrate the Buddha killer blade. A small hole can be seen in the sword, which is surrounded by crackles. It was the needle that pierced this hole. The hole is still smoking. And then, looking straight at his crushed eye, Myo Vole's body is filled with insane horror. Grabbing his eye, he feels terrible pain. A heartbreaking scream flies out from the mouth of the demonic disciple of Buddha Monk Myo Will. But here, Myo Vole himself is looking directly at Suro with his eye, which is full of anger. How dare the poison dragon? How dare he do this to one of the Sichuan strongmen, one of the Buddha's servants? How? The old man threatened Suro himself with violence. All the people around were numb, having forgotten about the battle. They look at the angry and wounded Myo Vole, who threatens the poison dragon with violence. The tired and wounded follower Unjong rises heavily. With a bewildered face, he watches the powerful poison dragon, and such a weak Myo Vole that in pain, in hysterics, he throws insults and threats towards Suro. Towering over the hysterical Myo Vole, Suro, as if mockingly, claims that the demonic disciple of the Buddha has already lost. The poison of the pure blood iron snake was applied to that needle that flew straight into Myo Vole's eye. When it penetrates, the blood inside the body boils, and even a good martial arts master eventually dies. Suro himself explains all this to Myo Vole himself. No emotions are visible on the dragon's face. The old monk, in hysterics, asks the most poisonous dragon if he really thinks that he scared him. But here Suro himself wants to add something. With his tired and heavy gaze, the poison dragon carefully observes the demonic disciple of the Buddha himself, one of the 3 strong men of Sichuan. But now he no longer scares him. The great monk is hysterical. He no longer resembles a great master of martial arts, but rather a small child. But here, Myo Vole's hysterical screams, insults, and threats are interrupted. He hears a certain cry that claims to save the brothers. The sharply wounded monk turns around looking for the source of the voice. It seems that the Buddha's disciple himself is in shock. And here, A squad of strong warriors is attacking Chan's warriors. It seems these warriors have serious intentions. They are going to destroy these degenerates of the Union. We can't let these pathetic Chan people escape. The faces of the Conovites fully convey their palette of emotions: horror, shock, fear. They don't understand where these warriors came from. The power of these unexpected warriors falls upon the Canovians. They cut and slash these pathetic degenerates of the Union. Rivers of blood flow from the bodies of the defeated Conovites. Their faces are full of horror and pain. Rivers of blood. The terrible bloodbath continues. Safa's unexpected allies kill the confused Chanovites. And then one of the warriors climbs to the roof, straight to the goddess of desires. He asks her about her condition. Yohua is lying down with her hand hanging from the roof. She turns her head straight towards this warrior with difficulty. It seems she recognized him. This warrior is Yop. He is the commander of the 5th group of Shaanxi province. They received news from Elder Paiyong that the goddess of desires was in trouble. This was precisely the reason for their arrival and their struggle with the Chanovites. Even if there are few of them, they came to help the goddess of desires Yohui. The followers of Safa, who are located near Sichuan, also rallied their forces. Watching this, Paiyong himself has a gentle, joyful smile on his face. Safa's unexpected allies arrive just in time. Watching this whole scene, the demonic disciple of the Buddha, old monk Myo Wool, is shocked. Not even that, he's terrified. All the Union's plans are going badly. They are defeated in this battle in the Safa Palace. And here the poison dragon himself adds a few words. The battle is going in favor of Safa. It seems these words angered Myo Wool himself. Because of anger, he bares his teeth and plunges into thoughts, thinking about further actions. Perhaps it's worth cutting the remaining enemies to death, as the monk's instincts dictate, or hide and postpone the battle until later. And then the demonic disciple of Buddha Myo Wool himself bursts into a mad scream. This makes the poison dragon himself shocked. Sharply, with insane speed, Myo Wool rushes forward straight towards the poison dragon. His eyes glow with a scarlet flame, and his teeth grin and sparkle with teeth white as snow. But the poison dragon Suro was not confused. He stood in a fighting pose, taking 3 poison needles in his hands. He's ready to fight. But suddenly Myo Wool himself jumps high, flying over Suro, who is ready for battle. The poison dragon himself is shocked by such an unexpected action by the demonic disciple of the Buddha. Right in the air, the monk himself addresses the poison dragon. Myo Wool himself now remembers Suro. Well, he is sure that nothing is over yet. Let's see who wins. These words come from the mouth of the monk. With a crazy face, he shouts that one day he will throw Suro into hell with his own hands at all costs, through thick and thin. The monk runs away from the battlefield, and his words ring throughout the entire Safa Palace. And then suddenly, the demonic disciple of the Buddha himself, one of the 3 Sichuan strongmen, Myo Wool, hides behind the walls of the palace, running away like a coward. Suro himself calmly and silently watches this, not even trying to catch up with the fugitive. But then someone from behind turns to the poison dragon, assuring him that he managed it. Suro himself pays attention to this, looking for the source of the voice. That someone turns out to be weary follower Unjung. With a gentle smile on his face, he looks straight at the poison dragon with his tired and kind eyes. The poison dragon himself turns to the boy, asking why he did not leave the Safa Palace. Unjan himself speaks with Suro. He himself does not fully know the answer to the poison dragon's question. Un's own body did not want to move. And now Unjan himself is asking the question, asking the poison dragon if the battle is over. Once again, lightning begins to flash around the Suro poison dragon, his eyes also flashing with purple lightning. The fight is not over yet, but the end of the battle is only a matter of time. Purple lightning flashes around the poison dragon, and Suro himself goes into the very storm of battle. Now that Monk Myo Wool cowardly ran away and stopped interfering with Suro, the poison dragon himself can enter the main battle between Safa and the Chonovites to deal with the degenerates of the Union. Smoke is oozing from the Safa palace. The Chonovites throw their blades with a ringing sound, notifying their opponents that they are surrendering. All Chonovites kneel before Safa. One of them tries to justify their actions because they were only following the orders of the Union. They ask for mercy to be shown to them. All the courage and cruelty of the Chonovites has dissipated. Now they are not dangerous but pathetic. Do Chan really think that it is enough to say that they will give up so that Safa will rush to forgive for what they have done? Chan did not deserve pardon. They killed the innocent and unarmed without any hesitation, and now hope for mercy. One of the angry Safas swings his blade, intending to kill every Jong. But abruptly, his anger was interrupted by his mistress, the goddess of desires. Safa is all surprised by Yo Hua's presence. She can barely walk, and if it weren't for Paiyong Bak, she wouldn't be able to walk at all since he's holding her back. She claims that enough blood has already been spilled. She is sure that among them there are those who came here in complete ignorance, believing the words of the Union. The Chonovites listen attentively with surprise to the goddess of desires. Even Safa once lived without knowing anything about the world around them. But nevertheless, not all sins can be forgiven. The one who committed the murder must be severely punished according to his conscience. All these words are spoken by the goddess of desires herself. A tired and wounded poison dragon sits. No feelings are visible on his face except fatigue. But then the goddess of desires, Yo Hua, appears and addresses Suro himself, greeting him. She calls him So Yup, and now a gentle smile graces the face of the also tired goddess of desires. She thanks the poison dragon. The Safas survived only because Sohyup struck the demonic disciple of the Buddha, thereby buying time. The girl didn't even think that the day would come when Safa would receive support from Suro, and then the poison dragon himself answers. Without the help of the goddess of desires, Suro himself would not have succeeded. The technique that Suro used saved people's lives. The girl had to take extreme measures, but she was happy to help. However, it seems that Suro himself is trying to say something himself, due to the fact that the poison dragon put his goal above all else and had doubts, and therefore he failed to protect everyone. The image of a mountain of corpses flashes in my mind, both Safa warriors and those who were disarmed. But Virgo calms the guy down, claiming that it's not Suro's fault. Both she and they live, being prepared for dangers. Since the poison dragon is in Safa, it's worth getting used to this. These words are spoken by the goddess of desires, holding her shoulder, under which there is no longer the rest of her hand. But regardless of their preparedness, Poison Dragon's action was the right decision. Sohyup looks at the goddess of desires with his tender purple eyes. Let Suro take a look for himself. Safa's people are clearing away the consequences of the battle, helping the wounded. Thanks to the poison dragon, everyone here can continue to live. Safa help each other after that terrible bloodbath. Even young So Seo stands next to the boy Woon Jong. A gentle smile can be seen on the boy's face. It is important to feel grief because of losses. But now the poison dragon should look at those he protected and become proud. Suro's tired purple eyes are directed downwards. The image of a certain man flashes in his mind. Suro survived only thanks to the sacrifices of many people. A little starving girl with a dead look. Poison Dragon was able to get back on his feet because he had their support with him. The image of a starving old man lying dead flashes in his mind. They are connected to the path of revenge that the poison dragon wants to go down. The image of a woman holding out her hand with tears flashes in her mind. Old memories. A man calls out to someone while Suro sits on the roof of one of the buildings. Somehow they were drawn into this along with the poison dragon. Young So-So bandages. Unjong's wounds, joy and a gentle smile are visible on the boy's face. If living for the sake of survival is the life of the beast, then living for the sake of revenge is also the life of the beast. All these thoughts, memories, and images are spinning in the head of the pondering poison dragon. And here, confidently, Suro clenches his fist. He confidently promises himself, the poison dragon no longer wants to lose people dear to him. He will protect them and carry out his revenge no matter what. But then Suro's thoughts are interrupted by someone's voice. This someone is wondering if the poison dragon has finally found the reason. This someone turns out to be Unjan himself and asks Suro if he found the reason why he was obliged to come here. So also looks closely at the poison dragon as if also expecting an answer. But the poison dragon does not answer yet, but only looks with his purple tired eyes towards the boy. But still the boy receives a positive answer from Suro. One of the warriors claims that most likely the matter will not end with one attack. The Union cannot let Safa stop by bringing even more fighters. Therefore, this warrior thinks that it would be better for the goddess of desires to quickly leave the Safa palace before the enemy comes here again. But it seems the warrior does not accept gratitude. On the contrary, he and his warriors wish they could have helped Safa a little more. Virgo asks the man if he has something that he should protect. She allows them to return to their main responsibilities. All these people fold their hands respectfully. They listen and obey their mistress. Before Yohua can say anything, the group of people she was talking to immediately disappeared, running away, Turning around, Yohua states that they will have to return through Qinghai province. It's a long way from here to Shandong province. The girl looks carefully at her Safa people. Holding his head as if it hurts, Yohua claims that enemies may be waiting for them from all sides, so everyone should be okay. But the girl doesn't have time to finish her speech. It seems Yohua has become ill, and she begins to fall. Her people are worried about her. But then someone saves the girl from free fall, holding her by the shoulder. The girl seems surprised by this. This someone turns out to be the poison dragon Suro, who is holding the maiden with one hand, claiming that he will also go with them on their journey. So Sio seems happy about this news, but then Elder Paiyong Bok started grumbling a little, because why is this happening to him all of a sudden? Just as soon as green snow begins to fall, wasn't it the poison dragon himself who said that he would not be able to unite with Safa? A little hesitantly, but Suro replies that he didn't say exactly what Paiyong said. Joyfully, Sio runs up to Suro and Yeohua and hugs the two. The two seem a little surprised by this. All of them together look like a sweet, friendly family. Watching this, Unjong and Paiyong Bok seem a little perplexed by this picture. A gentle smile appears on the face of the goddess of desires, and So never lets go of her mistress. The face of the poison dragon itself also easily betrays bewilderment. The journey will be long. Yohua, Suro, Yiso, standing in an embrace, look at other Safa people, including Junior Guardian, Paiyong Bok, Unjong, who, although not a member of Safa, is still standing with them. And here is the head of Chagall. It seems he was again in complete anger. Turning to Manu, Chagall asks him if he didn't say that if you send the demonic disciple of Buddha with members of the Sichuan Province Union to the Safa Palace, then Yohua will be caught in no time. What does it mean? Chagall is full of anger and anger. Man Neo himself just quietly listens to Chagall's hysteria. Standing in the middle of the Safa Palace, Chagall screams. There's no sign of Yohua, not even a single henchman of Safa. Chagall's people are exploring the territory of the palace, looking for even the smallest clue that could lead to the goddess of desires. But then Man Neo begins to speak, shutting up Chagall, claiming that it was necessary to capture Yohua then on Mount Laojai, but Chagall himself just snorts in response. And then Man Neo turns on several surviving Chonovites after the massacre in the palace, who were tied to a tree pillar. Man Neo himself asks one of the Chonovites about what happened, and it seems this defeated warrior is going to tell everything. Victory was right in Chan's hands when they, with overwhelming force, pressed on Safa, and the monk of the Ahmi clan caught the goddess of desires. But then suddenly, out of the blue, the poison dragon who was originally heading to Sichuan appeared and prevented them. It seems that at the mention of the poison dragon, Man Nyo himself was shocked. Monk Ahmi lost to the poison dragon and retreated. Then Safa's reinforcements came and stole Chan's numerical advantage. If not for the mercy of the goddess of desires, these Chonovites would have already died. Listening to all this, a smile appears on Man's face, and at the same time Chagall asks Chonovets, "Is this really true?" And again, anger consumes Chagall. It turns out that Chan missed absolutely everyone, to which the amazed warrior himself responds positively. Crap! Now Chagall himself does not understand how he will now look Youngnim in the eyes. At the same time, Man Neo himself is simply bursting with laughter. This laughter of Man perplexes Chagall himself, and he asks him about the reason for this laughter, which Neo himself simply brushes aside. He was trained in martial arts incorrectly, which is why he often has a stupid grin on his face. Man Neo himself cannot believe that the poison dragon has grown so much that he can now resist the demonic disciple of Buddha Myo Wol. At least one piece of good news he heard. Chagall himself is still perplexed by all these words of Man. However, what is even more pleasing is that the poison dragon returned here and fought to protect Safa. There is a difference in the reaction to leaving home of a rich person and a beggar. It lies in the degree of anxiety. Chagall continues to watch the madly laughing Man Neo in bewilderment. Man Neo extends his hand. It has long been a tradition that the more things you want to protect, and the stronger your attachments become, the more anxiety in your soul. And then Man roughly squeezes his hand. Growing, worries turn into addictions, addictions into torment, and torment into a crack, which eventually diverges and becomes your weakness. Light has finally begun to emerge into his blood-filled life. Clenching his hands in his hands, Man Neo looks up into the sunny sky. Man Neo looking into the sky is closely watched by a silent dragon. His eyes are full of a certain fatigue. He folded his hands, carefully watching Man Neo with his emotionless gaze. But then someone turns to Man Neo, and the silent dragon himself pays attention to this. People in cloaks claim that Man is obliged to go with them. Man only turns his head around in bewilderment, but instead of him, Chagall turns to these two, asking them about their identities and orders them to identify themselves. These unknown people came from the Tang family. It seems that Man Neo himself recognizes the name of this family, but as these two themselves see, Neo is currently in the service. But here these two use some language unknown to us when addressing Man, and Neo seems to know this language. It seems that Chagall himself recognizes this language. This is Jongam Ipmil, one of the types of sound techniques that allows you to secretly transmit words to a person who is at a long distance. At the same time, Man Neo himself listens carefully to these people from Tang. Counselor Man walks forward directly to this pair of people while Chagall himself addresses him. The Tang family has a very urgent matter with Counselor Man Neo and asks Chagall to sort things out here. Chagall tries to stop Man Neo, but there is no trace of the advisor and the two Tans. They disappeared with insane speed. Chagall himself is angry. He does not understand Man Neo's intentions. The silent dragon watches all this carefully. He is silent. His face shows no emotion. With insane speed, Man Neo and the two Tans are moving somewhere with insane speed. Man, of course, knew that the time would come soon. But he didn't think that this day would come today. It turns out that these three are moving right in the air at insane speed. They're flying. A sly smile appears on the face of Man Neo himself. He mentions a certain elder. Man Neo himself is interested in the reason why Yom Wang Tan Cheon himself is looking for him. A large convoy of 3 carriages is heading somewhere. About 80 hours have passed since Safa left. Enemies still cannot be sensed nearby. They were very lucky. However, why is a follower of the Cheon Song clan traveling with them? This question is asked by Payan Bak, to which he immediately receives an answer from Unjong himself that it somehow happened by itself. And between Unjong sits Suro on one side, and on the other is Pyongbak himself, who carefully and suspiciously watches Un himself. Pyongbak himself makes fun of Unjong himself, saying that he understood that Unjong supposedly wants to join Safa themselves. From these words, Un himself is perplexed, because of course not. He is a disciple of the Cheon Song clan, and again, the elder makes fun of the young follower. Allegedly, he made the poison dragon as his friend, and also hit the monk of the Ami clan with cabbage soup, but Un himself tries to brush it off, claiming that this did not happen. Well, Pyong himself claims that he saw it with his own eyes, and Bak feels that Unjong himself will be expelled from his clan. And from these words, the face of Unjong himself is full of horror. Is it really that serious? Un thought that he would simply be punished by being forced to meditate against the wall for another year. Unjong did what he thought was right, but Pyong just laughs at this. He claims that the matter is rubbish. He is sure that if Un comes back, he will be given a serious reprimand. At the same time, the tired goddess of desire sits in front of them with her eyes closed. For the betrayal of Unjong, all energy paths can be severed for him, and even Tanjin can be destroyed. From these words, the body of the young follower is filled with frantic horror and fear. He is shocked by what might await him. And now Unjong is already hoping for Payan himself that he will tell the teacher that the young follower is not guilty. But Payan himself continues to joke about the boy himself. Look how cunning. He wants Payan to go to certain death. He is sure that as soon as Bak crosses the gates of Cheon Sun Mountain, his head will immediately fly off his shoulders. Maybe, since this is the case, Unjong will just join them. But the boy is unshakable. He cannot join Safa. Although he learned that the Safas were very different from what Un thought they were, it seems that the goddess of desires herself pays attention to all these words. She carefully looks directly at Suro, and the poison dragon looks at her. So just sits next to his mistress. And here it is, the goddess of desires, who begins the conversation first. It seems to her that Sohyup wants to ask her something, and whether it is related to technology, and the poison dragon himself answers briefly and clearly, yes. Since they don't know when the fight will take place, it is better for Suro himself to find out about everything in advance. In the battle against the demonic disciple of Buddha, Yo Hua passed on the 9 rays of void jade spiritual technique, 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu to poison dragon. It seems from these words that Unjong himself, who is still grabbed by Payan trying to convince him, is in shock. The boy is simply shocked. He is so surprised that even out of emotion, he grabs Payan's robe tightly, which makes him a little surprised. And Unjong himself joins in the conversation between Suro and Yo, because the Toad Kung Fu technique is in the old records of the Cheon Song clan. It is not studied mindlessly by everyone, due to the fact that in addition to its power, the technique has a very strong side effect. But it seems that Payan Bak himself doesn't like Un's words. What is he grinding? Toad Kung Fu, ladies' family technique. Un is very surprised by these words. After all, how can the Toad Kung Fu technique be transferred to Safa? The progenitor of the Yo Hua family was a disciple of the Cheon Song clan. He managed to master the Toad Kung Fu technique. However, he was worried about the side effect and therefore did not master it. It turns out that the goddess of desires comes from the family of a disciple of the Cheon Song clan. Unjong pronounces these words with surprise, checking with the maiden herself. The Toad Kung Fu technique was passed down by word of mouth for a long time, but no one studied it. It was only in the last generation that the Yo Hua family was able to begin to understand it. It was then that they met such a technique as the 5 trembling sky thunder, And upon hearing the name of this technique, the follower Unjan himself was shocked. After all, isn't it the heretic demonic technique? And Yohua herself does not deny it. This is a very cruel and ferocious technique. However, after mixing it with Toad Kung Fu, it became known as the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. It had much more power compared to the normal Toad Kung Fu. Then the technique passed through more hands, as a result of which it turned into 9 beams of void, Jade 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Yohua herself transferred only part of the total power of the technique to Sohyup. Unjan listens to all this attentively. The strongest shock is visible on his face. Unjan himself cannot believe his ears. His clan's technique mixed with demonic technique. With a gentle smile on her face, Yohua herself asks the boy if it is really so difficult for him to bear these words. The goddess of desires immediately receives an answer from because being a follower of the Keon Song clan, of course, it is difficult to find out such a terrible truth. But the girl seems to try to calm the guy down by claiming that the one who helped remove the side effect of the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu and complete the 9 rays of void, Jade 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu technique was none other than the Cheon Seong clan head Mu Jung Sa. These words make Unjan's shock even greater. Does the goddess of desire really want to say that the head of his clan touched demonic techniques? Unjan himself does not believe in the words of the Virgin, but she's not lying. If Wung himself is interested in the veracity of Yohua's words, then he can ask his teacher, but the guy is sure that there is no point in asking such a thing. But then the girl closes her eyes. She suddenly became tired. He thinks that they will talk later, but himself doesn't want to end the conversation. If Virgo falls asleep like this, how can himself pacify his curiosity? Payan tries to shut up the kid himself so that he doesn't make noise in the cart. At the same time, the poison dragon himself sits, without uttering a single word. He is immersed in his thoughts. That story about the theft of secret books and the destruction of the clan, which was told by the goddess of desires, was about herself. A convoy of carriages was driving along the road. A certain person towers over the convoy and watches it. Several monks in robes are carefully watching the carriages. It seems that this is what they were looking for. In that cart, Yohua and the poison dragon and the monks realize this. They can't just stand and watch. They need to attack as planned. But one of the monks does not have time to finish his sentence. Suddenly, an unknown hidden man appears from behind, dressed in a robe. He claims that the situation is complicated. All the monks seem shocked by the sudden appearance of this anonymous. The monk didn't even feel the presence of this anonymous at all. After a short silence, this same monk asks the unknown person about his identity. The bearded man claims that there is someone riding in that cart. His student was riding there. It seems this man is Teacher Unjong, Master Pak Cheon. The monks respectfully fold their hands to greet Master Pak Cheon himself. It's good that Puk is here. Then the right decision would be to attack the carts together with the monks and save his student. Pak Cheon himself heard what Myo Wol told him. As far as Cheon himself knows, his disciple harmed the demonic disciple of Buddha. Will the monks really want to take him into the Ahmi clan after his rescue? It seems that the monks themselves are confused, but they still answer. Being an important figure in the Safa cause, follower Unjan had definitely allied himself with the Safa themselves. Will have to cooperate with the monks. And here, out of anger, Pokcheon himself bares his teeth. Didn't the Ahmi clan exceed their powers as observers in the Safa Palace massacre? And now Pak Cheon himself is angry. Not only did the monks, the disciples of the Buddha, get involved in the matter, harboring the intention of reprisals in their souls, so they also transfer their mistake to another clan. It seems that such strong anger on the part of Pak Cheon is disturbing the monks themselves. Even though they are the same age as him, and both are part of the three strongmen of Sichuan. But Pak Chion's words, which are more like reproaches, painfully cross the boundaries. But Pak Chion himself does not sit quietly. His disciple is also young and is also part of the three strongmen of Sichuan. However, it seems to him that the boundaries are being crossed here, that the monks are going to take Unjan to the Ahmi clan and force him to give shameful testimony. The monk himself is already angry. How dare Pak Chion compare him with that sucker Unjong? After all, the monk took a full 150 bhikshu vows. But here, the anger of Pak Chion himself becomes much stronger, and such a frantic, but at the same time balanced energy even begins to pulsate around him. Pak Chion deeply cognized such truths of divine revelations as the 6 heavens of the world of desires of the colored world, the 4 heavens of the colorless world, and others. And then the alarmed monk calls all this sophistry. There is anger and hatred in every word of Pak Chion. What kind of angry feelings does Pak have towards their clan, since he allows himself to treat the monks so rudely? But then, tapping his cane on the ground, Pak Chion himself claims that those who violated the rules of the 3 strongmen of Sichuan were precisely these monks. Monk Mio Wol intervened in what happened in the Safa Palace, and it seems that he plans to unite with the Union, since he liked him. Puk will not allow the monks to take his student. However, if the monks continue to pursue the carts, they will first have to deal with Pak Chion himself. The confused monk replies, they will leave, but they will not so easily forget the insult they faced today. Suddenly, in an instant, a group of monks disappears at insane speed. Even though Pak Chion managed to settle everything this time, but he won't be able to continue covering for him. This voice comes from behind, and Puk pays attention to it. But then, the familiar Ha Ran and Li Sim appear. Follower Unjong actually helped the poison dragon and stood up against the demonic disciple of the Buddha, but Pak Chion himself easily brushes it off, claiming that this is the last time he helped such a stupid disciple. By the way, Pak Cho himself, of course, expected that the Ahmi clan would come here, but he could not even think that the Tan family was interested in his student. But Ha Ran and Li Sim themselves have no interest in Woon Jung, but still, why are they here then? They are interested in something else, and then Pak himself is interested in what exactly? Together, Ha Ran and Pak Chion watch the carriages. That guy, he always fought with those who were stronger than him. The image of the defending poison dragon flashes, barely blocking the blow from the Buddha killer blade of Myo Wool, with only 1 needle and a dagger. Family head Doc of Yunnan Province, Brave Phoenix, Chagall family, Silent Dragon, and this time the demonic disciple of Buddha. This is pure recklessness. At this rate, you'll just die in the next battle. Despite the fact that others said so, he never caved in and did not retreat. And then the image flashes of Myo Will cutting Suro's chest with his Buddha killer blade. He was ready to face death itself, rushing like crazy into enemy clutches, and victories ultimately helped him develop further. And here is the image of Myo Vol, wounded by a needle in the eye, screaming in terrible pain. There is nothing remarkable about the blood flowing through his veins or his techniques. He was able to get here only thanks to his persistent fortitude. Haran's blood-red hair flutters in the gentle wind. Where does such a powerful will come from? This is the question in her mind, Haran herself asks herself while looking at the clouds. But then the girl's thoughts are interrupted by Pak Chion himself. He doesn't know what she's thinking about, but he believes that that man is great. The girl looks at the man with bewilderment. The lady of the Tang family is not the kind of person who simply feels the urge to imitate. It seems that the words about imitation surprised the girl a little. Puk's jokes went too far. If a monkey shows a trick, will there be a person who will imitate it? This question is asked by Ran herself. It seems that this allegory question that was uttered by the maiden made Pak Chion himself laugh very much. He said so only because he saw the light of youth on Ha Ran's face. She shouldn't be angry. The Virgin watches the departing Pak Cheon with her serious gaze. It was a large and frightening fortress, the main courtyard of the Tang family. Courtyard. Advisor Man Neo himself stands in front of the palace gates. He is finally here. The Tang family of Sichuan province has control over various matters behind the scenes of Murim. Even from the Tang family itself, only selected key figures can enter this courtyard. This place has nothing to do with a person of low social status. Man stands right in front of the gate. However, despite his status, Man is here. And then the gates of the palace are opened by a certain maiden who allows him to enter. Man Neo looks at everything with his special gaze. His headband flutters in the gentle breeze. The palace gates close with a loud roar. Man Neo's eyes are full of excitement and surprise. Crazy movement. No one is standing inside the room. Many people walk around with scrolls, paper, and letters, and male birds fly above them. It seems that Mayo Wool himself is in shock from this whole spectacle. People carry many scrolls in boxes, walking back and forth, doing important things. Dozens of birds stand in their personal cages, waiting for their mail, and some are already flying out with letters on their paws. One of the Tang people brings a steel rod to the fire, wanting to heat it up. This place really can control the whole world. Man Neo himself is surprised by such a sight. But then someone turns to Man Neo, rudely asking why he's standing. Who invites Man Neo himself? And here with a sheet of parchment and a scroll stands Yom Wan Tan Cheon himself. He was the one who called Man Neo. He is called by different names: the support of the Tang family, the envoy of Sichuan, strategist, and simply perfection. But the most popular nickname is Yom Wan Tan Cheon, which means that he even controls the life of a person in heaven. A large bearded man with sparkling scarlet flames like his hair looks straight at Mio Vol. The common people know that more than 10 years have passed since he left the post of head of the Tang family, but he still decides all sorts of small and large issues behind the back of the current head. Man Nyo politely introduces himself and claims that he is glad to meet Yom, and then one of the Tang people whispers to Yom himself that the exam in Pingyan County failed. 35 people died without neutralizing the poison, and 80 residents were poisoned. But Yum himself doesn't care about this, and he emotionlessly writes something on a scroll, after which this same man Tan clarifies about Seongju County. Man Nyo himself continues to wait, and then this man receives an answer from Yom. The man needs to be told to leave the stronghold and return. Let them leave these 30 children there. And again the question from the man is what to do with the responsible Quan On. Man Neo looks at them with his emotionless gaze. Let him watch him put things in order and sell the Hebei Trading Company. Let him set the price at least 50,000 silver pieces. That's Yoma's answer. Man Neo himself is already exhaling heavily. And then Man Neo starts talking. The Killer of Five's effect is unsatisfactory. Everyone around looks at the advisor in surprise, including Yom himself looking at Mayo Wool. The Tang people look at Mayo Wool with some bewilderment. The bewildered Tang people look at Counselor Man Neo as if he were crazy. Yom Wang Tan Cheon himself, with his bestial gaze, silently. But then Yom himself begins to speak. Anything is possible. After all, it is at the development stage. Yom himself tries to justify himself, but Neo answers. A poor quality product ruined his work. Does man think that an ordinary poison can so easily cope with a spiritual technique that has been practiced for several thousand years? And man responds. If you make a mistake when using poison, you may fall under unwanted suspicion. Yelm claims that man knows about the matter with the brave phoenix. They've already taken all the necessary measures, so don't let man make a big deal out of a mountain. Yom can't believe that in order to get his attention, the business his family put their heart and soul into is being insulted. So much gloating, and then Yom punishes Manu to take something. And then, bowing, the girl goes straight to Manu. She opens the box, inside which is a white bottle. This is Tiger Heart Hibiscus. This potion is useful for a physically disabled body that does not properly circulate the energy of a severed limb. If man drinks this, his internal energy will increase greatly. Man himself accepts this gift with gratitude. However, he would like to say something to Yeom himself, but he does not have time to finish. He is interrupted by Yeom himself, who does not even want to listen. Yeom himself asks man what he thinks, why Yeom called him and gave him medicine, because man himself brought the silent dragon. Heavenly Sword. King Kong has a very meticulous nature, so they did not have the opportunity to learn the spiritual technique of the Baek Lee family. Baek Lee Guan provided good material. Taking the bottle and opening it with a smile, Man Nayeo himself claims that if Baek Lee Jun himself heard about this, his head would fly off his shoulders. Doesn't it seem to Yeom himself that the tiger heart hibiscus is not enough to pay for his life? But Man Neo himself is quickly shut up by Yeom. The cost of a bottle is 20 neon of gold, so it's enough. Manu himself better not be stingy. Let Neo go. Once again, Man Neo argues that it is not a matter of stinginess. He wants to make a deal. Handing the scroll to his man, Yeom claims that he is not interested in transactions. He only solves them by determining the product and its price. That's all. And then Man Neo claims that he plans to become a pimp. Lady Tanha Ran wants to tie the knot. Yeom himself watches carefully and listens to the words of the advisor. Man Neo wants to bring Lady Tang Ha Ran and Poison Dragon Suro together. He says all this with a crazy smile on his face. And so Man asks Yeom what he thinks about this. And here it feels like Yeom's own hair stands on end. From such a phrase, he looks at Man in bewilderment. And then Yeom himself starts laughing. Yeom just laughed like crazy. These words of Man himself seem like a joke to him. At the same time, Neo is carefully watching him. That's it. What a surprise. Man is the first person in 10 years to offer Yeom himself a deal in which he felt interested. All the seriousness of Yeom himself has disappeared somewhere. And now, Yeom bursts into mad and hysterical laughter again. At the same time, Man Nayeo himself is watching Yeom with his insensitive gaze. And then suddenly Yeom hits the table hard. A loud crash is heard. The poison dragon is being pursued by the Union, and now he is moving with Yo Hua. They cannot accept a Safa member into the Tang family. What is Man Nayeo's plan? And here is Man Nayeo's plan. Poison dragon comes from the Bai Kwajiol Valley, which belongs to the Yak clan of Yunnan province, so he can be considered a member of Zhongpa. If this fact is made public, then he can be accepted into the Tang family as a son-in-law. This is Man's plan. Rising sharply from his chair, Yeom gives his answer. Since the poison dragon is from the Baikwajiol Valley, he is connected with the Chideok family, to which Man Neo himself belonged. Moreover, Heavenly Sword King Kong became the arbiter and rendered the verdict in this case. Man agrees with Yeom's words. Suro himself has business not only with him, but also with Neo himself. However, Poison Dragon's goal is to obtain Baek Lee Jun's head. And now it seems Yeom himself is angry. If a supporter of the faction of the head of the Union hates him, then so does the entire Sobs. As a family that is part of the Union, they must sort things out with the Union. What is Man's plan for this? First, you need to separate the head of the Union and Baek Lee Jun, and now Yeom is waiting for the second part of the plan. Then you need to elect Baek Lee Jun as the new head. Yeom wonders if it would be necessary to break ties with the Union, to which he receives a positive response from Man himself. That time will be the most opportune moment to sever all ties. Man Nayeo states with a sly face, and Yeom starts laughing madly again. A crazy smile appears on Yeom's own face. Great. Even though Man is only half right, Yeom still likes it. And here the question is already asked by Man himself about the reason, the attack of the DOK rod on the Yak rod, as well as the location of the accomplices. Since their Chi family had the lowest position, they couldn't help but follow Poison Valley's order. But when Man came here, he realized that even though they were part of the DOK clan, without the elders' permission, they would never have been able to do something like this. Moreover, he realized only now what Rod Doc could get from attacking Rod Yak. But Man interrupts Yam herself. There is no point in wasting time on well-known conversations. It's enough. They say last year that due to the large number of corrupt officials in the country, complete chaos began in the management of the water sector. Also, this winter there has been twice as much snow as last winter, due to which a thick layer of snow has formed on the mountains. With the onset of winter, it will all melt, and during the rainy season of the coming summer there will be heavy rainfall, which happens every 4 years. If Hoina River overflows its banks, and all houses, buildings, and crops are submerged underwater, people will lose their homes and die of hunger, wandering the earth. The rats will eat their corpses and gain weight, and then, in the coming summer, a terrible plague, the likes of which China has never seen, will begin to rage. There will be a huge number of casualties. Their number will include martial arts masters from the 9 great clans. These words are incredibly shocking and horrify Man Neo himself. He heard something from the Tang family when he was assigned the 5 killer. Some memories flash in my mind with 2 people standing in a beautiful garden. The product will be delivered in unlimited quantities. It turns out that they improved the 5 killer, not only for the sake of using it as a weapon. We are not talking here about simply planning an uprising or internal war. Before Man Neo's eyes, a much more powerful tsunami was approaching than he thought. Yeom Wang desires supreme power, and then a certain amulet flies right to Man Neo's feet, and Yeom tells Man to take her. This thing proves that Man has the right to receive any help from the Tang family. Man needs to take the medicine and have a lot of fun. He may even go beyond the limits. It doesn't matter. Taking this amulet, Man realizes, it turns out he can implement the proposed plan, right? You like Man much more than Poison Dragon, so he agrees to a deal in which he will act as bait. Let Man do as he pleases. He can even marry Poison Dragon to Haran. No permission required. Yom takes all responsibility upon himself. Man Neo turns around and silently strives for the exit. Man Neo carefully examines the amulet given to him. He is thinking about something. But here Man Neo himself quickly strives forward. He roughly, with a roar, hits the amulet on the table. Yom looks in surprise at the amulet in Man Neo's rough grip. It seems that Yom himself is confused by Man's actions and what he is doing. Didn't Yeom Wantan Cheon think it would be so easy to get his consent? Yeom turned out to be much more boring than Man himself thought. Tan Cheon's face is full of irritation and anger. 2 men look each other straight in the eyes with their predatory gazes. Yeom Wantan Cheon's stern gaze is directed directly at advisor Man Neo, but then he redirects his gaze a little lower. His gaze is directed precisely at the amulet that was given to Man Neo himself, and then a sly smile appears on Yum's face. It's hard to see because of the color of the flame. Yeom completely forgot. Perhaps Mana Neo will soon call Hei Wol Jin in. The time has come to demonstrate his skills. Yeom hopes that Man will not disappoint, but Neo is serious. And turning around again, Man Neo strives for the exit. He is surrounded by many Tang people. Yeom Wantan Cheon immediately continues his work. The fact that Yong accepted Yeom's provocation as if nothing had happened, Yu showed. How far can he cross the line with this seal in his hands? This all gives Manu confidence. You can rely on Yeom Wan, even if he demands something special from Man. It doesn't matter, because this power will play a huge role in the implementation of his plan. Couldn't get a better deal. A sly smile appears on Man Neo's face. He begins to laugh quietly. And then a quiet laugh turned into a crazy and loud laugh, with which the advisor bursts into tears. This laughter can be heard throughout the palace. Everyone was exhausted, both people and horses. Yohua thinks that the critical danger has passed them, so she gently strokes the horse with her thin and only hand. It would be better to rest here before moving on. Her people from Safa, and not only listen carefully to the goddess of desires. Payan Bak and Woon Jung sleep together in the same bed. It seems that Pyong himself is being disturbed by the young follower. Young Soso was already sleeping quietly. But the goddess of desires does not rest. She circulates internal energy within herself. A calm, smooth power pulsates around her. But here it seems that someone is also awake, and it seems that this unknown person wants to enter the goddess of desires, and she invites him. This someone turns out to be the poison dragon Suro himself, and he apologizes for bothering her. Yeah, Sohyup is brave. Came into the women's room in the middle of the night. This humorous phrase comes from Yo Hwa's smiling lips. But the reason for the coming of the poison dragon is simple. The goddess of desires herself asked Suro to look into her chamber of the mouse. Boring guy, Sohyup, of course, doesn't understand jokes, Yo Hwa says, exhaling lightly. Suro himself notices that the girl has not felt any better. This is the expected effect of the Tang family's poison. Without an antidote, it's not easy to remove it. And the words about poison worry Suro himself a little. Was this family really involved in the attack on the Safa Palace? But the Virgin does not know the answer to this question. She was poisoned and lost her arm elsewhere. In truth, before they took the poison dragon from Namga village, Man Na Yeo himself proposed a deal to Yeo Hwa. It seems these words worry the dragon himself a little, and he looks at the maiden in surprise. And then it seems Suro made a conclusion. He is full of anger to those who did this to Yeo Hwa, but the girl interrupts the guy, confirming his words. Man was waiting for her and set a trap, mobilizing people from the Chagall family and the Silent Dragon. It seems he foresaw that she and the poison dragon would be separated. The guy is excited. He doesn't even know what to say. The girl, knowing the character of the poison dragon, is sure that Suro himself should not blame himself. What happened to Yeo Hwa is entirely her fault. She wasn't going to accept that deal from the start. The girl's hands were shaking and she took the kettle. Is it necessary to oppress others in order to get what you want? Suro's anger disappeared somewhere, turning into quiet calm. Calmly, Suro extends his hand straight to the teapot held by the goddess of desires. He pours himself a hot drink into a cup. A gentle smile appears on the beautiful face of goddess of desires Yo Hwa. Anyway, Yo Hwa called Poison Dragon to say something. Hot steam oozes from a mug with equally hot tea inside. The goddess of desires wants to transfer the remaining Kugyol of the 9 rays of void, Jade 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu to the Poison Dragon. It turns out that what Poison Dragon learned was not a complete technique, and Suro himself understood this. Yo Hwa confirmed Sohyup's words. She only gave him a part. On the way, Yo Hwa told a secret about her secret communication technique. Suro himself suggested that all of Yo Hwin's misfortunes in the past began with her. He does not think that such technology can be easily decided to transfer to someone. Why did Yo Hwa want to train not a supporter of Safa, not her student, but the poison dragon? To this question of Suro, he receives a simple answer from the maiden. Sohyup chose to stay. Suro quietly and calmly drinks tea, listening carefully to the goddess of desires. Virgo would like to say that this was not necessary. To be honest, right now both Yo Hwa and all the Safas are not in very good condition to the point that they have to rely on someone. A hot mug of tea flaunts in the trembling hands of a girl. If, in the current situation, we transfer power to the poisonous dragon, the person who helps Safa, then Yo Hwa will also protect himself. While drinking tea, this conclusion is spoken by the goddess of desires herself. However, Sohyup will need strength not only to fight alongside Safa, but also in mastering the technique. There is definitely a personal benefit for Suro. The girl remembers her words and the state of Sohyup's body. Due to the side effect of the bloody heaven of madness, every time he uses his internal energy, Suro quickly shortens his lifespan. If such battles are repeated, then Suro will not last 3 years. However, This is not to say that there is no way to prevent this. 9 beams of void. Jade, 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu, forms a shaft at a certain place inside the poison dragon's body. The image of Sohyup absorbing the power star flashes. By collecting internal energy in it and pouring it out at once, you can realize explosive power. At the moment, only one shaft has been formed inside the poison dragon. But if you establish all the 9, which are called the apogee of the 9 rays of void jade, the 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu, Suro will be able to balance out the side effect of bloody heaven of madness. However, since Yohua herself only installed 5 shafts, her help is limited. In order to get the rest, Suro himself will have to turn to the head of the Cheon Sun clan for help. But knowing Sohyup's temper, he might be able to handle it on his own. If this is the request of the goddess of desires, then Suro himself will accept it. A smile appears again on Yeohua's tired face. She can't even compare to Suro in bravery. Perhaps when it becomes necessary to ask Suro himself for something in the process of transferring the technique, the girl does not have time to finish. Now on your own, you can't cope with Baek Lee Jun in order to have the opportunity to spare him. The girl doesn't know what to say and just listens silently, looking for an answer. In the distant future, she will ask Suro to spare one person, even if Suro needs to kill him, still spare his life. Flashback from the past. It turns out that Sohyup himself knew all this. Poison Dragon came to this conclusion after thinking about the morally degenerate person who is called a brave warrior, but whose soul is rotten to the core, about Yohua's affection for the Baek Lee family, about that request and the reason for transferring the technique. He always thought that his revenge was the revenge of the Yak family. He must kill Baek Lee Jun at all costs, if only to repay him for the offense against his family. The image of the most surprised Baek Lee Jun flashes in his mind. However, Suro accepts Yohua's request and then puts Baek Lee Jun alive in front of her and makes him pay for all his sins. He promised. The girl silently, with bewilderment, looks straight into the eyes of the poison dragon. The girl calmly looks down. She is grateful that Suro does not forget. The silent dragon turns to his teacher, begging him to listen to him. There is something suspicious about the death of the brave phoenix. But one of the people is trying to convince the guy to leave here. With the influence of the teacher, everything will work out. The dragon asks to make a request to the Union so that they begin a reinvestigation. Attempts to stop the heir are unsuccessful. In front of the sitting teacher, there is a box with Yohua's hand, and on its lid it is written that she is being sent back because her head, body, and legs are missing. The silent dragon falls to his knees and asks for forgiveness for breaking the order and going to Yunnan. Reason left him after the news that the culprit in Yeon's death was there. While drinking his drink, Baek Lee Jun claims that he no longer wants to listen to the dragon and tells him to go away. But the heir is unstoppable. He already addresses Peck not as a teacher but as a father. But then a predatory, frightening scarlet gaze falls like a stone on the dragon. Peck repeats his words. Looking out of the corner of his eye at his master, the man asks the dragon to go away. Now is not the best time. He'd better stop by another time. And now 2 men are trying to get away from Baek Lee Jun's office. Peck in turn pours himself another mug of drink, and another mug is emptied. Silently, with his insensitive gaze, Peck looks somewhere. His gaze is directed at a box filled with straw, in which the severed hand of the goddess of desires flaunts. The skin on the cyst has already turned pale. On the roof there is an inscription. I am sending you back. The head, body, and legs are missing. Baek Lee Jun sits in his office thinking. And now the shocked John is already standing, clutching his head in great surprise. All Safa people are in complete shock from certain words. They think that the author of these words has gone crazy. And the author of these words turns out to be the poisonous dragon Suro. Not everyone heard, so he repeats, They are heading back to Safa Palace. They are going to Cheong Sun Mountain in Sichuan Province. The Safa crowd is simply bursting with questions and reproaches to Suro's plan. If they return, they will definitely run into the enemy. They've been trying to get away for so long, and now they have to go straight into the enemy's mouth. Why such a decision? Did Yo Hua really agree to such a plan? The crowd is also interested in the answer to this question, to which they receive a positive answer. They better be realistic. Most are seriously injured. There was really no time to recover. That's why they move slowly. So far, they have managed to break away, but the enemy is persistent and will never give up. If Safa catches up, they will suffer great damage. And then words were immediately heard from the crowd. That's why they need to stay further from the enemy. You can't go straight to meet the enemy. We must hit the enemy's weak spot. They think that they are pursuing Safa, who are running away from Sichuan. But suddenly the poison dragon himself pays attention to something. Therefore, the enemy will not pay attention to those who go to Sichuan. And then suddenly the whole crowd realizes. The Safas will disguise themselves as a trading company heading to Sichuan and go to Cheon Sun Mountain, and there they will completely break away from persecution. It seems that Safa themselves realize that the plan was not so bad after all. The Cheon Sun clan is not part of the Union. But it seems that Unjong himself has some doubts about the plan because where is the guarantee that they will be accepted by the Cheon Song clan? But Un does not receive an answer. Suro just silently looks at the confused boy, and then, respectfully folding his hands, bowing, Suro asks for help from the follower Unjon himself. Unjon himself was simply shocked by this phrase. Suro will be honest. His main confidence in the plan comes from the fact that Unjon himself can be used. If Safa stays with Un until they pass the mountain, then the Cheon Song clan will not use force. That is, purely technically, Unjon is hostage. He doesn't know about other brothers and students with teachers, but his mentor won't leave it that easily. So tries to provide moral support to the depressed boy. In this case, the poison dragon himself will speak to Cheon Bokok. If talking is not enough, then you will have to fight. These words plunged Unjon himself into horror. Now Safa's people realize that the plan is not so bad. It is true that if the Safa continue on their intended path, the enemy will sooner or later capture them. Different opinions begin to bubble within the crowd. Then the poison dragon Suro suddenly turns to Yo Hua as if expecting something. And so, the Safa convoy is on the road again, but not from the enemy, but straight to the enemy. Unjung and Payon Bok are riding in the carriage together. They gathered a mountain of food and went out in broad daylight, as if they were going on a picnic. At the same time, Unjong is sitting. It seems he is still depressed and is shocked by Suro's words. Some Safas travel in carriages and some walk on foot. And then it seems the poison dragon turns its attention to something. He hears someone driving. Safa's people clearly began to worry. Their souls are full of stress. The goddess of desires is also a little worried. Everyone needs to remain calm and act naturally. The sound of many horses' hooves. Lots of riders are eating at an insane rate. And then the group rushes right past Safa. People are a little worried, but still try to act natural while the enemy is jumping near them. A familiar person passes right next to Suro. Attentively and intensely, Payon Bok and Unjong look out the window directly at the group of riders. What happiness! A group of these riders ride right past Safa's people without suspecting anything happened. They managed to get around them. Safa are very happy about this success. Their faces glow with happiness. But Suro himself does not relax. He doesn't think it's all a chase. If they encounter others, it is better to continue to behave as they are now. They will not be revealed. Pyongbok claims that there was only so much time, but he managed to come up with another move. The more Pyongbok watches Suro, the more he is amazed by him. Everyone followed Suro's plan, and now in the evening, the Safa convoy stopped to rest a little and then continue on its way. Even if they were under disguise, it is not at all easy to behave as if nothing had happened while being in the center of danger. And then the goddess of desires Yo Hua answers Suro himself. She claims that the reason is that even though the poison dragon is not a member of Safa, he is ready to sacrifice his own life for the sake of their salvation. The goddess of desires herself believes that her people Safa trust the poisonous dragon Sohyup himself. Paiyong Bok playfully mocks the young follower of the Cheon Song clan, Unjong, taking away and not giving him food. Young, So is watching them. She thinks it's funny. A gentle smile appears on the typically tired face of the poison dragon himself, Sohyup. He is with slight happiness behind the light of fire, and behind the people of Safa. Looks at them, at their hopes that sparkle like a fire near them. There are a few days left before arriving at the mountain. These words that came out of Yohua's mouth interrupt Suro's observations. The girl suggests that Sohyup himself, for a while, finish with the transfer of the 9 rays of the void of jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. After all, Suro himself decided to go to Cheon Sun Mountain in order to meet with Mu Am Chong Sa himself. Poison Dragon silently looks at Yohua with his once again tired gaze. First, the maiden will explain the techniques that make up the 9 rays of void, Jade 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. The goddess of desires carefully looks ahead, and the poison dragon himself looks at her. As Yohua said earlier, the Kung Fu toad belonging to the Cheon Song clan blocks the current internal energy with poison and forms a striking force by exploding the energy at once. And the 5 thunderstorms of the trembling sky, being a demonic technique, rotates the internal energy in a circle in the 5 areas of the blood arteries, thereby maximizing the power. This technique and the blood heaven of madness technique that Poison Dragon uses have the same origin. The Safa convoy set out on its way in the morning. 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. A combination of Toad Kung Fu and 5 thunderstorms of the sky. It fills the 5 shafts with water and creates an even greater wave of internal energy, forming a whirlpool. Paiyong Bok drives the carriage, yawning sleepily. However, when using Toad Kung Fu, internal energy is concentrated in the bloodstream, which can cause serious internal damage. And when using the 5 thunderstorms of the trembling sky, the blood vessels in which the whirlpool is formed are destroyed. Therefore, no matter how strong a warrior is, if such techniques are used for a long time, his life will be in danger. In order to make up for these shortcomings, a combined technique appeared: 9 rays of void, Jade 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. All these nuances are explained by Yohua Suro. The part 9 rays means 9 places within the organism. A beautiful forest surrounds the mountains. It is brightened by the gentle rays of the sun. By distributing whirlpools by forming swells not in 5 places but in 9, you can achieve a more stable force. And now the sun begins to rise from below the horizon. Since the poison dragon managed to gather power in central Tanjong, which is one of these 9 places, Suro carefully watches the goddess of desires Yohui and listens equally attentively to her teachings. The goddess of desires claims that the poison dragon himself was able to form 1 shaft inside himself. That is, he took possession of the first ray. Suro and Yohua look at each other carefully. 2 days later, Sichuan Province, Cheon Sun Mountain Range, Cheon Song Clan Palace. A man approaches his brother claiming that someone has entered Cheon Seong territory. It looks like this is the same cart that Unjan's nephew was in. A man asks what another man should do next. Unjan is very excited. Stress fills his body. He nervously and quickly clicks his teeth. From the alarmed boy, Paiyong Bok himself begins to panic. He's almost going crazy. Why can't this boy sit quietly? He can't even imagine how the teacher will punish him. So looks at John himself in surprise. Yohua and Suro are watching the mentally suffering boy. The latter is interested in the identity of Master Pak Cheon himself. But it is not the boy who answers the question, but the goddess of desires herself. Bak Cheon is the deputy head, leading the Cheon Song clan instead of Mu Am Jong Sa, who does not appear in public. His abilities match his position. By nature, he is very strong and impatient. They say the reason why the Cheon Sun clan is not now part of the Murim Union is precisely because of the stubbornness of Master Pak Cheon. He is a rather difficult person, so if possible, it is better not to mess with him. But then a gentle smile appears on the face of the Goddess of Desires herself. She is also a master. The Goddess of Desires and Master Pak Cheon are the worst enemies. It seems that these words lead Suro himself into slight bewilderment. But then Suro's eyes fill with animal horror. A major earthquake is starting. People are shocked. They don't understand what's happening. It seems only Unjan understands what it is. It's like the whole sea is pressing in. Incredible pressure of internal energy. Terrible pressure falls on the people of Safa. Everyone needs to get off the wagon while he is in front of them. This order. While he stands in front of Safa's convoy, they will not be able to pass unharmed. Right in front of the group of Safa carts is an unknown man from the Cheon Song clan. Near the carts, Safa's people fell to their knees from the intense pressure of this master's internal energy. And now the poisonous dragon Suro himself comes down the steps from the cart. And then Yo-Hua, the Goddess of Desires, came out right behind him. The two of them are carefully and a little alarmedly watching this unknown man himself, and only one follower, Unjong, is watching anxiously. From around the corner of the doorway of the carriage, it seems that he is about to see his wet eyes tears will flow. Master Pak Cheon himself stands in front of the convoy. He seems a little angry, holding his cane with both hands. He looks directly at Safa's people with his predatory gaze. And now Unjan himself came out of the carriage anxiously. He was sweating incredibly due to stress. With his confused gaze, he looks at his teacher and just as confusedly turns. Pak Cheon himself asked, "Don't come into his sight again." These terrible cold words come from the master's lips. Otherwise, he won't leave them alone. And then Yo-Hua herself comes forward. John himself seems to be at a loss. The Goddess of Desires has not seen Master Pak Cheon for a long time. A gentle smile appears on the girl's face. She asks Pak how Mu M Jong Sa himself is doing. But here Master Pak Cheon himself is angry. He expressed himself clearly. The Goddess of Desires does not even have the right to pronounce the name Mu Am Chung Sa. This aggressive cry comes from the lips of Pak Cheon himself. His body and soul are full of anger. The scream was so strong that many of the Safas began to feel even stronger pressure from the internal energy. Some of them began to fall to their knees again, their eyes full of horror, pain, and tension. But the Goddess of Desires herself did not fall, despite the pressure of the internal energy of Master Pak Cheon. With his predatory gaze, he envelops the maiden's body. Yo-Hua herself only grunts heavily. The master is too strong. It seems he managed to stop the movement of the Goddess of Desires. But here the poisonous dragon Suro himself comes forward. He confidently rushes straight to Master Pak Cheon. He stands right in front of the Goddess of Desires, blocking her with his body, as if protecting her. He looks straight ahead, straight at Master Pak Cheon. Strange, but the master's pressure does not affect Sohyup so much. Quiet shock is visible on Virgo's face. The poison dragon Suro confidently looks forward with his predatory gaze. His gaze is directed directly at Master Pak Cheon himself. It seems that Master Pak Cheon himself realized who was standing right in front of him. He understood this from his eyes filled with malice. The predatory eyes of the poison dragon glow with purple flames. The anger disappeared from Master Pak Cheon's face, and instead there was confidence, and without emotionality. He knows who is standing in front of him, just a few meters away. Poisonous dragon. He watches Pak Cheon with evil eyes. Behind him stands the Goddess of Desires, Yo-Hua, who feels the strongest pressure from the master. Sohyup protects her. Master Pak Cheon and Poison Dragon Suro are watching each other carefully. Behind Seohyup stands the goddess of desires Yo-hwa and follower Eunjong. A terrible tension stands between the two masters. But suddenly Pak Cheon himself draws attention to something. It's hard, but the goddess of desires stands despite the strong pressure of internal energy, Master Pak Cheon. The sleeve of her robe is fluttering in the wind. There used to be a hand under this sleeve. Pak Cheon himself is carefully watching her, his gaze turning to Suro, to her. And then a light laugh comes from Pak's mouth. He also easily makes fun of Yo-hwa, the authority of the goddess of desires. Yo-hwa from Shandong is no longer the same. Everything is so bad that he relies on some succor. But here Pak Cheon himself turns to Eunjong. Even one slight exclamation of "hey" from the master filled the young body of the follower of the Cheon Song clan with terrible animal horror and anxiety. And then a sea of insults begins to burden the boy. The brainless student Cheon Sun. He became a hostage and allowed the outsiders to penetrate the Cheon Sun mountain range. Un is trying to justify himself somehow hesitantly and in confusion, but the master doesn't even want to listen. Eunjong was told to keep an eye on the poison dragon so that he doesn't do anything stupid. And he himself eventually teamed up with Sohyup and seriously wounded the high-ranking monk of the Ami clan. Does he even understand what a difficult situation the head of the Cheon Song clan himself found himself in because of him? Moreover, Eunjong dared to bring here those whom the Union and the Ah-mi clan are looking for with all their might. Does he even have a brain? And again, confused, Eunjong tries to justify himself. And so, Pak Cheon himself puts his cane on his shoulder like a bat. Blockhead uncouth. Who is Eunjong's teacher here? There was simply no one to take except Un himself. Eunjong himself is incredibly confused and depressed. Quietly and carefully listening to Pak Cheon, Yo-hwa herself watches him. It's a good try to use Eunjong as a hostage and come here to hide. Since Pak Cheon sinned by taking such a fool as Eunjong as his disciple, then today he will endure. With his cane he shows the way for Safa. There is a small hut where Pak Cheon studied Taoism in his youth. Until they recover, they can settle there for now. Let them do whatever they want. Pak Cheon himself doesn't care. The Safa people watch carefully and listen to the master of the Cheon Song clan. On the faces of some of them one can see joy, on others there is bewilderment. However, with his cane Pak Cheon outlines the territory. They draw a line that the Safa people themselves cannot cross. Yo-hwa herself easily agrees to Master Pak Cheon's terms. Turning around, Pak Cheon himself looks back. And so, Master Pak Cheon himself is already trying to leave, but then someone turns to him, indicating disagreement with these conditions. This someone turns out to be the poison dragon Suro himself. Those Safa looking at him are shocked, including the goddess of desires, and horror is clearly visible on the face of Eunjong himself. And then, turning his head back, Pak Cheon himself asks Suro himself his words. The poison dragon himself answers confidently. They came here to survive, not to die. Did Pak Cheon himself tell them to die? Pak Cheon said that he does not care what happens beyond the line. The poison dragon himself believes that by this he meant not only Safa. This is not just a line drawn on the ground, but a sign that the Cheon Song clan will indifferently look at everything that happens to the people here, isn't it? If Pak Cheon draws the line and just walks away, it's tantamount to him abandoning them to certain death. Suro asks to accept them, and they will take responsibility for everything while they are on Cheon Seong land. Yes, Suro himself is smart, his nickname matches him, and Pak himself realizes this. And so Cheon agrees to the conditions of the dragon himself. As long as they are in the territory of the Cheon Song clan, no one will harm them. This is promised by Safa, Pak Cheon himself. He guarantees it. Joy appears on the faces of Safa people. And then Master Pak Cheon himself comes right next to the poisonous dragon himself. The master wants to check whether Suro himself has the right to present such an impudent demand to him. There will be 3 collisions in total. If Suro does not move a single step from where he stands, then Pak Cheon will recognize him. And then the poison dragon asks what will happen if he loses. In this case, Suro himself will not be able to object to Poku. And here again, Suro is interested, but this time, about what will happen if he himself pushes Pak out of place. Cheon himself assures that this will not happen. It seems he is serious. But nevertheless, if Suro succeeds, will Pak himself listen to one request of the poison dragon? And then Pak Cheon himself begins to laugh slyly. Suro is funny. That's what the master himself thinks. And so, Pak Cheon himself agrees to the terms of the poison dragon. And then Unjan is filled with horror. He doesn't understand why the poison dragon is making such an argument. He can't even believe that the teacher himself agreed. But then Unjan himself is silenced by his own teacher. He tells the guy himself to shut up. What good did he do to raise his head self-confidently? From these words, the boy himself lowered his head, depressed. And then poison dragon Suro takes hold of Pak Cheon's cane. From such an unexpected action of Sohyup, Pak Cheon himself is at a loss. The first clash. These confident words come from Suro's smiling lips. Everyone around was in complete shock. Is Suro joking? Recently, Sohyup himself has been completely serious. What kind of tricks does Suro pull? With his actions, Sohyup himself is only making things worse for himself. The poison dragon himself is simply trying his best to win, no matter how. In this case, Pak Cheon himself has no reason to hold back. Second collision. Use your hands. Suro himself believes that there is no need to deliberately give in to him. And now, around Master Pak Cheon himself, a frantic internal energy begins to pulsate. His eyes glow with blue flames. Suro himself better not take his eyes off. And now the poison dragon is ready for battle. He specially stands on his hands in the block pose. 72 Wave Sword. The strongest technique falls directly on the poison dragon. Blood begins to flow like a river right from Suro's body. His own blood flows like a river from Suro's mouth as well as from his entire body. And then Pak Cheon himself explains how this technique works. She creates 72 sword forms in one breath. Now he only used 16. A terrible pain sweeps through Suro's body. It's even difficult for him to speak. He only manages to whisper. But despite everything, he stands. He's tense as ever. A terrible animal scream echoes from the mouth of the poison dragon. Tension fills his body. And now Master Pak Cheon himself rises above the barely standing Suro. There is a third encounter left. What will Suro do? Because now Cheon is going to use all 72 swords. Behind him, the follower Unjan himself is trying to stop the poisonous dragon Suro himself, but he is unstoppable. We'll have to go to the promised third clash, isn't it obvious? The 72 Wave Sword hides deadly forms within it. Unjan continues to ask Suro to stop. At the same time, the goddess of desires herself silently looks at the poison dragon. If Suro makes a mistake, he will die. But then Suro rose to his full height. From Suro's words, Unjan himself is shocked. All the while, the poison dragon overcomes critical moments due to lack of abilities. Therefore, faced with another danger, Suro has no reason to retreat. All Safa people look at the poison dragon with excitement and faith. Suro's words shock them. It seems that these words will make Pak Cheon laugh a little, but Suro is right. The idiot student Unjong should learn from Suro. The poison dragon's predatory eyes look straight at Cheon Pak. This is the look of a man who has already experienced Kanho until he was blue in the face. Perhaps because Sohyup got out of Sura's lair, his eyes are filled to the brim with anger. Before Suro and Pak move on to the third clash, Pak wants to ask something. Suro said that he has a request for Cheon himself. What exactly? But Suro will voice it if he wins the bet. Suro constantly hits Pak Cheon's pride. Apparently Sohyup has some kind of plan in mind. But it seems Pak Cheon himself has a proposal. Once in the second clash, it was Pyong Bak who struck the blow. Then in the third, the handicap went to Suro himself. The poison dragon must use everything, be it poison or something else, so that there are no regrets left before death. Pak himself says to resort to everything, and he holds a weapon behind his back. And then Cheon himself draws attention to his cane. And then Pyeongbok himself throws away the weapon. Does Suro really think that the Cheon Seon sword technique is worthless without a weapon? And so, opening his hands, Pak Cheon himself tells the most predatory poison dragon to attack. Suro has already begun his attack, and then all over the poison dragon's body his own veins begin to protrude, which glow with a scarlet flame like his eyes. Pak Cheon himself seems shocked by this. Crazy lightning begins to flash around the poison dragon's hand. Pak Cheon himself thought about sparing Suro himself, but he will die anyway. Suro is stupid. With such power he destroyed himself. But Pak Cheon himself does not have time to finish. He was very shocked by something. Pak Cheon's face is full of wild shock. The poison dragon was able to suppress the raging internal energy and took control over it. Pak Cheon's eyes are full of shock. A furious thunderstorm is raging around the poison dragon. Thunder and lightning flashes, that power. Pak Cheon himself can't just believe what he's seeing now. And then, with a cry, Master Pak Cheon himself addresses the goddess of desires, Yohua herself. A sly smile appears on the face of the goddess of desires. But here, right in front of Master Pak Cheon's face, the poison dragon's fist appears, containing a forward-facing needle. She is about to overtake the Cheon Song clan master. Crazy tension is in the air. A fist with a needle moves at breakneck speed straight into Pak Cheon's face. She is about to overtake the master's face, but he still manages to block a strong blow, preventing a hit. And then suddenly and quickly Suro changes the position of the needle in his hand. And so, he wants to deal a powerful blow to Pook again. There were a lot of hits. A frantic battle is taking place between the poison dragon and the master of the Cheon Song clan. The people of Safa watching the battle are in shock. Eunjong himself realizes that this is the power of the poison dragon, which he used during the battle with the demonic disciple of the Buddha, Monk Myo Wol. Pak Cheon himself did not expect that Suro would hold out against him for so long. The speed of the poison dragon is close to the speed of the 72-wave sword art. Confident and intense gaze is directed directly at the poison dragon. The poison dragon himself actually uses the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. But even such strong technology is not enough, and so, Master Pak Cheon's hand is already near Suro's chest. And it seems that the poison dragon himself is paying attention to this. His eyes are full of horror. The strongest blow hits the poison dragon Suro. He's trying to block it. This blow even caused a wave. This blow was incredibly hard for Sohyup himself. A terrible, painful wheeze comes from his mouth. But it seems that the poisonous dragon himself managed to wound Master Pak Cheon. But the latter didn't even seem to pay attention to such a minor wound. But here, after all, Pak Cheon himself drew something to his attention. From Pak Cheon's strong blow that landed on Suro's block, his hands even began to smoke a little. But it seems Pak Cheon himself has already forgotten about him. All his attention is immersed in his wound. And here, a sly smile begins to glow with snow-white teeth on Suro's hand-hidden face. It turns out that a small poison needle was hidden in his hand. Suro is acting like God knows what, but he can only pull himself together when they give him a good whack. Around the strong master of the Cheon Song clan, Pak Cheon, a powerful internal energy begins to pulsate. And now he moves forward, about to attack. His eyes sparkle with blue flames. And so, Suro is about to block Pak Cheon's heavy blows again. The 72-wave sword falls on the weak and wounded poison dragon Sohyup. A wave comes out of every blow of Pak Cheon. More than a dozen blows hit Suro. But no matter what, the poison dragon himself is difficult but blocks every blow from the master of the Cheon Sun clan. There is internal energy pulsing around the evil poison dragon, which is like lightning. With difficulty, but he continues his furious battle with Pak Cheon. Pak Cheon himself sees that Sohyup's breathing has begun to become uneven. This means that the poison dragon himself is not yet accustomed to such power. It seems that with these words, Bach himself is trying to break So-hyup's fighting spirit. He doesn't know with what intention Yo-hwa transferred the power of the technique to the poison dragon himself. But technology is too much for So-hyup. With difficulty, but the dragon continues to fight with all its might. Many cutting blows from the master of the Kaeon Song clan, Pak Cheon. They cut his flesh, release blood out, which begins to flow like a river from dozens of wounds of the tormented poison dragon. Blood. A river of blood flows from So-hyup's wounds. Terrible pain. A discharge sweeps through the dragon's entire body. We need to hold on. This confident thought will not let go of the tense and exhausted poison dragon. Hold on! The pressure of Bak Cheon's blows is so strong that they even push Suro himself away. To end! But behind, the people of Safa, the goddess of desires Yo-hwa, and the young follower Un-jung support the poison dragon himself. But some of them believe that something bad is about to happen, and some just scream in horror. A crazy battle continues between two powerful masters. Pak Cheon's composure scares Suro, but in any case, he won't back down. These thoughts are spinning in the head of the exhausted and bloodied Suro. The poison dragon will die soon. Doesn't he feel sorry for his life? These threatening screams come straight from Pak Cheon's mouth. If you don't put your life on the line, you won't achieve anything. The poison dragon is ready to die for his goal. Better to die with honor, but to fulfill the promised revenge. This scream comes straight from the mouth of the poison dragon, and it seems these words surprise the attacking Pak Cheon himself. But here, one powerful blow hits the poison dragon. With one well-aimed blow, it cuts the chest of the poison dragon So-hyup himself. Blood flows like a river from Suro's gigantic and serious wound. Blood flows like a river from the wounded body of the poison dragon So-hyup. He is not even able to scream, only painfully groans. But he still doesn't fall, although he is standing heavily but confidently right in front of Master Pak Cheon. Many drops of blood flow down from the terribly wounded body of the poison dragon, and Pak Cheon himself thought that people from Safa were fighting without a goal, but now he sees that So-hyup himself has one, and so, Master Pak Cheon himself recognizes the poisonous dragon himself. But Suro's attitude towards his own life, but then Pak himself receives a short and simple answer, no. Despite dozens of terrible wounds that ooze rivers of blood, the poison dragon stands. He won. This mocking phrase comes from So-hyup's lips. Despite his serious condition, he is still confident in himself. It seems that such a mockery from Suro did not please Pak Cheon himself, because Suro himself must understand that Cheon himself stopped attacking. Has Pak Cheon forgotten? The two of them fought to the death. This phrase comes from the mouth of the bloody poison dragon. The winner will be the one who does not take a single step. Pak Cheon himself wants to look at his left leg. It seems that this phrase from Suro led the master of the Kaeon Song clan himself to bewilderment. The left leg was a short distance from its original point. And then Pak Cheon lifts his left leg, under which there was blood, and he seems shocked. If Pak Cheon had not moved, then there would be no blood under his feet. On the shoe of the Cheon Song clan master himself, there is scarlet blood belonging to the poison dragon. Un-jan, and not only him, everyone around is in shock. The young follower cannot even believe that his mentor lost. At the same time, Payan Bak doesn't even know what to do. And then the poison dragon So-hyup himself begins to rise, despite the terrible wounds covering his body. The clothes are torn and bloody, like Suro's entire body. Before the start of 3 strikes, Pak Cheon threw away his weapon so the striking distance changed. A brief memory of how the master himself threw away his cane flashes through his mind. This means that Pak Cheon himself would have to take a small step forward, but of course, the master would hardly fall for such a trick so easily. The tip of the needle that pierced the hand was infused with poison. More precisely, several poisons that dull the senses, in this state to attack. And then Pak Cheon himself realizes that because of the poison, he unconsciously moved forward a little. And then the poison dragon himself asks the master himself if he admits his loss. 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu was a trick. From the very beginning, Poison Dragon was determined for Bak Cheon to make a mistake and step forward. Suro said that he would win if he pushed Bak Cheon himself, and not just forced him to take a step. Poison Dragon himself agrees with Bak Cheon's words. Even though Bak Cheon took a step in an unconscious state, So-hyup himself did not apply any direct force to the master, but tried to present the situation as if the original condition was to move from the place. And So-hyup himself expected that Cheon would admit defeat so easily, trying to preserve his reputation in the eyes of those watching. But it is foolish to rely on the fact that public opinion is equally important to everyone. Most of Safa look a little annoyed, and then Pak Cheon himself is angry. Justice and honor may have disappeared from Murim, but the Poison Dragon had better not rely on it, especially when he tries to hide behind lofty goals. Suro just silently listens to Bak Cheon. The master cannot admit defeat by comparing their levels, but one must follow the Murim code of rules. Therefore, the Poison Dragon's request was fulfilled, and then Pak Cheon turns around and addresses Tan Ryong Yo Hua, the goddess of desires. She is here again by the will of heaven, and she better think about her decisions. It is always easier to untie the tangled threads of fate together than one at a time. Having said this quote, the master of the Cheon Song clan himself, Pak Cheon, turns around, takes his cane, and strives to leave here. And now everyone is watching the gradually retreating Master Pak Cheon. And so, the Poison Dragon rises. Pain moves like a discharge through his body. The cover is torn and bloody like his whole body. Now he can only groan from terrible pain. He can no longer stand on his own and begins to fall off his feet. But from free, falling onto solid ground, he is saved by the goddess of desires, who praises him. The entire crowd rushed straight towards Suro. How was the Poison Dragon able to give a worthy rebuff? Some see this for the first time in their lives. Unjan is just as shocked as everyone else. How the Poison Dragon was able to defeat his mentor Pak Cheon. Everyone around is also watching the wounded So-hyup. They are afraid for his life. But Suro himself claims that if Pak had reached the end, then the dragon himself would hardly be lying here next to him. Pak Cheon's words, although they sounded like an old man's grumbling, but it seems they served as advice for the Poison Dragon. And the goddess of desires herself realizes that if Pak wanted, they wouldn't even be able to stand here. Although Bak Cheon looks like a mischievous old man, he is fair and has a big heart inside. Yo Hua speaks these words while lightly looking back at the departing Bak Cheon. He will always have a big heart. The master quietly and calmly leaves, and his mantle flutters in the equally gentle wind. Yo Hua thinks that gratitude will not be enough. With So-hyup's help, Safa now has time. It's hard, but Suro listens to her and looks at her with his tired eyes. The Poison Dragon saved them all. Happy people joyfully look at their savior. You can see gratitude in their eyes. They are brightened by the gentle rays of the sun. Now, the Poison Dragon can rest peacefully. He easily closes his eyes, falling into sleep. On his face, which is brightened by the rays of the sun, one can see an equally sunny smile. Tang Palace. It seems like someone is angry there, and that someone turns out to be the maiden, Haran. How could they take away her title and forbid her to go outside? Is this an order from Grandpa or Grandma? The maid refutes the maiden's theory, but she does not calm down. She wants to know the identity. And now, the voice of the one who gave such an order is heard. This someone turns out to be Man Neo. The girl is very surprised by what right he can give such orders. And he immediately answers, the elder himself gave him the right to do this. Before marriage, regardless of age, everyone in this family must undergo special training. Unfortunately, the maiden is no longer the young mistress of this house. Now Haran is a beautiful young bride. The maiden herself is completely shocked by these words. The girl was completely shocked by such nonsense. But Man Neo claims that this is not nonsense. This is grace. He wanted to bring the young couple together before his death and create a strong union. Create a union? Why the hell does Man Nyeo choose Haran's own mate? But Man replies the elder allowed him to take on a responsible role. Is the girl ready to meet the groom? The girl is shocked by these words. Is this groom really here? Virgo doesn't need to be shy. She just needs to get through. These words are spoken by Man Neo himself, pointing his hand at the door. And then a dirty man who looks like a homeless person enters the room. Torn, worn, old clothes and disheveled, dirty hair just like the rest of him. At the sight of this man, the Virgin herself felt a feeling of disgust, either from his appearance or from the way he smells. She was clearly surprised by this appearance. Pointing directly at Haran, Man Nyeo claims to the man that she is his fiancée. This beggar seems to be glowing with happiness. After all, he can take such a young beauty as his wife. And Man Neo responds positively to him and tells him to come and talk to his bride. As soon as he heard these words, the vile lout immediately began to rush towards the girl, pointing his hands as if wanting to do something obscene. But Haran is not that simple. She quickly takes out her long whip, and then, with insane speed, she hits her weapon right on the head of this vile beggar. With a ringing sound, the whip overtakes the man, bringing him terrible burning pain. He quickly falls to the ground like a stone. The maid was simply horrified by such an action by her mistress. Only Man Neo himself stands confidently, without betraying any emotions. Emotionally, Man Nyeo regrets that Haran doesn't like his choice. But nothing. He will find another groom. Haran is angry. She doesn't like this bullying from Man. What does he need from her? But then Man Neo throws something to the girl. She easily catches this something, which turns out to be the same white bottle. Virgo is slightly perplexed. This is the antidote that is applied to the Man Neo prosthesis. He was told that people from Safa are now on the Zhongxian Mountains. Virgo needs to find them and give this bottle to Yo Hua. And then another order comes, from the lips of the advisor. Haran needs to be brought to him, the poison dragon, and in the meantime he will find a new groom for the girl. These words leave Haran in complete shock. Does Man Neo really think that she is some kind of concubine? Who needs to be brought? This question is asked by Haran herself. While the hand holding the whip is shaking, Virgo is full of anger. She is about to attack Counselor Man Neo himself, and as she swings her whip, she thinks that Manu's life is no longer sweet since he behaves like this with her. And then, before the maiden attacked Man Neo, he shows her a special seal, which leaves the maiden in complete shock. Jade token! Where did Man Neo get it from? In the Tang family, everyone must obey the owner of the token. And again, the order sounds. Haran needs to bring the poison dragon. And if the girl does not do this, then next time Man will bring the girl an old man with leprosy as her groom. From the mouth of the insane man comes an equally insane laugh. This crazy laughter and the same words from Man Neo terrify the Virgo, and she remembers her grandfather. Why is the advisor doing this to her? Meanwhile, in the Zhongxian Mountains. And here comes a tough battle. Chom. This is touching the opponent's hand with your hand. And now Unjan trains with the poison dragon. Ryan is a continuation of attacks while maintaining a fighting stance. Chan. This is understanding the enemy's direction of thought. All these teachings are spoken by the young follower himself. Chom forcing the opponent to touch his hand. The training between these two continues. Su following the path of the enemy's attack so that your hands do not separate. And now, the hands of Unjong and Sohyup collide, making Chom. And so, after their hands collided, a strong wave was created. The Jumna method is based on the Hua-Gyong method, and the Hua-Gyong method uses the Chum-Ryong-Jomsu union. A wonderful smile appears on Unjan's face. This is not just touching and repelling attacks. This question is asked by the poison dragon himself, to which he receives a positive answer from Unjan himself. Suro must learn to understand his opponent's thoughts and use his attacks against him. Suro himself wonders if they can try again. It seems that John himself was happy with these words of the dragon. John himself was pleasantly surprised by such concentration on learning. It's been so many hours in a row since the morning. But then Payan Bak joins their dialogue and asks them if they remember that there are other people here. This is the third time they have brought fresh water for them to rest and drink. Near the old man stands Young, so with a tray of fresh water for the guys. And then they sit down. John quickly drinks his water. Suro realizes that, as a result, during the fight, he was never able to perform well. A young girl watches the guys with a smile. That's why I created space. An image flashes in my mind of Pak Cheon's hand overtaking the poison dragon, for Suro's attack to go through. But since Suro himself will have to fight against masters of his level and above, one cannot simply rely on chance. You need to research many different attacks to win fights. While drinking his water, John himself tries to calm down Suro himself, telling him not to be so hard on himself. He is sure that Suro will quickly learn everything he wants, and in general, is surprised that he immediately asked John to teach him gymnasa. Behind the dialogue, Bak himself is watching and listening. Whether training during the day or at night, these words are spoken by Pyong himself while smoking his pipe. He heard that Suro was inspecting the herbs on this mountain. He probably wants to create some kind of poisonous dragon after all. And Payan is also interested in why Jung doesn't go back, and the young follower himself is a little confused by such a question. A memory flashes through my mind of how Pak Cheon himself kicked out Jung himself. The young follower shouldn't even think about coming to the palace while Safa is here. Pak Cheon is very angry. For now, Wong himself will have to stay here with Safa. The equally young So tries to support the young boy by hugging him. Thanks to John, Suro can learn a lot. This semblance of gratitude comes from the lips of the poison dragon. From above the four of them, someone dressed in the attire of the Cheon Song clan is watching. This someone turns out to be Master Pak Cheon himself. Night. A bright light shines in one house. Inside it, the poisonous dragon Soyup himself is engaged in the circulation of internal energy. Goddess of desires. Yohua praises the guy. He has passed the first stage of the 9 beams of void jade and is already approaching the second, since the old man agreed to fulfill Soyup's wish. Soon Suro himself will be able to meet Mu-Am, but to meet him, of course, special preparation is needed. These words are spoken by Yohua herself, coughing heavily. The poison dragon claims that he already has a great mentor, so everything should work out. It seems that these words will make the girl herself laugh a little. Does he seriously think so? Yeohua's condition leaves much to be desired. After the goddess of desires was able to reach the highest point, she is no longer afraid of poisons, but she thinks every skill has its limit. Suro asks the girl if she can get rid of the poison. He receives an answer from Yohua herself. The poison is too deep in her blood and energy. She looks at her hand, which she coughed into, and sees her own blood on it. If she tries to cleanse her body of the poison right away, she may die. Therefore, Yo removes it little by little, but it still accumulates in organ tissues. She had never even heard of such poisons. The poison dragon asks the maiden to examine her body. The girl is a little surprised. She thinks that this will not help. But if Suro wants, Suro puts his hand to the maiden's chest. It begins to pulsate with a light blue glow like the sky. Virgo is right. The poison is firmly lodged in the body like a spider's web. But somewhere. Suro is very tense. He's seen these symptoms before somewhere. And then Suro's eyes and his soul are filled with horror. Deva asks Suro if he understood something. Soyup has seen symptoms like this before. Last time she met the brave phoenix, she took an antidote pill to prevent poisoning, but it may have contained poison. These words shock the girl. Their symptoms are very similar. Brave Phoenix tried to use the internal spiritual method to cleanse the body of the poison, but it was very difficult as the poison had seeped into the body and energy. Perhaps Man Neo set it all up. And the death of the brave phoenix is also connected with him because the poison in Yeohua's body is also from Man Nio. So it was he who killed brave phoenix and gave her the fake pill. It's very likely Man Nio and Baek Lee Jun are connected and act together. It is the poison chamber that supplies the antidote pill, and Man Nio is the advisor there. Suro seems to want to somehow object to the Virgo's words because the silent dragon himself, like the brave phoenix, took this pill. After these words, Yeohua's body was filled with true horror. Okay, brave phoenix didn't know, but silent dragon. It was Man Nio's idea to take these medicines. But Suro himself doesn't understand what's happening. All this information gives the girl a headache. Man's plans are completely unclear. He's very dangerous. Even if they don't know how to cure it, what's happening? Just sitting here is not an option either. There is no point in hiding in the Zhongxian Mountains any longer. It is unlikely that in such a state the goddess of desires will be able to reach Sandon. We need to find a way to cure her. 2 Qian Song warriors are standing guard. They were armed. They yawn sleepily, rubbing their faces. But then they pay attention to someone in the distance. They tell the unknown to stop. This is a restricted area. The unknown must tell who she is. Virgo asks only one thing. Call the poison dragon. From these words, it seems that Guardian Kaon themselves were perplexed. She was already clearly angry. If they want to save Yeohua, and again she repeats her request. Call the poison dragon. This is a familiar maiden from the Tang clan Haran. She seems visibly annoyed already. And here they are, Safa's people, along with the poison dragon standing in front. The girl claimed that she could save Yeohua, and she confirms her earlier words. She has an antidote that will neutralize the poison that kills the goddess of desires. The people of Safa are shocked. Is it possible to save their mistress? But it seems that the poison dragon himself senses a catch. Haran clearly will not give up the antidote just like that, and this is true. The maiden has a condition. Haran wants to fight the poisonous dragon Suro himself. If he wins, then she will immediately give away the bottle with an expensive antidote. It seems that the words about the battle surprise Suro a little. Haran wants to see if Seohyup is as strong as they say. Suro himself is interested in the rumors about him. But it doesn't matter. Suro just has to decide if he agrees to the fight. Suro is silent, he seems to be thinking. But here, the silence is interrupted by a certain follower of the Kaon Song clan. It seems both sides are surprised by his arrival. Someone claims that Suro should not agree just like that. And this someone turns out to be a group of Chonovites, led by Master Pak Cheon. This territory belongs to the Cheon clan. Pak will not allow anyone from the Tang family to set foot on their land. Virgo claims that this is an ordinary fight. Does she really need permission? So far, it seems that the master himself does not believe in the words about the supposed ordinary fight. If this is an ordinary fight, then why does Ha-Ran's eyes show such an ardent desire to kill? The girl just looks at the master predatorily, without answering anything. It didn't exist before. What happened? Virgo doesn't care. If the poison dragon agrees to the battle, it will take place. But Pak Cheon himself will not stand aside if the maiden wants to fight to the death. But Suro himself asks for permission for this fight. He doesn't know what this is all about, but he owed her money when she let him run away. And he also needs this antidote. He is ready to do anything to get the antidote. How difficult it is when Bak Cheon's student is a fool. Well, now the master understands. Pak Cheon would not want everyone to see this. But nothing can be done. With his uncertain and confused gaze, Unjong watches his mentor. Pak Cheon is against this fight, but he will join it. Pook thinks everyone knows that martial arts level determines the winner of a duel. They do not need death, but just a slight wave of the hand. Ha-Ran will fight to the fullest today. No more concessions and etiquette. The poisonous dragon will only be happy with this decision of the maiden. He will also do his best. The girl asked if he was really so confident in himself, but he replied that he didn't think so because she looked like an opponent who would be difficult to defeat. She was angry because Jagan didn't even ask why he was here, but simply wanted to take the antidote for himself. She shouted that she would still have to show that she was here on the guy's bones. The man intervened and said that he had told a lot of things in his life, so before the battle he wanted to say something. He said that no matter what the whole situation was, they should not do something that they might regret later. When he finished his not particularly long speech, he waved his hand. After this sign, the guy and girl could finally begin their battle. Jagan was determined. He needed to defeat the young lady. But she was not going to lose to the guy. She was prepared for this. The guy got ready and started the fight with his scorpion kick attack. But it was not dangerous for her. She calmly took root from this attempt. The sharp weapons of both were flying at each other, about to crash into themselves. Then there was a small boom when metal weapons scattered in different directions. The girl helped them fly away even more and not interfere with their competition. The guy was on his guard and quickly figured out where and when to dodge. The girl did not expect such ingenuity and quick reaction of her enemy. But still, she was finally able to hit the guy and throw him further away, thereby going 1 point ahead. She shouted and asked that if he was so bad at dodging, then how could he even count on any kind of victory? She was already counting on her victory and mocked the guy, saying that his body would soon come to an end. The young mistress continued to put moral pressure on the guy, all the time insisting that it was time for him to learn his place. This great battle was watched from the side by the men who came with Jagan. The guy continued to try to run away and avoid the girl's blows so as not to lose. While he was running away, he thought that it would be difficult to get closer to her due to the constant attacks. But she was unhappy that the guy was avoiding her all the time because she wanted to end everything as soon as possible. The lady bit her lip in anger and asked how he could even be hers. The guy had a feeling of déjà vu because he had the same feeling in the battle with the brave phoenix. Afterwards, he concluded that all these not entirely clear attacks of hers were her key to victory. Suddenly, the rope that the girl uses grabbed him by the leg. The guy did not expect this and at first was confused because he did not know what to do. You were happy because you thought that the poisonous dragon had finally fallen into her hands. With a wave of her hand, she lifted him by the leg with the rope upside down. It certainly wasn't a pleasant feeling, hanging with your head down. She continued to hold him as if this was her plan, after which she threw the guy with the rope to the ground with all her strength, where a mark would probably remain. The blow was very strong. The lame man already coughed up blood. The man who spoke at the beginning watched the battle emotionlessly. Jagan's comrades were shocked. They felt sorry for the guy. They hoped that everything was fine with him. The girl herself stood in clouds of dust where nothing was visible except silhouettes. She turned to the guy and said that this was not the end, but only the beginning of his torment. She was approaching the dragon who was just trying to rise from the ground. But he by no means gave up. He continues to fight for himself and for his justice. He decided to use the purple water bullet even though it took a lot of energy. The girl remained in her place looking at the same water bullet created by the guy. Her lips barely moved. She sighed heavily. But then with one hand she simply repelled the water attack in her direction towards the top. Jagan was at a loss. He did not understand how she did it. She seemed to read her thoughts and replied that this was not the first time she had seen him use saliva and poison. She stated that she could confidently predict the guy's maneuvers. The red rope hit the guy in the face, leaving a bloody mark on his cheek. The girl continued to attack Jagan, saying that he did not know her at all. Small spikes appeared on the rope she uses in battle. In the shadows, it seemed that she managed to stab the guy with her sharp and long weapon. Blood began to flow onto the ground. Clearly, the poisonous dragon was injured. The young mistress glared at her male enemy. The guy was sitting on the ground and holding his shoulder where the wound was. The girl began to mock and say that if she wanted, he would already be dead. He was breathing heavily, and the girl continued to say that the guy's attacks had no effect on her at all. Her rope was now next to her and there were still spikes there, only now stained with blood. She muttered through her teeth and said that it was high time for him to admit defeat. The poisonous dragon was silent. He was not going to just give up to that girl. He had to take it and win at any cost. Finally, she said that such a freak as he could not be her fiancé. It was simply beyond the realm of possibility. The lame man finally got to his feet and told the girl that he was not going to give up and lose, after which he stated that he planned to defeat her, and she asked him about it. The guy added that now it doesn't matter that the girl is stronger than him, and he's not fighting because he can win. He stated that he only fights because he has to and nothing else. He was covered in scratches and abrasions but told her to get ready. She needed to prepare for the guy's new attack. He decided to fight to the end. The older man still stood to the side and continued to watch the fight between the two young men. He still looked with an indifferent gaze, but from his lips it was heard that the real battle was now beginning, after which the girl struck again with a strong and powerful blow with her rope. The guy was focused. He knew that he saw that the girl began to attack him again. But in addition to all this, he noticed how the girl controlled her whip, and this was to his advantage. She was definitely angry. She wanted to tear and throw, but she continued to attack him. She exclaimed that she knew the martial art that the guy uses. She added that she would not lose to him, even though he had more internal energy. But the guy tried to concentrate. He needed to avoid attacks and get close to her. This had to be done before she swung her whip, so he began to act. The man was shocked when he realized that the guy was using 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu. After that, he began to use the bloody skies of madness. The girl probably didn't expect this. It took her unexpectedly. Using this technique, he moved on to the song of the Golden Wind Dragon. The girl couldn't keep up with the guy, mentally thinking how fast he was. But still, apparently she had a plan to stop the guy and his several new attacks. The young mistress said that even if the guy could get close to her, she could still use the whip. She shouted that the end would now come and used her red whip. But the guy grabbed it with his bare hand. The thorns penetrated the skin. She had no words. She didn't know how he managed to grab her weapon with his bare hands. But the guy didn't care anymore. He pulled the red whip and pointed it in the right direction. The girl who was holding his base flew forward behind the whip. The guy began to pull. She was angry that the guy was defeating her now, but she hoped that this was not the end. The mistress began to scream that she would never lose to the guy and tried to break free. Suddenly their palms touched each other and did not move away. It looked strange. But when the girl understood everything, she tore off her hand and freed herself from the guy's trap. She landed on the ground, behind the guy who was still standing in the same position. As if from behind, she looked at the poisonous dragon. He felt the gaze and looked back, releasing purple sparks from his eyes. Now they were fighting very close to each other, with their bare hands, which was risky for both. The guy repeatedly hit the hands of his young female opponent. The lame man grabbed the girl's hands and held her, not allowing her to inflict new blows, to which the girl said that he had not invented everything for himself. But she had strong enough hands, so she was able to get them out of the strong grip. She hit him on the head, saying that he could not be stronger than her in hand-to-hand combat. The girl was already happy that she had defeated the guy in hand-to-hand combat, but it was too early. She saw a man's fist flying straight into her face at great speed. The girl did not expect this, but still managed to turn away from the blow. She noticed that the guy has amazing drive. He still hasn't given up and continues to fight. But according to her, she is taller and much stronger than the guy, so she asked him to surrender in an amicable way. And if not, then he can die right where his long legs stand. The guy was furious but ignored her words and continued to hold on. The man finally spoke and said that this is not at all what dueling looks like. It most likely looked more like a real beating of each other. The girl saw that the guy had a lot of abrasions all over his body, but he still continued to try. She also noticed that the poisonous dragon had already lost quite a lot of blood and was about to lose consciousness. But she didn't understand why he still continued to fight with her and use his powerful techniques. All this made her very angry. She wanted to quickly deal with the guy and go home. But he did not allow her to do this, did not give her a chance to win, and continued to fight. The girl could barely stand on her 2 legs after the guy hit her. She did not believe and denied that the guy could still stand. It was simply not possible. It finally dawned on her that his real strength lay in decisively pursuing his goal. She was already scratched all over, just like her poisonous opponent. Suddenly the guy turned to the girl and she looked at him. The guy asked if it was true that the girl just wanted to test him.
But Chinja Gang added that he had the feeling that it was the girl who was being tested and asked why she was so angry. She repeated the guy's phrase, "Why was she angry?" Meanwhile, her jaw was clenched. She began to growl, and the desire to kill the guy appeared even more. The young lady asked what the lame man could possibly know about her. She shouted loudly that she hated Chinja Gang, the poisonous dragon, with all her heart. Her body was completely taken over by rage, and she attacked the guy with all her speed and power. On the way, an insult was heard from her lips towards the lame man, namely that he was worthless, and especially since he still continued to interfere with her in her affairs, so she hates him. She gave him a new nickname, Poison Dragon. Suddenly, she began to talk about how she had always dreamed of becoming an empress. Among all the heirs of her family, only she is the tallest. Although she was born a woman, she never considered herself weak. She stated that regardless of gender, the real head of their family is not their grandfather, but their grandmother Tangui Ok, who is known as Mrs. Plum. Her girlfriend is the root of the family. Namely, the grandmother is a great and huge tree that is located above the ground. She always told her that even the women in her family had rights. Grandmother always told Haran that if she became the new ruler, then everything would be as she wanted, and after that she had a goal. The girl even then decided that she would become the head of the Tang family and make their family the greatest. Over time, she began to realize that she was not very good at this, but her hope never faded. The young lady believed that if she worked harder than others, she would succeed. But she really believed and did not give up. She also wanted to fight to the end. She began to remember how she was ordered to bring the poisonous dragon at any cost. For her then, this was an unexpected and very difficult task, almost impossible to complete. Finally, she added that she hates her family, which considers her a nobody. And even more so, she hated her grandfather, who gave her into the hands of those freaks. And she hated the guy because he saw all this. She was very disgusted. I hated that he got away with everything again and again. She was terribly disgusted by this. That's the real reason she hated it. Suddenly she stopped, did not hit the guy, hovered in this position, and asked why he did not give up every time in the face of death. Her fist was very close to the guy's stomach, but he didn't strike. The guy looked at her hand and was silent. He did not say anything in response. Ha-Rin had a sad and empty look. In her head, she knew that the guy was not the cause of all her troubles. After all, she came there not for the sake of anyone but only for herself. She mentally suggested that perhaps all this time she just wanted to see Jinja Gang again. She stood up straight and said in a quiet voice that she had lost for the umpteenth time. Everyone watched as the girl knelt down in front of the poisonous dragon and said that she had lost. The guy lowered his head and looked at the girl with red hair who was on her knees, and she no longer looked at him. At his face, her gaze was directed to the ground. People began to talk about how the guy had defeated that girl from their Tang family, but the man said that she was not just a girl. He said that that girl was as strong as 3 dragons and 4 brave phoenixes. She had such enormous strength. And he added that the Tang family will definitely keep their promise. She said that she would give the antidote, but she had one request. She asked if the guy could take her with him. Yes, it sounded strange and absurd. The guy looked at her questioningly, and she said that she was ordered to bring him to the Tang family, although she did not want it. She said she didn't want it because he was him, and the girl wouldn't follow that order. Ha-Rin continued and said that she also cannot disobey the owner of the token because death awaits her, which is why she asks the guy to take her with him. The girl added that she would do everything to help the guy with everything. The man finally spoke and said that he understood why all this was arranged. The guy also finally spoke and said that he had already paid her his debts in battle. Despite the girl's request, he could not take on such responsibility. Jinja Gang extended his palm and asked to give the antidote, saying that he would pretend that this conversation did not happen. All hope was lost in the girl's eyes, and now she didn't know what to do. She simply took it and handed the antidote into the guy's hand. He drank the antidote, and she asked what she should do now since he did not agree. She lowered her head and was about to say something to the poisonous dragon. Suddenly he began to cough and spit out all the contents, and the girl asked what it was. He threw a small bottle on the ground. It fell and broke, the contents along with it.
The guy got angry because it was obvious to everyone that it was not an antidote. He asked the girl a question whether it was really an antidote, and she looked at the ground. She began to guess what kind of liquid was in that small jar. They both immediately thought of the same person, Man Neo. The man shouted at him and asked what was in that jar, if not the antidote. Man Neo said that he didn't know and took the jar from the pantry, and he began to say that if it fell into Yehua's hands, Harin would be in trouble. But he said that he warned that due to the weakness of the poison, they lost Yehua. He added that because of this, he had to use Miss Tang as bait. Man Neo said not to worry, both will be alive, he hopes anyway. After which he said that it was necessary to find a poison that would kill immediately, but the man replied that there was no such poison. But he began to shout that the strong have immunity to thousands of different poisons. Man Neo began to talk about the 8 poisons of the Tang family and what everyone should know about them. But the man said that he couldn't just take them and bring them. But he didn't want to hear anything. He ordered him to bring that poison at any cost. He asked where he got the jade token from. But he simply replied that soon the 1,000-year-old fortress would become just dust. The man asked if we were talking about the Zhongxian clan. He responded positively and said that they needed to visit the Ahmi clan and decide what to do with them. And if they do not listen to him, then he will be allowed to use the golden sword, but it is dangerous. He also asked if it would be worthwhile to visit the head of Murim himself. The man began to worry about this, because the head of Murim is a high-ranking person. Man Neo continued to ask him about what the man said about him, after which he fell to his knees and said that his order would be carried out and he would bring everything. He asked the servant and said that he needed the best poison of the Tang family. Then he added that the poison should be so strong that it should kill 3 pillars of Murim. It was already deep night on the street. Meanwhile, the man was walking with his hands clasped behind his back and thinking about something. Finally, he reached his destination. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying that moonrise is the time when heat and cold are in balance. The man who was sitting felt the difference, even without looking at it with his own eyes. The one who came turned to the head of the clan, who was meditating. He said that he wanted to talk to him, and he said that he had heard about a girl from the Tang family who brought poison to the poisonous dragon as a gift. The head of the clan asked if he knew what kind of poison it was, and the man replied that it was poison containing snake saliva. After which he asked where the child abandoned by everyone was now. It was obviously about a girl. He replied that she was now with the poisonous dragon because they had something to talk about. He turned to the head of the clan again, breaking the silence. He said that it was a bad idea to accept girls from their Tang family, and he supported it. The eyes of the leader of the Zhongsong clan, Mentor Mu Am, were blindfolded. He added that a real storm could begin in their world very soon. He said that just recently he spoke with saints from the Ami clan. He decided to tell him what they were talking about. They said that if the world changes, the Ahmi clan will move with it. The older man said why they should listen to them, because their clan had long ago separated from Murim, but the head said that they could all face the world. But he continued to deny everything. He did not want to get involved with the Ahmi clan, but he replied that this was his view of the world, to which the man said that he would listen to the words of the head. He added that if a storm came soon, he would have to make a very important decision. This will need to be done before you have to regret it. The guy decided to ask the girl what her relationship is with Man Neo. The one with tears said that he has been working for their Tang family for a very long time, so her grandfather trusts him because he has a token, which means everyone in the clan must listen to him. The poisonous dragon frowned. The girl added that she came there only on his orders. The guy again asked the question about why the man sent her to him, but she did not know the answer. She responded by asking why Man Neo was so fixated on the guy, and he began to tell him what happened 9 years ago. He told how a man attacked his family and killed all his relatives and associates, after which he said that Man Neo had been experimenting with poison on him for a long time, and the guy tried to kill him, thereby taking revenge on him for himself and his entire family. But as it turned out, he managed to survive, and he found out about this a few months ago in the village of Namga. He added that the man is his lifelong enemy, and he hates him and considers him the cause of all troubles. The guy said that this time he could not save himself from death. He must avenge all those who died from the Yak clan. The girl looked at the guy, listened carefully, and was silent. Ja Gang added that he thought that Man Nieo was doing all this of his own free will. But since the girl said that he worked for the Tang clan, he asked what exactly he was doing there. But she replied that she should not reveal this secret, but on the contrary, she needed to protect it. Above her head was the hand of a lame man who was clearly not in a very good mood. He approached the girl as close as possible and asked how Man Nieo was related to the Tang family. The guy burned her with his eyes and ordered her to answer his question. It was very uncomfortable for the girl to be in such a position, especially in such a situation. She decided to answer his question and said that, on orders from his family, he was conducting experiments with poisons throughout Kano. Karen added that he is working on poisons that can kill anyone. He asked what the point was, since their family already owns many poisons, but the girl replied that this new poison affects internal strength. Chinja Gang asked how this could be possible. The girl bit her lower lip and said that she herself didn't know anything because her grandfather didn't teach her this. The guy was a little angry, but again began to ask about the Tang family. But the young lady said that she had already disobeyed the order, so we can assume that she is already dead. She lowered her head and said that it was better to die than accept the punishment that awaited her, especially since the guy abandoned her. She said that there was only one way out, after which she opened her mouth. The guy was shocked by the girl's further actions. She took some of the guy's fingers and put them in her mouth to choke on them, but the guy said that she should die in front of him like that. He took out his hand, but she said that if the guy was not going to accept it, then at least let her die. Karine said she doesn't know what to do next and doesn't understand why her entire family abandoned her. The guy looked at his fingers, which were bitten until they bled, after which he said that he did not know all the circumstances, but recommended that the girl just go forward until she finds the answer. He added that if you have the courage to commit suicide, you will have the courage to live on. After all, no one except himself can prove that he is on the right path. The girl was crying. She really didn't know what to do. Maybe it was tears because the guy refused to take her with him. While all this was happening, a man was watching them from the bushes. It was the same So-So who did not have a tongue. She brought food to both of them. Meanwhile, the lady had her own affairs going on. With her face still sweaty and her eyes closed, she said Sohep was here. The guy said that he went out to talk to the Tang heiress, and she suggested that he had learned something. Ja Gang said that they are trying to develop a poison that will kill their loved one, and Man Nieo is in charge of it. The guy suggested that the goddess was poisoned by one of them. The girl said that there was nothing surprising because the Tang family had always dealt with poisons. The poisonous dragon said that he also thought so, but he noticed something strange and she asked to tell her. He began to say that poison can also be an antidote depending on the body itself, and if you focus on the universality of the poison, then it becomes less effective. The guy added that the poison could always be stopped with internal energy, but then why can't either the goddess or the phoenix get rid of it completely? The goddess understood what the guy meant and thought about it herself. He said why this happens, he can only guess, but after listening to the Tang heiress, his thoughts changed. The girl asked him if he remembered what happened 10 years ago. The guy responded positively and said that the Yak clan and the Dak clan started a war, after which the Dak clan won, and the Tang family became even stronger. Perhaps since then their connection has strengthened quite strongly. When the guy started talking about deals, the goddess interrupted him asking about them. He replied that the Yak clan produced herbs and other ingredients for medicines that the clans bought. And then Sohep suggested that their book should contain records of sales to each clan. The goddess picked up the guy's thoughts and said that if they could find out the exact plants that were sold to the different clans. The guy continued her thought and said that they could find out what exactly could influence internal energy so much. She grabbed her head and said, if they find out all this, they will be able to prevent the production of poison. Yehua began to talk about poisons that increase strength to the level of a martial artist and about poisons that reduce internal energy. The guy frowned when the goddess mentioned the Tang family. She wondered what the Tang family was going to do with all of them. A huge man shouted and asked who they all were. He asked who dared to kidnap him, and the two people talked about the medicine that he took an hour ago and that his energy should already be restored. The unknown person shouted and asked how dare they ignore him, and the man called his name, Mun Pen, the 35th disciple of the Hwasan clan, after which they said the name of his mentor Ham Gyun and that he was studying Ja Sin Gon. The guy tried to get an answer as to who he was, but they just continued to take it away and talk. He was starting to get annoyed at being ignored, but then he remembered that he had seen them somewhere and was even able to guess who it was. He called the huge man with the same beard Yam Man. The man started screaming and asking what was going on and why the Tan family was doing this to Hwasong. He turned to Young Man and said that he didn't even know him, to which he received the answer that he talks a lot. He was told to get up if his energy was restored, but he said that he would not forgive them for his abduction. He asked what the reason was, and the man from the Tang family asked what he was talking about and said that he was not going to let him go. The man from Hwasan couldn't believe everything that was happening. He gave him a chance and said that he was the only one who stood in the way of leaving the cage. The man said that he did not understand why the Tang family started all this. He said that they would definitely regret kidnapping the student from Hwasang and then use the distance technique. A second of time and he disappeared from the cage in which he had previously been. He began to use an iron strike followed by 5 quick strikes. He did this with his own hands and used his legs in the same way. His eyes were blazing with rage from the whole situation. But suddenly Young Man began to defend himself and strike back with equally strong blows. But the man did not give up. He was fast and accurate in his strikes. He used the ancient flying dragon technique. But the man with a red beard easily blocked his attack. But Moon Pen didn't understand how he managed to do this, because it was an attack of internal energy. He used the cutting technique and he began to choke and cough. He fell to the ground and he said that he didn't see anything to be proud of. He did not stop coughing, and the man said that it was all over. The old man added that the needle contained some kind of poison. Moonpen said that thanks to Jahan, Shingon can get rid of him in no time. But suddenly blood began to come out of his mouth. A lot of blood. The poison took effect. He stood in the shadows and mocked Moonpen. He couldn't get rid of the poison, and he didn't understand why everything was like this. After these words, Young Man began to laugh like crazy, but probably because he was. Meanwhile, the guy was near a beautiful lake in nature. He washed himself with water from that same lake, thereby refreshing himself. The guy began to think about why the Tang clan was making a new poison that could have a good effect on a martial artist. Then the thought occurred to him that this might be connected with the poison destroyed 10 years ago by the Yak clan. After he disappeared into the Middle Plains, then another one was destroyed in the Unnam clan. This simply cannot be considered the most ordinary coincidence. He understood that if he wanted to take revenge on them, then first he needed to find out the truth. He would have to go through a lot, but now his thoughts were interrupted by the man who was watching him. Chin Jagan could not help but replace this with his keen eye and hearing. It was Karen. She apologized and said that she didn't know that he was swimming. The guy asked her what happened, and she replied that it was nothing. Then she added that she just wanted to thank him for everything. She spent the whole night thinking about the words the guy said that day. But for the girl, everything turned out to be completely different. The girl just wanted to become the head of the family in order to gain recognition. Then she was ready to live for the sake of the family. She said that if there is courage to commit suicide, then it is better to use it to move forward. She began to thank the guy for such words and motivation, but Sohep turned out to be too close to the stones. She became a little confused and her cheeks became as red as her hair. He asked what the girl was going to do at the moment. She replied that she was going to go and honestly say that she was not going to get engaged to the guy. Jia Gang asked that if Man Neo ordered him to be brought using a token, then her grandfather does not mind having him as her son-in-law. Heron said that this was most likely the case, since the token cannot be used simply on a whim, to which the guy said that getting engaged to a girl was not such a bad idea. She was completely shocked and asked what he meant by saying this. Chin Jagan said that in this way he would be able to infiltrate the Tang clan. He would also, I heard that the entrance to the clan is very heavily guarded. Young woman was shocked by this. But Chin-ja-gon and her, under the pretext of an engagement, they can easily go inside and meet Yeom-won there. He wanted to know what they were really planning and how it was connected to the destruction of the Yak clan. The girl understood that he was going to use her if she allowed it. The girl understood the absurdity of this situation because she came here to propose an engagement to him, but when she gave up, Chin-ja offered her an engagement gon. She also added that he didn't feel anything for her, but the guy believed that he could pretend to be a good husband. She got angry with him and asked if he could also spend the first night with her. The guy replied that only if necessary. The girl blushed at his words and continued to be angry. A few seconds later, a loud bang sound could be heard in that place. The girl slapped him because, for her, the guy's words sounded very rude. Ja-gang's face was left with a red mark from the blow, and he replied that that was why he asked her permission. She didn't know how to treat him now. After all, she had a choice between hating him or thanking him. He was not angry with the girl because he understood her emotions. After some time, she finally agreed to this and allowed him to get engaged to him. She had already paid off her debt but wanted to know what her family and Man Niao were planning. The guy extended his hand to her and invited her to go together. After all, he was going to go with her to Tang. She hid his hand, which he held out for her. Meanwhile, in the Ami Mountains, Seicheon, the Ami clan, there were screams coming from the house for someone to calm down, and you can't keep doing this. They kept that one-eyed man who didn't understand how much longer they were going to keep him here. He was going to find the poison dragon to destroy it, but the poison was still in his body, and he couldn't move much, but he didn't seem to care. Nyo entered the house, and he was surprised because he not only fell, but also lost his eye. This man was indeed missing one eye and had a blindfold instead. Man Neo understood perfectly well how this man felt. The man began to scream because how dare this man come in, because entry here was prohibited. Man Neo posed as a poison developer in the Murim Alliance, but this answer did not suit the man because it did not explain his being here. But at that moment, behind Man Neo, the voice of a woman was heard, who asked the sisters not to be so wary. They were shocked by her. It was the leader of the Ahmi clan, Great and Iun. She explained to them that dear Man Neo specifically decided to visit them to check if everything was fine here, and they should be grateful to him. He approached this man who was being held by the sisters. He couldn't understand how he dared behave like that. A few seconds later, Man Neo stated that he could see that the man was sick. The man became even more angry at the investigator's impudence. He was angry with him because who does Man Neo think he is? He believed that he had no right to behave like that in front of him. The lady stated that this was Sister Mayawal. The man flinched a little at her words. Man Neo stated that he would never dare to disrespect a man. After all, he understood the man's pain better than other people, because the person who did this to him is the same one who did it to the man. The man was surprised and could not believe his words. He added that it was the poison dragon itself. It was he who made him like this by depriving him of one eye. And not only his eye was damaged, but his legs as well. Man Neo also added that a man should understand that he is closest to him, because his pain and loneliness were clear to him, because he himself experiences it. But he also said that the biggest problem is that he knows where the poison dragon is and cannot do anything with it. The man did not understand why this was so. Dear Man Niao added that it is because the Cheongsong clan is protecting him. These words plunged the man into complete shock and anger. After all, they only pretended to leave Sashan, but all this time they were just hiding there. Therefore, whatever revenge he wants to accomplish, he cannot even take a step there. The man, clenching his teeth, was angry and realized that they had the poison dragon. He started screaming for the mistress to send him to him and let him take revenge on the poison dragon because he cannot live without it. But the lady did not want to quarrel with this clan. Man Neo said that this problem will be resolved soon. With a crazy look, he decided to say directly that he wanted to destroy the Cheongsong clan, and asked if the Ah-Mai clan agreed to join him. The man and sisters were completely shocked by his words. The lady asked if this was the Tang clan's plan. Man Neo took out an amulet which was a confirmation of their intentions. The lady smiled and in this case decided to suggest starting to prepare. Meanwhile, near Chinjagan, a man coughed when he heard one piece of information. He couldn't believe that a guy would get engaged to the lady of the Tang family. Chinjagan said yes, and the girl just looked the other way, averting her gaze. He didn't think he'd ever hear something like that from him. The student began to rejoice and congratulated the poison dragon on this. The guy said that this is the best solution to enter the Tang family. The goddess of desires noticed that Chinjagan always chooses the best option possible to protect others, but this time he is too dangerous and she would like to stop him. However, judging by the decisions he has made in the past, he is unlikely to give up his idea. Poison Dragon said that she knew him well, and he must infiltrate the Tang family and find out what happened to the Yak family. Suddenly, So began to run somewhere to the side. Chinjagan was about to continue his search for an antidote, and the goddess of desires asked him to be careful. She also added that he was never able to meet Mu Am, although Pak Cheon promised him this, but it's better to postpone it for now. She was sure that this meeting would take place a little later. After some time, they noticed something. Chinjagan was even a little confused by this. So brought many people from the village. They smiled at Chinjagang and were a little upset that he was already leaving. The goddess of desire looked on with a smile on her face. People thanked the guy for everything and wished him a good journey. So handed him a small gift. The guy was happy with this gift and thanked her. The girl was watching this from behind Chinjagan. So also held out the same gift for her, and the girl was surprised by this. After all, So even brought her a gift, and it was pleasant for her. She thanked her but was a little confused and embarrassed. People asked to take care of him because he was very important to them all. Chinjagan smiled, but the girl was a little alarmed and confused. The goddess of desires was sure that everything would be fine with them. Poison Dragon also hoped that they would have the same. They went on their way. Everyone believed in them and trusted them, and the girl wanted to know if so much had changed during their separation. The guy replied that he didn't, because he just received a lot of help from them, and before he only thought about revenge. But thanks to them, he realized that this was not the most important thing. After all, people thought well of him, and he thought so in return. Chinjagan wanted to know why she addresses him so politely. The girl said that she was simply playing the role of a good bride and he did not need to think too much. But the guy didn't care. She got a little angry because she didn't ask for it to be different. He suggested that we should better come up with addresses to each other, because it would be strange to continue to call each other by a nickname. She asked what to call him then. The guy replied that his name is Chinjagan. The girl was surprised because in all the time she had never called him by name. The girl suggested calling him Mr. Chin. The guy replied that this nickname suits him. She now started calling him Mr. Chin. He asked how far is it from here to the Tang clan. The girl replied that if you use the art of moving, then only 1 day. But the poison dragon did not master the art of movement, and all this time he walked. The girl didn't even think that he didn't know how to do it. His Majesty would die if he knew that the poison dragon did not know the art of movement. She said with a dissatisfied face that they would have to walk for 3 days. The guy invited the girl to climb on his back so that he would carry her, but she thought it was a bad idea and didn't agree to it. The guy thought it was a good way to move quickly, but the girl understood this, but the proposal itself was stupid for her. Jagan said that she herself refused and let her go on foot. She was angry with him and said that he was very difficult. It was already getting dark outside, and they had better stop in the village for the night. They came to one of the hotels that was in the village. They were going to take 2 rooms, but the man apologized and said that they had many guests today, and therefore only 1 room remained. The girl asked him what they would do, and the guy replied that they should be given this 1 room. She blushed and was surprised by his answer. Once inside, she continued to feel shy and was also angry about it. After all, it was very strange for her that there were no 2 rooms in this huge hotel. But the guy did not see any problem, and it was good that there was at least 1, because they could have stayed on the street altogether. He added that this one is fine for 2. She couldn't understand how he could say this so easily. The guy remembered her yesterday's mention of her wedding night. She blushed and got even angrier because she said it was theoretical.
Chin Jagan said that they were going to become husband and wife anyway, then what was the problem? She was unhappy, but the guy asked her not to worry. After all, he was going to sleep in the room on the floor today. He actually went to sleep on the floor. And the girl was lying on this only comfortable bed. They both couldn't sleep today. The guy said that he just had too many thoughts, and the girl asked what they were about. He said that he had been preparing for revenge for the Yak clan, the DOK clan, the Marima alliance, the Sashon family for a very long time, and the deeper he dug, the more truth he learned. And he simply did not know who he should take revenge on. He decided to go to the Tang clan to get an answer to this question. But if it doesn't work out, then he doesn't know what to do next. This was surprising for her, and she did not expect that the guy's thoughts were exactly about this. Chin Jagan said that he is also a man. After this phrase, there was an awkward silence in their room. She reminded him that they would become husband and wife, and even though their family was fake, there was a lot she didn't know about him. She wanted to know what kind of person he was and what kind of life he lived. The guy said it was a boring story, but the girl would really like to know this. The guy still decided to tell her about it. His story happened 9 years ago. Starting with the Baekwakyo clan, many things happened in his life. He told how it all started. The one where his family was poisoned and Man Neo conducted terrible experiments on him. And after that, he found himself buried in a mine and was able to get out only 8 years later. And after that, he embarked on a path of revenge against everyone who was involved in this. The girl was completely horrified by his life story. The guy once again added that for him this is a boring story. He needed to go to bed by now to get enough sleep for the next day. The girl remained in a strong shock from this story. She did not even think that he had to go through so much pain. And she realized that Chin Jagan was not immediately strong, but he had to become such that he would take revenge. And he never experienced real happiness in life. After all, he lived all this time only for the sake of revenge on those bad people. Morning of the next day, the guy reminded the girl that today she would also have to walk all day, and if she needs to buy something, then it's better to do it now. She kept looking at Chin Jagan. She hoped that someday he would be able to at least a little touch of happiness.